say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo, yo. What it do? What the fuck, Tom? I need degenerate hours. This is 9 in the morning, like a normal person. Well, it's noon for me, so don't worry. I'm still a degenerate, even if you're not, so don't get your britches in a wad or panties in a wad or whatever. Whatever you want to wad up, don't wad it up. Mike? Alright. Cool. Yeah, so, okay, Google. Turn on Joker light and Hawk's light.
Alright, turning 2 lights on.
Yeah, you are. You'll turn those fucking lights on, bitch. So, sorry. I shouldn't call people bitch. Y'all's moms are gonna get jealous. I just want to play. I just want to play the paperclip game. Truly. That's all I want to do. I just want to play the fucking paperclip game, dude. So I'm here to play the paperclip game, and this is something that we can just listen to while I play the paperclip game. That's really the gist of it. I just want to play. The last time I was on, there was a guy who called in, and I was taking calls because I wanted to just listen to I wanted to play the game while I took calls. But then the last guy who called in really wanted me to like look up a lot of shit, And the whole time I'm kind of getting frustrated because I'm like, shit, dude, the whole reason I was taking call-ins is just so I could play the fucking game. And now this guy wants me to keep looking shit up. What the fuck? So at the end, he's like, oh, look this up. I was like, nah, bro. Nah. I'm not looking anything up. I'm done. I'm done looking stuff up, alright? I'm playing a game now. Alright? Sorry, but it's not happening. What up, dog? So yeah, so I was a little frustrated at the end of the last stream that I didn't get to play as much. So I'm here to play Paperclip, and we will just listen to this while I'm playing the game. All right, that's the idea right now. All right, so don't curse. It is not good. You right. You right. My bad. Can you give me a shout out, please? Duwoud Al Saleh. Super big shout out to that one, guy. All right. Yeah, but does the Bible say no curse? We don't have to. Why does the Bible have to say it in order for it to be wrong? The Bible doesn't say not to have sex with babies. Do you think it's okay to have sex with babies? Huh? I've never heard people clap when someone walks in for a fucking hearing before. I've never heard people clap like that. What the hell? What the fuck? What is happening? This game is called Paperclip. And I'm the best at it. And the worst at it. How old do you think I am? I am not guessing your age. There's literally no way I could guess your age, bro. That you're in a fucking chat and you just have a name. What do you think? What? I have no age markers to go off of. I don't know what you look like. I don't know what you sound like. I don't know what you do for a living. I don't know what you don't do for a living. I don't know what if you go to school or if you have a job. Like, I'm not guessing your fucking age. You can stop asking now. Thank you. Rooney Boo! What it do? I'm 12? Well, we only allow 18 and up, so you're in trouble.
Good morning. The hearing will come to order. The Committee on Armed Services has convened this hearing to consider the pending nomination of Mr. Pete Hegseth.
All right, so Pete Hegseth is being nominated for Donald Trump's administration. Pete is a fucking wild card. All right, I say wild card. He's actually pretty standard for like when it comes to all of Trump's picks. He's actually like not even close to one of the worst picks. He's actually he's actually one of the better picks, and he's still a fucking horrible pick. He's still a horrible pick. So he's got a lot of problems. And he's a bit of a conspiracy theorist, just like the rest. He's a bit of a nut job, and yeah, has a lot of issues. So we're gonna listen to this. This is his confirmation hearing, so they're supposed to ask a lot of questions to see if they want to allow Donald Trump's nomination. What is he being nominated for again? I don't even remember. But yeah, this is the confirmation hearing, so they're going to kind of grill him and see if they want to give him the position.
To be Secretary of Defense. And at this point, in light of the continued suffering and death in and around Los Angeles, California, I'm going to ask my colleagues and those in the audience to
Moment of silence.
Observe a moment of silence.
I'll observe it.
Amen. Thank
I
you.
observed the hell out of that
I also
shit,
want to take
dude.
this opportunity to thank my good friend, Ranking Member Jack Reed. This is my first
Secretary of
opportunity to
Defense,
chair
okay.
this committee in this Congress. I want to thank Senator Reed under his chairmanship.
Shit, that is actually a fucking wild position, dude. For Pete Hegseth. That is not good, dude. Imagine, like, this is fucking crazy, bro. We've got a bunch of fucking QAnoners in the government now. Like, this is insane.
He proved time after time that he cares deeply about national security and about the United States of America, and particularly the men and women who wear the uniform and stand watch both here and around the world to protect the United States. Senator Reed, I want to thank you for the many courtesies that you have extended to me in the past, and I look forward to working with you again in a bipartisan fashion this Congress. It's also appropriate to recognize and welcome 3 senators attending their very first Senate Armed Service Committee hearing as members.
April Fool's is our community's holiday. We actually got April Fool's put on the calendar to celebrate our community. I don't know. Most people don't know that.
Senator Banks of Indiana, Senator Sheehy of Montana, and Senator Slotkin of Michigan. We are excited to have you as committee colleagues and look forward to many important contributions from each of you. And Senator Slotkin, as I look down at the end of the dais there, it seems that only a week or two ago I was sitting in that very chair being recognized by the chairman of the committee, the distinguished senator from Michigan. So time flies. Now, let me say this. We had a very appropriate expression of approval by the members of the members of the audience as our nominee and his family walked in. The distinguished ranking member and I sincerely hope that that is the last
Outbreak.
signal of approval or disapproval in today's hearing. People of the public are here. They're welcome to observe today's hearing, and Senator Reed and I agree, though, that no disruptions will be allowed. Audience members may not verbally or physically distract from the hearing, to include shouting, standing, or raising signage or gestures that block the view of the audience. And we're very serious about this, aren't we, Mr. Reed? And
Aren't we, Mr. Reed?
those who do so will be
Yes, we are.
immediately escorted from the room. Again, welcome to the witnesses, to his friends, and to interested members of the public. If confirmed,
That's us. That's us.
Mr. Pete Hegseth would assume
We're
the role
welcome.
in a moment of
We still get to
consequence.
have outbreaks.
The United States faces the most dangerous security environment since World War II. We're witnessing the explosive growth and reach of China's hard power. We're also observing the emergence of an axis of aggressors. That coalition is characterized by broadening and deepening military cooperation among the dictatorships ruling China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Terrorism remains a threat as Israel wages war against Hamas and Hezbollah, and as the Assad regime collapses in Syria. America has entered a window of maximum danger, and the department needs energetic and focused civilian leadership. Those values begin at the top with the Secretary of Defense. Many of my distinguished colleagues have served in a significant tenure on this committee, and our meetings are fairly long. We should reflect over previous secretaries of defense and their hearings and ask ourselves a simple question. Has the civilian leadership of the Pentagon under the administration of both parties proven up to the challenge? Often the answer has been no. The civilian leadership has not built the Department of Defense to meet the moment. And this is our moment to correct that.
I don't understand the civilian leadership label. Are you a civilian when you're in these positions? That sounds a little wild, but I guess I don't know like the distinction here.
And a few examples illustrate how leaders in the past have fallen short. Most of the department's signature programs run years behind schedule and billions of dollars over cost. Vital initiatives have suffered, such as the F-35, the new Sentinel ICBM, and the Navy's shipbuilding program, including the Constellation-class frigate. The Department of Defense desperately needs civilian leaders who listen to the advice of combatant commanders, many of whom would benefit from innovative systems. Yet a risk-averse DoD culture has kept too many promising technologies on the wrong side of the so-called valley of death. That tenuous period between experimental prototypes and production contracts. Defense companies backed by venture capital receive less than 1% of defense contracts. As we all know, the Pentagon still cannot even pass an audit. The department must simplify and streamline its bureaucracy so it can respond to innovation. Staffs have ballooned. Organizations are top-heavy. Civilian leaders have promised time and again to slim down the bureaucracy, and perhaps genuinely hoped to. Every day, men and women in uniform make tremendous contributions to U.S. security. They and the American people deserve a Pentagon that does the same. Today's Department of Defense is no longer prepared for great power competition. It is not a national defense institution ready to achieve and sustain technological supremacy across the range of operations. Admittedly, this nomination is unconventional. The nominee is unconventional. Just like that New York developer who rode down the escalator in 2015 to announce his candidacy for president. That may be what makes
unconventional or retarded. Is the volume okay? I forgot to check the volume before I started. I do have it sped up to 1.25 as well because we are a bit behind on this. So it's a little low. Okay, when I get a chance, I'll turn it up. But currently, I am killing this shit. I've already got 6 kills up in here. So. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm having a lot of trouble like keeping control of my guy, so I'm like trying to play like super conservatively. Cause yeah, I don't know why, but it feels like my mouse is like overly sensitive right now, and so I'm not. I don't know if it's like just me and that I'm just like a little shaky right now or what, but yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble like keeping like a lot of control of where my guy is at, so I'm taking it easy.
Hegseth an excellent choice to improve this unacceptable status quo that I just described. He is a decorated post-9/11 combat veteran. He will inject a new warrior ethos into the Pentagon, a spirit that can cascade from the top down. Mr. Hegseth will bring energy and fresh ideas to shake up the bureaucracy. He will focus relentlessly on the warfighter and the military's core missions, deterring wars and winning the ones we must fight. He will bring a swift end to corrosive distractions such as DEI. Today, many simply acknowledge and live with these systemic problems I have mentioned earlier in acquisition, accountability, technology transition, and organizational civil service reform. Mr. Hegseth will actually move to fix these issues decisively. In short, I'm confident that Mr. Hegseth, supported by a team of experienced top officials, will get the job done. The Secretary of Defense is an incredibly important position, but the Secretary's span of control is limited. The Pentagon is vast with 3 million plus personnel, uniformed civilian and contractor. A successful secretary understands that steering the ship means focusing his attention on strategic level priorities. The secretary must be supported with exceptional subordinates who will run the day-to-day affairs of the Office of the Secretary of Defense, the military services, and the other DoD components. I'm also confident that as an infantryman, Mr. Hegseth understands the military principle of commander's intent. Communicate the clear objective, empower subordinates to use initiative and judgment, and hold everybody accountable. We must not underestimate the importance of having a top-shelf communicator as Secretary of Defense. Other than the President, no official plays a larger role in telling the men and women in uniform, the Congress, and the public about the threats we face and the need for a peace through strength defense policy. I have no doubt Mr. Hegseth will excel in a skill in which many of his predecessors have fallen short. Much has been made of both Mr. Hegseth's personal life and some of his policy pronouncements. Regarding his personal conduct, Mr. Hegseth has admitted to falling short, as we all do from time to time. It is noteworthy that the vast majority of the accusations leveled at Mr. Hegseth have come from anonymous sources. Contrast these anonymous accusations with the many public letters of support and commendation. We have seen letters from people who served with Mr. Hegseth. These individuals have worked with him professionally. They really know him and his character. These patriotic Americans have been willing to put their names and reputations on the line to support Mr. Hegseth. I look forward to sharing these testimonials with the American people. Let me mention one right now. It comes from David Bellavia, who earned the Medal of Honor for heroic actions in combat in Fallujah, Iraq. David Bellavia writes the following: Pete is fearless, unflappable, and confronts conflicts head-on. He's a leader to the core.
Head on.
When Pete is confirmed as the next Secretary of Defense of the United States of America, this country will finally know the privilege of having a true ambassador able to speak on behalf of this generation and its two-decade global war on terror. Washington doesn't build men like Pete. Combat builds men like Pete. As I said, there are more letters expressing the same endorsement. Today, we'll hear from the nominee directly. I want to thank Mr. Hegseth as well as his loved ones for being here today. I look forward to discussing his nomination. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Hegseth about the ways he hopes to rebuild the American strength that secures the peace. And so now I turn to my friend and colleague, Ranking Member Reed, for his opening remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first
Well,
congratulate
thank you
you
very
on the
much.
chairmanship. I look forward to continuing our committee's strong tradition of bipartisanship and collaboration. And thank you for your thoughtful and conscientious service to the committee over many years. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to take a moment to join Chairman Wicker in welcoming our new members, Senator Slotkin, Senator Banks, and Senator Sheehy. Welcome. We look forward to working with you. Mr. Hegseth, I welcome you and your family to today's hearing, and I'm also glad to recognize my former colleague, Norm Coleman, and Congressman Mike Waltz. Thank you, Congressman. Mr. Hegseth, I want to begin by saying that I respect and appreciate your military service in the Army National Guard. I know from experience that there is no greater privilege than to lead American soldiers, and I thank you for answering the call. You have been nominated to be the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary is responsible for leading a department of 3.5 million service members and civilians, an annual budget of nearly $900 billion, and hundreds of thousands of aircraft, ships, submarines, combat vehicles, satellites, and the nuclear arsenal. The Secretary also plays a powerful role with our allies, partners, and adversaries abroad. And as we speak, China is seeking to undermine our interests, intimidate our friends, and challenge our standing in the world. Russia's campaign against Ukraine threatens not only Europe, but the entire global order. Ongoing violence in the Middle East has teetered on the edge of all-out war, and
I don't know if he's going to agree that this is Russia's campaign and that it threatens Europe. I think he's going to... I don't know. I'm not sure, but from the little I've heard from him, I think he might say that that this is Ukraine's campaign, but we'll see. We'll see. He was in the military, so he might be a little bit smarter than that. It's hard to imagine somebody who was actually in the military. Paperclip imperialism? Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
ideologies and actions of violent extremists endanger our citizens, even on our own soil, as the recent tragedy in New Orleans painfully reminds us. These are perilous times, and the position of Secretary of Defense demands a leader of unparalleled experience, wisdom, and above all else, character. The Secretary is expected to be a fair, nonpartisan, and responsible leader, as well as a trustworthy advocate for the men and women that he leads. Mr. Hegseth, I do not believe that you are qualified to meet the overwhelming demands of this job. We must acknowledge the concerning public reports against you. A variety of sources, including your own writings, implicate you with disregarding the laws of war, financial mismanagement, racist and sexist remarks about men and women in uniform, alcohol abuse, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and other troubling issues. I have reviewed many of these allegations and find them extremely alarming. Indeed, the totality of your own writings and alleged conduct would disqualify any service member from holding any leadership position in the military, much less being confirmed as the Secretary of Defense. Nonetheless, I understand that you reject many of these reports as they involve whistleblowers, non-disclosure agreements, and anonymous, although numerous, sources, including those who have faced political intimidation for sharing their experiences.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people will like immediately discount something just because it's anonymous, but it's important to remember that like people do have incentives to be anonymous. Like the fact that, especially when it comes to a political group that tons of people are like kind of cultish about, where they treat it like a team and they're all gonna like defend that team no matter what. And so yeah, it's not all that ridiculous to think that if people who actually did have issues with this guy, if he did do horrible things to them, that they wouldn't want to like come out and say this publicly. There's a lot of like incentives to stay anonymous because yeah, you could just get attacked nonstop, get death threats, get all sorts of have all sorts of issues where your family's at risk now and crap like that. So while it's like it's not good to have like anonymous reports, we can't take them like as like 100% or as confirmed. You can't just discount them completely because it makes sense that one would be anonymous when making a report.
I hope you will address each of these allegations thoroughly and truthfully during your testimony. Just as importantly, I hope you will pledge to prevent any repercussions for whistleblowers, both civilian and military, if confirmed. Mr. Hegseth, during our meeting last week, you said that if confirmed, your top priority would be, quote, restoring a warrior culture to the Department of Defense, because you believe the U.S. military has been weakened by political correctness. Over the years, you have made clear your opinion of the military's diversity initiatives. As you have said, quote, diversity is not our strength, unity is. And on a recent podcast, you said, quote, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. When I joined the Army as a young officer in the 1970s, the U.S. military was rife with racial tension. Women were prohibited from serving in most roles. Gay service members were banned, and we relied on a national draft to fill our ranks. The soldiers I served with were proud to do so, but it was certainly not the nation's most capable military by any standard. We have made great progress since then. Today, the Department of Defense is fully integrated. Every race and religion is accepted. Women serve in all combat roles and leadership positions. Sexual orientation is irrelevant to service, and the all-volunteer force visibly reflects the nation it protects. Our military is more diverse than it has ever been, but more importantly, it is more lethal than it has ever been. This is not a coincidence. Mr. Hegseth, I hope you will explain why you believe such diversity.
I would say probably is a coincidence, actually. I think it is a coincidence. He's like, diversity is not the thing that made us way more lethal. It's technology. It's technological advancements in weaponry, but that kind of says that, like, yeah, we don't have to worry about these sorts of things. Like, we can have women, we can have trans people, we can have gay people, we can have like all sorts of different groups in non-combative positions, and you know, not like off the front lines, because most of them are using fucking technology. So like pressing a button isn't a whole lot harder as a woman than it is as a man. It's they're both not that hard.
Is making the military weak, and how you propose to undo that without undermining military leadership and harming readiness, recruitment, and retention. Mr. Hegseth, another reason I'm deeply concerned about your nomination is your disregard for the law of armed conflict and your support for service members who have been convicted of war crimes. You have championed the pardoning of military members who were trained.
Every time I kill somebody, I want to like move out and take that territory, and they replace them with someone so freaking quickly. It's like impossible to actually move in and expand at all if they keep putting people there. They just spawn the second that I fucking kill them. It's obnoxious, dude.
In by their fellow soldiers and SEALs. And let me emphasize that. They weren't discovered by reporters. They were turned in by fellow soldiers and fellow SEALs. and also pardoning of military contractors convicted of killing 14 Iraqi citizens without cause. You have also advocated for the restitution of interrogation methods like waterboarding that have been defined as torture, and you have belittled the advice and counsel of the Judge Advocates General while on deployment. In your book, The War on Warriors, you write, quote, "Should we follow the Geneva Convention? If our warriors are forced to follow rules arbitrarily and asked to sacrifice more lives so that international tribunals feel better about themselves, aren't we just better off in winning our wars according to our own rules?" Mr. Hegseth, I would ask that you explain how you, if confirmed, would maintain good order and discipline within our forces and the support of our allies and partners by rejecting international law and the law of war. I'm also concerned about your abilities as a competent manager of organizations far less complex than the Department of Defense. From 2008 to 2010, you led the organization Veterans for Freedom, which had an annual budget of less than $10 million. In each year you were in charge, expenses far exceeded revenues until the organization teetered on bankruptcy and had to be merged with another group. In fact, according to public reporting, an independent forensic accountant reviewed the organization's finances and discovered evidence of gross financial mismanagement. I would note that this report has not been made available to any government agencies, which is, I think, alarming. But a Republican advisor to you during your tenure at the organization who read the report stated, and I quote, "I watched him run an organization very poorly, lose the confidence of donors. The organization ultimately folded and was forced to merge with another organization who individuals felt could run and manage funds on behalf of donors more responsibly than he could. I don't know how he's going to run an organization with an $857 billion budget and 3 million individuals." And that is the only comment we've had and the only access we've had to the forensic report. A similar thing happened with the Concerned Veterans for America, a second veterans group that you led from 2011 until 2016. During those 5 years, tax records show that the organization spent more than it raised. Just as troubling are reports that a significant amount of debt was incurred from social events and parties filled with excessive drinking and questionable personal behavior. Mr. Hegseth, I hope you will explain what actions you will take, if confirmed, to be a better steward of Defense Department's large budget. Finally, while I appreciate our meeting last week, it is unacceptable that you did not meet with any other Democratic members of this committee before this hearing, as has been our bipartisan tradition. During my time in the Senate, I have voted for and worked closely with Secretaries of Defense appointed by Republican presidents. While we may disagree politically, there was always an understanding that rank partisanship should have no place when it comes to providing for the men and women who serve in uniform. And Mr. Hegseth, I am troubled by the many comments you have made, both as a commentator and in your published writings. For example, in your book, American Crusade, you wrote, quote, "Modern leftists, who represent the soul of the modern Democratic Party, literally hate the foundational ideas of America." You also wrote, "The other side, the left, is not our..."
That's fucking rich, dude. I guarantee I can go over the Constitution with people. We can go over the Bill of Rights. We can go over like all of the things that are the most fundamental institutions and ideals for Americans in America. And I can go over this with somebody who is a Trump voter, and at some point they will disagree with all of them. Across the board, they will disagree with all of them at some point. And so, yeah, it's these people have almost no American values. And I don't say this for like Republicans, but yeah, for Trump voters, yeah, I would say that about them for sure.
Friend, we are not esteemed colleagues, nor mere political opponents. We are foes. Either we win or they win. We agree on nothing else. Mr. Hegseth, if confirmed as Secretary of Defense, you would lead an organization that, like the country it represents, is composed of Democrats and Republicans. Yet your language suggests that you regard many of these men and women as foes. And I would ask you to explain why service members and civilians who do not share your political opinions can trust that they will not be targeted during your tenure. Indeed, the challenge of the Secretary of Defense is to remove partisan politics from the military. You propose to inject it. This would be an insult to the men and women who have sworn to uphold their own apolitical duty to the Constitution. Mr. Hegseth, you are the 9th nominee for Secretary of Defense that I've had the honor to consider as a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. I have voted in favor of all your predecessors, including those in the first Trump administration. Unfortunately, you lack the character and composure and competence to hold the position of Secretary of Defense. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reid. And now it's my privilege and honor and pleasure to recognize two witnesses who have come forward to introduce our nominee. First, I recognize my former colleague and former Senator Norm Coleman of Minnesota for the purpose of an introduction. Norm, we are glad to see you and glad to have you back, and you are recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Reed, members of the committee, my former colleagues. I'm honored to introduce a son of Minnesota to you, Pete Hegseth. As a senator from Minnesota, I spent many hours with this young man as he walked the halls of Congress advocating on behalf of America's veterans. And he is young in the best sense of the word. He is strong, focused, intelligent, incisive, a great listener, and is almost supernaturally energetic, just what we need in a Secretary of Defense in times of massive change. He is the real deal. F. Scott Fitzgerald was a writer in my city of St. Paul, and so the problem with America is that there are no second acts. He was wrong. Pete was a brave soldier, has been an able communicator, and I believe is about to begin a great second act as our Secretary of Defense. He has struggled and overcome great personal challenges. Please don't give into the cynical notion that people can't change. We need the ones who can change to lead us, to be beacons of hope.
Yeah, but the difference is that the issues that he had aren't all that far away, right? Like, when I went to prison, when I like had all these issues with drugs, when I had all these issues with like lying and stealing and all this crap, I was well aware that like afterwards, everybody was going to hold me accountable for those things, and that they were going to look at me different, that they were going to be more wary of me and more skeptical of everything that I was doing, and that it was going to take a long time to actually build trust with people again, because I was the one who kind of fucked up and made those mistakes. But people over and over keep just like kind of sidestepping all of these issues with him, and then saying like, oh, people can change. Like, a lot of this stuff is very recent. A lot of this stuff is like very, very recent issues with this guy. These aren't like super old things. Like, when I talk about the problems that I had, these are 18 years ago, and it took like 8 years before I was able to work with companies in like trusted positions again and crap like that. It's kind of ridiculous when people just completely sidestep all of the issues with this guy.
And to remind us that grace can lead us home. 4 years ago, President Biden's nominee, Lloyd Austin, a good and honorable man, received 97 votes on the floor of the Senate. And we went through the debacle of the Afghanistan withdrawal. Putin invaded Ukraine. The Houthis endanger our shipping lanes. We witnessed Israeli miracles against America's enemies in the Middle East, where the United States was more of an impediment than a help. Our recruitment numbers have sunk dramatically, and our southern border has suffered a slow but dangerous invasion. Yes, Pete Hegseth is an out-of-the-box nominee, and I say it's high time to get out of the box. One more thought. The country longs for a government of less division and more respect and dignity. My hope is that this committee hearing provides what they are asking for. Disagree? Yes. Strongly if necessary. But then come together to support the nominee, this nominee, Pete Hegseth, of the one president we have at a time, laying aside partisan politics for the essential mission of national security upon which everything else depends. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you, Norm. I do appreciate that and appreciate your presence today. I now have the honor and pleasure of introducing Congressman Waltz. I understand, Congressman, you are still a member of the House for another day or two.
Another day or two.
Okay, and I now recognize Congressman Waltz for whatever opening statement and introduction he might make.
Well, thank you, Chairman Wicker, and Chairman has a very nice ring to it, so congratulations, Ranking Member Reed, distinguished members of this committee. It is a privilege to appear before you today and urge the members of this committee to confirm Pete Hegseth as our next Secretary of Defense. And I'm not here today just to advocate on behalf of a future colleague, but to speak on behalf of someone I consider a dear friend for over a decade now. Like Pete, I served in the U.S. Army. Like Pete, I'm a veteran. We deployed to Afghanistan and all over the world at the height of the war on terror, which is the war of our generation. And like thousands of other warfighters, we've witnessed the hardships of war. We've experienced the loss of friends in combat. We've endured too much time away from family and friends, and no one, I can promise you this, no one hates war more than those who have had to go fight it. No one does. Pete's story, though, isn't that much different from the millions of other veterans. And they know it, and they appreciate him for the experiences that he's gone through. And after our country was brutally attacked on 9/11, Pete Hegseth answered the call of duty, like so many others. He put the interests of this country ahead of his own. And I can tell you firsthand, as can the heroes sitting in this audience behind me, Pete's character of country, his selflessness, his duty, these are the key tenets that have shaped him into the leader that he is today. These are the traits that President Trump recognized when making the decision to nominate Pete for this critical role. He will bring the perspective of being the first Secretary of Defense to have served as a junior officer on the front lines, not in the headquarters, on the front lines in the war on terror, and recognizes the human costs, the financial costs, and the policy drift that was discussed often in this very room that led us to decades and decades of war. So not only does he understand the threats he faces, but as the chairman mentioned, he is brilliant, in my mind, at communicating those to the American people in a way that is often not communicated in Washington, D.C., to reach out to the American people so that they understand why the military needs to do what it needs to do. And look, I have no doubt that he is going to get the Pentagon back to its primary mission, lethal readiness. That warrior ethos is what our enemies will respect. That warrior ethos is what our enemies will fear. And it's that warrior ethos that will keep the peace. And so, ladies and gentlemen, in my humble opinion, our military deserves better than it's getting. Our country faces a devastating recruitment crisis. Men and women are not volunteering to serve at the levels required. Our readiness is down. Our costs are up. And it seems like nearly every major weapon system, again, often discussed in this very room, is costing too much, delivering too little, and taking way too long. The bottom line is the status quo is unacceptable. It's not working. And the members of this committee, you all know it. You know it's not working. And the members of the House Armed Services know it's not working. And we have hearing after hearing, year after year. And here we are, decades later, describing the same problems. The Pentagon has continuously failed audits. The businesses that want to do business with the Pentagon have to pass an audit, but the entity itself fails an audit. Innovation is stalled, morale is down, standards have been weakened, and meritocracy is less valued. And as a result, our adversaries have been emboldened all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for change. It is time for change. You all have literally seen thousands of veterans, as the chairman cited one amazing Medal of Honor recipient. But we have seen thousands of veterans expressing their support for Pete. This is a man who can reinvigorate that warrior ethos, and this is a man that will lead. I can't imagine having a more capable partner in my position as National Security Advisor. Pete is a man of family, of faith, and he's committed to making our country strong again. And most importantly, brother, I know this in my core, he will always have as a first principle the service members that are out there on the front lines for all of us at the heart of every decision he makes. So senators, I urge you to support this confirmation. It is critical that President Trump has his national security team in place for the challenges ahead, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for your testimony, and I'm guessing that each and every member of this committee will want to have you on speed dial for the next few years. So thank you both. Our two guests may stay, or I know they have other engagements and responsibilities also, but thank you both for your testimony. At this point, Mr. Hegseth, I'm required to ask you as a nominee a series of questions that the committee asks all civilian nominees who appear before it. If you would, please simply respond in the affirmative or negative to each question. Have you adhered to applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest?
Yes, sir.
Have you assumed any duties or taken any actions that would appear to presume the outcome of the confirmation process?
No, sir.
Exercising our legislative and oversight responsibilities makes it important that this committee, its subcommittees, and other appropriate committees of Congress receive testimony, briefings, reports, records, and other information from the executive branch on a timely basis. Do you agree, if confirmed, to appear and testify before this committee when requested?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree to provide records, documents, and electronic communications in a timely manner when requested by this committee, its subcommittees, or other appropriate committees of Congress, and to consult with the requester regarding the basis for any good faith delay or denial in providing such records?
Yes, sir.
Will you ensure that your staff complies with deadlines established by this committee for the production of reports, records, and other information, including timely responding to hearing questions for the record?
Yes, sir.
Will you cooperate in providing witnesses and briefers in response to congressional requests?
Yes, sir.
Will those witnesses and briefers be protected from reprisal for their testimony or briefings?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at this point, Mr. Hegseth, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and all the members of this committee for this opportunity today. I'm grateful for and have learned a great deal from this advise and consent process. Our founders knew what they were doing. Should I be confirmed, I look forward to working with this committee, senators from both parties, to secure our nation. I want to thank the former senator from Minnesota, Norm Coleman, for his mentorship and friendship in this process. And the incoming National Security Advisor, Congressman, and more importantly for our purposes, Colonel Mike Waltz, for his powerful words. I'm grateful to them both. Thank you to my incredible wife, Jennifer, who has changed my life and been with me throughout this entire process. I love you, sweetheart, and I thank God for you. And as Jenny and I pray together every morning, all glory, regardless of the outcome, belongs to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. His grace and mercy abounds each day. May his will be done. Thank you to my father, Brian, and mother, Penny, as well as our entire family, including our 7 wonderful kids, Gunnar, Jackson, Peter Boone, Kensington, Luke, Rex, sorry, it's a lot of them, and Gwendolyn. Their future safety and security is in all of our hands. And to all the troops and veterans watching and here in the room, Navy SEALs, Green Berets, soldiers, pilots, sailors, Marines, Gold Stars, and more, too many friends to name. Officers, enlisted, black and white, young and old, men and women, all Americans, all warriors. This hearing is for you. Thank you for figuratively and literally having my back.
You are a misogynist. Not only that, you are a Christian Zionist. And you support the war in Gaza.
Was that... They made sure to turn up the mic so you could hear him. Was that him right back there in the corner? Yeah, you can see him. This is, let me see if I can...
You are a misogynist. Not only that...
Yeah. You can see they grabbed him right here in this white jacket.
My back.
Yeah, there is. He's right there with this big old beard, dude.
You are a misogynist. Not only that, you are a Christian Zionist.
A cryptic Zionist.
I want to thank the authorities for their swift reaction to that outburst and state that similar interruptions will be treated in like manner. Mr. Hegseth, you may continue.
That guy's going to prison
again,
for the rest of his life.
Thank you for figuratively and literally having my back. I pledge to do the same for all
Isn't that sexual innuendo?
of you. It's an honor to come before this committee today as President Donald Trump's nominee for the office of Secretary of Defense. 2 months ago, 77 million Americans gave President Trump a powerful mandate for change, to put America first, at home and abroad. I want to thank President Trump for his faith in me and his selfless leadership for our republic. The troops have no better commander-in-chief than Donald Trump. As I've said to many of you in private meetings, when President Trump chose me for this position, the primary charge he gave me was to bring the warrior culture back to the Department of Defense. He, like me, wants a Pentagon laser-focused on lethality, meritocracy, warfighting, accountability, and readiness.
You may continue, sir.
Returning the Pentagon back to warfighting, that's it. That's my job.
Mr. Hegseth, suspend your remarks. Let me just say this. The Capitol Police are going to remove immediately individuals that are disrupting the hearing. I see a pattern attempted to be inflicted on the committee, and we're simply not going to tolerate that. You may proceed.
To bring back warfighting, if confirmed, I'm going to work with President Trump and this committee to, 1, restore the warrior ethos to the Pentagon and throughout our fighting force. In doing so, we will reestablish trust in our military. addressing the recruiting crisis, the retention crisis, and readiness crisis in our ranks.
Members of the security force will remove members.
What the fuck?
Mr. Hegseth, you may.
The strength of our military is our unity and our shared purpose, not our differences. Number two, we're going to rebuild our military, always matching threats to capabilities. This includes reviving our defense industrial base, reforming the acquisitions process, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, no more valley of death for new defense companies, modernizing our nuclear triad, ensuring the Pentagon can pass an audit, and rapidly fielding emerging technologies. And number three, we're going to reestablish deterrence. First and foremost, we will defend our homeland, our borders, and our skies. Second, we will work with our partners and allies to deter aggression in the Indo-Pacific from the Communist Chinese. And finally, we will responsibly end wars to ensure that we prioritize our resources to reorient to larger threats. We can no longer count on reputational deterrence. We need real deterrence. The Department of Defense under Donald Trump will achieve peace through strength. And in pursuing these America First national security goals will remain patriotically apolitical and stridently constitutional. Unlike the current administration, politics should play no part in military matters. We are not Republicans, we are not Democrats, we are American warriors. Our standards will be high and they will be equal, not equitable. That's a very different word.
Oh, yeah.
We need to make sure every warrior is fully qualified on their assigned weapons system, every pilot's fully qualified and current on the aircraft they are flying, and every general or flag officer is selected for leadership or promotion purely based on performance, readiness, and merit. Leaders at all levels will be held accountable, and warfighting and lethality and the readiness of the troops and their families will be our only focus. This has been my focus ever since I first put on the uniform as a young Army ROTC cadet at Princeton University in 2001. I joined the military because I love my country and felt an obligation to defend it. I served with incredible Americans in Guantanamo Bay, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and on the streets of Washington, D.C., many of which are with me here today. This includes enlisted soldiers I helped become American citizens, and Muslim allies I helped immigrate from Iraq and Afghanistan. Because when I took off the uniform, my mission never stopped. Now, it is true and has been acknowledged that I don't have a similar biography to defense secretaries of the last 30 years. But as President Trump also told me, we've repeatedly placed people atop the Pentagon with supposedly the right credentials, whether they are retired generals, academics, or defense contractor executives. And where has it gotten us? He believes, and I humbly agree, that it's time to give someone with dust on his boots the helm. A change agent, someone with no vested interest in certain companies or specific programs or approved narratives. My only special interest is the warfighter. Deterring war.
Yeah, I'm having audio issues and video issues, so give me just a second. I'm gonna restart my computer real quick. This will take about 30 seconds, and then I'll be right back up. So yeah, give me just a second to reset this. Let me just pull the video back up, and then I'll start resetting everything again. Like the chat and all of that. Hopefully it saved where we were at. I should have checked where we were before starting the video. That was not smart. Yeah, I should have checked where we were at. Fuck. Yeah, fuck. Especially when it's live, dude. It's gonna be so hard to figure out where the hell we were. This is gonna suck. Shit.
We need to make sure every warrior is fully qualified.
Why is the audio not on my earbuds? Okay, there we go.
On their assigned weapons system, every pilot's fully qualified and current on the aircraft they are flying. And every general or flag officer is selected for leadership or promotion purely based on performance, readiness, and merit. Leaders at all levels will be held accountable, and warfighting and lethality and the readiness of the troops and their families will be our only focus. This has been my focus ever since I first put on the uniform as a young Army ROTC cadet at Princeton University in 2001. I joined the military because I love my country and felt an obligation to defend it. I served with incredible Americans in Guantanamo Bay, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and on the streets of Washington, D.C., many of which are with me here today. This includes enlisted soldiers I helped become American citizens, and Muslim allies I helped immigrate from Iraq and Afghanistan. Because when I took off the uniform,
speed it up again.
My mission never stopped. Now, it is true and has been acknowledged that I don't have a similar biography to defense secretaries of the last 30 years. But as President Trump also told me, we've repeatedly placed people atop the Pentagon with supposedly the right credentials, whether they are retired generals, academics, or defense contractor executives. And where has it gotten us? He believes, and I humbly agree, that it's time to give someone with dust on his boots the helm. A change agent, someone with no vested interest in certain companies or specific programs or approved narratives. My only special interest is the warfighter. Deterring wars, and if called upon, winning wars by ensuring our warriors never enter a fair fight. We let them win, and we bring them home. Like many of my...
Okay, everybody can hear me? One's in chat if y'all can hear me. It sounds good. Everything's up. Y'all are fine.
My generation, I've been there. I've led troops in combat. I've been on patrol for days. I've pulled a trigger down range, heard bullets whiz by, flex-cuffed insurgents, called in close air support, led medevacs, dodged IEDs, pulled out dead bodies, and knelt before a battlefield cross. This is not academic for me. This is my life. I led then, and I will lead now. Ask anyone who's ever worked for me or with me. I know what I don't know. My success as a leader, and I very much look forward to discussing my organization's successes at Vets for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we've done. But my success as a leader has always been setting a clear vision, hiring people smarter and more capable than me, empowering them to succeed, holding everyone accountable, and driving toward clear metrics. Build the plan, work the plan, and then work harder than everyone else around you. I've sworn an oath to the Constitution before, and if confirmed, I will proudly do it again. This time, for the most important deployment of my life. I pledge to be a faithful partner to this committee, taking input and respecting oversight. We share the same goals: a ready, lethal military, the health and well-being of our troops, and a strong and secure America. Thank you for the time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hegseth. Before we begin with member questions, I would like to remind my colleagues that, consistent with the bipartisan staff agreement from December, and in concert with exactly how this committee dealt with the last Secretary of Defense nominee, each member will be recognized for one round of 7 minutes to question the nominee. Out of respect for the time of all members of this committee, the time limits will be tightly enforced. We've now been here 45 minutes, and I think we've done very well with the time. But at this point, I will begin my questioning of the nominee. Mr. Hegseth.
So yeah, if you guys have never watched one of these before, all the Republicans ask questions that are supposed to make the person look good, and all the Democrats ask questions that are meant to make them look bad. And that's just kind of the process that everybody goes through, is ask questions that will hopefully get the outcome that you're looking for. So if you want the guy confirmed, you'll ask very easy questions to give him a softball for him to just ramble for a while and make himself sound really good. And then, yeah, if you don't want him to be confirmed, then you ask questions that are going to make him look really bad. So
You and your family have endured criticism of your nomination since it was announced in November. Let's get into this allegation about sexual assault, inappropriate workplace behavior, alcohol abuse, and financial mismanagement during your time as a nonprofit executive. I should note that the majority of these have come from anonymous sources in liberal media publications. But I want to give you an opportunity to respond to these allegations, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that opportunity. You are correct. We undertook this responsibility with an obligation to the troops to do right by them for our warfighters. And what became very evident to us from the beginning, there was a coordinated smear campaign orchestrated in the media against us.
Like a witch
that was
hunt.
Clear from moment one. And what we knew is that it wasn't about me.
Yeah.
Most of it was
It's
about
about
President
Trump.
Donald Trump, who's had to endure the very same thing for much longer amounts of time.
Yeah.
And he endured it
So hard.
incredibly strong ways. So we, in some ways, knew it was coming. We didn't understand the depth of the dishonesty that would come with it. So from story after story in the media, left-wing media, we saw anonymous source after anonymous source based on second or third-hand accounts. And time again, stories would come out, and people would reach out to me and say, you know, I've spoken to this reporter about who you really are, and I was willing to go on the record.
Yeah.
But they didn't print my quote. They didn't print any of my quotes. Or I've worked with you for 10 years, or I was your accountant, or I was your chief operating officer, or I was your board member, or I was with you on 100 different tour stops for Concerned Veterans for America. No one called me. No one asked about your conduct on the record or off the record. Instead, a small handful of anonymous sources were allowed to drive a smear campaign and agenda about me because our left-wing media in America today, sadly, doesn't care about the truth.
Wow.
All they were out to do, Mr. Chairman, was to destroy me. And why do they want to destroy me? Because I'm a change agent and a threat to them, because Donald Trump was willing to choose me, to empower me, to bring the Defense Department back to what it really should be, which is warfighting. So I'm willing to endure these attacks. But what I will do is stand up for the truth and for my reputation.
So a bunch of people come out with information where they provide sources and emails and text messages, and they have other people confirm the things that they're saying, and they'll end up having like 5 to 10 different people all telling the same story, who all saw the same things. But then we have someone like Mark Zuckerberg come out and say that he was pressured by the Biden administration with absolutely no evidence, with absolutely nothing to confirm, with nobody else to provide any information, and he's just by himself saying that this thing happened. Everybody totally believes him. But we got a bunch of people who can actually confirm things. We got a bunch of people who can say that they were all there when Donald Trump was saying that he wanted generals like Hitler, or that he was praising dictators, or that he was saying racist things. And apparently we're not going to believe all of those people, like dozens of people all saying the same thing. We're not going to believe any of those people, but we got one person saying one thing. That's the one we want to believe. Totally.
False attacks, anonymous attacks, repeated ad nauseum, printed as nauseum, as facts. We have provided to the committee, Mr. Chairman, and I know you're going to share, on-the-record statement after on-the-record statement from people who have served with me, worked with me at Fox News, Concerned Vets, Vets for Freedom, you name it, from the top of the chain to the bottom, who will say, I treat them with respect, with kindness, with dignity. That's men, that's women, that's black, that's white, that's every background. I have prided myself as a leader.
Ariana tipped $5. This guy just said it is not political. But later he brings up the left-wing media smearing his reputation and also smearing the Democrats. Feeling very patriotic.
Well, no, he's saying it is political. He's saying it is political. He's saying that they're all going after Donald Trump. And so because they're going after Trump, they're going after him. He's saying it is all political. So yeah, I don't know.
Of respecting people, being professional. That is the balance of mind. I'm not a perfect person, as has been acknowledged. Saved by the grace of God,
donut.
by Jesus and Jenny.
Speaking of, I got to put the dono goal up, so we'll have... I don't know where we're at because I had to just reset everything. No, he was saying his role isn't political. Oh, well, yeah, sure. He says his role isn't political, but when he smears the Democrats, he thinks he's saying that the Democrats, all of the things that he smears about them, those are all things that are not political. So if they want to make sure that like they don't discriminate based on race or sex or gender, he thinks that that's political, saying, let's not discriminate based on some sort of immutable characteristics. Let's not be racist. Let's not be sexist. Let's not be homophobic. Let's not be transphobic. He says that's political. That's political. Being homophobic, being transphobic, being, a misogynist, that is non-political. That's just human nature, guys.
I'm not a perfect person, but redemption is real. And God forged me in ways that I know I'm prepared for. And I'm honored by the people standing and sitting behind me, and look forward to leading this Pentagon on behalf of the warfighters.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. And frankly, I'm sure there are millions of Americans watching who would agree that they've experienced that same sort of redemption. So I do appreciate that. I realize that it involves a little bearing of the soul. But
that's not political. It's just emotional. Yeah, but that's the point, is that, like, we have laws that say that we can't discriminate based on immutable characteristics. We have laws on these things already. So, yes, if somebody's like, if we have laws that say, yes, you can't discriminate based on race, you can't discriminate based on gender, you can't discriminate based on sexual orientation or any of these things, like, those are laws put in place to make sure that things aren't political. But then, yes, if you want to discriminate based on those characteristics, we would say that is political. But yeah, he'll take the opposite position. So,
but thank you for that. Now let's talk about top-line defense spending. I have a plan. I think you've read it. I've issued another plan, Freedom's Forge, which you've also had a chance to look at. And you have noted correctly that the current trend line of defense spending, falling below 3% of our GDP, is a threat to national security. You also said building the strongest and most powerful military in the world must be done responsibly, but it cannot be done on the cheap. You still agree with that, do you not?
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell us what you...
So while we're cutting all of this spending for all of these different people, he's going to want more spending put into the military. He's going to want a lot more spending put into the military if that's the case. It's not going to be cheap. It's going to be expensive. So while Elon Musk is cutting everybody's health care, he's cutting, all of the money that goes to all the 9/11 heroes. He's cutting all the money that goes to your veterans, that make sure that people have money to get off the streets if they're homeless. Well, we don't need any of that. We need more money. The thing that we already spend the most money on is the military, and we want to put more money into it. Take all the money from everybody else. Let's funnel it all to the military, please. Thank you.
Think about, particularly about my plan to make the Defense Department less bureaucratic, less top-heavy, cut out some of the bureaucracy and layers, make it more friendly to startups and to new ideas, contained in my 20 or so page white paper, Defending Freedom's Forge.
Senator, I've had a chance to review the Forged Act, that paper. Those are precisely the kinds of ideas that need to be pursued. And I look forward to working with this committee to ensure we cut the red tape, we incentivize innovation, we rebuild the defense industrial base, cut out the bureaucracy, all the things that are preventing the platforms and the tools from getting rapidly from our great defense companies here that should, and those that want to compete, into the hands of warfighters. But past his prologue on this, sir, and I would just look at what President Trump did after the drawdowns of Lead from Behind under President Obama. President Trump rebuilt our military. He didn't start wars, he ended them, and he didn't allow wars to start on his watch.
Oops.
We've had the same kind of defense cuts under the Biden administration. And so, look, I would present to the committee the reputation of President Donald Trump and me coming alongside him to ensure we have peace through strength by rebuilding our military, investing as necessary.
At least he gave the Biden administration the credit there. I was about to say, I wonder if he's gonna. Okay.
Going under 3%, Mr. Chairman, is very dangerous.
Okay, we've got 45 seconds. Tell us, in that point, get us started at least talking about deterring China and the Indo-Pacific.
It starts with priorities. The 2017 National Defense Strategy was the first step in reorienting away from simply...
Just shut up, will you? You have nothing new to bring to the table. So true, King. You know what? I forgot. This is the fucking Pete Hegseth show, not the Tom Foolery show. My bad. I'm getting in the way of people listening to the person they're here to listen to. So sorry. So sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. This is obviously the brilliant Pete Hegseth. That's the one we want to hear. So true.
Entanglement in the Middle East, which our generation knows a lot about, and reorienting the behemoth that is the Pentagon toward new priorities, specifically the Indo-Pacific. So that strategy has started. It was barely followed through on under the Biden administration. So we're going to start by ensuring the institution understands that as far as threats abroad, the CCP is front and center, also obviously defending our homeland as well.
Thank you very much. Senator Reid, you're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questioning, I would like to make 3 requests. First, Many of my members would like a second round. That has been the custom. Senator Hagel was 43 rounds, Senator Ash Carter 2 rounds, and that was done by a Republican chairman with the consent and the appropriate guidance of Democrats. I must say, too, my recollection is I've never denied anyone the opportunity to ask the second round of questions as I chaired. I would request a second round. And my time is running. I think these are.
Oh yeah, you're using your time. No, if the timekeeper will pause the time. I must say I think we're going to have adequate time for questioning, and I know Democrat members have coordinated their questions as much as we have, and we're following the same exact precedent on all things that we did with Secretary Austin. So I respectfully understand what you're saying, but I think we have an agreement. It's been known for quite some time, and I intend to stick with that agreement which we made last December. What is your second request?
Second, has been publicly reported, you and I have both seen the FBI background investigation of Mr. Hegseth, and I want to say for the record, I believe the investigation was insufficient, frankly. There are still FBI obligations to talk to people. They have not had access to the forensic audit, which I referenced to, and the person who had access to was quite critical of Mr. Hegseth. I think people on both sides have suggested that they get the report. I know your colleagues have asked for it. Senator thru assured me personally that he thought it was an appropriate idea. So I would ask, and I would say too, as the precedent, one of President Trump's appointees had similar, very complicated personal issues. The report was made available to all the members of the committee. We would be following precedent, and I ask that that be made possible.
Again, there's been much discussion about this, and what I intend to do is follow the exact precedent that we've had for the last two hearings with regard to secretaries of defense. Not only Secretary Austin, but Secretary Mattis 8 years ago. And that was for the chair and the ranking member to see the report. And so that is my intention as chair of this committee.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, I have several letters that I would include for the record. One from Count Every Hero, which is an organization of retired 4-star generals and former secretaries of defense that is critical of the proposed purge panels. One from an organization for domestic violence. One for a Council on American Relations, and also several letters that raise questions. I would ask they be submitted for the record.
Without objection, they will be submitted. And Mr. Reed, your time has now expired. Just kidding. You're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you. You're a very understanding chairman. I like that. I like that. Ms. Hegseth, you've written, and it's quote, "Oh yeah, and fire any general who hasn't carried water for Obama and Biden's extra constitutional and agenda-driven transformation for our military. Clean house and start over." It's come to my attention that current serving military personnel have received emails threatening them with being fired for supporting the current DOD policies. One mail that was sent to a military officer with the subject line, "Clean house," reminiscent of your specific comment, states, and I quote, "With the incoming administration looking to remove disloyal, corrupt, traitorous, liberal..."
Wait, he said sent messages. Are these messages from other people who are within government? Or are these messages from people on Twitter? Are these messages from people in the media? Like who? What does that mean, sent messages? Who sent messages?
Officers such as yourself, we will certainly be putting your name into the list of those personnel to be removed. We know you support the woke DEI policies and will ensure you never again influence anyone in the future. You and redacted spouse's name will be lucky if you're able to collect your military requirement, end quote. Now, I want to remind everyone that these policies that are being referred to date back decades, to the 1940s and 50s with respect to racial discrimination particularly. And
yeah, again, that's what I was referencing, is the Civil Rights Act, where we just say that you cannot discriminate based on sex, race, sexual orientation, all of these things, like to act like these things are political, to say that we're not going to discriminate based on those things. It's kind of fucking wild. Like, it's kind of wild that people think that that's political. It's kind of insane.
Administrations of both parties, including the Trump administration and their first party, caused those policies to be enforced.
All soldiers should have mandatory bottom surgery. That will teach people to discriminate. Yeah, that's really, I mean, think about it. We all talk about the fact that men and women both have different types of qualities that are beneficial to both sides. So then when a man and a woman get married, they are bringing together a union of both of these great qualities, where like a man will be a bit more aggressive, a bit more violent, and a bit more hard-headed and ready to get stuff done and looking for solutions, whereas a woman is going to be like more caring and more empathetic and able to really make sure that people are treated fairly. And if you want to get a well-rounded person, you want to get somebody who's transitioned from one to the other. That just seems like common sense. Like, that's just, you guys want common sense policies. That's common sense policies right there. Is we want somebody we want everybody in the military to have transitioned. We want them to be a little bit of both.
Mr. Hegseth, are you aware of these emails being sent to officers?
Senator, you mentioned the word accountability, which is something we have not had for the last 4 years.
Are you aware of these messages being sent to officers?
Certainly I'm not aware of that. It's not one of my efforts, but...
Why didn't you answer the question then? I don't know, dude. That sounded fucking sus. Bro, that sounded sus, dude. They ask him, were you aware of these? I don't want those people in the office. Like, were you aware of these messages? No, I don't know anything about it. Wait, what? Who sent it? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. This is fucking wild, dude. The fact that he thought that was a good way to answer, this is insane, bro. This is gonna be wild. This is the first fucking question, dude. This is gonna be wild.
There's been no accountability for the disaster of the withdrawal in Afghanistan, and that's precisely why we're here today.
Excuse me.
Is that leadership has
Excuse
been
him.
unwilling to take accountability, and it's the time to restore that to our most senior ranks.
You have written publicly that DI policy is a distraction and have military personnel walking on eggshells. Do you believe that emails like that are essentially threatening both a serving officer and a spouse and
have
claiming
people
that they'll
walking
lose
on
their
eggshells?
pension, will have a distraction and detract from the lethality?
Senator,
And have people. Oh no!
We do have.
And have people walking on eggshells. Shit.
14, while
Fuck.
in Louisiana on official business.
Shut up. I pressed the wrong button. I'm so sorry. Yeah, just go ahead and die, homie. Okay.
And administrations of both parties, including the Trump administration and their first party, caused those policies to be enforced. Mr. Hegseth, are you aware of these emails being sent to officers?
Senator, you mentioned the word accountability, which is something we have not had for the last 4 years.
Are you aware of these messages being sent to officers?
That is fucking wild.
Certainly I'm not aware of that. It's not one of my efforts, but there's been no accountability for the disaster of the withdrawal in Afghanistan, and that's precisely why we're here today.
Excuse me.
Is that leadership has been unwilling to take accountability, and it's the time to restore that to our most senior ranks.
I lost all of my progress on this game. I even lost my pizza. No, I didn't. Okay. No, I got my pizza thing. Never mind.
You have written publicly that DI policy is a distraction and have military personnel walking.
Yeah, I lost my best score on here after restarting my computer. I lost my best score. What the hell?
On eggshells. Do you believe that emails like that are essentially threatening both a serving officer and a spouse and claiming that they'll lose their pension will have a distraction and detract from the lethality?
Senator, you mentioned the 40s and 50s, and you're precisely right. The military was a forerunner in courageous racial integration in ways no other institutions were willing to do. I served with men and women of all backgrounds because of the courage of people decades and decades ago. Incredibly important. However, the DEI policies of today are not the same as what happened back then. They're dividing troops inside formations, causing commanders to walk on eggshells.
I don't think we have DEI policies in the military, do we? Is that a thing? Do we have? Let's see. The military DEI policy. The Army is committed to developing and fostering an environment that promotes and reflects diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. That's right. Dude, I don't know why. I'm being fucking brainwashed. That's right. I forgot. DEI just means that they're making an environment that's not going to be hostile towards them. I've been propagandized. I don't know why I even asked that question. That was
putting
stupid.
meritocracy first. That's the indictment that's made by those serving right now.
Excuse me.
And why we're having this conversation.
All of your public comments don't talk about meritocracy. They talk about
Bro, we have trans surgeries approved in the military. Of course, there's DEI in the military. That's not one does not relate to the other, bro. But those are not the same things. There's laws that just say that, yeah, like if you get healthcare through the military, and then if somebody's in the military and a doctor diagnoses them with gender dysphoria and prescribes them to be to transition, then the healthcare just pays for it. That has nothing to do with DEI. DEI is about like making a like an environment that's not going to be discriminatory towards them. That's it.
About liberal democratic efforts that are destroying the military.
Yeah, it doesn't make it to where you're more likely to hire somebody who's trans. It doesn't make it to where you're less likely to hire somebody who's trans. It doesn't make it to where you're more likely to hire somebody who's black. Like those are totally different things that have nothing to do with DEI. I always forget the name. I don't know. Can somebody remind me? That's called it's like a policy that makes it to where, like, I always say, like, kids at Harvard were complaining about the fact that they were getting pushed to the side, so that, like, Asian kids at Harvard were saying that they were being discriminated against. Affirmative action, yes. So, yeah, so that's a more, like, affirmative action sort of thing. That's not DEI. DEI and affirmative action, totally different things. And people who talk about DEI the most seem to have the least understanding of what DEI is. It's kind of like the people who talk about it's kind of like the people who talk about Marxism the most have the least understanding of what Marxism is. It's kind of like that. DEI is affirmative action on steroids. Can you show me anything that says that? Can you show me, like, some evidence that DEI and affirmative action are related in any way whatsoever? Can you, or did you just get that from, like, someone in your echo chamber just saying it and you don't actually care to, like, find out if that's true? DEI action has been behind it. DEI isn't some policy ideal. I don't know what that means. That, again, DEI is just like it's about creating a, like, inclusive environment. I was thinking at first when they said DEI, I was thinking affirmative action, and I was like, wait, the military doesn't have affirmative action. They literally have a test for people to take to get into the military. Like, you just have to pass the fucking test, and then if you can't pass, like, physical training tests, then they end up just putting you in a non-physical role. Like, it's pretty simple, but that's not DEI, and that's not affirmative action. So, yeah, we literally don't have affirmative action nor DEI. Affirmative action refers to the set of policies and practices within the government or organizations seeking to benefit marginalized groups. Right, but we don't have affirmative action. The Supreme Court overruled affirmative action. I'm sure you don't know about this. I'm sure you have no idea that happened, but the Supreme Court overruled affirmative action and marked it as a discriminatory type of practice. So we do not have affirmative action, and DEI is not affirmative action. It's just fair treatment. That's it. That's all it is. It's just like a program to give them training on how to treat people fairly. That's it. It's not like anything else than just programs to train people on how to have an inclusive, like, workplace. That's it.
that those people are our enemies. That's not meritocracy. That's a political.
Yes, we do. The military lessen the requirements for non-physical roles. Yes, as I said, they lessened the requirements for non-physical roles. So if you're not going to be in a physical role, you don't have to pass physical training like everybody else. Correct.
View. And your goal, as I see emerging.
DEI is the new attempt. Again, Reg, can you send me anything that shows evidence for that? Show me anything. Show me evidence that that's the case. Because I think literally everybody here knows you're just talking out of your ass. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, and you're just making shit up. Last chance, Reg. Show me something that proves this, or just say that you're wrong. The descriptions are the same. No, they're not. No, they're not. All right, you chat one more time, and it's not anything leading me towards evidence that these are that this is what's happening. That this is, you have evidence that they actually did any of these things. I just posted them both. You're posting fucking definitions that are not the same. Okay, so diversity, equity, and inclusion, an organizational framework which seeks to promote the fair treatment, as I said, that's what I said. It's about just having an inclusive space where they're able to work there without any discrimination. So yes, a fair treatment and full participation of all people, particular groups who have historically been under. And then what was the other one? Affirmative action refers to the set of policies and practices within government or organizations seeking to benefit marginalized groups in hiring. In hiring. That's what in hiring, not just to benefit them, in hiring. You're cutting out like the majority of the information here. One is about like hiring or like choosing who you approve for certain certain positions, whereas DEI isn't about hiring. It's not about like making it to where you are more likely to hire a group of people or more likely to approve a group of people. It makes it to where the people who already work there work in a place that isn't discriminatory towards them. That's it. Why do DEI departments apply to hiring? Because you want to make sure that the people who are hiring are not discriminatory towards the people that they're interviewing. That's different than affirmative action, because affirmative action is saying that if you have two applicants that are equal in like all of their in all of the things that make them a good applicant, if they are equal on sets, that you would choose the one that's more marginalized than the other. That's what affirmative action was, but that the Supreme Court still ruled that as discriminatory. And I know for your little brain, you think the word is what matters. So you think they made the word unconstitutional, but it's not the word that became unconstitutional. So you can't just change it to a different word and do the same thing. No, it's not the word that's unconstitutional. That the word doesn't matter. It's the actions that they ruled as unconstitutional. If you go read the Supreme Court ruling, they don't say that it's only unconstitutional if you call it affirmative action. That's not what they said. It doesn't. You can't just change it to DEI and do the same fucking thing. They're totally different things. You have no idea what you're talking about, and I bet you didn't even know that there were fucking Supreme Court rulings on this. You had no idea. You don't know anything about this.
Is to politicize the military in favor of your particular positions, which you've outlined extensively, which would be the
standards for hiring based on racism. Yeah, to make sure that they're not hiring based on racism. Correct. Yep. And if you can show me anything else, I'm happy to pull it up. But Supreme Court ruling 2003. Nope. Not 2003. No, you're talking about the one with Harvard. No, they ruled against them in that case. In 2023, they ruled that affirmative action practices are discriminatory and therefore cannot be implemented within business, government, or anything else.
Worst blow to the professionalism of the United States military and would undercut readiness, undercut retention, because I can see officers receiving these emails beginning to wonder very seriously if they should continue. Let me change the subject for a moment here.
Yeah, so like, yeah, this is so saying something about like fat lesbian firefighters. Like if somebody thinks that somebody is going to be incapable of being a firefighter just because they're fat or a lesbian, that is discriminatory practices. Those are the types of things that make people literally doing illegal things by discriminating based on things that don't actually have anything to do with the meritocracy. So you are somebody who needs DEI training so that you know that somebody being fat or somebody being a lesbian, that doesn't make them less capable of doing the jobs. So yeah.
You've been instrumental in securing pardons for several convicted war criminals. In at least 2 of these cases, the military personnel who served in combat with these convicted service members were not supportive of the pardons. They did their duty as soldiers to report war crimes. Your definition of lethality seems to embrace those people who do commit war crimes, rather than those who stand up and say, this is...
Rega stuck in 2003. Fuck 2003. This guy's even farther behind than that. He's stuck in fucking times when you gotta tell a black person that they're not allowed to sit at this fucking counter in your in your diner. Like, he's way farther behind than 2003.
It's not right. So what's the response to your service members who personally witnessed these and courageously reported them to their superiors?
Senator, as someone who's led men in combat directly and had to make very difficult decisions, I've thought very deeply about the balance between legality and lethality, ensuring that the men and women on the front lines have the opportunity to destroy with and close the...
Yeah, lesbians don't know what it's like to spray water. Like, if you're a straight man, you know what it's like to spray water. And then if you're a straight woman, you at least know what it's like to get sprayed with cum. So you've probably held a hose that was spraying cum once or twice. But a lesbian, they don't actually know what that's like. So they're not capable. They've never held a hose.
The enemy, and that lawyers aren't the ones getting in the way. I'm not talking about disavowing the laws of war or the Geneva Conventions or the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Sir, I'm talking about restrictive rules of engagement that these men and women behind me understand they've lived with on the battlefield, which has made it more difficult to defeat our enemies. In many of the cases you're talking about in particular, sir, there was evidence withheld, there was prosecutorial misconduct, and as someone who looks case by case and defaults to the warfighter, to the men and women with dust on their boots, not the second guessers in air-conditioned offices in Washington, D.C.
Excuse me.
I look case by case and was proud to work with President Trump to understand those cases and ensure that our warriors are always looked out for.
Those cases were adjudicated by who? People in Washington or fellow non-commissioned officers who had also served, sacrificed, and believed in the ethic of the military? Who were the court-martial?
Senator, in multiple cases, they were actually acquitted. But charges lingered.
Yes.
That's not what he asked. That's not what he asked. Answer the question. Who adjudicated it, bro? Doesn't matter if they were acquitted or not. Answer the question.
Convening authorities were, yes, sir.
Some were, but others were convicted, and you asked for pardon. That's the only reason you asked for pardon, because they were convicted. But the other factor, too, is you've already disparaged in writing the Geneva Convention, the rules of law, all of these things. How will you be able to effectively lead a military in which one of the principal elements is discipline, respect for lawful authority? You have made statements to your platoon.
Trump's Supreme Court found it unconstitutional. Yeah, and this is that's not the it hadn't gone to the Supreme Court before that. That's why they were able to hear the case and actually go over whether or not it was discriminatory, because yes, in the past they hadn't ruled on the discrimination aspect of it. They did rule on specific cases of whether or not those specific cases had discrimination within them. And they ruled that those specific cases didn't have discrimination. They did not rule on whether or not overall it was discriminatory. So these are different cases that that went through, and I agreed with the Supreme Court on the decision that they made about the entire thing. I think that it was a harder case, and it was nuanced, and I think that they came to the right decision. So far, I can't think of many cases that the Supreme Court has had so far that they've done poorly on. I think that Trump's Supreme Court so far has done fairly well, and that all of the things that people are afraid of, they've actually been fair, and they've been good at doing their jobs. But I know that you guys don't agree with Trump's Supreme Court because they kept saying that the election was not stolen, and that all of the people bringing forward cases literally had zero evidence of it. So, yeah, I know that you guys don't actually respect Trump's Supreme Court, whereas, yeah, I think that they're actually people who are good at taking the law and ruling in favor of what is true and what is correct. So if you're going to use them as this like authoritative voice, like it's Trump's Supreme Court that did it, well, I don't think that you actually agree with Trump's Supreme Court on their ability to rule fairly and correctly, whereas I do, and I've been very clear on this for a while. Whoa.
After being briefed by a JAG officer. Well, by the way, would you explain what a JAG off is?
A JAG
I don't think I need to, sir.
Why not?
Because the men and women watching understand.
Well, perhaps some of my colleagues don't understand.
It would be a JAG officer who puts his or her own priorities in front of the warfighters. Their promotions, their medals, in front of having the backs of those who are making the tough calls on the front lines.
Thank you, Senator Reed.
Yeah, how the fuck would we have known that? A JAG? I didn't know what a JAG was.
Interesting.
Thank you, Senator
Thank
Reed.
you very much.
Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Hegseth, to you and to your family. Thank you for the meeting that we had. We talked about a number of things. First and foremost was that nuclear weapons are foundational to our national defense, and having a safe, effective, and credible nuclear deterrent underpins our alliances, and as you know, it deters our adversaries.
DEI didn't earn it. Yeah, you guys don't know what DEI is. You guys literally don't know anything about it. I bet that you guys have spent so much time up at night, like, afraid that DEI is going to come and get you, because you've had some like know-nothing loser fucking on YouTube telling you what DEI is, and they don't know either. So they just make up a bunch of shit to scare you guys, and then you guys all lay awake at night thinking DEI is in your fucking closet. But if you actually go and like look up DEI and what it is, you'd find out fairly quickly. Waiting room. I'm not gonna take call-ins until after this. I want to get through this first. So, yeah, we'll finish this first.
Adversaries. Nuclear deterrence has been, and you and I believe, agreed on this.
Trump won, cry? No, I said Trump was gonna win. I don't know why you're telling me to cry. I put bets on Trump winning. So I don't know if you got me confused with somebody else, but I was on record long before the election saying that he was going to win.
Must continue to be unequivocally.
How much? I said that he was going to win all 7 swing states. That's how much I thought he was going to win by.
The highest priority mission of the Department of Defense. But deterrence only works if our adversaries believe our nuclear forces are effective and credible. All 3 legs of our triad are undergoing that generational recapitalization programs, and we cannot afford any more delays in those programs. Sir, do you believe and agree with President Trump's 2018 nuclear posture review that preventing adversary nuclear attacks is, quote, the highest priority of the United States?
Senator, yes, I do.
If confirmed, will you commit to supporting all 3 legs of the nuclear triad and to using every tool available to deliver these systems on schedule?
Senator, yes, I do, because ultimately our deterrence, our survival is reliant upon the capability, the perception, and the reality of the capability of our nuclear triad. We have to invest in its modernization for the defense of our nation.
While former secretaries of defense have stated that nuclear deterrence is the highest priority, we haven't really seen that translated into budget requests or using the tools like the Defense Production Act. You've spoken about increasing lethality. You've spoken about getting programs done faster. How would you actually implement a culture change so that we can see these delivery schedules move forward, be rewarded? I can tell you in most every briefing we have, the schedules we're on are too late. So what would you do?
Well, ultimately focused first on the things that are most important, as we have discussed, Senator, the nuclear triad, understanding whether it's the B-21 or the Minuteman to the Sentinel, all aspects of the Columbia-class, submarines, ballistic missiles. What are the priorities that need to be focused on and ensure that in those particular cases, you mentioned it, Senator, the Defense Production Act, emergency powers. If we're at a place where our nuclear capabilities are perceived to not be what they are, that is an emergency. And we have an ally in our incoming commander-in-chief, in President Donald Trump, who has spoken about these things, understands the power and strength of nuclear deterrence, will not allow them
it's the
to be
existential
deprioritized.
threat. It's the existential threat to this nation. How do you change the culture? It's not just the Production Act that's going to be able to do it. How are you going to move forward faster?
Competition, Senator, is important, critically important. The Death Valley that was talked about, leveraging the innovation of Silicon Valley, which for the first time in generations has shown a...
Immutable characteristics is a favorite talking point right now. What do you mean right now? These are... This shit became like big in the fucking 60s, dude. How far behind the fucking times are you, dude? What are you listening to your fucking great-great-great-grandfather for like information on politics and you just found out that this is like a thing? What the fuck? This is like the Civil Rights Act is from a while ago, buddy. This is old shit, dude. How far behind the times are you? You guys don't get fucking, you guys just got internet on your fucking, on your farms or some shit? What the fuck? This is a new thing? Like, oh, it's all of a sudden they're talking about immutable characteristics. Well,
willingness,
so
desire, and
thing,
capability
dude.
to bring its best technologies to bear at the Pentagon, a Pentagon that has become too insular. Tries to block new technologies from coming in. So we have to embrace that, there's some great Office of Strategic Capital, DIU, initiatives that provide loans to companies.
DIU, that's racist!
You have to invest in the defense industrial base for the longer term projects. We have the capability, the missiles and the munitions, but also to rapidly field emerging technologies that we need on the battlefield right now. So as we learn things, say in the war in Ukraine, those technologies, as we look at threats we're gonna face, find ways to rapidly field those using off-the-shelf technologies or standard designs.
Yeah, you're saying that it's a favorite talking point right now. You said right now, as though it's not just always a thing that people talk about. You said right now. You specified right now. You didn't say this is something that people are just always talking about. You said right now. So, yes, that you don't have to say new. The context of your statement says that it's new.
Modular designs. Another easy one, Senator, that became evident in the process is digital designs. The Pentagon often builds entire systems without first using a digital design, which means you build prototypes and then scrap them and start over again. No private sector business could survive doing business that way. So there's a lot of innovation, and I'm going to hire a lot of smart people already have to help with that.
In the 2025 NDAA, it was established to a new position, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear Deterrence, Chemical and Biological Defense Policy and Programs. And that was established so we could cut through a lot of the bureaucratic stovepipes that we see in the office of the Secretary of Defense. If confirmed, will you direct the Department of Defense components to expeditiously implement this reform?
Expeditious.
It sounds, I would want to look directly at exactly what that reform is. I take your word that it's great, Senator. I will review it robustly, and I look forward to implementing it.
Okay, thank you. During the first Trump administration, the 2018 Nuclear Posture Review concluded that the U.S. needed to once again develop and deploy a nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile known as SLICM to offset significant Russian and Chinese advantages in theater-range nuclear capabilities. Since then, Congress, on a strong bipartisan basis, has directed the Navy and the National Nuclear Security Administration to...
Did she say in theater range? What does that mean? In theater range? Or did I misunderstand what she said? Mutability was inevitable. Yeah, it's the fucking Marxists making things about immutable characteristics. Fucking shit. All these Marxists out here talking about immutable characteristics. Even though that is like the reason that the last thing that we were talking about was overturned by the Supreme Court is because they think that it was discriminatory based on immutable characteristics against white people or Asian people or anybody for that matter. I can never remember the name of it, so I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but you guys just said it to me a minute ago. I always think of, yeah, Obama, Asian kids, Harvard, like, black kids getting over Asian kids, but I can never remember. I always think of something like right now, like it's something we're doing right here, right now, immediately, like, but I can't think of, I can never, affirmative action, yes, thank you, affirmative action, yeah. So yeah, those are, like, white cis males also have immutable characteristics. It's not a phrase that only applies to gays and transgenders or anything like that, but
Continue this effort. Do you support the SLICM program?
As of right now, Senator, based on what I know, I do, but one of my answers I'll have repeatedly throughout this morning is getting an opportunity to look under the hood, classified material, get an understanding of true capabilities vis-a-vis enemy capabilities. Because what we know right now on the nuclear, sorry, Senator, what I know on the nuclear side is that Russia and China are rushing to modernize and build arsenals larger than ours. We need to match threats to capabilities, and the systems we elevate will be tied to whether those capabilities are needed based on the adversaries we face.
Would you ensure that this program is executed according to law?
Absolutely, absolutely, Senator.
would you break the law when you did it?
Short here. What is your plan to revitalize?
Would you do anything illegal if you were going to implement it? No? Wow, well, that's good. Everybody hear that? He's not going to do it. He says he's not going to do anything illegal. I think that sounds good. Does everybody else? Do you concur? Sounds good that he's not going to, he says he's not going to do anything illegal. So I think that he sounds like a pretty good guy to me, you know?
The industrial base in this country.
Needs to be real short.
Oh, illegal is better. Yeah, Democrats are mad that he's not going to do illegal things. Democrats are like, what? You're not going to implement this outside of the law? Well, we just can't have that. We cannot have people working inside the law. I'm sorry. That's not, I was hoping he was going to answer that he would do it illegally. So he does not have my vote.
Serious investment targeted at systems that we truly need by also incentivizing competition and laser focus from the OSD, from the Office of Secretary of Defense, to all the particular strategic initiatives to revive them so it's not just one system, it's multiple systems.
You may want to expand on that on the record. At this point, my colleagues, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter organized by a group called Flag Officers for America, which has 120 retired generals and admirals offering their support for Mr. Hegseth's nomination. I ask unanimous consent. Without objection, it is entered into the record. Senator Shaheen.
Good morning, Mr. Hegseth.
Good morning, Senator.
I was pleased when I was contacted on your behalf about meeting before this hearing. I've been on this committee since 2011, and during that time, I voted to confirm 6 nominees to be Secretary of Defense from 3 administrations, 2 Democratic and 1 Republican, the first Trump administration. Every one of those nominees met with me and my Democratic colleagues on this committee before the hearing. So, as you can imagine, I was disappointed when no one ever followed up. When we followed up with your office, you were not able to meet. Do you understand that if you're confirmed to be Secretary of Defense, that you will have a responsibility to meet with all members of this committee, not just Republicans?
Senator, I very much appreciate and understand the traditionally bipartisan nature of this committee. Their national defense is not partisan. It should not be about Republicans or Democrats. And so I look forward to working together with you and your colleagues on priorities facing this nation. Yes.
I think we would expect that. And one reason that I wanted to meet with you was because I thought it would be really helpful to better understand your views on women in the military. Because you've made a number of surprising statements about women serving in the military. As recently as November the 7th of 2024 on the Sean Ryan Show, you said, and I quote, "I'm straight up saying that we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective." The quote went on a little longer, but that was the gist of it. That was before you were nominated to be Secretary of Defense.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying earlier, if you can't pass the physical tests, then you're not gonna be in a combat role. But they do have different standards, I believe, for some women, and I think it's kind of it is kind of bullshit to have different standards for women to be in combat roles. And I think that most people agree that that's a little weird, but I don't think that there's women on the front lines right now, and so I think that that's like the main thing, is that because they don't have women on front lines, that's why they're willing to give them a different set of physical standards. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that again. What roles? Like combat roles, that they have like different physical standards for them to get into combat roles, yet I don't think that they're out on front lines. And so I think that, from what I'm told, or from what I remember, that was why they had different physical standards for combat roles, was because they weren't going to be on front lines in those combat roles. Yeah, I'm not sure. How long till he mentions Trump? He's already mentioned Trump numerous times.
Mr. Hegseth, do you know what percentage of our military is comprised of women?
I believe it's 18 to 20%, Senator.
It's almost 18%. And in fact, DOD's 2023 demographic report indicated that there are more women serving now, and there are fewer separations. So they make up a critical part of our military. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am. Women in our military, as I have said publicly, have and continue to make amazing content.
Yeah, exactly. There's no women in the Navy SEALs, like, exactly. So the like kind of the front lines standards are kind of the thing that they're gonna have like higher standards for. But yeah,
contributions across all aspects of our battlefield.
I meant your whole life revolves around Trump. No, actually, I don't ever talk about politics or anything outside of streaming. But the only reason that I talk about Trump is because you guys are fucking obsessed with the guy, and you guys don't ever talk about anything but him. So I'm always just responding to Republicans and Trumpers. I'm only responding to the other side pretty consistently. I am not just coming up with reasons to talk about Trump, but I am responding to everybody else talking about Trump. I know you guys think it's normal for you to be obsessed with him, and it's normal for you to suck his dick all day. But if somebody doesn't suck his dick and then talks about him, then you think it's weird to talk about him all of a sudden. But I'm sorry, I am not going to suck another man's dick. I am not going to be obsessed with a guy begging for him to come all over my face and just say, please think that I like you and think that I'm good and show me some attention, daddy. Don't go to the fucking gas station for milk and cigarettes and never come back, please. But that's not me. I am not looking for his approval. And as it was when Biden was in office, I talked about Biden a lot and had a lot to say about him and had a lot of criticisms of him as well. So it's just kind of how it works when you talk about politics, is you're just going to be responding to what is in the news at the time and what people are saying, and just keeping up with current events sort of shit. But I guarantee, yeah, if we go to other right-wing channels and we see them obsessed with Trump and all of their videos are talking about Trump and all of them are defending him and finding ways to like try to whine and cry about other people saying big meany things about him, and they're trying to find ways to justify every little thing that Trump does, you won't have a problem with that, will you? You'll be perfectly fine with that. That's not you won't call those people obsessed or anything when they probably talk about him 10 times more than me. You won't have anything to say about that. That's normal. That's not obsessed. That's just it's normal for men to just obsess over other men and just say great things about them all the time and just really just get obsessed over their approval and crap like that. That's a totally normal. That's masculine even. That's a masculine thing to do, is just obsessed over other men and just become
Well, you
a
also
sheep.
write in your book, The War on Warriors, with the chapter, The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors, that, quote, not only are women comparatively less effective than men in combat roles, but they are more likely to be objectified by the enemy and their own nation in the moral realms of war. Mr. Hegseth, should we take it to believe that you believe that the two women on this committee who have served honorably and with distinction made our military less effective and less capable?
I'm incredibly grateful for the two women who served our military in uniform, and including in the Central Intelligence Agency, contributions on the battlefield, indispensable contributions. Senator, I would like to clarify, when I'm talking about that issue, it's not about the capabilities of men and women, it's about standards. And this committee has talked a lot about standards. Standards that we, unfortunately, over time, have seen eroded in certain duty positions, certain schools, certain places, which affects readiness, which is what I care about the most, readiness on the battlefield.
I appreciate that.
And so my comments point time and time again to standards.
Your statements publicly have not been to that effect. After your nomination, you did state to a group of reporters that you, quote, support all women serving in our military today who do a fantastic job across the globe, including combat. So what I'm confused about, Mr. Hegseth, is...
I mean, he made it, his statement is a good statement as to why he would have said that. He could have explained it a bit better, though, by saying, like, if we had a group of men that had lower standards and their role was like, you know, C3PO, I would have said the people who are in the C3PO designation of the military are making our military worse. I got 42% in that one. My record before was 48%, so this is kind of bullshit that I lost my record from before. But yeah, he could have answered a little bit better by just saying it's about the fact that people have lower standards, and so I would have made that statement about anybody who had lower standards. In this case, it just happens to be women.
Which is it? Why should women in our military, if you were the Secretary of Defense, believe that they would have a fair shot and an equal opportunity to rise through the ranks? If on the one hand, you say that women
should not be in direct contact with the front lines. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe they are. From my understanding, they're not. And so that is why I believe they do have different standards. But yeah, if they do have different standards, then yeah, they definitely should not be on the front lines in frontline combat.
are not competent, they make our military less effective. And on the other hand, you say, oh no, now that I've been nominated to be the Secretary of Defense, I've changed my view on women in the military. What do you have to say to the almost 400,000 women who are serving today about your position on whether they should be capable to rise through the highest ranks of our military?
Senator, I would say I would be honored to have the opportunity to serve alongside you, shoulder to shoulder, men and women, black, white, all backgrounds, with a shared purpose. Our differences are not what define us. Our unity and our shared purpose is what define us, and you will be treated fairly and with dignity, honor, and respect, just like every man and woman in uniform, just like the men and women that I've worked with in my veterans organizations, to include when I was a headquarters and headquarters company commander in the Minnesota National Guard.
Well, I appreciate your 11th hour conversion, but Mr. Chairman, for the record, I would like to submit Chapter 5, The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors.
Yeah, he's not answering this very well. Because I agree with what he's saying to an extent, but he's not saying it in a way that actually like contradicts their thought process on what it is he's saying. And I do think what he's saying, yeah, it does seem to make sense. He's just not saying it correctly to where he's at. Yeah, he's just combating anything that they believe about him. He could have answered this way better.
For the record. Mr. Hegseth.
Without objection, it will be submitted.
Are you familiar with the Women, Peace, and Security agenda at the Department of Defense?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
This is a law that was signed during President-elect Trump's first term. It was legislation.
Yeah, he's skirting around the answer, yeah, which makes it seem as though he's like, the answer that he gave makes sense, but the fact that he's not willing to state it in a way that actually, like, really justifies it, it seems like dodging. It seems like he's really kind of obfuscating the entire thing, but we'll see. Oh, shit. Fuck. No. Oh, no. Oh, yes.
That I sponsored with Republican Senator Capito of West Virginia. It was co-sponsored by Marco Rubio, the nominee to be the President-elect's Secretary of State. It was led in the House of Representatives by Kristi Noem, the President-elect's nominee to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. It mandates that women be included in all aspects of our national security, including conflict resolution and peace negotiations. And at the Department of Defense, it has been the law for 8 years under both the Trump and Biden administrations. The DoD has incorporated women throughout its decision-making as a result. Every single combatant commander across 2 administrations has told this committee that this law and its implementation at the Department of Defense provides them a strategic advantage operationally. Based on your comments, it appears that the example that you would like to set, not only for women in this country, but for women across the globe, 50% of the world's population, as the prospective nominee to lead the most combat-credible military in the entire world, is that women should not have an equal opportunity in our military. So will you commit to preserving the Women, Peace, and Security law at DoD and including in your budget the requisite funding to continue to restore and resource these programs throughout the DoD?
Senator, I will commit to reviewing that program and ensuring it aligns with America First national security priorities, meritocracy, lethality, and readiness. And if it advances American interests, it's something we would advance. If it doesn't, it's something we would look at.
Former President Trump signed the law, I hope that he agrees with you.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. At this point, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 5 letters of support from female service members and combat veterans who support Mr. Hegseth's nomination. These women represent diverse viewpoints, from a retired colonel with over 25 years of service to an active duty Navy surface warfare commander to a senior airman. They support Mr. Hegseth and comment on his focus on merit, warfighting readiness, military training status, and the warrior ethos. So without objection, it will be entered into the record. And now I'm honored to recognize Senator Cotton for 7 minutes.
Mr. Hegseth, let's continue on this line of questioning about what's sometimes referred to as women in combat. I think that phrase is something of a misnomer. Many members of this committee have served in combat in the last 25 years, to include women and men. I'm sure all those men served with women, whether they were military police officers or they were pilots or whether they were intelligence analysts or medics or what have you. You served. I assume you served with women who were on the front lines as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were those women anything other than skilled, brave, and honorable in their service?
They were some of the best soldiers I worked with.
So women have been serving in combat for a long time. Women have even been serving in combat units like infantry battalions for a long time, in roles like medics or mechanics or what have you. So what we're talking about here specifically is women in ground combat roles. In jobs like infantrymen or artillerymen or special forces. Until about 10 years ago, that wasn't the case. Under Secretary Panetta, those roles were opened up to women to serve in. Has President Trump indicated at all that he plans to rescind or alter that guidance?
You're correct to point out, Senator, that these are the decisions that the Commander-in-Chief will have the prerogative to make. He has not indicated to me that he has plans to change whether or not women would have access to these roles. However, I would point out, ensuring that standards are equal and high is of importance to him and great importance to me. Because in those ground combat roles, what is true is that the weight of the ruck on your back doesn't change. The weight of the 155 round that you have to carry doesn't change. The weight of the 240 Bravo machine gun you might have to carry doesn't change. And so whether it's a man or a woman, they have to meet the same high standards. And Senator, in any place where those things have been eroded or in courses, criteria have been changed in order to meet quotas, racial quotas or gender quotas, that is putting a focus on something other than readiness, standards, meritocracy, and lethality. So that's the kind of review I'm talking about, not whether women have access to ground combat.
Okay, so thank you. So you expect no change to that guidance, but as you point out, in these specific jobs, there are irreducible physical demands. We expect our intelligence analysts and our mechanics to be physically fit in the military, but it's different when you're in the infantry or the artillery. You just mentioned a few things. Let me point it out. An artillery shell weighs almost 100 pounds. An Abrams tank round weighs around 50 pounds. The M240 Bravo machine gun with its tripod weighs almost 50 pounds. The average weight of a full kit, ammo, water, commo, body armor for a soldier is over 100 pounds. Nothing you can do can change any of those things, right? That is physical reality.
Go ahead. Yes, Senator. And I would say the requirements to handle those things in a ground combat unit, as far as standards, can look different than those of a medic or a drone pilot. And so it's not that it has to be the same standard throughout. It's standards to maximize efficacy of that particular.
My screen is really jittery. I just went and like restarted my computer because of how jittery this game was getting, where it's just kind of like it's skipping a lot, and I don't know what it is. I can't get it to stop being all jittery. Because I don't feel like I had this issue when I first started playing, but now I do. I might have to like clear cookies or some shit.
Particular position.
Let me read a quote here from one Army officer. While it may be difficult for a 120-pound woman to lift or drag 250 pounds, the Army cannot artificially absolve women of that responsibility. It may still exist on the battlefield. The entire purpose of creating a gender-neutral test was to acknowledge the reality that each job has objective physical standards to which all soldiers...
Well, that's why I restarted the computer, is because lots of times the CPU usage is going up. But I've had I went and got like a lot more RAM and doubled it over the last like 6 months, and it's fixed some issues, but yeah, I don't know what the actual problem is on this one, because like I said, it wasn't like that when I first got it, but I just restarted my computer in the middle of stream. In the middle of stream, I was like, you know what, this is a problem. I gotta reset my computer real quick, and now. Do you delegate it? No. But that's because I'm streaming, so streaming is gonna take like the majority of my CPU.
Soldiers should be held regardless of gender. The intent was not to ensure that women and men will have an equal likelihood of meeting those standards. I assume, based on your testimony, you agree with that Army officer?
Absolutely. The standards need to be the same, and they need to be high. And they need to be set by the people closest to the problem set, closest to the understanding of what is required by that job. Commanders, commanding officers, and COCOMs and elsewhere who understand the reality of what they face, that's the feedback we should get. That's what should be enshrined and enforced, and no other set of political prerogatives. When I talk about removing politics, ideological or political prerogatives should contribute to those determinations. Nothing other than the execution of the mission.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll cut off the Kick stream. So if any of you are over on Kick, go. I don't have your chats up, so go follow me on YouTube, and I'm gonna cut off the Kick stream so you guys can watch on YouTube. There's 2 streams on YouTube, so if you guys want to watch on YouTube, we have a vertical stream for phones, and then we have a horizontal stream for computers. Most of the members, community members, people who have been in this community for years, most of them are going to be over in the horizontal stream for PCs. Whereas, yes, most of the people who are just going to find this stream randomly, just the randoms, the others, they're going to find it on vertical, but even people after they've been in the community for a while on vertical start moving over to the horizontal streams over time, especially as they become members and get more involved in the community. So if you want to watch on the other one, or you want less spurging Trumpers and MAGA hats, you can move over to the other chat where there's going to be a lot more rational people. But yeah, I'm going to cut off the Kick stream to see if that helps at all. So if you guys are on Kick or Twitter, I'm going to cut both of those off. So move over to the YouTube chats. Okay, so that's cut off. So we'll see if that helps any.
For the record, that Army officer was Captain Kristen Griest, the Army's first female infantry officer and one of its first female Ranger School graduates. One final point, you said they need to be objective, gender neutral, and high. That's because the demands are, in fact, very high. The current physical fitness test for the Army has a minimum 2-mile run of 22 miles. Run. And I want the reporter to know that I'm putting run in air quotes, because 22 miles at 2 miles is not running. It may be jogging, it's probably walking fast. Let's move on. We've got big, 22 minutes. We've got a big audience here. Many of them seem to be patriotic supporters of you, Mr. Hegseth. Some of them seem to be liberal critics of you. I would note that it's only the liberal critics that have disrupted this hearing, as was my custom.
Wow.
During the Biden administration. I want to give you a chance to respond to what they said about you. I think the first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. Zionism is that the Jewish people deserve a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history. Do you consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense, and the way America comes alongside them is a great ally.
Thank you. Because another protester, and I think this one was a member of Code Pink, which, by the way, is a Chinese Communist front group these days, said that you support Israel's war in Gaza. I support Israel's existential war in Gaza. I assume, like me and President Trump, you support that war as well, don't you?
Senator, I do. I support Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas.
And the third protester said something about 20 years of genocide. I assume that's our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Do you think our troops are committing genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Senator, I do not. I think our troops, as you know, as so many in this committee know, did the best they could with what they have. We're not the outcomes, and tragically, the outcome we saw in Afghanistan under the Biden administration put a stamp.
Yeah, so again, this is something that I've tried to make a really big deal about. There is a big difference between liberals and leftists. And the people who are in there disrupting the meeting and making a lot of ruckus, those people are leftists. Those are people who believe that there's a genocide in Palestine. Those are leftists. Those are not liberals. And there's a massive difference. And currently, there's only maybe like there are only 3 people in government that I would consider leftist that I know of. There might be more that I don't know of, but there's only 3 that I know of, and that would be people like Bernie Sanders, AOC. There's a third one that I'm not thinking of right now, but yes, these are different things. And so yeah, people who are liberals, people who believe in the Constitution, they believe in freedom of speech, they believe in the right to own guns, they believe in like the rule of law, they support police, these are very different types of people versus the leftists. And I would say that there was a period probably during Obama's administration where leftists were able to become more and more popular and take over more and more within the Democratic Party, within liberal media, within the country, that leftists were more and more able to integrate their ideas and the things that they believe in into Democrats and liberals media sphere. And especially during Biden's administration, those people were more and more pushed out and more stigmatized, more and more gotten rid of, and are looked at as a very, very different type of person. So check out Infrared the Goat. Yeah, no, fuck Infrared. I don't even know if I would call Infrared a leftist. He's somebody that I would call I can't think of the right word, but it's like a horseshoe centrist, where the horseshoe theory. Well, instead of him being at the top like a normal centrist like me, he is at the bottom between the two spurs in the middle. He's between those two parts, because yes, he has a lot of leftist beliefs and a lot of far right beliefs, and so he shares far left and far right beliefs, making him kind of a horseshoe centrist. Leftists are bigoted fascists. I mean, I would say that they are fairly bigoted a lot of times. I think that I wouldn't call them fascists because, again, that's not... A lot of people misunderstand what fascism is. They think it's just authoritarianism. If you look at leftists a lot of times, I would say that, a lot of them are authoritarian in the way that they talk about things. They are very authoritarian. But people think that, fascism is just authoritarianism, and it's not. Fascism is a lot of other things that are not bigoted against too. Lots of people. I would say one of the biggest problems that I've had with leftists being bigoted is against men. I think that the feminist ideology that a lot of them implemented was very had this patriarchal ideology that was anti-man. And I think that it got to embarrassing levels where they want to blame the cis white man for everything, and that they will take historical issues and then blame them on the current cis white man and say it's your fault, the cis white man did this, you're the issue. And so yeah, I would say that like advocates of DEI, no, again, that's you don't know what DEI is. Stop talking about shit you have no idea what it is. But anyways, yeah, these they're very there are a lot of times where they can be fairly bigoted in the way that they talk about things, and I think that this is one of the reasons that liberals have done a lot of work to separate themselves from leftists over the last like 5 years, because yeah, they are a very different group of people. And if you go back to the last presidential race where it was Biden running against like 20 other people, Biden was the most centrist of all of those people, and all of the other people were like far left, progressive, leftist, like, feminists, just like kind of people who were farther off to the edge. And yeah, America very decisively let them know, yeah, we don't like y'all shit. Okay, we are not with y'all. Okay, we voted for Biden and he creamed all of you because, yeah, we're not with that shit. We are not moving in that far left direction that you guys want to move in. We are sitting over here in the liberal area where we always do. Who advocates for DEI the most, Tom? Leftists or liberals? Again, you don't know what DEI is. Stop talking about it. I'm not talking to you about it until you even know what it is. If I answered it, you wouldn't even know what I was answering. It's like somebody asking, like, "Hey Tom, who is it that is always pushing for people to throw alley-oops in the game? Is it like the coach or is it the players?" And I'm like, "What do you think an alley-oop is?" And they're like, "Well, it's where you go and run a train on a girl before a game because you think that it helps you play better." Like, okay, well, it doesn't matter who's advocating for it because you don't know what the fucking alley-oop is. Like, well, I saw stats saying that there's at least 3 or 4 alley-oops a week per team. I feel bad for all those girls named Allie. Like, okay, I can't answer your question without you even knowing what the fucking alley-oop is, all right? If me answering your question does not give you more information when you don't even know what it is that you're talking about, so.
Stain on that, but it doesn't put a stain on what those men and women did in uniform, as you know full well, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. At this point, I ask unanimous consent to offer to the record a letter submitted by Omar Abbasi, son of former city council president of Samarra, Iraq, who worked with Mr. Hegseth. Yeah,
we got we're an hour and a half in. We got 1 out of 5 donos. In order to keep the stream going past the first 3 hours, we got to get at least 5 donos of $5 to continue past that. Otherwise, I got other stuff to do. So, if we we're halfway through right now. So if we want to get past 3-hour streams, we got to fill up the 5 donos.
In Iraq. Without objection, that will be entered. Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I do want to thank you for your service, I want to thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity.
Thank you, Senator.
I have many concerns about your record, and particularly your public statements, because they are so hurtful to the men and women who are currently serving in the U.S. military, harmful to morale, harmful to good order and discipline. If you are saying that women shouldn't be serving in the military, and I'm going to read you your quotes, because the quotes themselves are terrible. You will have to change how you see women to do this job well, and I don't know if you are capable of that. So I want to press on these issues that my colleague Jean Shaheen brought up, because she said it so well. So first of all, you answered your questionnaire. Do you believe that any American who wants to serve
who advocates for sewer socialism more? Yeah, so true. So true.
Their country in the military and can meet objective standards set by the military should be allowed to serve without limitation. You've said yes to that question. But then in all of these other circumstances, you've denigrated active duty service members. We have hundreds of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry, but you degrade them. You say, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. So specific to Senator Cotton's question, because Senator Cotton was giving you layups to differentiate between different types of combat. And specifically, as secretary, would you take any action to reinstitute the combat arms exclusion for female service members, knowing full well you have hundreds of women doing that job right now? And the standards, your 2 mile run.
I hate it when they do this. She started off like asking a question, but turned it into a statement, and then now is still rambling on a statement without him ever answering the question. Like, if you're going to ask a question, either ask it at the end, or once you ask it, allow him to answer it.
Tom, is about the Army Combat Fitness Test. It is not the requirements to have an MOS 11 Bravo, which is the infantry. These are the requirements today for people serving in the industry, men and women. They are gender neutral, and they are very difficult to meet. They have not been reduced in any way, and our combat units, our infantry is lethal. So please explain specifically, because you will be in charge of 3 million personnel. It is a big job. And when you make these public statements, and I get you were not Secretary of Defense then, I get you were on TV, I get you were helping veterans, I get it was a different job. But most recently, you said this in November of 2024, knowing full well you might have been named as Secretary of Defense. So please explain these types of statements, because they're brutal, and they're mean, and they disrespect men and women who are willing to die for this country.
Well, Senator,
Yeah.
I appreciate your comment.
Yeah, if you say we need moms, just not in military, these are statements that are hard for him to try to like make sense of, where he's like, oh yeah, I respect women in military. Like, if you are saying shit like this, then it's going to be really hard for people to believe that you actually believe any of the shit that you're saying, and it sounds like you're just lying. It sounds like you're just trying to say what people want to hear from you, because you're hoping that you can win the nomination. Like, this is some bullshit. Like, nobody's gonna believe that you actually care about like equality for women in these roles if you're saying shit like this. There's no shot, dude.
And I would point out, I have never disparaged women serving in the military. I respect every single female service member that has put on the uniform, past and present. My critiques, Senator, recently and in the past, and from personal experience, have been instances where I've seen standards lowered, and you mentioned 11 Alpha, 11 Bravo, MOS, places in units, and the book that has been referenced multiple times here, The War on Warriors. I spent months talking to active duty service members, men and women, low ranks, high ranks, combat arms and not combat arms. And what each and every one of them told me, and which personal instances have shown me, is that in ways direct, indirect, overt, and subtle, standards have been changed inside infantry training units, ranger school, infantry battalions.
Yeah, but did you only go and talk to people that you already knew were going to give you the position that you wanted them to state for the fucking book? Like, how did you choose who you were going to interview for this book? Is it a bunch of your friends that you already talked to about this sort of shit? And you're like, yeah, they agree with me, so I'm going to make sure I go and interview them for this. Because if we go and do polling for the entire military, I don't know that they're going to come to the same position as you. I don't know that they won't either. Like, but I would want to get some like actual like scientific data on this, not just, anecdotes from your book. I don't really give a fuck if you interview 8 people for your book and 8 people said this one thing. Well, if I wanted to, I'm sure I could go find 8 people who say that they don't want to serve under you. Is that gonna change whether or not you think you should be certified for your nomination? Do you think that that would change whether or not what if they say they don't want to serve under Donald Trump? Should this change whether or not Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief? Like, that we can find just about anybody saying anything if we want to, but what is actually like representative? Like, what is it that most people actually want? What is something that actually shows like how most everybody feels? Because I highly doubt his book is going to be that thing that just really, really represents everybody in this.
to ensure that
Give me one
commanders
example. Please give me an example. I get you're making these generalized
meet
statements.
quotas to have a certain number of female infantry officers or infantry enlisted, and that disparages those women who are
Commanders do
incredibly
not have to
capable
be
of meeting
quotas
that
for the infantry.
standard.
Commanders do not have to have a quota for women in the infantry. That does not exist. It does not exist.
There's
and
no
your statements are creating the impression that these exist, because they do not. There are not quotas. We want.
Push him on that fucking quota shit. Where did you get that there were quotas? Why do you think that there's quotas? Who said that there were quotas? Did somebody tell you that there's quotas? Why do you mention quotas? Like, push him on that fucking shit. Where did the quotas come from? Because this is what people call DEI. DEI does not have quotas. There are not quotas in DEI. That is some bullshit.
Not the most lethal force. But I'm telling you, having been here for 15 years, listening to testimony about men and women in combat and the type of operations that were successful in Afghanistan and in Iraq, women were essential for many.
What? Yes, there are. Again, show me what the quotas are. Show me who has quotas and what the quotas are. What? You got to show me the data. These people said they have quotas for how many women they have to have. This is how many they need, blah, blah, blah. Show it to me. You won't be able to. You'll be the first person ever. Well, if you actually can do it, we'll have breaking news. The whole world will be quoting my show. I'm the first one to actually be able to show this information. Finally, we finally got evidence of the things that everybody's been claiming for years. There's finally evidence of it. IBM CEO. Wait, hold on. Saying that people can have quotas versus the DEI is quotas. These are different things. That's not the same thing. That if we can show you a bunch of things that don't have quotas, yet they have DEI, like that means that yes, DEI is not quotas. It means that yes, people can have quotas. Well, whereas technically they can't. Technically quotas are still quotas are against the Constitution. They're against our civil rights. So I doubt that even IBM has quotas currently. But yes, you're saying DEI is quotas, and I'm saying, well, if I can find places that had DEI but don't have quotas, like the military, then that means yeah, DEI is not quotas. Tons of quotas are just things that people make up themselves, and it has nothing to do with DEI. Fuck.
Of those units, when Ranger units went in to find where the terrorists hiding in Afghanistan or in Iraq, if they had a woman in the unit, they could go in, talk to the women in a village, say, where are the terrorists hiding? Where are the weapons hiding? And get crucial information to make sure that we can win that battle. So you cannot denigrate women in.
Okay, Reg, send it to me. As I said, just send it to me. I'm not going to keep arguing with you about shit that you have zero evidence for. If you have evidence that the military did this, send it to me. If you keep talking about it and you don't send me evidence of it, I'm just going to ban you, because I can't have people who are so fucking illiterate that they're just going to keep making claims for things they have zero evidence for, okay? We don't care about your fucking feelings. We want evidence.
General, and your statements do that. We don't want women in the military, especially in combat. What a terrible statement. So please, do not deny that you made those statements. You have. We take the responsibility of standards very seriously, and we will work with you. I'm equally distressed you would not meet with me before this hearing. We could have covered all of this before you came here, so I could get to the 15 other questions that I want to get to. So women you have denigrated. You have also denigrated members of the LGBTQ community. Did you know that when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was in place, we lost so many crucial personnel, over 1,000 in mission critical areas. We lost 10% of all our foreign language speakers because of a political policy. You said in your statement, you don't want politics in the DOD. Everything you've said in these public statements is politics. I don't want women, I don't want moms. What's wrong with a mom, by the way? Once you have babies, you therefore are no longer able to be lethal?
Yeah, this is bullshit. You can't say we don't want moms and then say, oh no, it's just about the training criteria. Like, if you just say like, oh, we should have the same criteria for everybody, you're not going to say we don't want women, we don't want moms. Like, you're not going to say that. You're just going to say we need the same training for everybody. We need the same markers for everybody to pass physical standards. Like, that's what you're going to say. But if you say instead, we don't want moms, we don't need women are ruining the military, like, then yeah, it's impossible for you to argue that, oh, I'm really talking about just the fact that we should have the same standards for everyone. That's what I really meant by saying these people should not be in the fucking military. Like, it's a very different statement.
I mean, you're basically saying women, after they have children, can't ever serve in the military in a combat role. It's a silly thing to say. It's a silly thing to say, beneath the position that you are aspiring to.
You've never been in the military before, have you? No. Nope. But I have lots of friends who have been in the military who think this guy is a piece of shit. We have people in chat who have been in the military who think this guy's a piece of shit. But most of the people who support him have never been in the military. Whether or not I've been in the military doesn't really matter because I'm an American. I don't have to be in the military to have freedom of speech and voice my concerns about people working for my country.
Integrate LGBTQ service members is a mistake. If you are a sharpshooter, you're as lethal regardless of what your gender identity is, regardless of who you love. So please know this to be a true statement. So you say it was a political thing. You say it undermined us, social engineering. I don't know why someone having to publicly say or not publicly say who they love is social engineering. I think having that policy in the first place was highly problematic. And as you said in your statement, do you agree anybody should be able to serve in the military if they meet the standards?
Senator, as the president has stated, I don't disagree with the overturn of Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Great, because I don't want you thinking, can't serve if you're a mom, can't serve if you're LGBTQ, and then last, can't serve if you're a leftist. The statements you said about people who have views differently than you, that we're the enemy, are you saying that 50% of the DOD, if they hold liberal views or leftist views or are Democrats?
Yeah, that's a little too fucked up. If you're saying that, like, yeah, the leftists are like the enemy and shit like that, like, I'll say that shit, sure. Like, I think the leftists are an enemy within the country. But that doesn't like, I'm not gonna run for a position like this. I'm not gonna try to get positions in fucking politics. Whereas, yeah, if you're somebody who's supposed to be like part of like representing people within the country and working for politicians who also represent people in the country, you can't make statements like this, dude. Like, these are way out of bounds. You're taking big swaths of the fucking country and just completely discounting and discluding them. That's this chick is fucking rocking this guy.
Democrats are not welcome in the military? Are you saying that?
Senator, I volunteered to deploy to Afghanistan under Democrat president.
Freedom of speech? Yeah, I didn't say that he doesn't have freedom of speech. I didn't say he's not allowed to say it. You guys don't understand what freedom of speech is. You guys don't understand it. I'm not even going to explain it to you. Go read the fucking Constitution, bitches, all right? You don't know what the fucking freedom of speech is. Motherfucker, you think freedom of speech is a response to anything I just said? That's retarded, dude.
Barack Obama. I also volunteered to guard the inauguration of Joe Biden, but was denied the opportunity to serve because I was identified as an extremist by my own unit for a Christian tattoo.
By your own unit.
Thank you very much. Senator Gillibrand.
By your own unit.
You held up a document and referred to it during your questioning. Would you like that entered into the record?
Maybe one without my marks.
Okay, we'll delete.
We'll submit a clean.
Yeah, and if what from what I understand, he's also justified January 6th. Like, if he's justified January 6th, that's what this entire hearing should be about. If you justify January 6th, you are an extremist. You're a terrorist sympathizer. You are anti-America, anti-Constitution. If you think what happened on January 6th is okay, you are somebody who should be far, far, far away from our military, especially not in a fucking leadership role. You are the last person who should have any access to the fucking Pentagon. Like, no shot, dude.
Without objection, that will be admitted at the point of your question.
I didn't mute you.
And I would like to enter into the record at this point a letter of support from
I
retired
didn't
Air
mute
Force
you, Reg.
Colonel Melissa Cunningham. Colonel Cunningham supports Mr. Hegseth and mentions his warrior ethos, combat effectiveness, and maintaining military training standards. So without objection, both of those will be admitted.
Did somebody mute Reg? I don't want to have to go through the fucking logs. Can somebody just say, if one of y'all muted Reg, can you just say?
I now recognize Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, good morning. I'd like to thank you for your service to our nation.
Oh, yes, it blocks links. Yeah, you can't post links in YouTube. You can send it to my number, or you can send it to me on, yeah, and that's not even just me. YouTube overall blocks links, but if you have, shit. Yeah, if you have a link, you can either send it to me on Discord or send it to the number, and I'll pull it up.
In uniform, and also your work on behalf of your fellow veterans and for your willingness to enter into this maelstrom of public service. I think the presence of so many veterans who have showed up to support you speaks volumes. I also want to recognize your family service and sacrifice. You know as well as anyone that it's not just the man that enters the arena, but it's the entire family who also works their way through this process as well. I appreciated our meeting with you and with your wife, Jennifer, this last month. I thought that we had an excellent conversation, and I appreciate your statement and your answers to the advanced policy questions, especially your desire to bring a renewed focus on warfighting and lethality back to the Pentagon. I also respect and I appreciate my friend and colleague, Senator Gillibrand, and some of her questions, and I know that she had a number of them in there. You had an opportunity to respond very briefly. Were there any other responses that you would like to make or clarifications that you would like to make before I move on to my questions?
Senator, thank you very much for the opportunity to meet and for the question. I would also acknowledge you were mentioning female engagement teams, which have shown a great deal of success on the battlefield. It would be and universally acknowledged as such. I've been in Iraqi homes where the language and gender barrier was real, and the ability to have someone there to help in that process would be a massive accelerant in mission success. I recognize that reality. I also recognize that female engagement teams assigned to a SEAL team or a Green Beret team meet different standards also, which is okay because of the duty positions involved in that job. As far as politics, Senator,
Wait, what did he just say? What did he just say? This is what I said. Wait, what?
Gender barrier was real, and the ability to have someone there to help in that process would be a massive accelerant in mission success. I recognize that reality. I also recognize that female engagement teams assigned to a SEAL team or a Green Beret team meet different standards also, which is okay because of the duty positions involved in that job.
Bro, this is what I've been saying this whole time. Why didn't... Yo, this is what I'm talking about, though. He can't, like, with the statements that he's made, saying that, like, these people should not be in the military. We don't want moms in the military. We don't want women in the military. Like, you can't turn around and then say, oh, I'm just talking about the fact that, like, if they meet different standards, then they shouldn't be in certain positions that require those standards. Like, you can't play fucking both sides like this, dude. This is ridiculous. He is lying. He is lying. There's no shot, bro.
As far as politics, Senator, it has been the joy of my life to lead men and women in military outfits. When you're in combat or in training, there's a lot of conversations that happen. And you start to realize that a lot of people you're serving with share your political ideals or they don't.
The outfits are called fatigues, dude.
There's libertarians, there's
get it right.
There's vegetarians, everything in between. None of that matters. It never mattered in how I led men and women, how I interacted with them, what missions we undertook. Politics has nothing to do with the battlefield, which is why President Trump has asked me to say, let's make sure all of that comes out. This is about warfighting capability, setting standards high, and making sure we give our boys, our men and women, everything they need to be successful on the battlefield. So politics can play no part in that, and I look forward to infusing that, as we always have inside our units.
I appreciate you making that very clear. And one of the areas that we want to do our best is to provide for the equipment and the technical capabilities so that no young man or woman enters into a battle as a fair fight, and that they always have the advantage. Those are the types of questions that I'd like to get into right now, and I want to start by talking about something that sometimes gets a little bit into the weeds.
Yeah, so as I said earlier, like I'm okay with different standards for women if they're not on the front lines. That is what he's saying now. Now he's like, yeah, I'm okay with the different standards because they're not going to be in frontline positions. Why? Why would you say all this other fucking retarded shit then, instead of just saying that from the beginning? Why? There's no way anybody can believe this shit, dude. There's no fucking way you think this is genuine in any way. If he's going to initially say women, moms, all of these different things shouldn't be in these positions, and then later he's like, yeah, I'm okay with them being in these positions. I understand that there's different, different standards for their, different standards for how they meet physical requirements, because they're going to be serving in different roles. So, like, wait, then why would you say all of that other fucking shit then? Why would you even say it? It doesn't make sense. Fuck, you got me. That was good. That was good.
But I think it's critical. Mr. Hegseth, from what I've heard from 24 senior DOD officials in hearings over the last 2 years, including the Secretary of Defense, every service chief, and 8 combatant commanders, is that sharing the portion of the spectrum.
It's not sharing, it's
in the weeds,
caring.
I know, but I'm going to ask you to get it on the record. The 3.1 to 3.5 gigahertz band would have extremely serious consequences and very costly consequences on our warfighting capabilities. In fact, the Department of the Navy alone has estimated that
They shouldn't be in those positions. We are an embarrassment to the world. Okay, well, you disagree with him. You disagree with him, and you disagree with the world, because the world says we're not an embarrassment to the world. The world says that we have the greatest fucking military of all time, and that that nobody compares to our military. Not China, not Russia. No, sir. We are by far the most advanced military. And then when I say that, somebody's going to say, yeah, but that's because of technological advancements, not because of the people. And then I'm going to say, yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why different standards for somebody to push a button is not crazy. That we have a standard where they don't have to meet these high like physical barriers that don't actually apply to the role that they're in within the fucking military. But yes, as I said, if you disagree with him, that's fine. It's just that his position, as he just stated, is that he's okay with them having different physical standards because they are they're in different positions and they have different roles that don't require those hardcore physical standards. So yeah, that's what he just said.
Relocating their systems to a different part of the spectrum band would cost them $250 billion. That's just for the destroyers that defend our coasts with the radars that they have in them. If confirmed, what will you do to make sure that the Department of Defense can maintain its access to and the use and to be able to maneuver within the electromagnetic spectrum at home and abroad? And would you be willing to literally go to the mat with the interagency to protect warfare requirements for the use of the spectrum?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. And my job, in part, will be to go to the mat when necessary for things I believe are an absolute requirement for the Department of Defense and the men and women in uniform. There's no doubt about that. In this particular case, as far as spectrum, I look forward, as I've said before, getting a full class of, because this issue has come up a number of times in meetings. It's critically important with how our warfighters communicate across all services. So I'm going to get a classified briefing immediately about how it would impact the spectrum if it were to allow other companies or it to be
Rest assured, China would love to have our ability to use that part of the spectrum restricted. They would love that.
Absolutely right. And so I will go in with eyes only toward ensuring we have the capabilities we need and there's no disruption when I take that brief.
Thank you. In your advanced policy questions, you recognize a cooperative approach by China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea to undermine U.S. influence around the world. As you point out, aggression by any one actor would be an opportunity for others to engage the U.S. on multiple fronts along the continuum of the conflict. As we discussed in my office, neither of us wants to send our troops into a fair fight. We want to make sure that they have every advantage that the United States can give them, and that requires resources and reforms. Given the growing potential of a multi-theater conflict involving near-peer adversaries, what steps would you take to prepare the Department of Defense to simultaneously execute and sustain operations?
Again, as I said, people who, I will explain this one last time if you guys are misunderstanding. For people who do not meet the physical requirements, they are not going to be in frontline positions. These are people who are going to be in different types of roles, different types of positions, if they are not meeting the same physical requirements. So yeah, that is the last time I'm going to say this. That's what Pete Hegseth just said, and he just said that he agrees that they didn't need to meet those requirements because they were in different roles. As of right now, my understanding is that yes, women are not serving on the front lines, and that they are not in frontline combat positions. At least we'll say that. So yeah.
Across multiple regions while maintaining readiness and deterrence globally. And I just have to make note, and I want to make it clear, we have language in this year's fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act calling for a review of the department's operational plans. And I just want to make sure that you're aware of that, and that we will have, if we have a fight with one, the chances are very good that we're going to have two battles or two different battlegrounds at the same time.
Senator, which is why I believe our country's incredibly fortunate to have a new commander-in-chief in Donald Trump, who through the strategic approach he has taken with allies and against foes has prevented wars and is determined to do the same. That's our chief job, is deter and prevent wars. My job, should I be confirmed as Secretary of Defense, is to ensure we have the right prioritization of assets and strategy, and then the tools in the toolbox necessary, the pointiest possible spear for President Trump to wield if necessary as the last resort. So President Trump at the helm, I think, will go a long way in making...
The last time that China made some sort of advancement on us was under Donald Trump's presidency. And from what we're told, one of the guys from the Pentagon had to call China and tell them that we weren't, they thought that we were going to go to war with them. They thought that Donald Trump was getting ready to go to war with them. And so they started advancing on us with warships and shit. And then we had somebody from the Pentagon go to Trump and say, hey, these guys are moving in on us. What the fuck? And he said, they're not going to do shit. They won't do shit. Leave them alone. And they're like, no. I've literally spoken to people over there. They are going to do shit. They're coming. Like, they said they're coming. And he's like, yeah, they're bluffing. Just leave it alone. And so that guy called the China balloon. No, not the China balloon. So that guy called the other generals from China and said, hey, we're not coming to get you guys. That's false. Well, Trump has acknowledged this and said that this guy should be charged with he should be charged with treason for this. So when you say that's false, you're disagreeing with Trump on this. But yeah, he General, what fuck? I always wanted to call him General Tilly, but that's not his name. Anyways, yeah, General Milley, yes. And so yeah, he called and said that they were that we weren't going to advance on them, that Trump was not getting ready to go to war with them. And they kept saying, like, we think he is. We're pretty sure you're lying. And he's like, no, I swear. Like, this has nothing to do with Trump. This has to do with the fact that I don't want a war for the next incoming president. And I don't want like a new, like a war to happen. And I'm sure that he felt like Trump was allowing it to happen because he was on his way out and he knew that he was getting ready to leave. And so he probably thought that Trump was going to allow this to take place just because he wasn't going to have to deal with it. And so he went and told them that it wasn't going to happen, that Trump was not getting ready to advance on them. And yeah, Trump said that this was treason and that he should be arrested for it. But from my understanding, the reason that he was not arrested for it and that Congress wasn't willing to do anything about it is because you have like a pledge to the Constitution, and you have like to do with you have to do what's best for the country, and that even if the president gives you an order that is different from what you think is best, if you do what everybody else thinks is best, then you're not going to get in trouble for it. And so he he did not get in trouble because it seemed as though Congress and senators did not think that, or they felt as though he did what was best for the country in stopping China from advancing on us. So, yeah.
Making sure our enemies know there's a new sheriff in town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you very much, Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. Thank you for being here, Mr. Hegseth. And I want to join in expressing appreciation and respect for your service to our country, and thanks to all the veterans who are here today, and thank you for your service as the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I hope we can focus on doing better for our veterans and doing better in management of the Department of Defense. There's always room for improvement. I think what we need in that position is not just better, but the best in financial management, because those decisions are life and death decisions affecting the 3.4 million Americans who serve our national security and our national defense and put their lives on the line. I want to talk about financial mismanagement at the two organizations that you headed, which are the only test of your financial management that we have before this committee, the Veterans for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. You took over the Veterans for Freedom in 2007. In 2008, you raised $8.7 million, but spent more than $9 million, creating a deficit. By January 2009, you told donors that the organization had less than $1,000 in the bank and debts of $434,000. By 2010, revenue at the Veterans for Freedom had dropped to about $265,000. In the next year, it had dropped further to $22,000. You don't dispute these numbers, do you?
Senator, I'm extremely proud of the work me and my fellow vets did at Vets for Freedom. A bunch of young vets with no political experience, a small group, working hard every single day. We raised donor funds. And we have letters submitted for the record from almost everyone that worked with me every single day, including our chief operating officer, who will attest that every dollar we raised was used intentionally toward the execution of our mission, which is supporting the warfighters, exactly why we're here today, the warfighters in the Iraq surge. There was a campaign in 2008, Senator. It was Barack Obama versus John McCain.
Ask you another
we believe John McCain would be the right person to win, and so we spent
tax
more.
Returns from that organization.
I'm glad they're for the record.
I'm going to ask to be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
These tax returns are yours. They have your signature, and I'm going to ask that members of the committee review them because they're the only documents. I've asked for others. I've asked for the FBI report that would presumably document, it should have documented, this kind of financial mismanagement. And these are the 990s from that organization. By the year of 2011, donors had become so dissatisfied with that mismanagement, they in effect ousted you. They merged that organization with Military Families United, and thereafter you joined a second organization as executive director.
In between, Senator, I went to Harvard University for 2 years and Afghanistan.
I want to ask you questions about Concerned Veterans for America. Again, another set of tax returns, the 990s from that organization. I ask they be made part of the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, both of those returns are now part of the record.
2011 to 2016. At the end of 2013, shortfall of $130,000. At the end of 2014, shortfall of $428,000. You had a surplus the following year, but then another deficit of $437,000. By the time you left, that organization had deep debts, including credit card transaction debts of about $75,000. That isn't the kind of fiscal management we want at the Department of Defense. We can't tolerate it at the Department of Defense. That's an organization with a budget of $850 billion, not 10 or 15 million, which was the case at those two organizations. And it has command responsibility for 3.4 million Americans. The highest number that you managed in those two organizations was maybe 50 people. Let me ask you, how many men and women now serve in the United States Army? What is end strength?
Millions of dollars. He said like $5 million. Managing 50 people, and you still end up with a fucking deficit. That is rough, bro. Sheesh. What the fuck?
Senator, I would like an opportunity to respond to
I've asked you a
impugning of
question.
my
How many-
leadership
how
of a
many men
veterans
and women
organization. Concerned
currently
Veterans for
serve?
America. You're on the VA committee, sir, and I appreciate your service there. The VA Accountability Act and the Mission Act were all brainchilds of Concerned Veterans for America. We used our donor money very intentionally and focused to create policy that bettered the lives of veterans.
Mr. Hegseth, I'm asking you a very simple question. How many men and women currently serve in the United States Army?
Senator, the United States Army, 450,000 on active duty, sir.
And how many in the Navy?
And the Navy is 425, sir.
Well, it's 337 this year. How many in the Marine Corps?
175,000, sir.
172,300.
That's the first time he didn't repeat the question. Is normally repeating a question back to somebody is like a tactic that you use to try to give yourself more time to find an answer. It's not like a bad thing to find an answer. It's just something that I noticed with all of the questions that this guy's asked so far, is that he repeats all of them back looking for more time, because I would assume you need more time to like think of these numbers. So again, I'm not giving him shit for it. It's just the thing that he keeps doing is he keeps repeating the questions while figuring out the number, and then on the last one he actually knew it pretty quickly.
Those numbers dwarf any experience you had by many multiples. I don't believe that you can tell this committee or the people of America that you are qualified to lead them. I would support you as the spokesperson for the Pentagon. I don't dispute your communication skills, but I believe that we are entitled to the facts here. I've asked for more documents. I assume you'd be willing to submit to an expanded FBI background check that interviews your colleagues, accountants, ex-wives, former spouses, sexual assault survivors, and others, and enable them to come forward.
Senator, I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
But you would submit.
That's not what he asked. What? This guy is like obfuscation fucking central, dude. He is just nonstop. Just like, oh, you know, would you submit to FBI vetting? I'm not in charge of FBI vetting. Do you think he implied that you were in charge of FBI vetting at any point? Do you think anybody thought that you were in charge of FBI vetting? Is that is that what you took from that question? Is that they thought you were in charge of FBI vetting? Huh. That's interesting. It's an interesting way of interpreting that.
To it and support it.
I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. I at this point want to submit
What the fuck, dude? What is wrong with him?
Your colleagues, accountants, ex-wives, former spouses, sexual assault survivors, and others, and enable them to come forward.
Senator, I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
But you would submit to it and support it.
I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. I
What a
at this point want to
fucking
submit a
piece
letter
of
from Captain
shit.
Wade Zirkle, the founder of Vets for Freedom and the person who hired Pete Hegseth to run the organization. Although the 2008 financial crisis dried up fundraising.
Vote him out. We'll get someone you hate more. Well, I mean, that is the way that you guys do this shit, is we try to find like the best person based on a meritocracy. You guys do it based on like, let's find a way to piss off liberals. We don't care that we're ruining the country in the process. We just wanna use politics as like a internet troll sort of thing. Like we're all on 4chan and we just want to find ways to piss people off. That's the way you guys do politics these days. It's not surprising that you would say that.
For nonprofits, Captain Zirkle says, and I quote, Pete responded to this crisis with decisive action by reducing staff and renegotiating all debts with creditors until they were fairly resolved. An impressive feat and a testament to Pete's character. Pete departed VFF in 2010 to take on a new role with Concerned Veterans for America. Pete departed on good terms. Without objection, that will be added to the record. Senator Ernst, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter submitted by Mr. Mark Lucas, who is a fellow Iowan and Iowa Army National Guard member. Mr. Lucas and I served together in the Iowa Army National Guard. He succeeded Pete Hegseth as Executive Director of Concerned Veterans for America.
It's easy to piss off liberals. Yeah, it probably is. It's not as easy as it is to fucking piss off conservatives, though. All you have to do is just win an election and they go fucking rushing into the Capitol building by the thousands. It's, you get them all coping about an election for 4 fucking years straight. It's wild.
And in his letter, Mr. Lucas says that Mr. Hegseth, quote, laid a strong foundation that postured CVA for long-term success, end quote. And that Mr. Hegseth, quote, continued to be an invaluable asset to both me as a leader and the organization, end quote. So I would ask for unanimous consent.
That's Hillary? No, Hillary conceded the very next day. Now, she had feelings about it, where she was saying things about how she felt the Russians, you know, worked and did this and did that, but she literally came out and said very loudly that she conceded the election and that Donald Trump won. Something that to this day, over 4 years later, Donald Trump still has not done from the last election. So, yeah, totally different scenarios. Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton both were able to take an L like a man. And Donald Trump, over 4 years later, is still sitting like a fucking little baby, pouting, whining and crying, kicking and screaming. It's not fair. It's not fair. So yeah, that's not really comparable when you're talking about people who straight up conceded the next day. Just, you know, compared to somebody who 4 years later has not conceded. Very, very different groups of people, you know. Some have like people that would hold them accountable and, you know, be really upset if they did that. Like Donald Trump, which is why Hillary never ran again, is because, yeah, people would not vote for somebody who kicked and screamed like she did afterwards. She would not be able to win an election with liberals after what she did.
To enter this Washington Times article and the letter from Mr. Mark Lucas into the record.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hegseth, and thank you very much. I appreciate your service to our nation. It's something that I know you are very proud of, and it is something that we have in common and that we share. You and I have had many productive conversations. And just for our audience, we have had very frank conversations. Is that correct, Mr. Hegseth?
Senator, that is a correct characterization.
You know that I don't keep anything hidden, pull no punches. My colleagues know that as well. So I do appreciate you sitting down.
What do you think you are? Different people call me different things. The far left calls me neocon. The far right calls me a leftist and a Marxist. I'm not a Marxist. I debate Marxists. I've had many debates against Marxists, disagreeing with them on Marxism, socialism, communism. But, yeah, I would just call myself an independent. I don't really have any allegiance to a party. And I don't really agree with Democrats on their policies and things that they want. If I did things the way that I wanted, I'd probably be closest to like a neocon, maybe. But neocons don't really have like representation in government anymore and end up voting Democrat, so people end up just calling them liberals. So yeah, I don't but they don't agree with Democrats or liberals on their policy positions either. They just don't like Donald Trump. So doesn't, whether or not you like a person doesn't really make you a liberal or a Democrat. But yeah, I'm not a progressive, not really any of these things, but I don't mind. Like, if people want to call me a liberal or a neocon, I don't really mind either one of those. I would say I'm more of a centrist, independent.
and allowing me the opportunity to question you thoroughly on those issues that are of great importance to me. Just to recap those issues, 3 that are very important. One is the DOD and making sure that we have a clean audit. The second is women in combat, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And the third was maintaining high standards and making sure that we are combating sexual assault in the military. Okay, so Mr. Hegseth, I'm going to address the issue because this will tie into some of the financial concerns that have been raised here as well. And it's why, you know, trusting my fellow Iowan, asked for unanimous consent of his letter to go into the record. But like me, a lot of Iowans are really, really concerned and upset about the wasteful Washington spending and of course, in our Pentagon. It's an issue that I have been combating for years. So there's significant room for greater efficiency and cost cutting within the department. And the DOD is the only federal agency that has never passed an audit. As the Senate DOJ caucus chair and founder, that's unacceptable to me, and it should be unacceptable to you as well. So I appreciate that you mentioned that in your opening statement. What are those steps that you will take to ensuring the Pentagon?
Yeah, lobster is a xenogender. So lobster identifies with lobsters, and I would appreciate it if everybody was respectful to lobster. Their pronouns are lib-lob, and I think that in my community, you guys should use lib-lob for lib. All right. Don't call lib other names like he or she, because lob does not appreciate that.
Has a clean audit by the year 2028.
Senator, I appreciate your work on this topic, which you've been involved in for a long time. You mentioned Concerned Veterans for America. I just want to clarify, we have very generous donors who said a very clear...
Now, there are only 2 genders. I agree. I agree. Lobster does not identify as a lobster as a gender, okay? They just identify as a lobster. They don't think it's a gender.
budget that we stuck to every single year. So the latitude there was restricted, and we worked very hard and diligently inside it. You've also been a leader on the Pentagon audit for a very long time. I think when we met, Senator, I said 2014 was the first year. We discovered a 2013 op-ed I wrote about the need for a Pentagon audit, because an audit is an issue of national security and frankly, respect to American taxpayers who give $850 billion over to the Defense Department and expect that we know where that money goes. And if that money is going somewhere that doesn't add to tooth and instead goes to fat or...
Yeah, now just to be clear, for all the people who were saying it was really easy to get fucking liberals to soy out and freak out, we just had a bunch of conservatives just now say that they're leaving and that they're out. Lobster does not identify as a lobster, and I'm just fucking with them, but they were all so sensitive and so easy to get to soy out that they just I can just make an obvious joke and they all fucking lose their minds and have to leave, because even if that was true, the fact that they would leave over something like that is fucking soy as fucked. And the fact that they're too scared to be around somebody who identifies as a fucking lobster, like, what is happening to our country? Masculinity is completely gone, and it's sad. People soy out and get scared over the smallest little things.
Tail, we need to know that. Or if it's wasted, we need to know that. So I think previous secretaries of defense, with all due respect, haven't necessarily emphasized.
Oh, and Lobster, I'm pretty sure, voted for Trump. Lobster's a conservative, so it's
the strategic prerogative of an audit. And myself, my deputy, SecDef, and others already know that a Pentagon audit will be the comptroller, others central to ensuring we find those dollars that can be used elsewhere legally under the law inside the Pentagon. So you have my word, it will be a priority.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to women in combat, and I had the privilege of serving in uniform for over 23 years between our Army Reserves and our Iowa Army National Guard. Did serve in Kuwait and missions in Iraq. And so it is incredibly important that I stress, and I hope that if confirmed, you continue to stress, that every man and woman has opportunity to serve their country. And
Sounds like an app for people who need a therapist. Eye stress. Sounds like a new app where you go to get your therapy.
uniform and do so at any level as long as they are meeting the standards that are set forward. And we talked about that in my office. I do believe in high standards. Now, I was denied the opportunity to serve in any combat role because I have a lot of gray hair. And the policy has changed since then, okay? So I've been around for quite a while. But for the young women that are out there now and can meet those standards, and again, I'll emphasize they should be very, very high standards. They must physically be able to achieve those standards so that they can complete their mission. But I want to know, again, let's make it very clear for everyone here today. As Secretary of Defense, will you...
What is soy? I guess if they think I'm soy, it's somebody who works out. It's somebody who plays football and basketball. It's somebody who can kick your ass. Somebody who's been to prison. Somebody who's been in tons of fights and did jujitsu and shit like that. That's soy. It's just anything that they're scared of. That's what soy is.
support women continuing to have the opportunity to serve in combat roles?
Whereas I would say soy is like people who like start threatening folks from behind a keyboard or who like talk real big in places where they know it's like incapable for them to prove any of the shit that they're doing. I think that's what most people would consider a soy boy is, yeah, somebody who tries to act like they're big and bad and then they turn around and go watch, you know, Andrew Tate afterwards and feel real tough. Shit. I think most people would consider those guys soy. Most people, but, you know, conservatives are not people who really integrate well with American culture or understand the language very well.
Senator, first of all, thank you for your service, as we discussed extensively as well.
It's my privilege.
And my answer is yes, exactly the way that you caveated it. Yes, women will have access to ground combat roles, given the standards remain high, and we'll have a review to ensure the standards have not been eroded in any one of these cases. That'll be part of one of the first things we do at the Pentagon is reviewing that in a gender-neutral way, the standards, ensuring readiness and meritocracy is front and center, but absolutely.
Yeah, this is such bullshit, dude. If he actually believed that, he wouldn't have said the things that he said before. If you were just talking about the standards, you would have just talked about the standards. You wouldn't said anything about men or women or moms or, you know, females or any of this shit. You would have just said the standards. But you didn't, did you? You didn't talk about the standards at all, actually. You didn't even mention the standards. You just kind of said we shouldn't have women or moms in combat. Like, that's what you said. So yeah, now all of a sudden he wants to change what he's saying when now he's in front of Congress. Now he's got a whole new tune he's singing.
It would be the privilege of a lifetime, if confirmed, to be the Secretary of Defense for all men and women in uniform who fight so heroic. They have so many other options. They decide to put their right hand up for our country. And it would be an honor to have a chance to lead them.
Thank you. And just very briefly, we only have less than a minute left, but we have also discussed this in my office. A priority of mine has been combating sexual assault in the military and making sure that all of our service members are treated with dignity and respect. This has been so important. Senator Gillibrand and I have worked on this, and we were able to get changes made to the Uniform Code of Military Justice to make sure that we have improvements and on how we address the tragic and...
I like our uniforms right now. Why are you guys trying to change the uniforms? What do you want it to, you know, have the fucking crease in your butt crack? Is that why you want to change the uniform codes? You want to make sure that you're able to twerk in your uniform on TikTok? Is that what you want? Freaking leave the uniform codes where they're at. The uniforms are fine. Although I take that back. I do enjoy the IDF girls who come out on TikTok and they do twerk and do a bunch of dances, and I am totally subscribed. Fucking based. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I take that back. We can have sexier uniforms. Really like what it emphasize the booba. Yeah. I'm just kidding. That's not what uniform standards are. Uniform standards is, for those who don't get the joke, a uniform standard is a standard that is uniform, meaning it's all the same. But I know that not many people here understand American language very well, and so they're not going to get the joke.
Life-altering issues of rape, sexual assault. It will demand time and attention from the Pentagon under your watch if you are confirmed. So as Secretary of Defense, will you appoint a senior level official dedicated to sexual assault prevention and response?
Senator, as we have discussed, yes, I will.
Okay, and my time has expired. Thank you for your answers.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hegseth, welcome.
Thank you.
I am focused on your fitness to serve, including your character and temperament and your
Didn't we
overall
nuke you
qualifications
guys?
to do the job. And I do appreciate the comments of Ranking Member Reed with his concerns regarding your nomination, because I share those concerns. As part of my responsibility as a member of this committee to ensure the fitness of all nominees to come before any of the committees on which I sit, I ask the following two initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever
faced
raped
discipline
anybody?
or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
Senator, I was
Are
falsely
you
accused
a rapist?
in October of 2017. It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
I don't think completely cleared is accurate, but the fact is that you're...
Yeah, I would like to know what that is. I don't like if there was an investigation into this and they did say that he was innocent. I don't like that they'll keep bringing that shit up. That is insanely fucked up. If the Democrats are going to keep using shit like that, where he is cleared, that is something that, one, is only going to like stigmatize guys for things that they didn't do, and two, if you're going to keep bringing shit up like that, you're only like making it harder for women to actually come out with legitimate claims when you keep making false reports. The police reports have been leaks. Wait, Tom is lost and right at the same time? Wait, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. These sex lies are all they got. It's clear the women had to spin the grape for her husband. It's all lies. Well, I mean, that's not all they have. Again, he did make a bunch of statements that he's walking back here today. A lot of the things that he said on podcasts and things like that about women, he has walked almost all of those back and acted like that he doesn't believe those things. But it's when we hear people say things, we would think that they're going to be on their best behavior and present themselves to the best standards when they're in front of the Senate, right? That is the time that they are going to be on their best possible behavior and try to present them in the best possible light. But everywhere else, they are, that's where we would look at their actions and think, okay, that's probably the best representation of this person. That's probably who they really are. And yes, when on a bunch of podcasts, he's saying things that now here, he's saying he doesn't believe those things. It's hard to believe that he doesn't believe those things. So, it's, all right, let's see what this says. Because, yeah, if they're bringing up stuff that he was actually cleared on, that's some fucking bullshit, dude. That would be some bullshit. Police report gives details timeline of the sexual assault claim against Pete Hegseth. Just FYI, we got about 30 minutes. We got to fill up the 5 donos. We're at 1 out of 5. And yeah, otherwise I do have to head out and get some other stuff done instead. Let me make sure. I feel like I might have missed a couple donos, because I feel like there were more than just one. So let me double check that real quick. Yeah, no, just the one from Arian. Okay. So yeah, we got about 30 minutes, and then I'm probably gonna have to head out. The women who accused then The women who accused then Fox News host Pete Hegseth of sexual assault in 2017 said that while she did not have a complete recollection of the night in question, she remembered saying no a lot and alleged that he prevented her from leaving his hotel room, according to a police report from the Monterey, California Police Department. The report, which was released to NPR and other outlets after a public records request, provides additional details about the incident involving the women and Hegseth, the woman, who was named last week as President Donald Trump's choice for Secretary of Defense. On Thursday, Caroline Leavitt, Trump-Vance transition spokeswoman, said in a statement, "This report corroborates what Mr. Hegseth's attorneys have said all along. The incident was fully investigated and no charges were filed because police found the allegations to be false. Pete Hegseth is a highly respected combat veteran who will honorably serve our country when he is confirmed as the next Secretary of Defense, just like he honorably served our country on the battlefield in uniform." So, just to be clear, police don't normally decide if you are innocent of something. So where they're saying the police decided he was innocent, normally it's going to be that the police decided they didn't have enough evidence to press charges, which normally we would move forward saying that, yes, we believe that this person is likely innocent if they don't have enough charges or enough evidence to bring charges. But that's not always the case. There are lots of times where somebody does have a lot of information there that does make them look suspect, but there's people involved that are saying, I am not willing to testify against him in court. I am not willing to make a statement on the record, but X, Y, and Z, right? And so at those times, it'll just be somebody that you're more weary of or suspicious of, and you'd say, yeah, it looks like they might have done it, but we don't really have enough evidence to say one way or the other. So yeah, it's not always that they are innocent. It could be that we just don't have enough evidence. But yeah, right, especially when it comes to sexual assault, it's fairly common that people are not willing to come forward and make statements, especially when we're talking about people who are close to Donald Trump, because he does have like a very cult-like following that is going to go after people. As they've already said, a bunch of people started sending women letters as soon as like Pete Hegseth was nominated. They started sending women messages saying, you're not going to be in the military anymore. You're going to be gone. They're going to get rid of you, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, that's already the case where people will get harassed and get a lot of people coming after them just because it's going to take place within politics. But yeah, again, we'll go over this a little bit more. I'm going to look at the actual report because I just want to see what their summary is, and then I'll look at the report. The allegations against Hegseth came into public a few days after, Hegseth. Sorry. Wait, where did I leave? The The allegations against Hegseth came into public just days after President-elect Donald Trump announced him as the nominee of Secretary of Defense, adding to the scrutiny of the longtime TV personality and qualifications to lead the Department of Defense. Hegseth, 44, stopped working at Fox News last week after his nomination was announced. His attorney, Timothy Parlator, said that while Hegseth denies the allegations by his accusers, he settled with her several years ago to prevent her from filing a lawsuit that could damage his television career. This police report confirms what I have said all along, Parlator told NPR via email, that the incident was fully investigated and police found the allegations to be false, which is why no charges were filed. Monterey County District Attorney Janine M. Passioni said in a statement to her NPR that her office declined to pursue the case in early 2018 after determining that no charges were supported by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What did the two sides say? Okay. The woman is identified only as Jane Doe in the police document. She told an investigator that late one night, while Hegseth was in a room in a hotel that was hosting a Republican women's conference, he took her cell phone and blocked the door with his body, according to the report. She also said they then had a sexual encounter, and in the ensuing days, as other events triggered memories, she went to the hospital because she believed she was sexually assaulted by Hegseth, an officer wrote in the report. The incident described in the police report occurred over several hours from Saturday evening, October 7th, into early hours of Sunday, October 8th. When police contacted Hegseth later that month, his version of events differed from Doe's, as she told an investigator that the Doe had had sex, but that it was consensual. Both Hegseth and Doe say they had been drinking alcohol that night as they and others moved from the banquet and speech to an after party and then late night drinks at the bar at the Hyatt Regency Monterey Hotel and Spa. The resort was hosting a conference. So yeah, if she's too drunk to remember what the fuck happened there, then this isn't even worth bringing up. And this is kind of bullshit if they're going to keep bringing this up as some sort of thing that like is supposed to be used against him. If she doesn't even have a recollection of what happened, then this isn't worth bringing up. Crybaby ass liptard. You got to stop spamming, homie. I don't know if you just like forgot to take your medicine today or some shit, but you gotta you gotta take this somewhere else, okay? This is not the place for us to just make you feel better about all your shit. I can make another account, dude, with ease. So what? But all I said was that you just gotta stop slaying out. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I owe you an apology. You were right about Trump. I'm sorry. Tracy Bug. What? Sorry, the bot just timed you out for typing all caps. What was I right about, Tracy? Dude has zero relevant experience. Allegations shouldn't even matter. Wasn't he in the military and he also ran like private operations? That sounds like he has a lot of experience. What do you mean? He has zero relevant experience. Everything you were saying? Huh. Well, appreciate it, Tracy. Thank you. I mean, if you'd like to come on and tell me exactly what we're talking about here, I'd be happy to hear you out. But not true. Tom is a deep state agent against MAGA. Yeah, true. Yeah, I don't even know that I want to read the report now. The only thing that's in here that makes it like suspicious is the fact that he did settle a lawsuit, and that if he settled a lawsuit, it would sound like he didn't have confidence in his ability to win that lawsuit, and then if he, but then, yeah, if she signed like an NDA not to talk about it afterwards, and she's still talking about it after winning the lawsuit, that's bullshit, dude. Like, if you're gonna get paid to not talk about it, you took the fucking money, you took a fucking settlement, and then you turn around and continue talking about it. Like, that's kind of wild. He has zero relevant experience running a nonprofit of less than 200 people, is not experienced to run the DOD that has 3 million employees, and being in the military doesn't mean you can run the military. Sure, but hold on. You're saying, I agree that where you're saying, like, it's, he may not have enough experience, but where you say he has zero relevant experience, that's a really big stretch, because obviously all of that experience is relevant. It just may not be enough. Is she talking about it? Well, I don't know if she's talking about it, or but even this woman, Miss Harino, even her talking about it is just it's kind of bullshit. But yeah, all right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, so I'll let this play while I run to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. Well, be careful, because maybe they just drug it up. It might not have been the victim. Yeah, sure. But never mind. Yeah. I am talking about her, Miss Harino. Her talking about this is bullshit. That, yeah, if this is, and anybody else who's going to bring it up against him as some sort of point against him, that, yeah, if you don't actually have evidence of this and you're just bringing it up, it's kind of fucked up to use that shit against him here. DEI hire? She's not hired. She was not hired. She was voted. She's there. Yeah, she was voted. She was elected. She was not hired. But all right. Yeah, if you just look at anybody who's not a white man and you immediately call them DEI, that's fucking retarded. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button, and if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe. We are 43 subscribers away from 10,000. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button while you're here. She's a Democrat, hired Democrat. They don't hire people. I don't think you understand how the United States works. You should read the Constitution sometime, because it'll explain how this shit works sometime.
Your own lawyer said that you entered into an NDA and paid a person who accused you of raping her a sum of money to make sure that she did not file a complaint. Moving on. As Secretary, you will be in charge of maintaining good order and discipline by enforcing the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. In addition to the sexual assault allegations, and by the way, the answer to my second question should have been yes. I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes or no?
are multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to the dozens of men and women at Fox News Channel who I work with,
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer to my
record
question.
and said they've
In your
never
opening
seen
statement,
that.
Mr. Hegseth, you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as Secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign
serving.
as Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf
job?
of the men and women I'm serving
I'm not
because it's the
hearing-
most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on. While you have made that commitment, you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job. As Secretary of Defense, you will swear an oath to the Constitution, and not an oath to any man, woman, or
if you're an alcoholic, you can't just make a promise to stop drinking. That's not how that works. If somebody's an alcoholic, they can't just say, oh, you know what, I decided I'm going to stop drinking. I don't know if he's an alcoholic, but I would assume if they're going to ask him to make a commitment to stop drinking, or he made a commitment to stop drinking, even without them asking, that it sounds like he's probably an alcoholic. And I don't think that, yeah, you can just say, I've decided I'm going to stop drinking. That's not how alcoholism works. So, yeah. Again, we got about, I think, 20 minutes left to fill up the donos. So, in order to go past the 3-hour mark, we got to fill up the 5. Otherwise, yeah, I got to head out in just a little bit.
or president, correct?
Senator, on multiple occasions, including as a young second lieutenant, I have sworn an oath to the
Answer is
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown DC, an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw 50 Secret Service agents get injured by rioters trying to jump over the fence, set the church on fire, and destroy
You know
a
what? That
statue.
sounds to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the leg. Moving on. President-elect has attacked our allies in recent weeks, refusing to rule out using military force to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal, and threatening to make Canada the 51st state. Would you carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful
We're
commander-in-chief
not
of
talking
this
about
country.
the election. My question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another
So
direct what orders the president would give me in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland and take over the Panama Canal. Current DoD policy allows service members and eligible dependents to be reimbursed for travel associated with non-covered reproductive health care, including abortions. Will you maintain this common sense policy?
Senator, I've always been personally pro-life. I know President Trump has as well, and we will review all policies. But our standard is whatever the president wants on this particular issue.
So,
with my advice, I will take a
if the
look at.
president
But
tells you that this
I don't
common
believe
sense
the federal-
policy will not be maintained, you will not enable our service members to seek reproductive care. So it sounds
I don't
like to
believe the
me.
federal government
I'm not
should be
hearing
funding
answers to my questions,
travel for
Mr.
abortion.
Chairman. I just want to note that the other area that of serious concern to me is President Trump saying that he wants to use the military to help with mass deportations, which will cost billions of dollars. And what that will do to readiness is very, very concerning. Mr. Hegseth, I have noticed a disturbing pattern. You previously have made a series of inflammatory statements about women in combat, LGBTQ service members, Muslim Americans, and Democrats. Since your nominations, however, you have walked those back on TV and interviews, and most recently in your opening statements. You are no longer on Fox and Friends, Mr. Hegseth. If confirmed, your words, actions, and decisions will have real impacts on national security and our service members' lives. There are close to 3 million personnel in the Department of Defense, $900 billion budget. I hardly think you are prepared to do the job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That wasn't a question, Mr. Hegseth.
It's illegal to use the military in the country as a police force, and quitting immigration control would need to amend the Constitution. No, you can use the military as a police force. That is not true. That it's illegal to use them within the country. That's not true at all. There's tons of scenarios in the Constitution where it talks about using the military within the country.
Thank you, Senator Rono. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Hegseth. Congratulations on your nomination, and thank you and your family for your service and sacrifice.
Thank you, Senator.
Now for the most
Like you can just read like Donald Trump during the BLM riots sent ICE agents out to protect federal buildings. Like doing that in and of itself wasn't illegal, because it was on federal grounds, and they were able to police those federal grounds. And they could have, obviously we used the National Guard on January 6th to police all of the rioters and terrorists who were there. We've used military numerous times within the country.
important question you will receive all day. In 1935, before the Congress, the father of the United States Air Force, General Billy Mitchell, was testifying about a certain place in the world. He said, quote, "I believe that in the future, whoever holds this place will control the world. This location is the most..."
Oh, wait, you're talking about for mass deportation? I don't know. I think ICE is allowed to do that. I'm not sure. For mass deportation, it might be a little bit different. Because, yeah, I think ICE is allowed to do it.
Most strategic place in the world. What place was Billy Mitchell talking about? And let me give you a hint, it wasn't Greenland.
I believe he was talking about the great state of Alaska.
He was talking about the great state of Alaska. Great answer. If confirmed, will you commit to come with me to the great state of Alaska and meet our warriors who are on the front lines?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. ICE isn't military. I'm just saying that I thought that that's what you, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. You guys are having a conversation that I'm just commenting on. I didn't realize I was commenting in the middle of a conversation, so I'm missing a lot of context. Because, yeah, I thought you guys were saying, I thought somebody was, from the little bit that I have now, it just sounds like somebody was saying that ICE could go to people's homes to do mass deportation, and then you guys were arguing that military can't police within the country, and so I'm just lost on the context of what it is that you guys are saying. No, ICE is not the military, but I was commenting first on the comment that the military cannot be used inside of the country to police things, and then I just named a bunch of like times that we did use the National Guard within the country, and then I also mentioned times that we used ICE as a way to police within the country. But yeah, I'm not sure what the actual disagreement is, so I'm not sure what you guys are even disagreeing about.
Every day?
Senator, I have, and as I mentioned to you in the past, I did a brief training exercise up at Fort Wainwright in a previous part of my military life. I look forward to returning.
Great. And I will say, we are on the front lines with this new era of authoritarian aggression. In Alaska, the last 2 years, we've had Chinese and Russian naval task forces, joint strategic bomber task forces in our EEZ, in our ADIZ. And after his election, President Trump put out an extensive statement on Alaska, which included the following statement: "We will ensure Alaska gets even more defense investments as we fully rebuild our military, especially as Russia and China are making menacing moves in the Pacific." Mr. Hegseth, if confirmed, will you work with me, this committee, and the incoming Commander-in-Chief on continuing to build up our military assets and infrastructure?
Yeah, there's other things that does allow them that power. If you go read the Insurrection Act of, I think it's 1806, if I remember correctly, it doesn't even have to be an insurrection for the president to be able to send military in to police certain areas. They just have to believe that there's lawlessness existing that's not being dealt with. And so, yeah, there are a bunch of different laws that do allow the military to be used. And then there's a lot of like restraints on them as well. So like if you want to send military in to a state, you can send them into the state generally to police, but the governor in the state has to allow that action. And so normally, yes, if they're on board with it and they say it's okay, then generally, yeah, it's going to be okay with still a lot more restrictions. But yeah, there are restrictions. It's just not illegal across the board, as I was saying.
In Alaska to re-establish deterrence in the Arctic and in the Indo-Pacific.
If confirmed, Senator, it would be a pleasure to work alongside you and this entire committee to recognize the very real threat in the Indo-Pacific, the very real ways, even these past couple of weeks, that Russia has attempted to probe and push in and around Alaska, and also the very real strategic significance of Alaska vis-a-vis shipping lanes through the Arctic. There are many, many ways in which Alaska is strategically significant, and with a necessary shift toward Indo-PACOM, Alaska, by necessity, will play an important role in that.
Thank you, Ms. Hegseth. I very much appreciate your focus on lethality in war fighting. We desperately need it. I want to provide a few examples of the Biden woke military, which is not focused on readiness or lethality. And
the Biden woke military.
Nobody wants an extremist or racist in our military, but one of the most disgraceful and shameful things I've seen over the past 4 years as a senator on this committee and as a Marine Corps Reserve officer was on day one, the Biden administration played up a false and insulting narrative that our military was chock full of racist and violent extremists. This reached a pinnacle in this committee when Biden's Undersecretary of Policy, Colin Kahl, the number 3 guy at the Pentagon, testified that one of his top goals.
Some people are just too soy, man. Like, I'm sorry, but like some people are just too easily offended. If that offends you just because Biden said it, but they like put out a bunch of data and information and like reports backing up that statement, and you're just now mad and offended that he said the words instead of like the truth of the statement, then yeah, you're too easily offended. You're too fucking woke for this shit. You probably should not be in government if that's the way you analyze things.
Would be to quote, ending violent extremism and systemic racism within the ranks of the military. He had no data on this. The media loved it, fanned the flames, wrote baloney stories on this false narrative. Disappointingly, some of my colleagues...
Wait, they did have data on it. They did have data on it. I don't know why the fuck he just said that. Why does he fucking lie, dude? Why do they always lie? They... Literally, nobody gives a fuck if they lie, I guess. That's why. Because, yeah, nobody's going to hold them accountable. Nobody's going to give a fuck. They're all going to cheer on all the lying. So, I guess, I don't know why I'm ever surprised.
Colleagues on the other side of the aisle here reinforce this ridiculous narrative. One even suggesting that almost 10% of our uniformed military was extremists. 200,000 members. Ridiculous, by the way, from this committee. On the other side of the aisle. Mr. Hegseth, unlike Undersecretary Kahl.
It's not a lie, it's an alternative fact. Yeah, true. That's right. I forgot about that. Alternative facts.
You have a lot of experience with our military. Do you believe the military is a systemically racist organization? And if confirmed, will you commit to defend, not denigrate our troops?
Senator, I was also offended by those comments because anyone who's been on active duty in the National Guard, man, woman, in units, understand that is fundamentally false.
By the way, there's 3 studies, to his credit, Secretary Austin put out one of them, that said exactly what you just said. Fundamentally false.
Senator, they knew.
Well, so, real quick. 2 things can be true. So, what is true is the military has been very, very good at getting rid of racism and sexism and making things more about the... about like the bond and brotherhood that comes with serving next to each other. That is very true. That is a super true thing that the military has been excellent at doing. That doesn't change the fact that they can also have some issues with racism and sexism and all sorts of other things that like all of these things can be true at the same time. So while it is definitely true that the military has been one of the like best organizations within our government at rooting out sexism and racism, it's also true that they still have issues. Like, unless they're totally perfect and there's just never an issue whatsoever. They do still have a lot of issues. And the military is one of those areas where these are like going to be the loudest because of the fact that these people are like constantly living in very close quarters with one another to where it's yeah, it's just that it is a harder thing to root out. But as I said, they have done an excellent job with it, 100%. It's just that, yeah, they're going to quote that, oh, we've been one of the best. Yes, you've been one of the best. But also you still have some issues.
Knew it. Anyone who'd been in a unit knew it. One could argue that if not the least, one of the least racist institutions in our country is the United States military.
See,
Being
there
a
he goes.
racist in our military has not been tolerated.
I knew it. I fucking called it.
For a very long time.
One of the
Never in my
greatest civil
formations,
rights
never in other
organizations in America. Would you agree? The U.S. military is one of the most forward-leaning, probably one of the greatest civil rights organizations in America.
Can you keep streaming? Like I said, I got to get off soon. We're not even close to filling up the dono goals, so I've got some other stuff that I got to do. I don't have to go do it right away, so I will still do some stuff, but yeah, we hit the 3-hour mark in 4 minutes.
American history?
No doubt.
Let me turn to another one. Last year at a hearing before this committee, I called on the Biden Secretary of the Navy to resign because he's failing in his ability to build ships. We are being completely outbuilt in terms of ships by the Chinese, and yet this Secretary of the Navy has been focused on climate change, not building ships in lethality. Mr. Hegseth, if your Secretary of the Navy ends up focusing on climate change more than shipbuilding and lethality, will you commit to me to fire him?
My Secretary of the Navy, should I be confirmed, sir, will not be focused on climate change in the Navy, just like the Secretary of the Air Force won't be focused on LG-powered fighter jets, or the Secretary of the Army will not be focused on electric-powered tanks.
Let me ask,
We're going to be focused on lethality and defeating our enemy.
And I appreciate that. The other thing President Biden did, his first executive order as president, was to focus on...
What are they referring to? Truly, it's probably that they made like one statement about like climate change, and now they're saying that they were focused on it or some shit.
Transgender surgeries for active duty troops. This is all, I'm describing the woke military here under
the woke
Biden
military.
over the last 4 years. If confirmed...
Truly, anybody who uses a word like woke, this is a person who just does not have like an operating brain that like can be depended on. It's as soon as they like have to fall to like, yeah, woke like that. Like this is like if people are over and over calling everything like racist, sexist, misogynist, like shit like that, like this is the same as if you're calling everything woke, DEI, like crap like that, Marxist. Like, yeah, if you're not really good at like using language that can accurately describe things, and instead you just want to put some sort of like political stigma to it, then yeah, it's going to be somebody who's just not really going to be dependable at all in communication.
Issuing an order saying we are going to rip the Biden woke yoke off the neck of our military and focus on lethality and warfighting. How do you think the troops will react?
Senator, I know the troops will rejoice.
They will love it.
They will love it. And we've already seen it in recruiting numbers. There's already been a surge since President Trump won the election of recruiting. The Army says
do you think our military will follow that order?
Our military will follow that order, Senator. Gladly, because they want to focus on lethality and warfighting and get all the woke, political prerogative, politically correct, social justice, political stuff out of the military.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan.
Thank you,
Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I'm looking forward to this opportunity to talk. I want to return to the incident.
It's kind of retarded that they think like trying to make sure people aren't racist is political. When you say not being racist is political, you're on another fucking planet, dude. You are someone who is on another fucking planet. When you're somebody who says like, yeah, like combating climate change is political, you're on another fucking planet, dude. You are just somebody who is not operating in the real world.
That you referenced a minute ago that occurred in Monterey, California in October 2017. At that time, you were still married to your second wife, correct?
I believe so.
And you had just fathered a child.
Yeah, keep politics out of our politics.
By a woman who would later become your third wife, correct?
Senator, I was falsely charged Fully investigated and completely cleared. So you think you were completely cleared because you committed no crime? That's your definition of cleared? You had just fathered a child 2 months before by a woman that was not your wife. I am shocked that you would stand here and say you're completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on...
This is bullshit, dude. This is fucking bullshit. The fact that he's like, that he thinks that's evidence of being completely cleared is that he had a kid with someone who's not his wife. That he thinks that means he's not completely cleared. This is actually disgusting. This is some fucking disgusting bullshit, dude.
The mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you were completely cleared. How is that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, and she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And she was, and you cheated on the mother.
Tom says the military didn't focus on climate change. I did not say that. I did not say that. I don't know why the fuck you guys always have to make shit up. I do see it as like a compliment, though, that instead of ever engaging with what I say in reality, you have to make shit up in order to try to criticize me, because my ideas and my words are just too big-brained and too ginormous that you feel it's impossible to criticize the things that I believe in reality, so you have to make shit up. It's a great compliment, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mother of that child less than 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false charges.
Well,
it was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared. And I'm so grateful for the marriage I have to this amazing woman behind me.
You've admitted that you had sex at that hotel on October 2017. You said it was consensual, isn't that correct?
Anything...
You've admitted that it was consensual, and you were still married, and you just had a child by another woman.
Again,
how do you explain your judgment?
Completely false charges against me. You fully investigated, and I was completely clear.
You have admitted that you had sex while you were married to wife 2 after you just had fathered a child by wife 3. You've admitted that. Now, if it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
It was a false claim then and a false claim now.
If it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
This is gross.
That was a false claim.
So you
talking about a hypothetical.
So you can't tell me whether someone who has committed a sexual assault is disqualified from being Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I know in my instance, and I'm talking about my instance only, it was a false claim.
But you acknowledge,
investigated.
that you cheated on your wife and that you cheated on the woman by whom you had just fathered a child. You've admitted that.
Like, if you just want to say that, that's fine. Just say that. But why bring the other shit into it? Just say, hey, this guy's a piece of shit. He cheats on his fucking wife. He cheats on the woman that he just had a kid with. He cheats on people all over the place. He's just kind of a piece of shit. Like, say that. Why keep bringing up this other fucking shit? What other shit? So he had it was the report that we were just reading a little bit ago, where they had a woman who said that she had sex with him at like a conference or something, and apparently it sounds like she sued him and they settled out of court, and then the police investigated it, and part of the police report is that she doesn't remember what happened because they were both very drunk, and that they did not press charges, and they didn't they didn't arrest him, like nothing came of it, but he did settle out of court. So if you want to bring up the fact that they settled or some shit, that's fine, but the fact that he keeps saying like he was that he was cleared of all charges, like that's not really an accurate statement to say you're cleared of all charges, because there weren't charges, so there was never something for you to be cleared of, and the police don't clear you of things. They just decide whether or not there's enough evidence to bring charges. They don't they do not exonerate you. So but yeah, it's the fact that they keep bringing up this case when they don't have evidence that he did this thing. It's just kind of gross, and I think it's fucked up.
I will allow your words to speak for themselves. You're not retracting that today. That's good. I assume that in each of your weddings, you've pledged to be faithful to your wife. You've taken an oath to do that, haven't you? Senator, as I've acknowledged to everyone in this committee, not a perfect person, not claiming to be. But no, I just asked a simple question. You've taken an oath, like you would take an oath to be Secretary of Defense in all of your weddings, to be faithful to your wife. Is that correct?
Ooh,
I have
that's
failed
a good
in things in my
question.
life, and thankfully, I'm redeemed by my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. In finalizing divorces from your first and second wives, were there non-disclosure agreements in connection with those divorces?
Ooh.
Senator, not that I'm aware of. If there were, would you agree to release those first and second wives from any confidentiality agreement? Senator, it's not something I'm aware of. But if there were, you would agree to release them from a confidentiality. Senator, that's not my responsibility. Did you ever engage in any acts of physical violence?
What do you mean that's not your responsibility? If you had them sign an NDA, it would be your responsibility as to whether or not they can talk about it. Yes, you would have to release them from the NDA in order for them to talk about it. This guy is so bad at his fucking obfuscation. He did this earlier where they were like, if we wanted the FBI to vet you on something, would you allow them to do it? He's like, I'm not in charge of FBI vetting. They're like, what? It's not what we asked. If we wanted the FBI to vet you on something, would you allow the FBI to do their vetting? I'm not in charge of FBI vetting. What is happening? Like, he's not capable of understanding English. I don't think this guy's going to be very good at working this job if he can't even understand like simple, okay, here we go. We got, check this out, check this out, check this out. Oh ho ho, oh ho ho, oh ho ho, booyah! 2 killed. Let's fucking go, dude. That was sick. That was sick. Anyways, yeah. I totally forgot what I was saying because that was so fucking dope.
Against any of your wives? Senator, absolutely not. But you would agree with me that if someone had committed physical violence against a spouse, that would be disqualifying to serve as Secretary of Defense, correct? Senator, absolutely.
What JW in? What? In where? Oh, she in the waiting room. All right, fine. J-Dubs.
Yeah.
Yo.
So, the only thing I wanted to say was the reason he brought up the essay thing is because the constant rebuttal to that from Pete Hegseth was it was a consensual sexual encounter, right?
Right.
But that brings up another question about how he cheated, right? And obviously breaking marriage oaths. Like he's had
but
like
he doesn't. Right, but he didn't
marriages.
bring it up that way. He brought it up as a non-consensual engagement, and then.
No, he was saying.
Yes, he did.
He was saying like, oh, you think you're clear just because like the sexual assault part isn't something. Say you're clear of the sexual assault part, but we know.
Yes. But before he did that, he was bringing it up as a sexual assault. He was bringing it up as as something that he had done, like an illegal thing that he had done. And then, yes, eventually he moved to that, which I thought, as I said, that was a really good question. But if he had just done that, that would have been great. But he didn't. He did use it as like a way to accuse him of this thing and make it look like he had done this thing first and then moved to that.
Okay, maybe I missed that part. I'm hearing him do that. But the other thing is like, or whatever.
What?
All right, I'm good.
Wait, that it?
Yeah, that's it. I had another thing, but I forgot what it was. So.
Okay. When you get off, I'll look it up, or I'll rewind real quick and see. Maybe I misunderstood, but yeah, I felt like he was using that as a way to make it sound like he was guilty of it. But I'll rewind real quick and check.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. Okay.
Not have I ever done that.
Okay.
Fully investigated and completely cleared. So you, I believe,
Did you think our military will follow that order?
Our military will follow that order, Senator, gladly, because they want to focus on lethality and warfighting and get all the woke, political prerogative, politically correct, social justice, political stuff out of the military.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I'm looking forward to this opportunity to talk. I want to return to the incident that you referenced a minute ago that occurred in Monterey, California in October 2017. At that time, you were still married to your second wife, correct? I believe so. And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct?
Senator, I was falsely charged, fully investigated and completely cleared.
So you think you were completely cleared because you committed no crime. That's your definition of cleared? You had just fathered a child 2 months before by a woman that was not your wife. I am shocked that you would stand here and say you're completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you were completely cleared? How is that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, and she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And you cheated on the mother of that child less than 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false charges. Well, no, fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I guess, yeah, he didn't clarify, so I do think that he is making it sound that way. But yes, I would say that, yeah, like generally we would say that somebody's like innocent until proven guilty. And then, as I said, if they want to bring it up as something that like just sounds suspicious, that's fine. But when the first lady, I think she was Hawaiian or Japanese or something, sounded like she was like accusing him of like sexually assaulting somebody over and over. But this guy, yeah, I guess he didn't really accuse him of it, but it's not, he's not like being clear that he's not accusing him of it. But I do think it is like a good W on this. So extension found, hype. Let's go. All right. So we got 2 out of 5 now. 2 out of 5. Well done.
Extension fund hype.
Yeah, we are over the 3 hours right now, but I do have a little bit longer. So if we fill it up in the time that I have left, I will extend it to 3 hours anyways.
Clear. And I'm so grateful for the marriage I have to this. No, you've admitted
Thank you,
that
Lobster.
you had sex at that hotel in October 2017. You said it was consensual, isn't that correct? Anything, you've admitted that it was consensual, and you were still married, and you just had a child by another woman. Again, how do you explain your completely false charges against me? You fully investigated, and I was completely clear. You have admitted that you had sex while you were married to wife 2 after you just had fathered a child by wife 3. You've admitted that. Now, if it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it? It was a false claim then and a false claim now.
If it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
That was a false claim.
So you can't tell me whether someone who has committed a sexual assault is disqualified from being Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I know in my instance, and I'm talking about my instance only, it was a false claim.
But you acknowledge that you cheated on your wife and that you cheated on the woman by whom you had just fathered a child. You've admitted that.
I will allow your words to speak for
You're not retracting that today. That's good. I assume that in each of your weddings, you've pledged to be faithful to your wife. You've taken an oath to do that, haven't you?
Senator, as I've acknowledged to everyone in this committee, not a perfect person, not claiming to be.
But no, I just asked a simple question. You've taken an oath, like you would take an oath to be Secretary of Defense in all your
He's
weddings. To be faithful to your wife.
incapable of answering questions.
I have failed in things in my life, and thankfully I'm redeemed by my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
In finalizing divorces from your first and second wives, were there non-disclosure agreements in connection with those divorces?
Senator, not that I'm aware of.
If there were, would you agree to release those first and second wives from any confidentiality agreement?
Senator, it's not something I'm aware of.
But if there were, you would agree to release them from a confidentiality agreement?
Senator, that's not my responsibility.
Did you ever engage in any acts of physical violence against any of your wives?
Dumb fuck.
Senator, absolutely not.
But you would agree with me that if someone had committed physical violence against a
They asked him, if you have NDAs on women who you committed sexual assaults on, would you release them from these non-disclosure agreements? And he says, that's not my responsibility. What do you mean that's not your responsibility? That is your responsibility. If you put them under an NDA, then yes, you are the only one who can release them from the NDA. You are the one who can tell them if they can speak. That is your responsibility. It is only your responsibility. Nobody else can do that except for you. It's fucking retarded, dude.
Spouse, that would be disqualifying to serve as Secretary of Defense, correct?
Senator, absolutely not have I ever done that.
You would agree that that would be a disqualifying offense, would you not?
Senator, you're talking about a hypothetical.
You got a lot of room to call anybody a dumb fuck. NDAs are not an admission of guilt, dumb fuck. Joseph Kuhn, did I say that? They were? Devin, thank you for the $5 dono. I've literally been very clear that he's not guilty of this. So I don't know why you're saying that to me. I've said this like 5 times and been talking about the fact that all of these other people are kind of messed up for bringing this up over and over. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh wait, never mind. We go to.
I don't think it's a hypothetical.
Then what is there for him to answer? What was the question? Repeat the question back. What do you mean, what is there for him to answer? What is the question? Joseph Kuhn, if you think it's crazy that I call you guys dumb fucks, repeat the question back that I said he should have answered. Fucking roll it back. No, you're the one acting like I'm a dumb fuck. So you tell me. You are acting like I'm dumb, right? You know. You understand this. You're the one who understands. So if you want to say, okay, I might have messed up, and then I'll be happy to explain it to you. But no, if you're gonna hold this like a dumb position where I'm dumb for something I never said and for something that I've literally been very outspoken in defending him on, then yeah, I'm not gonna help you figure out the thing that that you're unwilling to relent on.
Violence against spouses occurs every day.
I'm rolling it back now. Okay.
And if you as a leader are not capable of saying that physical violence against a spouse should be a disqualifying fact for being secretary of the most powerful nation in the world, you're demonstrating an astonishing lack of judgment. The incident in Monterey led to a criminal charge, a criminal investigation, a private settlement, and a cash payment to the woman who filed the complaint. And there was also a non-disclosure agreement, correct?
It was a confidential settlement agreement off of a nuisance lawsuit.
Right. During an interview, you claimed that you settled the matter because you were worried that if it became public, it might hurt your career. Do you maintain that you were blackmailed?
Senator, I maintain that false claims were made against me. And ultimately,
your attorney
those
used
false
the
claims,
phrase,
I have the opportunity to attest my innocence in those false claims.
But you didn't reveal any of this to President Trump or the transition team as they were considering you to be nominated for Secretary of Defense. You didn't reveal the action. You didn't reveal the criminal complaint. You didn't reveal the criminal investigation. You didn't reveal the settlement. You didn't reveal the cash payment. Why didn't you inform the commander-in-chief of the transition team of this very relevant event?
Senator, I've appreciated every part of the process with the transition team. They have been open and honest with me. We've had great conversations between the two of us, and I appreciate the opportunity that President-elect Trump has given me.
You chose not to reveal this, right? Because you knew it would hurt your chances. So you chose not to reveal this really important thing to the commander-in-chief of the transition team because you were worried about your chances rather than trying to be candid with the future president of the United States. Are there any other important facts that you chose not to reveal to the president-elect and his team as they were considering you to be Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I sit here before you an open book, as everyone who's watched this process.
With multiple non-disclosure and confidentiality agreements?
Yeah, refusing to answer questions. There's not really an open book when you, over and over you're refusing to answer questions. All right, Devin got us, what, 2 more? So I gotta wait till I can pause on this game real quick, but I will double check. Thank you, Devin, for the donos.
It's tying the hands of many people who would like to comment to us. Much has been made of your workplace behavior as a leader of nonprofit veterans organizations and as a Fox News contributor. Were you fired from either of the leadership positions with the nonprofits?
I was the leader. I was the CEO of Concerned Veterans for America and Executive Director of Vets for Freedom.
Were you fired from either
and I
of
was
them?
never fired from a veterans organization.
Do you have non-disclosure agreements with either of those organizations?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Many of your work colleagues have said that you show up for work under the influence of alcohol or drunk. I know you've denied that, but you would agree with me, right, that if that was the case, that would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense.
Senator, those are all anonymous false claims, and the totality
they're not anonymous.
The letters on the record
they're
here,
not anonymous.
On the record,
we've seen records with names
Vets
attached
for Freedom,
to them.
Concerned Vets for America, and Fox News
One of your colleagues
working
said,
hard every day on behalf of
One of your
mission.
colleagues said that you got drunk at an event at a bar and chanted, "Kill all Muslims." Another colleague, not anonymous, we have this, said that you took coworkers to a strip club. You were drunk, you tried to dance with strippers, you had to be held off the stage, and one of your employees in that event filed a sexual harassment charge as a result of it. Now, I know you denied these things, but isn't that the kind of behavior that, if true, would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense?
Senator, anonymous false charges.
They're not anonymous. And I'll just conclude and say this to the chairman. You claim that this was all anonymous?
Yeah, he's told him numerous times that it's not anonymous. Why does he keep repeating that? What is wrong with this guy? Is he this stupid? Is he really this dumb to where he just can't understand, like, simple English? What the hell?
We have seen records with names attached to all of these, including the name of your own mother. So don't make this into some anonymous press thing. We have seen multiple names of colleagues consistently throughout your career that have talked about your abusive actions,
Chairman, I think
attitudes,
he's
words,
over
and
his time.
statements.
He's way over his time.
I now yield.
And thank you very much. I now ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a family court order concerning the appointment of parenting time between Mr. Hegseth and Mrs. Samantha Hegseth. It states that there were no claims of domestic abuse or probable evidence of abuse in the relationship. Without objection, that will be added to the record. And we now move to Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hegseth, for your service, for your willingness to endure this. And I'm sorry for what has been happening to you, particularly the very idea that you should have to sit there and answer hypothetical potential in somebody's imagination crimes that may take place at some point. And wouldn't that disqualify you if you were a murderer or if you were a rapist? Unfair. And I'm embarrassed for this behavior.
I don't think that's unfair. They didn't say if you, they said if someone. So they're saying that, like, do you think that someone who has committed these crimes, do you think that person should be able to serve in this position? That's not unfair at all. That's like pretty standard, dude. Like, if somebody like commits felonies, we would want to say like, yeah, hey, if somebody committed these felonies, do you think they should be allowed to serve in this position? If you had done this, do you think it would make sense that we would stop you from this nomination? Like, that's not that ridiculous of a thing, because it would speak to like where he draws lines and whether or not he thinks somebody should be allowed to do this if he was in their position, right? Like it speaks to what he thinks is eligible or not eligible. Yeah, but I didn't commit a felony. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
But first, I want to say thank you for your strong proclamation, unapologetic proclamation of faith in Jesus Christ. I sat here and listened to your opening statement and thought, wow, this is a guy who in today's culture is willing to stand up and say the first thing is first, faith in Jesus Christ. And I was reminded of what Christ said in Matthew, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and these things shall be added unto you. You are going to have a great future as our secretary, and I look forward to that day happening. I also want to get back to, you mentioned, and it got rather dismissed quickly, pivoted, as a lot of things do. You'd mentioned that you were not able to serve with your National Guard unit in the protection of the inauguration of Joe Biden because of a tattoo, a Christian tattoo. Can you elaborate just a little bit on what is this very offensive, extremist, racist tattoo that you have?
It's a tattoo I have right here, Senator. It's called the Jerusalem Cross. It's a historic Christian symbol. In fact, interestingly, recently I attended briefly the memorial ceremony of former President Jimmy Carter. On the floor of our National Cathedral, on the front page of his program, was the very same Jerusalem Cross. It is a Christian religious symbol. And when the events happened before preceding the Biden inauguration, I was a part of the mobilization to defend that inauguration. As someone who'd been a proud supporter of Donald Trump, but also a member of the military, had orders to come to Washington, D.C. to guard that inauguration. And at the last minute, those orders were revoked. I never had orders revoked before. I'd been on orders to a lot of places to do a lot of difficult and dangerous things. They were revoked, and I was not told why. Later, when I wrote my book, I was able to get information that was because I had been identified. Someone who'd served in Iraq, Afghanistan, in Guantanamo Bay, holding a riot shield outside the White House. I'd been identified as an extremist.
He served in Guantanamo Bay.
Of guarding the inauguration of an...
So they said earlier that he's somebody who's in favor of torture. If you guys don't know, Guantanamo Bay is a place that we held prisoners in another country because we wanted to torture them. And so we held them in another country so that we could torture them there. And that was Guantanamo Bay. And this was mostly like a thing for terrorists and people like that. But a lot of these people never went to trial and never got any day in court and were just held for very, very long periods of time, just tortured over and over. And so, yeah, if he's somebody who has said that he's in favor of torture, like waterboarding and shit like that, that makes sense why he said that. I was curious earlier, like what context he would have said this in to where he would have been in favor of this. But now that he said he served in Guantanamo Bay, that kind of answers that question.
Incoming American president. And if that's happening to me, Senator, how many other men and women, how many other patriots, how many other people of conscience? We haven't even talked about COVID and the tens of thousands of service members who were kicked out because of an experimental vaccine in President Trump's Defense Department.
Wasn't experimental. We just went over this the other day. We had tons of studies on mRNA before they ever turned it into a vaccine, and we had tons of studies in the pre-trial process. So yeah, it was not experimental. It just hadn't been approved by the FDA yet, but it did get approved by the FDA. They didn't change it, and the FDA just confirmed all of the studies that happened before, showing that when people say, oh, well, the studies just weren't big enough, they didn't have enough information, well, they ended up being correct. So it's kind of proves otherwise. But yeah. All right. Did Kuhn? Did he ever come back and admit that he was wrong? It doesn't look like he admitted he was wrong. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's unwilling to admit that he's wrong about this. That's sad.
They will be apologized to. They will be reinstituted with pay and rank. Things like focusing on extremism, Senator, have created a climate inside our ranks that feel political when it hasn't ever been political. Those are the types of things that are going to change. And Senator Sullivan, you mentioned that study. After a whole study was held, extremism working group study, 100 extremists were identified in the ranks of 3 million. And most of those were gang-related. So it was a made-up boogeyman to begin with.
You, Mr. Hegseth, are not the extremist. The people who would deny you your expression of faith are the extremists. They're the racists. They're the bigots. You're the one that is protecting their right to be one. Thank you for that.
All right, hold on. Hegseth says he was blocked from working the Biden inauguration over a tattoo. Pete Hegseth, president-elect pick for defense secretary and U.S. Army veteran, was identified as an extremist by his own unit over his tattoos and was barred from working President Biden's 2021 inauguration, Hegseth testified during his confirmation hearing Tuesday. The big picture, the former Fox News co-host has turned his head with his comments about, has turned heads with his comments about the military, arguing it had allowed itself to go woke and saying that women should not serve in combat roles. During his heated hearing before the Senate Armed Services Committee, Democrats have battered Hegseth over the slate of allegations he faces, from his sexual misconduct to financial mismanagement. Driving the news, Hegseth said during questioning from Senator Kristen Gillibrand that he volunteered to work Biden's inauguration as National Guard member, but was denied because of a Christian tattoo. The tattoo in question was, the question in tattoo, the Washington Post previously reported, sports the phrase Deus Vult, or God wills it, a Christian battle cry dating back to the First Crusades in the Middle Ages. It also became popular with extremist groups that stormed the Capitol on January 6, including the Proud Boys and 3 Percenters, the Post reported. But in Hegseth's retelling, he has said the Jerusalem cross tattoo on his chest was the one that was flagged rather than the text on his bicep. Oh, okay. So he's lying about which one was flagged. So he says it was over a cross, not over the God wills it tattoo. Flashback: ahead of Biden's inauguration, law enforcement officials identified removed 12 people from the Guards' ranks because of security precautions amid concerns of extremism following the Capitol riot, the Department of Defense told reporters in 2021. Doesn't he? I thought that he had, like, I thought that he was a terrorist sympathizer. Am I wrong here? Because they haven't brought this up yet. Studying mRNA vaccines in general is not the same as proving a particular mRNA vaccine. Dumb fuck fool. Joseph Koons, if you would like to hop on, I'd be happy to show you that you're incorrect. But as I said, they did study the actual vaccine. So you don't know what you're talking about, and you're just making shit up to. You're arguing against the straw man, because as I said, we did test the actual vaccine. That's what I said. And we had tested mRNA ahead of time as well. But yeah, if you'd like to hop on, I'd be happy to go over all of the information that you're excluding from the dumb stuff that you keep saying. Yeah, I think I hurt his feelings. I probably called him dumb fuck one time, and now he's whining and crying about it. Let's see. Zoom in asked about the allegations that have rocked his path to the Senate confirmation. Hegseth repeated his claim that he was the target of a smear campaign to derail his nomination. In his opening statement, he vowed to restore the Warriors' ethos at the Pentagon. Okay. So yeah, so it sounds like he lied about the... It sounds like he lied about the tattoo just now. And said it was a different tattoo than the one he actually got in trouble for. So it says Pentagon pick left guard after being reported as possible insider threat due to tattoo. So this is posted November 16th, 2024. Pete Hegseth, now nominee to be defense secretary, was barred in 2021 from serving in support of Joe Biden's inauguration as a National Guard member after an intelligence officer posted concerns to social media. The day after the D.C. National Guard was deployed to secure a U.S. Capitol desecrated by January 6 rioters, a photo of one Guard member, his tattoo clearly visible as he emerged shirtless from the Hudson River after a charity swim, circulated in an online chat of military and intelligence officers. The soldier was well known among the group as Fox News host Pete Hegseth, but in a moment of high national anxiety, and with the Guard set to protect the Capitol ahead of Joe Biden's inauguration, some in the chat raised concerns about his tattoos. Travis Akers, then a naval intelligence officer, told the Washington Post that he looked further and spotted a close-up image Hegseth posted of his bicep months earlier that clearly showed the Latin words Deus Vult. Researching the phrase online, Akers found that it was a Christian battle cry from the First Crusade in the Middle Ages. God wills it. Though the phrase remains in use among some ordinary Christians, especially Catholics, Akers said his research showed that it had become popular with the Proud Boys, Three Percenters, and other extremist groups that participated in the siege at the Capitol. Akers posted the photo to the app then known as Twitter, calling the tattoos white supremacist symbols, an interpretation Hegseth has since forcefully denied. The tweet was forwarded to D.C. National Guard head of Physical Security, Master Sergeant Derico Gaither, who soon warned Commanding General William J. Walker that the Latin phrase suggested Hegseth could be an insider threat. Yeah, it's possible that it's not. I know a lot of people will say, look, they're anti-Christian just because they're trying to stop him for a Christian tattoo. But that's not necessarily true. It could be that, like, it is both. And then, yeah, if it's both, then Okay, yeah, so I just checked. We are at 3 donos now. I have, I think, about 45 minutes before I do have to go. Unless we fill this up. So I will add that on there. We got 2 out of 5 left to go. But yeah, it's not necessarily true. If it is true that like extremist groups who happen to be Christians use Christian symbols as their as part of their symbology for their extremist group, it's not crazy for somebody to see you wear it and you aren't wearing it as a symbol of extremism, but now they're a bit like put off, and now, especially they said it was a short time before the actual, a short amount of time before the actual time that he was supposed to be there, to where they are willing to say, yes, so like we just got to cut you off here. We're not going to let you be part of this, especially when the groups that were the biggest groups at January 6th, the people who planned to actually try to take over the government, like when we're talking about the Proud Boys and the what I always forget the other group. Well, it says and 3%ers, but yeah, the Proud Boys and a bunch of other groups did say they were planning on taking over the government that day and overthrowing the government and all sorts of shit like that. So yeah, it's not crazy for people to see that he has a tattoo and it represents something different to him, but it could represent this other stuff. Those are, both of those things are possible. So that was bullshit. What was bullshit? You guys gotta learn to speak in full sentences. I say like 10 things and then somebody says that was bullshit. So you guys think it's okay to stop someone from participating because of a tattoo that when in uniform nobody can see, but when he went to war, they let him participate? It's not about people seeing it. I don't think anybody cares whether or not somebody sees it. That's not the issue. Nobody thought, oh, people could see this, so we have to stop him. That's not relevant at all. It has to do with the ideology that he could carry. And he went to war and was in the military long before this point. So it could be that at the point that he was in the military, he didn't have extremist ideologies. But long after he left the military, he did start to become more extreme and started to get more extreme tattoos. And so they're going to look at it and say, oh, he might have like a more extremist ideology now. And so, again, all they did was just take him off one detail. That's it. They didn't kick him out of the military. They didn't he didn't get like a dishonorable discharge. They just took him off one detail. It's not a big deal. I think you have extremist ideologies because you are white. Well, that makes you racist. So well done. Trump January 6th report released in Senate interviews Hegseth morning rundown. Wait, what? Yeah, no, I don't think that they would have cared about like some extremist ideology in all cases. It doesn't matter in all cases, but when it came to the inauguration, when the extremist ideology that his tattoo was meant to represent, or that it also represents, that if it turns out that the people who stormed the Capitol just 2 weeks earlier also had that extremist ideology, now being at the inauguration, that is where it would become a problem. But it's not that, yes, like extremist ideologies in all cases are all treated the same. No, it's based on the context of what was happening that day. And that even if they turned out to be wrong, like it doesn't, it doesn't matter because it was one detail, and they were trying to make the best decision based on the short amount of time that they had before the inauguration. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. So basically your speculation of how his ideology changed is ridiculous. I did not speculate on how his ideology changed. I did not speculate. So I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I'm saying that they are saying that there is a possibility they don't have time to investigate this. It's just right when the inauguration is about to happen. And so they just have to make a decision right then as to whether or not they think it's a good idea for him to be a part of that one detail for one day. That's it. It's not a big deal. I know that people these days, Trumpers these days, are easily offended by little things, but technically, this is the way that we would deal with most situations like that. They made the decision that most people would have made, so it's not that hard. Yeah, I don't see anything about January 6th on here. K-File Pete Hegseth spread baseless conspiracy theories that January 6th attack was carried out by leftist groups. Here we go. President-elect Donald Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth justified the January 6, 2021 U.S. Capitol and spread baseless conspiracy theories claiming the initial break-in was a false flag operation carried out by leftist groups disguised as Trump supporters. In comments made immediately after the riot and in days and weeks leading up to it, Hegseth also amplified false claims that the 2020 election was stolen, a narrative. Yeah, see, if he's saying shit like this, yes, this is all stuff that like makes sense for them to get rid of him as part of the detail. All of these things make it look more and more like, yes, he is the extremist that his tattoo would imply. So it's just, yeah, this is all part of the same thought process. Hegseth's remarks among a number of controversial statements he's made related to national security issues, including suggesting U.S. troops should be deployed in response to domestic riots, endorsing waterboarding as an interrogation tactic, opposing women serving in combat roles, and saying that gay people being allowed to serve openly in military reflected a Marxist agenda. So he said earlier in this hearing that he agreed with the decision to allow gay people to serve openly in the military. He said that in this hearing. He said that. He said in this hearing that he agreed with the decision to get rid of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. So it doesn't it doesn't make sense how he keeps going back and forth on shit. He'll say one thing here, and then all of a sudden he's in the Senate hearing where he's supposed to be like on his best behavior, and now all of the things that he said before are all changed. He's just changing on every position that he supposedly has. So yeah, this is there's no reason that people should believe anything he's saying on these topics, because yeah, he's changing his positions over and over. This is retarded.
I want to go to another point in your opening statement, and it's summarized in this beautiful one-sentence paragraph. You said, quote, leaders at all levels will be held accountable, and warfighting and lethality and the readiness of the troops and their families will be our only focus. At that moment, in my mind's eye, I heard soldiers, airmen, Marines, sailors, guardians, from the Pentagon to the Pacific and everywhere in between, applaud. And they're thinking, it's about time. I can get on board with that idea. And quite honestly, and I want to get to this because I think it's so important. I would say, I don't know, just about.
Don't believe because he changed his mind. No. He's totally capable of changing his mind. That's not, I'm not taking that out of the realm of possibility. But you understand that these are a lot of different things that he's going to have to change his mind on, right? Like, these are a lot of different things that he supposedly changed his mind on. And this is him changing his mind not to something like slightly similar, just a little bit different. No, this is him changing his mind to the exact opposite of what he said before. And so again, when we talk about people having like positions, we're likely going to believe the things that they say when they're not in like under the most scrutiny, right? So if you go and say a bunch of things to your friends at a bar when y'all are hanging out, and then when you go to like a Senate confirmation hearing, you say the exact opposite, which one do you think people are more likely to believe? Well, they're probably more likely to believe the thing that you said to all of your friends at the bar when you weren't under, like, when there was no consequence for your statements. Whereas here, where there's now a consequence for your statements, now all of a sudden you say something different. Yeah, of course, people aren't going to believe you. It's possible that he changed his positions. It's totally possible. But he isn't even saying that he changed his positions. He's just saying, no, I don't believe that. I believe this other thing. If he said instead, yes, actually, so I actually thought a little bit more about this, or somebody came to me and talked to me, and I've totally changed my position on this, I would be way more willing to believe that. But he hasn't said that he changed his position. He's just stating the opposite as his position. So it's kind of retarded. I don't know about his views, but his tattoo cross was also used as the pamphlet cover for the Carter funeral. Yeah, sure. As I said, the tattoo seems to be something that represents multiple things. But thank you for the $5 dono from Dwight. So we got 4 out of 5 now. We got, I think, about 20 minutes left before I gotta go. Let me double check. So yeah, if we hit the 5, we got 1 more dono that we got to get to add 3 hours to the stream, and then we can finish this. Yeah, about 30 minutes now. I got about 30 minutes to get 1 more dono.
About maybe everyone, I'm trying to think of an exception to this, that wears the uniform that has ever come before this committee or that I've met with privately, publicly, that I've been on tours with, that I've traveled with, that wears.
Like Kamala wouldn't do anything different than me. Yeah, no, that's what I said, yes. When we watched her interviews, the fact that she was stating different positions but wasn't explaining any different beliefs than from her 2020 run. I was saying that, like, yeah, there's no reason for people to believe her when she's not even explaining why she changed or if she changed. She's just stating a different position all of a sudden. Why would people believe that when you haven't given them a reason to believe it? Yeah, that's a really good example. Z King, $5. Let's go. So he said, remember how much crap conservatives gave Ketanji Brown Jackson when she was practically overqualified? Now they're biting the bullet for Pete. Yeah, well, it's the same with who was the last guy that they tried confirming that got upended?
Carousel Horse, Naomi, Carousel Horse, tipped $5 for a coon and snake food #TugLife.
Let's go, Naomi. All right. Well, we started a new 3-hour mark, so I will go ahead and cancel this. And now, now we got a new dono goal. So well done, everybody. I gotta get like a song that we play that like is like a hype song. You know, because I've got a couple that I use in general, but I don't have like a good, I don't have like a good song that I could use like consistently. Like this one I really like, but it takes a while to like build up. It's the one that I normally use, I think it's this one.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold.
Yeah,
give me some more, make it overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more, make it overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more. Damn, look at that, they broke.
But yeah, anyways. All right. And then also, now that we're going to be on that long, I will take call-in. So if you guys want to join the Discord, you have any disagreements with anything I'm saying, you can join the Discord and call in by joining the waiting room. There's a link in the description to join the waiting room. So yeah, if you have any disagreements with something I'm saying, feel free to hop on. And yeah, if I'm wrong about something and you want to like show me some sort of source or explain it to me, yeah, I would greatly appreciate being corrected. So let me know.
Wear the uniform, whether it's with 4 stars or no stars, agrees with that statement. And I just want to caution you, and I'd be interested in your feedback on this. You know, there's been a lot of talk about firing woke generals, creating the purge group, and all those things you and I have talked about. I would say give those men and women a chance under new leadership. You know, my favorite painting in the Rotunda is of George Washington retiring his commission, establishing on day one, a man who could have been king, chose to be a civilian leader of this country. And I just would encourage you to trust them first, and look forward to them saluting the civilian leadership of this country. So just maybe if you could spend a minute just elaborating a little bit about the wokeness, where it comes from, and who will be held accountable.
Where it comes
not from the uniform rank, Senator, but from the political class. On day one, on January 20th, when President Trump is sworn in, he will issue a new set of lawful orders. And the leadership of our services will have an opportunity to follow those lawful orders or not. Those lawful orders will not be based on politics. They will be based on readiness, accountability standards, and lethality. That is the process by which leaders will be judged. And accountability is coming, because everybody in this room knows, if you're a rifleman and you lose your rifle, they're throwing the book at you.
Look, I'm not arguing with him on this, okay? I am just going to state this as like a fact. Anything can be political in some sense, right? So even us saying like we want a meritocracy to be the thing that is like the decider on whether or not people get a job, right? That's what I believe. I believe in a meritocracy. I believe that we want to get the best into the positions. I want to make sure that they're qualified, stuff like that. But even that is political in a sense. Normally we'll come into something assuming that people have, especially in our country, we're going to assume that people already have our beliefs, that they believe in the Constitution, they believe in the Bill of Rights, they believe in, you know, our checks and balances, and that these are the things that we all share together. And so we'll make that assumption from the beginning. But that assumption is that they agree with our politics. So to say like, oh, this is political now, it's not political when I want a meritocracy to be the thing, that is still political. It's not necessarily non-politics or non-political.
But if you're a general who loses a war, you get a promotion.
You're nitpicking BS. Wait, I literally started off by saying that, yeah, like I was nitpicking. I said that at the beginning, correct?
That's not going to happen in Donald Trump's Pentagon. There will be real standards for success. Everyone from the top, from the most senior general to the most lowly private, will ensure that they're treated fairly, men and women, inside that system.
I also just want to commend you for your answers to Senator Fisher's questions about nuclear deterrence, but I also appreciate the fact that you emphasize reputational deterrence, because deterrence is not a weapon system, it is an attitude, and you project an attitude of deterrence. Thank you.
Oh, wait, the stuff that you just snorted in the bathroom will make you quick enough to respond to this? Well, I was very quick to respond to it, but the stuff I snorted in the bathroom actually slows me down. I like downers. I like shit that's gonna fuck me up good. Uppers? Those are boring. Uppers are fucking bullshit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hegseth, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Senator.
You've made several references to your religion today. I share that devotion to Christianity, but I must say I've been reminded somewhat of Saul on his way to Damascus. You seem to have been converted over the last several weeks and several months. You wrote in your book just last year that, but if we're going to, this is the book, War on Warriors, but if we're going to send our boys to fight, and it should be boys, we need to unleash them to win. Later on, our boys should not fight by rules written by dignified men. Which is it? Is it only boys can fight? I mean, you've testified here today that you believe in women in combat, but you didn't just last year. How do you explain your conversion?
Senator, my testimony is clear. Writing a book is different than being Secretary of Defense. And I look forward to leading the men and women of our military. And my comment there, Senator, was about the burdensome rules of engagement that members of our generation, men and women, have seen on the battlefield. And one thing President Trump changed in meaningful ways that led to meaningful developments on the battlefield. When President Trump took control in the first term,
Katmere,
ISIS
what
was
it do,
raging across
homie?
Iraq. And as someone who spent a lot of time there with other men and women who invested in that mission, it was a very difficult moment to see the black flag of ISIS fly. And what President Trump did was untie the hands of warfighters. He changed the rules of engagement, untied the hands of warfighters, and allowed them to complete their mission and crush ISIS. It has not just tactical implications, operational and strategic implications, how you allow warfighters to go about winning and fighting their wars. President Trump understands that, and within the laws of war and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, we are going to unleash warfighters to win wars so that wars don't drag on forever, as our generation has seen.
So are you rejecting Title 18 and Title 42, I think, also has provisions that incorporate the Geneva Convention and the laws of armed combat? Are you saying that those laws should be repealed? That is the law of the land right now.
Senator, we have laws on the books from the Geneva Conventions into the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and then underneath that, you have layers in which standard or temporary rules of engagement are put into place. We fight enemies also, Senator, as our generation understands, that play by no rules. They use civilians as human shields.
So are you saying
they target
that
women
the
and children?
the Geneva
We don't
Convention
do that.
should not
we
be
follow
observed?
rules. We follow rules, but we don't need burdensome rules of engagement that make it impossible for us to win these wars.
You're
And that's
saying
what
two different
President
things. You're
Trump
saying we follow
understands.
rules, but we don't have.
Bro, he is incapable of answering questions. He really is. He is totally incapable of answering questions. This would be worrying to have somebody like this in the Pentagon where, like, you need, like, direct answers. You need to understand things directly. And I would like somebody to actually state this on here. Because it's obviously a tactic that he's using. And I think that if somebody stated this and they said, look, we keep asking questions, and while we're asking these questions, we are understanding that if we confirm your nomination, you are somebody that we're going to have to communicate with in the Pentagon. And lots of times, this is something that's going to be of great importance. I hope that you believe that your nomination is of great importance, and that you are going to give direct answers to what it is that we're asking. But so far, throughout this nomination process, you have been incapable of giving direct answers to any of the questions that we're asking, which would make us believe that you would not be somebody that's going to be fairly good in the Pentagon. And so, like Kamala, yes, exactly. I think we just talked about that a second ago. Yeah, like Kamala was horrible at giving direct answers, or actually like showing that she was capable of understanding the questions. And so yeah, this is something that I think somebody should bring up as like a way to get him to answer things with a direct answer. To say that, like, yeah, I think we're also grading you on your ability to answer questions and answer directly.
You have to follow the rules in all cases. Is that correct?
Senator, I'm making
rules.
I'm making an important tactical distinction.
Pete is giving answers, but you don't hear. Okay, what was the answer there? Go ahead. What was the answer to the question? Well, wait. I am listening. And I'm waiting for you to tell me. Tell me what it is. Are you a Democrat? No, independent. So if you were listening, tell me what he said. What was the answer? Because I was listening. But I'm saying there wasn't an answer. So if you were listening and you think there was an answer, then tell us what it was. I don't think he's going to give an answer because he knows there wasn't one. He's just making shit up. What are you talking about? We fight wars with handcuffs on so warmongers can make their millions. I didn't say anything about that. I don't know. He's trying to refrain from the question with his point of view and answers that not their loaded question. He doesn't want to play by the rules that the enemy doesn't follow that lead to drawn out wars. Right, but he can't that is contradictory to his other answer, where he says that he likes that he agrees with the I'm blanking on it, but he just said it a second ago as well. The rules of war that stop you from engaging in certain ways. He said that he agrees with that. So if he agrees with that and also feels like they need to have more room to engage in other ways, then that means he doesn't agree with it. Yeah, the Geneva Convention. Yeah, he can't both agree with the Geneva Convention and feel like he should be allowed to break the Geneva Convention. You can't say both of those things. Those are contradictory. So if you're saying just listen, well, when I'm listening, what he's doing is he's obfuscating the point and saying that he agrees with the Geneva Convention to sound like he's okay with everything that they say, and he would never want to break the rules of war. But then he's, after a bunch of rambling and nonsense, he's saying that they also need to be able to break the Geneva Convention. He's saying he's not talking about the Geneva Convention. It's the other rules, like Rose. Yeah, when he was saying that they have things that are like lower tiered rules and laws and standards and stuff like that. But yeah, that's still the same thing. I would like to hear like specific examples of things that he thinks are getting in the way. I think that you're also rambling. Yeah, this is my show. This is where I ramble. Correct. Thank you for joining us. But yeah, I would like to hear specific examples of what it is that he thinks is going to be different, because I would assume that most of it just aligns with the Geneva Convention and that there aren't real standards that actually get in the way.
That warfighters will understand that there are the rules we swear an oath to defend, which are incredibly important, and this committee understands and helps set them. And then there are those echelons above reality, from corps to division to brigade to battalion, and by the time it trickles down to a company or a platoon or a squad level, you have a rules of engagement that nobody recognizes. And then it makes you incredibly difficult to actually do your job on the battlefield.
Dude.
That's the kind of assessment and look that an Army major will give to this process if I was confirmed to be the Secretary of Defense.
Your quote is,
true understanding
your
of that.
quote in 2024, our boys should not fight by rules written by dignified men in mahogany rooms 80 years ago. That would be the Geneva Convention. America should fight by its own rules, and we should fight to win or not go in at all. Are you saying that the Geneva Convention provisions, which clearly outlaw torture of prisoners, should not apply in the future?
Senator, how we treat our wounded, how we treat our prisoners, the applications of the Geneva Conventions are incredibly important.
But you've already said that you think that you should be able to torture people. You've already said this. You've already said that you think that you should be allowed to fucking torture people. So you can't both say these things. He said that they should be able to torture people, that they should be able to do things like waterboarding and shit like that. So, he is talking out both sides of his fucking mouth. This is bullshit, dude.
All have to acknowledge that the way we fought our wars back when the Geneva Conventions were written are a lot different than the asymmetric, non-conventional environment of counterinsurgency that I confronted in Iraq and Afghanistan. I was the senior counterinsurgency instructor in Afghanistan. My job was to understand how the Taliban and Al-Qaeda operated so that NATO units coming in could be informed of what was happening. They knew our rules of engagement, and when they were more restrictive, they took advantage of them, and it put our men and women in a more dangerous and difficult place.
And you believe
For future wars we fight, we need to have someone atop the Pentagon, sir, who understands how those ripple effects
Well, I just want to understand your position. Your position is torture is okay. Is that correct? Waterboarding, torture is no longer prohibited given the circumstances of whatever war we're in. Is that correct?
Senator, that is not what I said. I've never been party to torture. We are a country that fights by the rule of law, and our men and women always do. And yet we have too many people here in air-conditioned offices that like to point fingers at the guys in dark and dangerous places, the gals in helicopters in enemy territory who are
We'll look at some news stories. Here's some ones that caught my attention. So Trump has agreed on
President Trump yesterday at a Florida law enforcement ceremony that took place in Palm Beach. President-elect. So, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't have moved them to Florida if I didn't appreciate Ron DeSantis, Pete Hegseth. Ladies and gentlemen. So here is the breaking report on this. This is certainly what has set the internet ablaze today. DeSantis swap for Hegseth. Here we go.
For you just a few moments ago, I got off the phone with a source familiar who's confirming a Wall Street Journal report that came out last night that says that President-elect Trump is considering Ron DeSantis for SecDef, potentially replacing Pete Hegseth. That source tells me that reporting from Wall Street Journal is accurate, that Trump and DeSantis met face-to-face yesterday here in Palm Beach.
That's from a month ago. Okay.
In this hallway.
Yeah, I can't find it. All right.
Do things that people in Washington, D.C. would never dare to do, or send, in many cases.
In one of your interviews, you said they're willing to do this. You're talking about Donald Trump and Senator Cruz. They're willing to do something like waterboarding if it's going to keep us safe. Are you okay with waterboarding?
Senator, the law of the land is that waterboarding is not legal.
So the statement that you made, you now recant. Is that correct? They are willing to do something like waterboarding if it's going to keep us safe. You expressed that with approval.
Senator, I'm very familiar with that as a concept, having spent a year at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, guarding 700 of those that attacked us on 9/11.
I just want to be clear. Are we going to abide by the Geneva Convention and the prohibitions on torture, or are we not? Is it going to depend on the circumstances?
As I've stated multiple times, the Geneva Conventions are what we base ours, but
I think you're conflating Geneva Convention with Rose. Telephone show Rose are set by generals in Washington. No, the waterboarding is a form of torture. The Geneva Convention is talking about torture, so we're not conflating Rose. We're talking about waterboarding. He said before that he supports waterboarding. Now he's kind of playing games to dance around whether or not he actually supports waterboarding.
What an American first national security policy is not going to do is hand its prerogatives over to international bodies that make decisions about how our men and women make decisions on the battlefield. America First understands we send Americans for a clear mission and a clear objective. We equip them properly for that objective. We give them everything they need, and then we stand behind them with the rules of engagement that allow them to fight decisively to defeat America's enemies, which is why we say
I just have a few seconds left,
Mr.
Hegseth, if you could. I was very disturbed in your opening statement where you talked about the priorities that you have. We will work with our partners and allies to deter aggression in the Indo-Pacific from the Communist Chinese. There's not a single mention in this statement about Ukraine or Russia. Is this code for we're going to abandon Ukraine?
Senator, the president, that's a presidential level policy decision. He's made it very clear that he would like to see a end to that conflict. We know who the aggressor is. We know who the good guy is. We'd like to see it as advantageous for the Ukrainians as possible, but that war needs to come to an
You talk a
end.
lot about deterrence of China. I would submit that Xi Jinping is watching what we do very carefully. If we abandon Ukraine, that would be the strongest signal possible to Xi Jinping that he can take Taiwan without significant resistance from this country.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Scott of Florida.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record two letters which testify to Mr. Hegseth's leadership record at Concerned Veterans for America. The first letter submitted by Mr. Darren Selnick, a senior advisor at CFA, stated that there's been no better leader, policy champion, or fighter for the military and veterans than Pete. He was instrumental in 2014 and 2017 in ensuring that veterans had healthcare choice. The second letter submitted by Mr. Kaysen Spiro, digital media director of CVA from 2015 to 2017, stated, Pete brought incredible energy, focus, and a clear vision to the organization and showed everything that the team accomplished together.
And I similarly asked to submit to the record a letter from Paul J. Roberts, retired Colonel, U.S. Army Special Forces, speaking to the unwavering integrity of Mr. Hegseth. Is there objection? Without objection, those three will be admitted. Senator Scott.
All right. First, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, Senator.
And thank you for being willing to serve our nation. I served in the Navy. I'm really proud of my dad. He was crazy. He did all 4 combat jumps with the 82nd Airborne. He, after that, survived all that and fought in the Battle of the Bulge. And what they went through, it was hell. So I have a lot of respect for him and for everybody that puts on the uniform and serves in battle and has to lead people in battle. Because it, being on a ship, that didn't happen to me, but I had a lot of friends that happened to him. It clearly happened to my dad. I've served on this committee for 6 years, 2 years under President Trump and the past 4 under President Joe Biden. I've seen how the Biden-Harris administration pushed the DoD to prioritize wokeness over being the most lethal military force in the world.
What up,
It's our
Drake?
readiness, our national security, and our ability to recruit people who are willing to put their lives on the line for our country. Can you talk about some of the changes we can make to improve recruitment and rebuild our military into the most lethal force in the world?
First of all, Senator, thank you for the question. Thank you for your time. I think the first and most important thing we could have done is elect Donald Trump as the new commander-in-chief, because past his prologue, our warfighters understand what kind of commander-in-chief they're going to get in President Donald Trump. Someone who stands behind them, someone who gives them clear missions, someone who ends wars decisively. And the issue of Ukraine was mentioned, and ensures new wars are not started. There was a minor incursion under Barack Obama into Crimea, followed by nothing under President Trump, followed by an all-out assault by Vladimir Putin into Ukraine under the Biden administration. That did not happen under Donald Trump. Donald Trump managed the Taliban. Under the Biden administration, Afghanistan collapsed tragically, ending the lives of 13 at Abbey Gate, who we remember every single day, and no one was held accountable for that. Chinese spy balloons were flying over the country. None of that happened under Donald Trump, and our warfighters understand that. So there's no better recruiter, in my mind, for our military than President Donald Trump. My job is to come alongside him, should I be confirmed, and continue to emphasize his emphasis on warfighting, on getting anything that doesn't contribute to meritocracy out of how decisions are made inside the Pentagon. What gender you are, what race you are, your views on climate change, or whether you are a person of conscience.
Can he show any evidence that that's ever happened? That people made decisions on these things based on race or gender or anything like that? Like, I guess Biden did say shit like that about, like, he did say stuff like that about, like, what was it, Kamala Harris and, you know, his picks for the, what do you call it, for the Supreme Court. He did say that a number of times that he wanted a black woman to take this position, shit like that. So I would say in those cases it did seem to be the case, but I don't know if he said that about anything having to do with military. Or at least I don't remember him saying it.
And your faith should have no bearing on whether you get promoted or whether you're selected to go to West Point or whether you graduate from Ranger School. The only thing that should matter is how capable are you at your job? How excellent are you at your job? I served in multi-ethnic units in every place that I worked, every place that I served. None of that mattered. But suddenly we re-inject DEI and critical race theory, dividing troops into different categories, oppressor and oppressed, in ways that they otherwise just want to work together. That's why I've pointed out before, and I'll say it again, and because I'm sure it'll be quoted to me at some point. The dumbest phrase in military history is our unity is our strength. No, our shared purpose is our strength. Our shared mission is our strength. We are one DoD community of all committed to the same mission. Has nothing to do with your background. Has to do with what your commitment is to the country. And that is my solemn pledge to every single person that would put the uniform on, and reflects President Trump's priorities as well, Senator.
Thank you. You know, we talked a little bit about the fact the Pentagon can't do an audit, right? Can you talk about, I mean, to me, I've run big businesses. It's all about accountability. If you want to get an audit done, you can get an audit done. You might get.
They can do an audit. They can't pass an audit. They have money that they're apparently not capable of keeping track of very well, because they're handing out like large sums of cash to generals and shit to go bribe, you know, some guy in, you know, some goat herder in some village to get him to tell them where they saw a bunch of guys in the Taliban, and so they're gonna hand him a bag of cash and just say, yeah, just try to get him to do this for the least amount of possible, but you know, maybe but this is like the most you can get up to, and then it's like, yeah, it starts to get hard for them to keep track of where all this cash is going.
I get letters saying there's things you have to fix, but it all goes to accountability, and we haven't had it. So can you talk about how you bring accountability to the table, what you've done in the past, and what you're going to do with regard to bringing accountability to the Pentagon?
I meant it when I said it in the opening statement, Senator. I know what I don't know. I know I've never run an organization of 3 million people with a budget of $850 billion. But what I do know is that I've led men and women. I've led people. And it's leadership of people and motivation of people and a clear vision of people where you build a team, cast that vision, empower people properly. I want smarter and more capable people around me than me. And you will get that at the department. I cast the clear vision, build the plan, work it, we set the metrics, and everyone is held accountable. I know our incoming businessman president believes in accountability and holding people accountable. That will
Our
happen at the
incoming
Pentagon.
businessman
This has
president.
been a problem for a long time. Secretary Rumsfeld gave a speech on September 10th, 2001 that's mostly forgotten. But it was about the need for acquisition reform, cutting tail to give to teeth, the warfighters. And then 9/11 happened. And these are problems that have been persistent for a long time. But now we have new threats. And we need the urgency of this moment. As you said, Mr. Chairman, the most dangerous moment we've been since the end of the Cold War, and possibly since World War II. The urgency to do everything possible to get the capabilities into the hands of warfighters, Emergency Powers Defense Production Act, whatever it takes, and an audit is certainly part of it.
Why do you want to do this? Why do you want to do this job? What drives you?
You have 30 seconds.
Cry, 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 cry.
Because I love my country,
Cry.
Senator, and I've
Cry.
dedicated my life to the warfighters.
Cry
People
more.
see me as someone who hosts a morning show on television.
Cry, yes, yes.
But people that really know me
Tears.
know where my heart's at.
Yes,
It's with
cry.
the guys in this audience who've had my back.
It's
not
so
had theirs.
important.
We've been in some of the darkest and most difficult
Yeah.
places you can ever be in. You come back a different person. And only by the grace of God am I here before you today. I'm
Cry
doing this
more.
job.
Somebody hand him a box of
All of
tissues.
them. Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr.
Shut
Hegseth,
the
thank
fuck
you.
up.
Thank you for your service.
Nobody wants to
So
hear
if you're
you cry.
confirmed as Secretary of Defense, you will oversee our military, including about 250,000 women who currently serve on active duty in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Forces, and the Marines. And I have serious concerns that your behavior toward women disqualifies you from serving in this role. Now, I've been trying to get answers from you for quite some time on this. You haven't wanted to meet or to answer any of my questions. So we'll just have to do it here and dive in. I want to pick up on some of the questions asked by Senator Shaheen and Gillibrand and Herrera.
Yeah, he keeps saying that he doesn't want politics to be part of this, but every single fucking Democrat, and especially the women, have said over and over that they all requested meetings with him, and he turned them down for all of their meetings. So they were all trying to get these answers from him, but he didn't want to meet with any of the women Democrats, and so while he's saying that, oh, we don't want gender to be important, we don't want politics to take part in this, all the fucking Democrat women are all like, yeah, so we asked to meet with you, but you turned us down, so now I have a bunch of questions that I would have rather have asked in private, but you didn't allow me to, so now we got to do it here in front of everybody, and this is going to be embarrassing for you, so here we go.
And I just want to make sure we have a list of some of the facts that I think are undisputed. I'm not going to talk about anonymous sources. I'm just going to quote you directly. We've got the video. We've got it in print. So going back to January 2013, you told a Fox News interviewer that women in the military simply couldn't measure up to men in the military, saying that allowing women to serve in combat roles would force the military to lower the bar. You picked up on that same theme in 2015, making remarks on Fox News, referring to women in combat as, quote, it would erode standards. June 2024, you said on Ben Shapiro's podcast, quote, women shouldn't be in combat at all. And then, of course, we've talked about it in 2020.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is another time where he's going to deny all of these things. He's going to say he doesn't believe any of this. But is he going to make it sound like he changed his mind? Or is he just going to act like he's just a very contradictory person who just believes different things at different times depending on when it's convenient? Like, this is another one of those times where we're going to see, is he going to say, I changed my mind, or is he going to contradict himself? Which one are we going to get this time? Also, I have 11 freaking kills. Somebody didn't tell these motherfuckers that there was a killer on this server. Somebody needs to let them know. Sound the fucking alarm, dude. There is a killer in here. Let these people know. They need to be careful. This is not a place to just be hanging out all willy-nilly with your homies, okay? There's a fucking shark in the waters. You gotta be aware. All right? Be vigilant, guys. There's a fucking killer in here. This is a mass shooting.
24, you published a book, and you say on page 26 of your book, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. Page 48 of your book, you claim that women should not be in combat roles because men are distracted by women. And then 10 weeks ago, you appeared on the Sean Ryan show and said, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. Now, I presume you recall making all these statements?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the article you're pointing to in 2013, but it underscores my argument
I've got the
completely, because
video.
in that 2013 argument, I was talking about standards.
So
Standards are what it's always been
let's
about,
not
Senator.
have this same
Yeah, he's doing this again. He's doing this again where he's like, yeah, no, I'm really just saying that there should be standards. No, if you believe there should be standards, you would not say women. You would say standards. You would say, instead of saying we shouldn't have women in the military, you would say we should have higher standards for everybody, and that everyone should have to meet the same standards regardless of sex, gender, race, anything like that. But you're not saying that ever. You're just saying we shouldn't have women in the military. That's what he keeps saying over and over. We shouldn't have women in the military. We don't want moms in the military. Women are going to distract men. Oh, so wait. So what are the standards that are making women distract men? Do you think we should have standards that make sure that they're ugly? Is that the standard that you were talking about there when you said that women are going to distract men so they shouldn't be in the military? Were you just saying that the standard should be that they have ugly women only that aren't going to be distracting? Was that the standard that you were thinking of at that point? Is that the idea that they're just taking it out of context, dude? He was just talking about standards. Oh, birthing persons. Yeah. That's what they. Yeah. They were talking about birthing persons. You want to make sure you say birthing persons, guys. Otherwise, in the military, they're not going to know what you're talking about because they're too woke. They don't even know what a woman is. Like, wait, a woman? What does that even mean? Woman? We don't use that sort of language here, sir. That's offensive. You need to say birthing persons, please.
Always been about Senate
I've quoted
standards.
you directly. We've got the video. We're happy to show it. But I want to be clear here. For 12 years, you were quite open about your views, and your views were consistently the same. Women are inferior soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and guardians. And in case anyone missed the point, and these are your words from 10 weeks ago, women absolutely straight up should not be permitted to serve in combat. And I notice on each of these quotes, those are said without qualification. It's not by how much you can lift or how fast you can run. They don't belong in combat, period. Or your words, straight up.
Straight up.
And then, on November 9th, 2024, just 32 days after your last public comment saying that women absolutely should not be in combat, you declared that, quote, some of our greatest warriors are women, and you support having them serve in combat. Now, that is a very, very big about-face in a very, very short period of time. So help me understand, Mr. Hegseth, what
Truth hurts? Well, what's the truth? He's not going to say it. You say that that's the truth, but he doesn't want to say it. He's a little bit too pussyfooted here. I don't know. I don't think he's capable of having a backbone and just saying what he thinks the truth is. I think that he doesn't have the balls to do it. He's just not a man. He's not able to say it like a man. He's gonna back down to these women, let them fucking walk all over him, make him back down on his own positions. Sad. It's sad. It's a sad part of our society today that this guy is just too much of a fucking pussy.
Extraordinary event happened in that 32-day period that made you change the core values you had expressed for the preceding 12 years?
Senator, again, I very much appreciate you bringing up my comments from 2013 because for me, this issue has always been about standards. And unfortunately, because of some of the people that have been in political...
See again, she tried helping him here. She tried helping him here and said, what is it that made you change your mind? He could have finally, is what I kept saying, he could have finally said that he changed his mind. Like everybody keeps saying, oh, you don't believe this guy's allowed to change his mind. Oh, he's not allowed to change. He has to have the same positions because he said it. Oh, you don't believe people can change. No, if he says he changed his mind, then say you changed your mind. But he's not saying that. He's not saying that. He's just contradicting himself. That's all he's doing. She literally gave him the opportunity to say finally that he changed his mind, and he's not saying it.
See, Mr. Hegseth, let's just stop. Let's just stop. Let's just stop right there.
Let's just stop
Mr.
right there.
I'm quoting you from the podcast. Women shouldn't be in combat at all.
At all.
Where is the reference to standards that they should be there if they can carry, if they can run? I don't see that at all, Mr. Hegseth.
Not at
what
all.
I see is that there's a 32-day period in which you suddenly have another description about your views of women in the military. And I just want to know, what changed in the 32 days that the song you sang is not the song you come in here today to sing?
She likes
the concerns
songs.
I have and the concerns that many have had, especially in ground combat units, is that in pursuit of certain percentages or quotas, standards have been changed. And that makes the combat more difficult
Let me make a
for everybody
suggestion
involved.
about what happened in that 32 days. You got a nomination from President Trump. Now, I've heard of deathbed conversions, but this is the first time I've heard of a nomination conversion. And I hope you understand that many women serving in the military right now might think that if you can convert so rapidly, your long-held and aggressive...
You're not an independent? Yes, I am an independent. I am definitely an independent. I don't think you know what an independent is, but as I said before, don't generally agree with Democrats on their policies. Don't generally agree with them. For the most part, there's other like Republican leaders that I would like better, but they've been pushed out by the Trump administration. So those are the people that I would rather be, you know, the head of the Republican Party, but they're not. And they would not say shit like this. They actually had balls and had backbones.
Pursued views. In just 32 days, that 32 days after you get confirmed, maybe you'll just reverse those views and go back to the old guy who said straight up, women do not belong in combat. Now, Mr. Hegseth, you have written that after they retire, generals should be banned from working for the defense industry for 10 years. You and I agree on the corrosive effects of the revolving door between the Pentagon and defense contractors. It's something I would have liked to talk with you about if you'd come and been willing to visit with me. But the question I have for you on this is, will you put your money where your mouth is and agree that when you leave this job, you will not work for the defense industry for 10 years?
Senator, it's not even a question I've thought about because it's not
think about
one
it right now.
It's not one, my motivation for this job
I understand
has never
that. I
been
just
about
need
what
a
could
yes or no
conceivably
here.
come next.
Time is short. I just need a yes or no.
I would consult with the president about what the policy should be
In
at the Defense
other
Department.
words, you're quite sure
You're
that
still
every
open to
general
it.
who serves should not go directly into the defense industry for 10 years. You're not willing to make that same pledge?
I'm not a general, Senator.
Oh my goodness.
You'll be the one,
Oh my goodness.
let us just be clear, in charge of the generals.
Whoa.
So you're saying sauce for the goose, but certainly not sauce for the gander?
I would want to see what the policy of the
Oh,
president
I'll
is.
bet you would.
Thank you, Senator Warren.
Oh, I bet you
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
would.
and thank you for your hard work and
Ha!
your committee's hard work. Mr.
Oh,
Chairman,
I
this is,
bet
this
you
is going well.
would.
I'd like to submit this letter.
Woo!
Topic,
Yeah,
conduct
she shot him
at
with the
Vets for
fucking
Freedom.
bow and arrow.
Hegseth, I'd like to submit that for the record, please.
Without objection.
General Hegseth, Mr. Hegseth.
General Hegseth.
Thanks for being here today and with your family. I know this is tough. That's what it's all about, though. You're a tough guy. Been here for a while. Never seen
Tough
this many
guy who
people
can't
that
state a
here
fucking
for
position.
Support of a nominee. That's impressive. I met with a lot of them yesterday, and they are very passionate.
No.
So thank you for willing to take this on, and congratulations on your nomination. I'm worried about recruiting. I mean, we can look at everything out there and talk about all these things, these narratives, but at the end of the day, I came from a team sport where the people, the players actually won the games.
I had 20 kills in that one. 46%. That is apparently my new high score. 20 freaking kills.
And that's what's going to happen here. You're not going to win the game. Now, you're going to set the precedent. You're going to get the blame or the credit. But there's going to be people that's going to be under you that's going to set the precedent for the future of our country. Now, the war games that we play on our computers with our adversaries right now, for us, it don't look good because our military, we're in trouble. our whole country's in trouble. Thank God President Trump got elected November the 5th. We couldn't have kept down the same path. We could not, that could not happen.
We could
I
not
met with
do
a couple of generals this summer. Coach, we're spending more money on transgender restrooms than we are coverings for $100 million airplanes. That's not acceptable. We can't do that. That's not what this is about.
Just to be clear, we spend more on military than literally anything else. That is the dumbest fucking shit I have ever heard in my life. We're spending more on transgender restrooms. What are transgender restrooms? What the fuck is a transgender restroom? I would bet anything they don't even have transgender restrooms. I would bet anything there's no such thing as a transgender restroom. I don't know where the fuck this came from, but there's transgender restrooms? What is that? What does that mean? A transgender restroom? Like, why are they spending money on it? Like, what? We spend more on military than anything else. And this guy's like, we're out here spending money on transgender restrooms than we are on our military. We literally spent fucking trillions on our military. That is the biggest thing within our budget. Dude, you are so irrelevant. Damn. You know what? I just realized because you said that I'm wrong. You know what? Now that I'm irrelevant, I'm wrong. There are transgender bathrooms, and we did spend more money on transgender bathrooms than we did on the military. Shit. Thank you for making that clear to me. So now I understand. Ah, fuck. Now I get it. Now I get why I'm wrong and that there really are transgender restrooms. That's crazy. How much money did the military spend on transgender restrooms? For both genders? Well, trans people don't want restrooms for both genders. They've made a pretty big deal about the fact that I think that they're trying to go to the genders with the ones that they identify with. So if it's for both sexes, that is the opposite of transgender, like what trans people want. Trans people want to be able to go into the woman's restroom, because if it's a woman's restroom and they think they are a woman, then they would just go into the woman's restroom. But if they make one that is not gendered, then it no longer has anything to do with trans people, because they want things to be man or woman, and they want to go into the men's or women's based on their identity. They are not women. That's a totally irrelevant statement as to whether or not these are transgender bathrooms. So I don't know why we should care what they want. They are less than 1%. Right. But that's the point, is we're not talking about whether or not we care about what they want. This is about the fact that somebody said that transgender restrooms are restrooms where there is no gender. But then that wouldn't have anything to do with transgender people, because they're claiming that they do have gender and that they want the bathrooms to be gendered. And they want to be able to go into the restrooms based on how they identify. So this literally just makes no sense. And the fact that we spend more on military than literally anything else, that he thinks we're spending money on transgender bathrooms, which isn't a thing. But yeah, just kind of explaining to you guys how these losers use like retarded language to make you think that they're making sense when that literally just makes no sense. But I know you guys don't care about stuff making sense. You just want them to help you get your woke DEI ideology out into the world and push all of the dumb shit that you believe in that doesn't make sense, because making sense is not important to you guys.
With a couple of Navy SEALs not too long ago. They just got back from crawling around in the mud and the muck overseas, unknown places. Couldn't tell you where they'd been, carrying a weapon, obviously protecting us and our allies. And the first week they're back, what they do, they had to go through a week of DEI training. Both are now out. They give it up. It was embarrassing to them of what they had to do. We've lost all sight of what we're doing in our military, lost all sight. It starts with leadership, and it starts with recruiting. Why would a young man, used to when I was growing up, if you couldn't afford to go to college, you had the opportunity to go to the military where you could learn a trade. You could learn, you could make a living for your family, and eventually possibly get an education. That was a good alternative. We've forgotten that. We've forgotten it. We can't give up on our young people. Young people are our number one commodity in this country, and they're the ones that's going to live and die for the freedom of this country in the future. So, again, thank you for taking this on. Recruiting. Our service academies are meant to serve as our primary commissioning source of officers. It now appears that they are a breeding ground for leftist activists and champions of DEI and critical theory. Now, not all, but some, and some is way too much. How are we going to eliminate this, Mr. Hegseth? How are we going to get this back on track to where we grow our leaders? I had a young man that forever he wanted to go to West Point. I got him a nomination, I got him accepted, and he turned it down. He says, Coach, I'm not getting involved with that mess. How are we going to overcome this?
Senator, thank you for the question. And I think it comes down to leadership, clear leadership. From President Trump through me, should I be nominated? And that's what soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians see, is clear leadership. It says, this is what we believe. This is the mission we're going to give you. Here's the equipment we're going to give you, and here's how we're going to support you. Because the military, at a lot of levels, Senator, has been for generations a family business. You know, my grandfather served. My father served. I served. My daughter served. The chain is.
Your daughter served?
With generations of people my age and older.
Wait, did he just say his daughter served? Wait, did I hear that correctly? Yes, he did say his daughter served. I don't think he said that. All right, hold on. Let me rewind this real quick.
The military, at a lot of levels, Senator, has been for generations a family business. You know, my grandfather served. My father served. I served. My daughter served. The chain is.
Yep, he said his daughter served. Yep. He said his daughter served. Damn. 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 Sheesh. That is fucking wild, dude.
That chain has started to break.
Being in combat? Yes, again, we all agree on the combat statements. He didn't say combat. He didn't say combat. So I need you guys to like get this through your thick skulls. You can make whatever caveats you want to co-parter, but he didn't say that. So I know you guys always like taking shit that is insane and then saying, well, what they meant to say is, because you think that they're retarded and they need you to speak for them. But I do not think that they're retarded. I think that they are capable of speaking for themselves, and that they're able to get these ideas across without you trying to say it for them.
With generations of people my age and older talking to their kids and grandkids, wondering, pondering, do I want them to serve? Will my country use them responsibly? When that kind of doubt is cast, you get serious recruiting problems like we do right now. You get questions about whether I want my son or daughter to follow my path in West Point, which I've heard multiple times. Would I want my... And so you have to rip, root, and branch the politics and divisive policies out of these institutions and then focus them on creating and preparing actual future military...
He did say combat. We just heard the quotes from Warren. Okay. Let me double check that. I'm almost positive he didn't say combat. What is this? 504.
Thank you, Senator.
And thank you for being willing to serve our nation. The second through, it was hell. So I have a lot of respect for it. I've served on this committee for 6 years, who are willing to build.
Accountable for that. Chinese spy balloons were flying over the country. None of that happened under Donald Trump and President Donald Trump. My job is to come alongside him on getting conscience and your faith should matter. But suddenly we re-inject DEI and critical race theory dividing troops into different categories, oppressor and oppressed, in ways that they otherwise just want to work together. That's why I've pointed out before, all committed as well, Senator.
Thank you. We talked a little bit about this, the fact that
But what I do know is that I've led men and cast a clear vision, build a plan. We have the morning. We've been in some of the darkest and most difficult places you can ever be in. You come back a different person.
Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Hegseth, thank you. Thank you for your service. So if you're confirmed as Secretary of Defense, you will oversee our military, including about 250,000 women who currently serve on active duty in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Forces, and the Marines. And I have serious concerns that your behavior toward women disqualifies you from serving in this role. Now, I've been trying to get answers from you for quite and dive in. I want to pick up on some of the questions asked by Senator Shaheen and Gillibrand and Hirono, and I just want to make sure we have a list of some of the facts that I think are undisputed. I'm not going to talk about anonymous sources. I'm just going to quote you directly. We've got the video. We've got it in print. So going back to January 2013, you told a Fox News interviewer that women in the military simply couldn't measure up to men in the military, saying that allowing women to serve in combat roles.
Women in the military. And oh, I guess she did say combat there.
So going back to January 2013, you told a Fox News interviewer that women in the military simply couldn't measure up to men in the military, saying that allowing women to serve in combat roles would force the military to lower the bar. You picked up on that same theme in 2015, making remarks.
Well, allowing women to serve in combat roles there, okay.
On Fox News, referring to women in combat as, quote, it would erode standards. June 2024, you said on Ben Shapiro's podcast, quote, women shouldn't be in combat at all.
Okay, yeah, he did say combat. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I missed that. My bad.
I think it's eating away at the fabric of what has always made this country great about bringing people together from all sorts of backgrounds, all sorts of experiences, and we know that in our motto, together as one, we are strong. And so we in this committee, and certainly I speak for myself, but I think I speak for many of my colleagues, want to take partisanship out of this proceeding as much as we can. I'm not naive. It's out there. I get it. But we've got to try to take that out. And I want you to know that as a member of this committee, I have voted in a bipartisan way for Secretaries of Defense. I voted for 2 Secretaries of Defense when Donald Trump was previously president. We had those 2. We had, I think, 5 total Secretaries of Defense during that 4-year period. So we want to keep that.
Now, just to be clear, after like proving numerous other people wrong, that is what you do after you're proving yourself wrong. You go to make sure that you're right, and then when you show yourself that you're not right, you can admit that you're wrong. But then, yeah, when I prove tons of other people here wrong, they all just start coping and disappear because they're afraid of being wrong about things. Whereas, yeah, on a daily basis, I happen to be wrong all the time, and so this is generally how someone with a ball sack will do it. Just want to teach all of you who show a lot of fatherless behavior in my chat how you would do it if you did have a father.
That in mind as to what we might see in this coming administration. But I voted, and then we voted by a big margin for those folks as well. But part of that was the process of having an opportunity to get to know the person and understand their qualifications and understand the standards. You know, I made repeated requests to meet with you prior to this meeting. I know many of my other colleagues also wanted to meet with you. I did that with the other nominees that I was happy to vote for. I thought they were highly qualified individuals and true professionals. And yet I could never get a meeting with you. Was there a reason you were afraid to have one-on-one meetings with some of my colleagues before the hearing?
Because he wants this to be a partisan thing. He wants to make sure that this is all very partisan, and he's including politics in his role as much as possible before he's even taken the office, because he is very, very set on making this a political job and including politics in it as much as possible. That's why, pretty clearly.
Senator, I know there was a great deal of outreach to multiple offices. Schedules get full. There's a lot going on.
I was ready.
And I welcome the opportunity, pending
ready.
my schedule, to have an opportunity to sit down.
I was ready. It would have been so much better to have that opportunity to talk beforehand. I think that's a big mistake, and it doesn't set us on a good course when you refuse to meet with people and have a professional conversation about the huge challenges that we face at the Department of Defense. My colleagues, the folks who introduced you and others, the chairman has mentioned about the management of the DoD as a concern, cost overruns, delays on weapon systems. We need strong management at the Department of Defense, first and foremost. We've got to have someone who's going to grab the reins and give the taxpayers value for having the most lethal fighting force in the world that defends freedoms, but we've got to do it in an efficient way. I've heard about the jobs you've had in the past. Let's just...
Are you for democracy? Yeah, of course. What do you mean, am I for democracy? I'm for all of the American values.
Talk about qualifications. I know you had 2 previous positions. How many people reported to you in those positions?
Senator, at Vets for Freedom, we were a small upstart. Our focus was
just the number,
working
please.
on Capitol Hill, going back to the battlefield,
Just the number.
war fighters.
Just the number, please.
We probably had 8 to 10 full-time staff and lots of volunteers.
So you had 8. Has there been any other, we've heard about the 2, and certainly there's been a lot of talk about the mismanagement, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just curious, I won't go into that, just curious. So you had 8 there. What's the largest number of people you've ever supervised or had in an organization in your career?
Not 3 million. Senator.
No, I don't expect that. Very few people have ever had that experience, but how many? It's a straight up question.
I think we had over 100 full-time staff at Concerned Vets.
I think the military is the largest employer in the United States, and then like obviously there's private employers who come somewhere close, but from my understanding, they are the largest employer in the United States.
For America, roughly, with thousands of volunteers.
So 100 people.
I was also at headquarters.
Putin, stop coddling Ukraine and unleash the sun.
Yeah. Thank you for the $2.
Company commander, which would have been
Mr. Q.
a couple of hundred. So nothing remotely near the size of the Defense Department. I would acknowledge that.
Actually, not remotely near even a medium-sized company in America, let alone a big company in America, especially a major corporation. And we're hiring you to be the CEO of one of the most complex, largest organizations in the world. We're the board of directors here. I don't know of any corporate board of directors that would hire a CEO for a major company if they came and said, you know, I supervised 100 people before. They'd ask you, well, what kind of experiences you had? We need innovation. Can you give me an experience or your actual experience of driving innovation in an organization? Give me an example of where you have done that.
Oh my goodness, Senator, absolutely. At Concerned Veterans for America, we created the Fixing Veterans Healthcare Task Force, a bipartisan task force that had never been done before to create policy to drive.
Does he not have the job? No. So this is a confirmation hearing. So the way this works is the president who was elected through democracy is the person who decides who they nominate for these positions. And then when they nominate people, the Senate decides whether or not they get confirmed. And so that's the process, which is why, Matt Gaetz was another person that was nominated, but there was a bunch of information about him that kept coming out that was very, very troubling. And he was a big fan of Epstein, apparently. And so, he found out pretty quickly that everybody knew that he was not going to get confirmed. The Senate was not going to give him the nomination and, or the confirmation. He already had the nomination. But so Trump nominates people and then the Senate confirms them.
Policy change on Capitol Hill that organizations fought ferociously against. We got the VA Accountability Act passed and the Mission Act passed in a way that a nonprofit of our size, veterans organization, has never done. And
Damn,
it's
he's getting
testified in all the
heated.
letters that we put forward to the committee.
He's getting heated.
I have limited time. Thank you for that.
Oh, snap.
Give me an example of where you've driven down cost. I've heard examples that Senator Blumenthal gave. The cost was a real problem for you in your 50-person organization that you actually raised a lot less than what you actually spent. Did you drive costs down? If in a 50-person organization, let me tell you, we've got to drive costs down dramatically in an organization of 3 million people and hundreds of billions of dollars. You don't have that experience that you can talk about. To me, this is, or acquisition reform. Acquisition reform, you bring that up. Have you had experience in acquisition reform?
I've written about and studied on acquisition reform.
Have you actually done it?
Because what we need in the hands of our warfighters better change because we're not doing it well right now.
It better, and we need people who have experience actually doing that. You know, you talk about standards. Again, I'm going to go back to CEO of the most complex organization in the world. I don't think there's a board of directors in America that would hire you as a CEO with the kind of experience you have on your resume. You talk about standards. You talk about raising or lower, that we have a problem of standards in the DOD.
Yeah, like if he got this job, he would be a fucking DEI hire. This is a DEI appointment. Somebody who does not have the qualifications, does not have the experience, does not have the know-how. He is definitely a DEI hire for sure.
And we have to raise standards for the men and women who serve. Do you think that the way to raise the minimum standards of the people who serve us is to lower the standards for the Secretary of Defense? That we have someone who has never managed an organization more than 100 people is going to come in and manage this incredibly important.
Yeah, that is a very good point, dude. If he keeps talking about the fact that they're lowering standards, yet he would be like one of the least qualified people to get this job, that is lowering standards. That is a blatant example of lowering standards. He should turn down the job if he actually wants standards to be raised.
Important organization and do it with the professionalism and has no experience that they can tell us that they have actually done that? I have real problems with that. This is not about other issues that are brought up. They're all very important. I'm just about trying to get things done, managing efficiently, and having the best people who have demonstrated that in a large organization. And I'm sorry, but I don't see that in your background. There are a lot of other things you can do very well. You're a capable person, but you have not convinced me that you're able to take on this tremendous responsibility with a complex organization and having little or no significant management experience.
Senator, I'm grateful to be hired by one of the most successful CEOs in American history, should I be confirmed.
Mr. Hegseth, it seems to me that you've supervised far more people than the average United States senator supervises typically. And
except for former governors, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Mullen, I understand you are yielding back your time and do not wish to ask a question. I was misinformed. Senator Mullen,
okay.
that's right.
Caught me totally off guard there. I'd like to submit for the record signatures by 32 members of the House of Representatives who are veterans. The signatures call on the Senate to honor the constitutional duty of advise and consent by conducting a fair, thorough confirmation process that evaluates his nomination solely on the substance and merits. His distinguished military service, academic credentials, and a bold vision for revitalizing the national defense. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Without objection.
You know, there's a lot of talk going about, talking about qualifications and then about us hiring him if we are the board, but there's a lot of senators here I wouldn't have on my board because there is no qualifications except your age, and you got to be living in the state and you're a citizen of the United States to be a senator. Other than the fact we got to convince a lot of people to vote for us. And then when we start talking about qualifications, for if you're qualified for it, could the chairman tell me what the qualifications are for the Secretary of Defense? Mr. Chairman, could you tell me what the qualifications are for the Secretary of Defense?
I'd be happy
I'll read it.
for you to do that.
Yeah. Let me read it for you because I Googled
I was getting some advice from my second in command.
Yeah, but I'm just making a point because there's a lot about qualifications, and I think it's so hypocritical of senators, especially on the other side of the aisle, be talking about his qualifications, not being able to lead the secretary or be the Secretary of Defense, and yet your qualifications aren't any better. You guys aren't any more qualified to be the senator than I'm qualified to be the senator, except we're lucky enough to be here. But let me read.
Yeah, but there's a massive difference. Is like you're not you are a representative in those cases. So you're not like managing millions of people. You're not the boss of millions of people. You normally have a small team that works for you But in this case, he's going to have a massive group of people who work for him. Whereas, yeah, senators are just representatives for their people. They work for the people that they were voted in by. That's... Fuck. I didn't mean the turn there. Yeah, that's very different. These are super different scenarios. I don't know why they think like this is a good conflation. It's not.
Read you what the qualifications of the Secretary of Defense is, because I Googled it, and and went through a lot of different sites, and really it's hard to see, but in general, the U.S. Secretary of Defense position is filled by a civilian.
Yeah, LOL, they only run the country. Yeah, but again, those are not employees. So yes, they can have experience in legislation. They can have experience in making laws. They can have experience in law. They can have experience in being a lawyer. They can have experience in all sorts of things in this scenario. But they are not running these people. They are not in charge of the country. They are people who work for the people. This guy, while technically he would technically be working for the people, he is not held accountable by a vote to where like other people are held accountable by a vote, right? So if you're a senator, you're somebody who has like a term limit. You have a term limit for whatever it is that you're voted into, and then once that term is up, you have to run again. And if they think that you did a good enough job the first time, then they'll vote you back in. But that's very different than being in charge of a bunch of people, employing a bunch of people, being the boss of millions of people. These are very, very different things. He is actually going to have millions of employees. They do not. They do not have millions of employees. So these are not comparable in any way.
That's it. If you have served in the U.S. Army Forces and have been in the service for, you have to be retired for at least 7 years, and Congress can weigh that. And then there's questions that
most of them don't. The most common, I believe the most common degree that senators have is a law degree. I could be wrong, but I believe the most common, I think that's even for all of Congress, is that the most common degrees that they have are in law. So that is just incorrect that most of them don't. Most of them do.
That the senator from Massachusetts brought up about serving on a board inside the military industry, and yet your own secretary that you all voted for, Secretary of Austin, we had to vote on a waiver because he stepped off the board of Raytheon. But I guess that's okay because that's a Democrat Secretary of Defense.
Wait. The board of Raytheon does have, like, if you were on the board of Raytheon, yes, that Raytheon does have millions of employees. You are managing millions of employees. He just fucked up his own point. What the fuck? Raytheon does have a very large amount of employees. Why did he just do that? Why did he just it's okay for Democrats to get somebody who's overqualified for the job? Like, what? What are you talking about?
But you so quickly forget about that. And then Senator Kaine, or I guess I better use the senator from Virginia, starts bringing up the fact that what if you showed up drunk to your job? How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night? Have any of you guys asked them to step down and resign from their job? And don't tell me you haven't seen it, because I know you have. And then how many senators do you know have got a divorce for cheating on their wives? Did you ask them to step down? No. But it's for show. You guys make sure you make a big show and point out the hypocrisy because the man's made a mistake. And you want to sit there and say that he's not qualified? Give me a joke. I mean, it is so ridiculous that you guys hold yourself as this higher standard and you forget you got a big plank in your eye. We've all made mistakes. I've made mistakes. And Jennifer, thank you for loving him through that mistake. Because the
This
only
guy
reason why
sounds
I'm
drunk,
here
dude.
and not in prison is because my wife loved me too. I have changed, but I'm not perfect. But I found somebody that thought I was perfect. And for whatever reason, you love Pete, and I don't know why. But just like our Lord and Savior forgave me, my wife's had to forgive me more than once too, and I'm sure you've had to forgive him too. And so thank you. So before I go down this rabbit hole again, tell me something about your wife that you love.
She's the smartest, most capable, loving, humble, honest person I've ever met. In addition to being incredibly beautiful.
Don't forget about your kids.
I'm supposed to talk about my kids?
No, well, she's also the mother.
Oh, an amazing mother.
Yes.
Of our blended family of 7
Brother,
kids.
I'm
all
pulling
of
you
which
as long.
love her.
I'm trying to help you here. You know, do you believe that you're going to be running the Secretary or the Department of Defense by yourself?
Senator, absolutely not. Just as President Trump is assembling his cabinet, I look forward and already am in the process of building one of the best possible teams you can imagine with decades and decades of experience outside of the Pentagon, driving innovation and excellence, and also inside the building, knowing how to make it happen. Yes, sir.
So, in your organizations that you did have the privilege of running, did you have a board that you...
In both organizations, we had a board, yes.
Okay, and what did you do with that board? What kind of decisions did you make with them?
Those boards provide...
Did you put water on it? And then put it over someone's face?
Provided oversight and insight into decision-making.
They all have special, unique sets that maybe filled gaps that you're not the expertise in?
Yes, sir.
So do you believe you're capable of surrounding yourself with capable individuals that you're going to be able to run those same ideas by and surround yourself with people that are smarter? And
Jesus Christ on what? He said he's in favor of waterboarding. What do you want? I just figured this guy knows how to party, right?
better equipped and maybe areas that you don't necessarily carry those expertise with?
Senator, the only reason I've had success in life, to include my wonderful wife, is because of people more capable around me and having the self-confidence to empower them and say, hey, run with the ball, run with the football, take it down the field. We'll do this together. I don't care who gets the credit. And in this case, that's how the Pentagon will be run.
Let's end with this, Mr. Chairman, about the qualifications.
Oh,
you got a man who has literally put his butt on the line. He served 20 years in the service, multiple deployments, has heard the bullets crack over the top of his head, has been willing to go into combat, been willing to see friends die for this country. And he's willing to still put himself through this. His wife is willing to still stand beside him, knowing he wasn't perfect, knowing that all this was going to be brought up.
Crunk over
He's
here.
still willing to serve the country.
He's trying to
What
check
other
out some
qualifications does he
titties.
need? That'll yield back.
Thank you, Senator Mullen. Senator Duckworth. And again, we really are going to strictly enforce the rule about no demonstrations or noise.
Clapping.
Distinguished ranking member.
Just a point of personal privilege to make a correction. The reason that General Austin required a waiver was not because of his participation in a corporate enterprise. It was because he did not have 7 years of interruption between his service and his appointment. Second point is that if any of us were appointed as Secretary of Defense, we would be subject to the same types of questions. And the case in point is Senator John Tower was nominated for Secretary of Defense. It was discovered by his colleagues that his behavior was not commensurate with the responsibilities despite his service, and he was voted down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Duckworth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, Secretary Mattis had to have this waiver as well. Mr. Hegseth, this hearing is about whether you are qualified to be Secretary of Defense, and one of the qualifications, to answer my colleague's question, is to actually win the votes of every member of this committee and to be confirmed by the United States Senate. And you need to convince us that you're worthy of that vote, because the people of the state of Illinois voted for me to be their senator so that I could cast that vote when it comes to picking who is going to be the next Secretary of Defense. This hearing now seems to be a hearing about whether or not women are qualified to serve in combat, and not about whether or not you are qualified to be Secretary of Defense.
Oh, kill
Let me
him.
just say that the American people need a SecDef who's ready to lead on day one. You are not that person. Our adversaries watch closely during times of transition, and any sense that the Department of Defense that keeps us safe is being steered by someone who's wholly unprepared for the job puts America at risk, and I am not willing to do that. With that in mind, Mr. Hegseth, I want you to try to explain to the American people, this committee, who have to vote for you, and to our troops who are deployed around the world, why you are qualified to lead the Department of Defense. We already know that you've only led as large as a 200-person organization. We already know that you so badly mangled a budget that after you left, they had to bring in a forensic accountant to figure out what went wrong, and that the largest budget you ever managed was about $18 billion. You know, that is about 51,560 times lower than the Department of Defense budget of $825 billion. $16 million is 51,568 times smaller than the defense budget. Please describe to me, Mr. Hegseth, you talk about the...
I thought they said earlier the largest that he did was 5 million. If he did $1 billion, that actually is... That actually isn't that crazy. I thought earlier they said it was only 5 million. Huh.
passing an audit. Please describe to me a time or an organization when that you led underwent an audit, because you say you're going to hire smarter people than you to run this audit. I'm not asking you to be an accountant. I want you to be able to tell me what kind of guidance will be given to those employees, what will happen if, whether or not you pass that audit. Have you led an audit of any organization? Yes or no? I don't want a long answer, yes or no. Have you led an audit of any organization of which you were in charge?
Senator, in both of the organizations I ran, we were always completely fiscally responsible.
Yes or no, did you lead an audit?
And the way
yes or no, did you lead an audit? Yes or no? What are you afraid of? You can't answer this question. Yes or no, did you lead an audit? Do you not know this answer?
Senator, every part of my leadership of these organizations has been misrepresented.
I will take that as a no. What were the findings? So there were no findings because you've never led an audit. What guidance did you give the auditors? None, because you've never led an audit. Nobody expects you to be an accountant, Mr. Hegseth. What we expect is for you to understand the complexity of this Pentagon budget process that is absolutely necessary to outfit our warfighters. Look, the Secretary of Defense is required to make quick decisions every single day. That, well, with high-level information that's being provided for them. A Secretary of Defense has to have breadth and depth of knowledge. Right now, I am concerned that you have neither. Mr. Hegseth, what is the highest level of international negotiations that you have engaged in, that you have led in? Because the Secretary of Defense does lead international security negotiations. There are three main ones that the Secretary of Defense leads and signs. Can you name at least one of them?
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
Sure. What is the highest level of international security agreement that you have led? And can you name some that the Secretary of Defense would lead? There's three main ones. Do you know?
I have not been involved in international security arrangements because I have not been in government other than serving in the military. So my job has been to
no, the answer is, can you name one of the three main ones that the Secretary of Defense
defense
signs?
arrangements, I mean, NATO might be one that you're referring to.
Status of Forces Agreement would be one of them.
Status of Forces Agreement. I've been a part of teaching about Status of Forces Agreements.
But you don't remember to mention it? You're not qualified, Mr. Hegseth. You're not qualified. You talk about repairing our defense industrial complex. You're not qualified to that. You could do acquisition and cross-servicing agreements, which essentially are security agreements. You can't even mention that. You've done none of those. You talked about the Indo-Pacific a little bit, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least one of those nations? And how many nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of nations in that, but I know we have allies in South Korea and Japan and in AUKUS with Australia, and trying to work on submarines with them.
Mr. Hegseth, none of those countries are in ASEAN.
Across.
None of those three countries that you've mentioned are in ASEAN. I suggest you do a little homework before you prepare for these types of negotiations. Listen, Mr. Hegseth, we ask our troops to go into harm's way all the time. We ask them to go into harm's way. And this behind me is a copy of the Soldier's Creed, a copy that usually hangs over my desk here in the Senate, and you should be familiar with it. It's the same copy that hung over my desk at Walter Reed every single day that I woke up and fought my way back because I wanted to go back and serve next to my buddies who'd saved my life. This same copy, these words are repeated over and over and over again. And let me read out two things to you, two sentences. I will always place the mission first, and I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough trained and proficient in my warrior task. Mr. Hegseth, our troops follow these words every single day, and they man up and they pack their rucksacks and they go to war. And they deserve a leader who can lead them, not a leader who wants to lower the standards for himself or raising the standards for other people. And by the way, our troops already meet the standards. We ask troops to man that ship, fight that fire, fly that helicopter until their very last breath. And they do that every single day. They cannot be led by someone who's not competent to do the job. How can we ask these warriors to train and perform the absolute highest standards when you are asking us to lower the standards to make you the Secretary of Defense simply because you are buddies with our President-elect? And by the way, he has filed for bankruptcy 6 times. I'm not quite sure he's the kind of CEO you want to refer to as a successful businessman. Let me make it clear. You can't seem to grasp that there is no U.S. military as we know it without the incredible women that we serve. Women who've earned their place in their units. You have not earned your place as Secretary of Defense. You say you care about keeping our armed forces strong and that you...
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Stream pretty much every day. And we'll be taking call-ins here in a bit if anybody wants to call in, if they have any disagreements or something they want to get into. We'll take some call-ins before this is over so that people can call in and we'll go back and forth on it if people have something they want to get into. But yeah, take a second, hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't already. We also have a Discord where everybody hangs out, and we're going to be doing a movie night coming up because we just hit another 900 members. So we do a movie night every time we hit another 100. And we're just about to hit 10,000 subscribers here shortly, so make sure you guys subscribe to the Tom Foolery Show, because we're here for you, all right? We're doing this for you. We want to help you stay up to date on everything that's stupid in the world.
You like that our armed forces is a meritocracy, then let's not lower the standards for you. You, sir, are a no-go at this station.
Thank you, Senator Duck.
Yeah, he's a DEI hire. It's kind of sad that Trump keeps going with all of these DEI hires. They're just people who aren't qualified and who don't know what they're doing, and he's just giving it to them based on other circumstances instead of a meritocracy. It's kind of sad to see our country head in this direction.
Of course, I would like to submit for the record a letter submitted by Mr. Brian Marriott that says anyone who would claim that Pete mismanaged funds at Vets for Freedom is ignorant of the facts. Without objection, it will be admitted to the record. Senator Budd.
Thank you, Chairman Wicker, and congrats on your chairmanship of this committee. I want to thank you for your leadership and your handling of this today. I think you're doing a great job.
They're too woke.
So I wanted to also submit for the record a letter submitted by Mr. Daniel Catlin, the former operations manager at Vets for Freedom. Mr. Catlin's letter states that Mr. Hegseth and Mr. Catlin conducted weekly meetings to meticulously review every dollar that the organization spent.
And immediately unsubscribed. I don't get political on any sides. You understand that, like, we're literally watching a political confirmation hearing while you subscribe. So it's a little strange that you would hit subscribe while we're watching politics in the first place.
Pete's hands-on approach and dedication to financial responsibility ensured that Vets for Freedom operated within its budget. Mr. Catlin's letters also states that Pete treated his staff with the utmost respect, regardless of race or gender. So I ask unanimous consent to enter this into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Hegseth, congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for appearing before the committee today. I enjoy meeting you in my office before Christmas, and I've enjoyed our friendship before that. You know, you stated...
Yeah, Pete Hegseth doesn't know what DEI is. And he keeps talking about it, but he literally doesn't know that he is a DEI pick. It's kind of weird.
In your advanced policy questions that the American people need to be informed, engaged, and inspired to join our military. I wholeheartedly agree with that. We also have a problem, though, with obesity and falling academic standards. It's very concerning. We've talked about that before. So if confirmed, how would you approach increasing the number of Americans eligible to serve in the military, but without lowering standards?
Well, Senator, I think there are already, to the credit of, I believe the Army and other services have now caught up to that, which have piloted programs that have had some success, that have allowed young Americans who want to serve in the military but can't necessarily pass the ASVAB or pass the APFT to get into basic training, an opportunity to get caught up, a preparatory class. Sure. Unfortunately, yes, we do have a problem of obesity in our country, not necessarily something that the, if I'm confirmed, Secretary of Defense is able to address. But I do think leading from the front matters. I do think having a Secretary of Defense that will go out and do PT with the troops matters, that has been out there and done that before. And hopefully that's a motivating factor for young people. But the reality of obesity and criminal backgrounds and medical problems have long been an issue of recruitment in America, unfortunately. What changed is the perception of military service because of the condition of the services, and frankly, because of, in some ways, the way our schools don't teach young people to love country anymore. And if you don't love the country, why do you want to serve that country? That's a deeper problem. But all of those things need to be addressed to revive recruiting, and obesity is certainly a part of it.
Thank you for that. So I've had multiple conversations with young folks back in North Carolina, young men, young women, and we get to meet a lot of them. But, you know, I hear from some of these folks who I encourage to join the military. They say that they're concerned that...
Yeah, he's not DEI if it's white. It's only DEI if it's any other race besides white. When they're white, we are not going to call them DEI anymore. Sounds racist to me. Sounds racist as fuck. We can be DEI just as much as anybody, all right? You're racist if you try to hold that, take that away from us. It's fucked up. We can be just as much of a DEI hire as anybody.
that it's become politicized? And if confirmed, would you commit to working with my office to address the military recruiting crisis and ensuring the military is focused on warfighting?
Senator, absolutely. Number one, from day one, with a mandate from the Commander-in-Chief, who received that mandate when Americans spoke out loudly and said, we want peace through strength, we want America first foreign policy, and we don't want political ideology driving decisions inside our Defense Department. That was clear. It's an infection that the American people are acutely aware of, which the men and women in this room have lived firsthand. I've lived it firsthand. And that's why it will be a priority. And I truly believe, and I'm humbled by this, the response we've already seen from young men and women who've decided to join the military when they had said, I wasn't going to. But seeing a Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump, reassured them. Seeing the possibility, if confirmed, of a Secretary of Defense that would have their back reassured them. And so in the first couple of months after President Trump's election, we have already seen, the numbers are there, a recruiting surge in all the services that I would welcome the opportunity to continue. And it's humbling to think that families across this country would have confidence in us to deliver for their young men and women. There's no more important task.
Thank you for that. So shifting gears a bit, I want to hear some of your thoughts on the growing fighter aircraft capacity gap with China and what this means for a potential fight in the Indo-Pacific. So if confirmed, what policy recommendations will you make to the President on procurement and maintenance of 4th and 5th generation fighters while we continue to research and develop 6th generation and collaborative combat aircraft?
Senator, that's a very important conversation, one that I've been looking at a great deal. A lot of it, just to be clear, involves classifications and understanding precisely cost and capabilities, including capabilities of enemy systems, both not just 4th and 5th, but potential 6th generation, which we've already seen a prototype released from the Chinese. That's a dangerous development, considering at least the publicly understood condition of NGAD, which I look forward to the opportunity of looking underneath the hood on that. But ensuring 4th and 5th are capable and upgraded as necessary will be a part of our contingency. But when you look at what's happening in the Indo-Pacific, say operability, range is going to matter because it's such a large battle space. That will all factor in decisions that are made. And that's where I feel, frankly, a little bit liberated, that I didn't work at Lockheed or any number of, pick a defense contractor. I didn't mean to point one out in particular. Pick any. I haven't. I don't have a special interest in any particular system or any particular company or any particular narrative. I want to know what works. I want to know what defeats our enemies, what keeps us safe, what deters them, what keeps our enemies up at night. Whatever that is, I want more of it, and I want to invest in it. And I know that's the view that President Trump has as well.
Thank you. You know, some have commented recently about the need to eliminate immediately a manned aircraft. So I'd say maybe one day, but that day's not now, and certainly not before 2027, especially in the Indo-Pacific. So if confirmed, will you commit to work with my office in this committee to ensure the proper mix of fighters, manned and unmanned?
I look forward to working with you on that, Senator, because unmanned will be a very important part of the way future wars are fought. Just the idea of survivability for a human being drives cost and time in ways that unmanned systems do not. But I look forward to that conversation, Senator.
Thing that is tipped $5. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday, thing that is. Thank you. For the dono, let's freaking go.
Thank you, Senator Budd. I now recognize Senator Reid for a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent that 2 letters be submitted for the record. One letter is signed by numerous organizations, including the Government Accountability Project. The other signed by several organizations, including the Truman National Security Project.
Unpersoned, guys, because you don't want to make it about a man, all right? It could be a woman too, so it can be an unpersoned aircraft. Stop being sexist and saying manned aircraft, all right? It could be a woman in an aircraft. They can die as well.
Without objection, so ordered. Now, Senator Kelly, Senator Rosen got here after the gavel went down. Do you really want to go ahead for her?
I am going to defer to my good friend and colleague, Senator Rosen,
That
from
is
the
a really
great
good,
state of Nevada.
really good decision. Senator Rosen, you are recognized.
And thank you, Senator Kelly. I owe you one. Thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reid, for holding this hearing. And Mr. Hegseth, I appreciate your service and your willingness to serve again. However,
Tom calls me racist because he doesn't understand the definition of diversity. I know what the definition of diversity is. It's a bunch of different types of people. And so if we're looking for only qualified people, but you're willing to add unqualified to that list, then you are adding diversity. That is the main problem with DEI, is that they're adding things besides qualifications to these companies. They're adding a bunch of other people besides people who are qualified. They're making it about other things than qualifications. And obviously here they're making it about things that are other than qualifications and adding more people so that it's not just qualified people working in the Pentagon. That makes it more diverse. So I think you're confused on what diversity is, because when in DEI they talk about the fact that they want diversity of all kinds. Diversity of thought, diversity of race, diversity of all kinds. It's all over the DEI stuff. So obviously all kinds includes whether or not you're qualified.
I am deeply disappointed that you would not agree to meet with me, as other members have said on this committee prior to this hearing, as is the precedent for this committee and others. So let me tell you a little bit about what I would have talked about had you made yourself available prior to the hearing. Nevada is home to the premier aviation training ranges for both the Air Force and the Navy, the largest ammunition depot in the world, and the only place in the country where we are able to verify the reliability of our nuclear stockpile without the need for explosive testing. The Nevada National Guard is one of the only few units across the country with the mission of fighting wildfires. That's for another hearing. And currently activated to fight the devastating fires around Los Angeles in support of our neighbors. We therefore play a critical role in our national security, and the person who holds the position of Secretary of Defense matters greatly to Nevada service members and our military equities. But every single person who serves in the military, we've talked about, my colleagues, esteemed colleagues, have talked about recruitment and retention. One day, they will become a veteran. So my veterans and the folks who are serving active duty now are concerned about what you think. DOD does not have jurisdiction over Nevada's 200,000 plus veterans, but I am interested in your views about the service members once they've transitioned out of the military, given the influence you would have while they're in service if confirmed. In 2019, on a segment of Fox and Friends, you said that veteran service organizations, VSOs, I'm going to quote, encourage veterans to apply for every government benefit they can ever get after they leave the service. You stated you don't want to, quote, be dependent on government assistance from the VA based on injuries or illnesses that might have arisen from your military service. So I'm just going to ask you a few yes or no questions about veterans, understanding you don't have jurisdiction, but this is important to our morale, it's important to our recruitment, and is important to our retention, and it is important to how we respect others in this country. So yes or no, please. Do you believe that VSOs are wrong to support veterans in obtaining the benefits that they have rightfully earned and deserved when they signed that line like you did for your service?
Senator,
yes or
veterans
no, please.
deserve the benefits they've earned. I have been in many battles with traditional veteran
you would
service
agree that
organizations over differences of opinion about how to deliver those services,
yes or
including
no?
Veterans
Do you believe
Choice,
VSOs are wrong?
which is VSOs is a very broad term. We were a VSO also, ma'am. But some of those services took a traditionally
should they be able to
bureaucratic
help
approach.
the veterans obtain the benefits that they have earned? Yes or no? Should anyone be able to help?
Every veteran should have rapid access to
Do you
all the
believe that
benefits
veterans
they've
should be
earned.
ashamed for
Absolutely.
having sought and obtained the benefits that they have earned? Do you think veterans should be ashamed to seek out benefits?
Senator, I think
Yes or
we
no?
should be ashamed as a nation of the amount of veterans that commit
You think
suicide
veterans
because they hit a brick
should be
wall.
ashamed?
They commit suicide because
This
they
is
hit
not
a
the
brick
question,
wall
sir.
of the
I'm going to
bureaucracy
move on.
of
I'm
the
going to
VA.
take that
And
as a
reformers
yes.
are not courage enough.
How about veterans who suffer last?
Yeah, he's just moving on to a virtue signal. He doesn't. He's incapable of answering yes or no question.
Injuries or illnesses due to their military service. Do you think they deserve our support and assistance? I mean, your answers to these, they're too broad. People want to know, are you willing to support our veterans organizations that will help our veterans get every damn thing that they deserve because they signed on the dotted line to keep us safe, just like you did? I respect that. Will you?
Senator, with all due humility, I don't know that there's anyone in this room over the last 20 years that have worked harder to ensure that our veterans are taken care of. It has been a passion of my life alongside with so many on this dais to make sure that veterans receive, and it is a recruiting crisis.
But you said
when
that
veterans are not treated
dependent
well,
on the government.
they don't
You
want
said
their
veterans are
sons and daughters
dependent
to
on the
join.
government. Do you believe that veterans getting these benefits are dependent on the government, or do you believe it's a benefit they've earned and deserved through their service?
It's a
Are they
benefit they've
dependent?
earned and a hand up to
But
the
these are
next
your
chapter of their
words
life.
then. So you have again
Absolutely.
changed your position. Where you believe the veterans are dependent, now you believe they've earned and deserved it. I just think it's disrespectful to change that position. These are benefits that people may need throughout their life and may not know when they need them or how they're going to need them, and they need to be there when they do. Thank you. I'm going to move on to my next question. America's role in the world. Our alliances, the threats America's facing, they're serious, they're wide-ranging, from China to Russia to Iranian-backed terrorism. So do you agree with the national defense strategy that the U.S. cannot compete with China, Russia, and their partners alone, and certainly cannot win a war that way? And this is a quote from the National Defense Strategy. Is your interpretation that American first foreign policy is America alone? Does that include abandoning our allies and partners such as NATO, Taiwan, Israel, and others? And if
That is part of like the entire like America first idea. Suck it, bitch. Is that they do this like thing where they say America first, but it turns out it's America only. It's not America first, because like first means like there's other things that come after, and you just want to make sure that like America is taken care of and that you're prioritizing them ahead of everybody else. But a lot of people use America first to mean America only, and then they just try to like exclude everybody else, all of our other allies, everyone else that has put a lot of money and time into helping our country, in defending our country, and sending us aid and doing all sorts of things for our country. They don't think of that as a priority at all. They mean America only, and it's fucking bullshit, because that is like one of the things that will put us in danger the most, is acting like there is nobody but us when our country has had all of its successes and done so well because of its ability to gain allies across the world.
If we can't win alone and we don't strengthen our strategic partnerships, I would say that position, your position, places on a strategic path to lose to our adversaries. So maybe you're okay with choosing that path for America. I want to know how you square that position with the positions you articulated in your book, where you wrote that NATO is at relic, at best a distraction, and should be scrapped and remade. Are you okay with sending us down a path where we can't win?
Senator, the world has had, our friends in the world have had no better ally. Our allies and partners have had no better friend than President Donald Trump, who's reinvigorated a NATO alliance, who's stood behind Israel in every way, in ways this administration has not. He has ensured that the NATO alliance has become far more robust. He worked with allies in the Pacific as well.
Is Donald Trump going to stand behind Ukraine? Are you going to stand behind Ukraine? You say he's the strongest president. President-elect Trump said he'll end the war in Ukraine before he takes office. Okay, so less than a week before he's inaugurated, to the best of your knowledge. Do you have knowledge of a plan that he's going to use to rapidly end the war with Ukraine? Do you believe it's feasible, that it does not make unacceptable concessions to Vladimir Putin, who is a brutal dictator? And are you going to give President-elect Trump the military advice that you have given others to achieve the objective? of us winning the war in Ukraine? How do you think a rapid end to the war that Vladimir Putin started will affect the United States standing across the world?
Senator, I will always give clear guidance, my clear guidance, best guidance to the President of the United States on matters like that.
Do you think that if we concede to Vladimir Putin that will hurt our credibility with our allies and partners? And do you not
Just added the dono to the list. Thank you thing that is for the dono. Appreciate y'all.
believe that our adversaries are watching?
Perhaps you can take that for the record, Mr. Hegseth. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to submit for the record a letter submitted by Mr. Christopher Ahn, the former Director of Operations for Vets for Freedom. Mr. Ahn, his letter states that the suggestion, quote, the suggestion that funds were misused for personal gain, lavish parties, or other improper purposes is categorically false. Throughout my time working with Pete Hegseth, he consistently demonstrated exceptional integrity and leadership. I asked unanimous consent to enter this letter into the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hegseth, good to see you here today. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Senator.
And your willingness to serve. I also want to thank you for your clarity in articulating the vision you have for the Department of Defense in restoring an ethos, a warrior ethos, which is in stark contrast to the ethos we've seen the last 4 years, which is of weakness and wokeness. And I want to drill down on a few things specifically and exactly how we've gotten to where we've gotten with recruiting and morale. DEI. There's been a little bit of discussion about this, but for those watching at home, DEI is not about giving everybody opportunity. It is rooted in cultural Marxism. The idea that you pit the room, any room, with oppressor versus oppressed. It's race essentialism, and it is poison.
Just to be clear, cultural Marxism is not a thing. Like, I every time I ask what cultural Marxism is, nobody even knows what the fuck they mean when they say it. It's just kind of a buzzword that they made up that to just add Marxism in to make something sound like big and scary. It's just not it's not a thing that actually makes sense in any way.
It has no business whatsoever in our military. I think the American people have spoken loudly and clearly about this. They're tired of this. They're tired of woke ideology. And to my Democrat colleagues on the other side, if you haven't picked up on that, you missed the plot. Because that's what November 5th partially was about. And so let's talk specifically about some of these DEI programs that have been funded. In our academies, specifically the Air Force Academy, it was advised as disfavored language to refer to your mom and dad as mom and dad. Okay? Dear mom and dad, I'm writing home. Don't say that. That's insane. We're all just people. You can't say that either. And in an effort to police this, in a 1984 Orwellian novel, there was actually an eyes and ears program to rat on your fellow students who might say mom and dad. Or just say, in a tough situation, you know what? We're all just people. Can't say that. This wasn't limited, by the way, to our academies. The Secretary of the Air Force, our current Secretary of the Air Force, in a memo from August of 2022, thought we had too many white officers, advocated for quotas. And if you crunch the numbers, that meant that 5,800 white officers who've worked really hard should be fired in the United States of America. I don't know how we got here.
And did they do that? No? Well, it sounds like they don't believe in that shit. That's fucking crazy. Whoa! So, like, one person advocated for something, and then everybody else chose not to do it, but we're gonna pretend as though they did do it, and just say, this one person advocated for this. This is the problem today. Damn. One person did this thing. Oh, man, America's got a big problem here.
Here. And by the way, the Air Force isn't alone here. The Navy sort of touted a drag queen influencer. This stuff is insane. And people wonder why recruiting has dropped off. And let me just go through a few numbers, and I want to get your comments on how we fix this, because it's gone completely off the rails. In 2022, the Army missed their recruiting goal of 60,000 soldiers by over 15,000. In 2023, the Navy missed their recruiting goals by over 7,000. In 2022, the Air Force couldn't meet their standards, their numbers, even though they lowered their standards. They've lowered their standards to meet numbers they still can't get to. Mr. Hegseth, we got to fix this. I think what you've demonstrated today is that you have the talent and the ability and the desire to fix it. How are you going to fix it?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. First and foremost, up front, you have to tear out DEI and CRT initiatives root and branch out of institutions.
100%.
And then you have to put in
CRT
Army, Navy, and Air Force
initiatives, sure.
secretaries and others, civilian positions at the helm, who are committed to the same priorities that the President of the United States is, and if confirmed, the Secretary of Defense will be. Send a clear message that this is not a time for equity. Equity is a very different word than equality. Equality is the bedrock of our military. Men and women, duty positions in uniform, black, white, doesn't matter. We treat you equally based on who you are in the image of God as an individual. And we all get the same bad haircuts. You're not an individual, you're part of a group. Equity prescribes some sort of an outcome based on differing attributes that we have that divide us. What skin color are you? What gender are you? And then infuse that into institutions which manifest in things like quotas, formal or informal, which does what to morale?
Says the guy who's literally made a very big deal about the fact that women are in the military, says that he doesn't really care about what gender you are. What the fuck? The guy who spent this entire time answering questions about all the statements that he's making about gender. Now, well, we shouldn't care about gender. Didn't you just... Haven't you spent this entire time talking about the fact that you always talk about fucking gender everywhere you go? What the hell?
Sends it in the tubes. And it makes people feel like they're being judged by something other than how good they are at their job, which is poisonous inside institutions.
So on top of this recruiting crisis, that wasn't enough for this administration. During the COVID hysteria and in their attempt to fire 100,000 people who worked for bigger companies because they didn't get the COVID shot, or to mask 5-year-olds, they decided also to make this a central plank in their policy at the Pentagon. 8,000 well-trained, so we got a recruiting crisis, 8,000 well-trained men and women were fired. Will you commit today, Mr. Hegseth, to recruit these folks back, to give them back pay, and give them an apology from the United States government for how they were disrespected?
Senator, I will commit to this because the Commander-in-Chief has committed to this, that not only will they be reinstated, they will receive an apology.
What is he talking about? 100,000 people fired. What is he talking about?
Fire 100,000 people who worked for bigger companies because they didn't get the COVID shot.
Formal, which does what to morale? Sends it in the tubes. And it makes
because they didn't get the fucking vaccine?
People feel like they're being judged by something other than how good they are at their job, which is poisonous inside institutions.
So on top of this recruiting crisis, that wasn't enough for this administration. During the COVID hysteria and in their attempt to fire 100,000 people who worked for bigger companies because they didn't get the COVID shot, or to mask 5-year-olds, they decided also to make this a central plank in the...
I don't know what any of that means. Because when they worked for bigger companies, I don't know what any of this means. What the fuck is he talking about? This doesn't make sense to me.
Quotas, formal or informal, which does what to morale? Sends it in the tubes. And it makes people feel like they're being judged by something other than how good they are at their job, which is poisonous inside institutions.
So on top of this recruiting crisis...
The reason he's saying quotas, formal or informal, is because there are no quotas. There are no quotas. And so he says formal or informal because he has to make up a conspiracy theory about there being quotas. And then act like he's going to fight this boogeyman that he just made up. And so when he says informal, he's saying, yeah, they don't actually say they have quotas, but we all know the truth. How do you know the truth? We just do. Yeah, but how? Like, what? Because it's obvious. If you have eyes, you can tell. So what do you see with your eyes? All of the Marxism happening. Duh. It's obvious. Yeah, it's common sense, dude. It's just common sense that this is happening. You don't have to have evidence to know things are happening. Evidence is for the fucking cultural Marxists. They're the only ones who think they need evidence for things.
That wasn't enough for this administration. During the COVID hysteria and in their attempt to fire 100,000 people who worked for bigger companies because they didn't get the COVID shot, or to mask 5-year-olds, they decided also to make this a central plank in their policy at the Pentagon. 8,000 well-trained, so we got a recruiting crisis, 8,000 well-trained men and women were fired. Will you commit today, Mr. Hegseth?
From what? The Pentagon? 8,000 people were fired from the Pentagon? I doubt that people in the Pentagon were so fucking retarded that they didn't get the vaccine. I don't believe it. I don't believe that if you work for the government, you are taking like a vow to where you just know that you have to get stuff like vaccines. Like when you work for the government, you are already like agreeing to take vaccines and shit. So this is kind of retarded.
To recruit these folks back, to give them back pay, and give them an apology from the United States government for how they were doing.
Let's see. 8,000 fired Pentagon. It has been nearly 3 years since Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin mandated that the U.S. service members received the COVID-19 vaccine. In doing so, he and President Joe Biden discharged more than 8,000 members of our military solely because of their vaccination status. Okay, yeah, when you're in the military, you have to get vaccinated. Like, that's fine.
Disrespected.
Senator, I will commit to this because the Commander-in-Chief has committed to this, that not only will they be reinstated, they will receive an apology, back pay, and rank that they lost because they were forced out due to an experimental vaccine.
Thank you, and I'm a limited time, but I just want to...
Again, was not experimental. We had tons of studies done before the fucking vaccines were released. This is stupid.
Say, for all the talk of experience and not coming from the same cocktail parties that permanent Washington is used to, you are a breath of fresh air. And again, if you weren't paying attention to what this election was all about, it was about the disruptors versus the establishment. And the American people have had enough of business as usual for the same people that we line up for these same jobs who give us the same results. We need somebody who's going to go in there and fight for innovation, fight for change. I think you're that person, and I appreciate your willingness to sit here and listen to some of these undignified attacks. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Captain Mark Kelly, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your chairmanship. I want to make a request to the committee that we have a...
Remember how effective the vaccine was? Yeah, it's like the studies were pretty clear that it was going to have about a 95% efficacy rate, and then it did. And then it did have a 95% efficacy rate, and it was, just, is this chat all short bus? Yeah, oh, no, you're not in the short bus chat. You're in the right chat. Read the news? I have. We literally just went over the studies on the efficacy of it on the very last stream that I did. We had numerous things where we went over it. Now, again, there's other vaccines that other countries implemented that the United States didn't. And those other vaccines didn't do so well compared to the ones that the United States had. But the United States, we had a couple that we did, and and of those vaccines, yes, we had a 95% efficacy rate. How many boosters did you take? None.
Second round of questions.
Pursuant to the bipartisan staff agreement that we reached late last year. This will be one round of 7-minute questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll be happy to recognize my colleague, Mr. Reed.
I think it's important to note for the record that when Secretary Hagel was here, we had 3 rounds of questioning. When Secretary Carter was here, we had 2 rounds of questioning. And I cannot recall any time where I have denied as the chairman.
Wait, he said this earlier. What the hell? Didn't he say this earlier?
A member to ask for a second round and receive the second round. So we are, I think, violating the principles of the committee, and I just want to go on the record.
And your comment is noted.
Thank you.
Mr. Hegseth, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your service to this country. Thank you, Senator. Few nominees come into this room with all the necessary experience to do this job, to be Secretary of Defense. We get that. It's a reflection on just how big of a job this is. What I want to understand is whether or not you bring any of the necessary experience that this job requires. And here's where I'm concerned.
Nope, he's a DEI
Senator
hire.
Coleman, introducing you, and this is a quote, he said, "He has struggled and overcome great personal challenges," unquote. You walk in here saying that you've had personal and character issues in your past, including heavy drinking, which you wrote about. And you said, and this is a quote from you, that you said, "I sit before you as an open book." Yet you haven't actually said what personal challenges it is that you've overcome when you've been asked about them. So I'm going to give you an opportunity here to be as forthright as you say you want to be. So while leading Concerned Veterans of America, there were very specific cases cited by individuals about your conduct. I'm going to go through a few of them, and I just want you to tell me if these are true or false. Very simple. On Memorial Day 2014, at a CVA event in Virginia, you needed to be carried out of the event for being intoxicated.
Senator, anonymous smears.
Just true or false? Very simple. Summer of 2014 in Cleveland, drunk in public with the CVA team.
Anonymous smears.
I'm just true or false answers. An event in North Carolina, drunk in front of 3 young female staff members after you had instituted a no alcohol policy and then reversed it. True or false?
Anonymous smears.
December of 2014 at the CVA Christmas party at the Grand Hyatt at Washington, D.C., you were noticeably intoxicated and had to be carried up to your room. Is that true or false?
Anonymous smears.
Another time, a CVA staffer stated that you passed out in the back of a party bus. Is that true or false?
Anonymous smears.
In 2014, while in Louisiana on official business for CVA, did you take your staff, including young female staff members, to a strip club?
Absolutely not. Anonymous smears.
So, is it accurate that the organization reached a financial settlement with a female staffer who claimed to be at a strip club with you, and there was a colleague?
Yeah, I think Donald Trump has like a quota for the amount of white people he needs to get into his administration to have more white people within the government, and so he's trying to get all of these DEI hires into his administration. It's kind of sad.
Who attempted to sexually assault her. Was there a financial settlement?
Senator, I was not involved in that. I don't know the nature of how that played out.
But you understand there was a financial settlement for a young female staffer who accused another member of the organization, not you, of sexual assault in a strip club.
We have multiple statements on the record referring to that.
But you claim you were not there when that occurred.
Absolutely not.
Now, the behavior I cited, if true, do you think that this behavior of intoxication, going into these type of establishments, women on your staff being so uncomfortable that they have to file these sort of harassment claims, do you think this is appropriate behavior for a leader?
Senator, the overwhelming majority of anyone who's worked for me, including the on-the-record statements that have been submitted to this, with their name on it, on the record, men and women who worked with me every day, are the overwhelming preponderance of evidence that testify to my leadership and professionalism in leading Vets for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. Okay. My leadership has been completely impugned on these veterans organizations that did fantastic work.
Mr. Hegseth, I'm not even going to go into the, accusations.
And we managed our financial books with integrity across the board. How many people, everybody who runs the campaign.
I have limited time. I'm not going to get into the accusations that come from Fox News. And you have some of your Fox News colleagues here. There were multiple instances of accusations against you about
drinking on the job.
All
coming
anonymous,
in.
all false, all refuted by my colleagues who I worked with for 10 years at 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and
The
everything in
challenge here for
between,
me,
and
Mr.
said they've
Hegseth,
only seen me be professional
when there is
every single
discussion
time.
about personal challenges, and you admittedly had issues with heavy drinking. It's hard to kind of square this, to square the circle here. It's kind of a difficult thing to do. Let me ask you, if I have about 90 seconds left here, if you had to answer these questions about sexual assault against you and your drinking and your personal conduct, would it have been different if you were under oath?
Senator, all I'm pointing out is the false claims against me.
Okay, I take it you do not want to answer that question. I walked into this hearing this morning concerned that you haven't demonstrated adequate leadership in your civilian roles. And this is a dangerous world we're living in here. And America cannot afford a Secretary of Defense who is unprepared for that mission. I'm going to leave with concerns about your transparency. You say you've had personal issues in your past, yet when asked about those very issues, you blame an anonymous smear campaign, even when many of these claims are not anonymous.
I was about to say,
which is it?
I don't think all of those were anonymous. Other people brought these up earlier and said that they weren't anonymous and that they had names on them. And he just keeps calling them anonymous.
Do you overcome personal issues, or are you the target of a smear campaign? It can't be both. It's clear to me that you're not being honest with us or the American people because you know the truth would disqualify you from getting the job. And just as concerning as each of these specific disqualifying accusations are, what concerns me just as much is the idea of having a Secretary of Defense who is not transparent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my 2 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. I would, at this point, ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record letters by Tina Kingston, Louisiana State Director of Concerned Veterans for America, and Holly Talley, Louisiana Local Director of Concerned Veterans for America, attesting to the appropriateness of Mr. Hegseth's conduct with regard to female staffers. Without objection, that is added to the record. And Senator Banks, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Hegseth. You have conducted yourself very well today. In fact, so well that I believe it's incumbent upon this committee to confirm you ASAP to get you on the job to clean up the mess that we have at the Pentagon ongoing at this moment because of the leadership there over the last 4 years that's failed us. In President Biden's first year in office, the Department of Defense spent over 5 million man-hours on quote-unquote counter-extremism and diversity training, what you and I might call woke training or DEI. The administration has refused to provide us any more recent data than that first year, but we know that it's exponentially more man-hours wasted on DEI over the last 4 years. And I wonder, what do you make of that? What could those 5 million man-hours in that first year?
They don't know what DEI is. They've already admitted this numerous times. They have no idea what DEI means.
Of Secretary Austin and President Biden's administration, what could those 5 million man-hours have been used for?
Senator, that's a lot of service members sitting in a lot of briefs, hearing about a lot of threats or political perspectives that might be dangerous, that comport.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's no threats. They're just like, they're fucking classes, dude. There's no threats there. They don't say, like, you better get white or you better become a fucking brown person real quick or we're gonna get rid of you. Like, there's no fucking threats. It's about, DEI is about the environment. That's what it means. It just means that you're like, you want to make an environment that is inclusive, that would make it to where more people are more willing to want to work there. That's it. And so the military is a place where that, yes, they should make it to where people are, they feel included, they don't feel excluded based on race or anything like that, and that they are able to have like a diverse group of people there without them having any issues. That's what DEI is. It doesn't mean you go and hire a bunch of people to be brown or to be black while working there. It doesn't mean you have quotas. It doesn't mean any of those things. DEI just means that you just make an environment that makes it to where if people are brown or black, and these are people that you would want to hire, these are people that are like very skilled and they would really help your business or help your company or something like that. You want to to show that you have like an inclusive environment to where they are going to be willing to work there. That's what DEI means. That's what it is. It's none of these other dumb things that they keep bringing up. None of that has anything to do with DEI. It's just, yes, making it to where the requirements, the work environments are a healthy work environment, that if you wanted people who were black or brown or Asian or Indian or whatever else, that they are not going to feel excluded.
Comport to threats that actually exist inside the force, or ideas that introduce critical race theory or DEI or climate change initiatives that they and their commands have to conform to. And every time one of those happens, it gets pushed down the chain of command. That also includes new layers of leadership that have been created under this administration, committed to enforcing those types of DEI and CRT initiatives. So we hear 5 million man hours, and that sounds like a lot. The more troubling aspect is how many training hours that take away from a company commander or battalion commander or a wing commander who's out there trying to maintain their force, which is already constrained because of what the Biden administration has done to the defense budget and defense capabilities. So they're having to choose between the political prerogatives of the civilians who are demanding more DEI and CRT and gender quotas and the readiness of their forces. And I believe this Pentagon is prepared, because of our commander-in-chief, for a Secretary of Defense, should I be confirmed, that laser focuses on these issues, and they're ready to respond. They want to pack their rucksacks and go train because they understand we live in a dangerous world.
I think that's an important point, a key point, because months later, while the priority of the Biden-Austin-led Pentagon was on DEI and woke training, one of the biggest embarrassments in American history happened when we lost 13 of our heroes in the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. Secretary Austin testified before the House Armed Services Committee a couple of years ago, and responding to a question from me said he had, quote, no regrets about what happened in Afghanistan. I wonder, what do you make of that?
Senator, it's shameful. They still tout it as the most successful airlift in American history, when what the rest of us all saw was true laid before our eyes. Utter failure, a destruction of a military legacy there, abandonment of our allies, death of American troops, detriment to our reputation, and then no answers and no accountability on the other side. And then what was unleashed because of what happened in Afghanistan? The October 7th attacks, an invasion into Ukraine. The world recognized weakness for what it was. And who bore the brunt for it? The troops on the front lines at Abbey Gate doing an impossible job, whose external security was the Taliban, because there was no actual plan for this under the Biden administration. And yet, not a single person, the only person held accountable in those moments was a Marine Corps lieutenant colonel who had the courage to stand up and say someone should be held accountable for that. His name is Stu Scheller. No one else involved has ever taken accountability for it. And when that microcosm becomes the reality of the perception of the American military or America's commitment to victory and success and positive outcomes, the world responds to that. President Trump is going to restore real deterrence by bringing a real warrior culture back, rebuilding our military, and ending wars properly. And if we have to fight them, winning them decisively.
I served in Afghanistan, you served in Afghanistan. 75% of our nation's veterans disagree with how the withdrawal from Afghanistan was handled, the embarrassment of it. What that's done, I believe, has directly impacted our historic recruitment crisis in this country, without a doubt. And you've already talked about that, but how do we fix it? How do we bring pride back to wearing the uniform for the next generation, to inspire them to do what you and I did, to raise our right hand and take that oath and serve this great country?
I really do think it comes back to strong, clear leadership, patriotic, pro-American leadership that says we're not going to focus on all the other political prerogatives. That's why we all have political perspectives. I said this before and I'll say it again. In uniform, none of that matters. You wear green, you wear blue, you bleed red. That's it. Who you vote for doesn't matter. But when the perception of that changes, then you don't want people deciding whether to serve based on a political party in power. That's a dangerous thing for continuity inside your military. And it's fragile right now. President Trump, and if I'm confirmed with my leadership, we're going to restore the continuity of an apolitical military that acts decisively and only based on merit. They sound basic, but they're fundamental.
You and I agree that wokeness is weakness. Mr. Hegseth, do you support racial quotas in recruitment or promotions in the United States military?
Senator, I do not support any form of racial quota.
Do you support affirmative action in our nation's military academies?
Senator, I only support hiring and promoting and admitting the best and brightest, whatever their background is.
I think that's very important. Mr. Hegseth, Lloyd Austin, the secretary, later went AWOL. He disappeared for days and never told the president, didn't even inform the president's chief of staff that he was going into the hospital. Would that ever occur on your watch?
No, Senator. I know in any one of my jobs, if I had decided to go AWOL for even a day or two in uniform or around that, that would have been a concern.
I believe accountability matters. No one to this day has ever, as you've said, been held accountable for what happened in Afghanistan. It was embarrassing to this country. It's impacted this country greatly. And I applaud you and President Trump for bringing accountability back to our Pentagon. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the distinguished ranking member for a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit an article discussing some of the issues of readiness and DEI. There has been a comment that 5.9 million man-hours have been used for DEI. General Milley clarified that that is an estimate out of more than 2 million man-hours that the Department of Defense invested during the time period.
Where is this published, sir?
This is published by Megan Myers, and I will get the
okay.
Military.com, I'm sorry.
Without objection, it will be admitted to the record. And Senator Slotkin, welcome to the committee.
Thank
and
you. Thank you, Senator, and thank you for referencing the great Carl Levin as you introduced me. We miss him in Michigan. For those who I haven't met, in my 1 week that I've been sworn into the Senate, I'm a CIA officer recruited after 9/11. I did 3 tours armed in Iraq alongside the military, and have worked for 4 different secretaries of defense, both Democrat and Republican, proudly, and watched them make decisions that literally determine the life and death of Americans in the dark of night. I'm also a Democrat representing a state that Trump won, right? We both won on the same ballot. So I understand that President Trump has the right to nominate his people. We are going to have policies that we disagree with. All of that, to me, comes very standard. What I think I'm most concerned with is that no president has the right to use the uniformed military in a way that violates the U.S. Constitution and further taints the military as that apolitical institution that we all want, right? And our founders designed the system so that we had posse comitatus, that we weren't going to use active duty military inside the United States and make American citizens potentially scared of their own military. We went through our own experience with that with the British. As the Secretary of Defense, you will be the one man standing in the breach should President Trump give an illegal order, right? I'm not saying he will, but if he does, you are going to be the guy that he calls to implement this order. Do you agree that there are some orders that can be given by the Commander-in-Chief that would violate the U.S. Constitution?
Senator, thank you for your service. But I reject the premise that President Trump is going to be giving illegal orders.
No, I'm not saying he will, but if
that wasn't, she literally said that wasn't the premise. She saw ahead of time that you were going to do that. So she went ahead and caveated and said that she wasn't saying he's going to do this.
You believe there is such a thing as an illegal order that Joe Biden or any other president, Donald Trump, could give? Is there anything that a commander-in-chief could ask you to do with the uniformed military that would be in violation of the U.S. Constitution?
Senator, anybody of any party could give an order that is against the Constitution or against the law.
Right. Okay. So are you saying that you would stand in the breach and push back if you were given an illegal order?
I start by saying I reject the premise that President
I
Trump will be
understand.
giving
You've done your
any
genuflecting
illegal
to him,
orders
but
at all.
This isn't a hypothetical, okay? Your predecessor in a Trump administration, Secretary Esper, was asked and did use uniformed military to clear unarmed protesters. He was given the order to potentially shoot at them. Helos flew low in Washington, D.C. as crowd control. He later apologized publicly for those actions. Was he right or wrong to apologize?
Senator, I was there on the ground.
And
I saw that.
I understand, and I respect that.
I've been there.
But you're about to be the Secretary of Defense.
That was involved in that moment. I also understand legality and the Constitution.
Sir, was he right or wrong to apologize?
I'm not going to put words in the mouth of Secretary Esper or anybody else.
He said them himself. You don't have to. What are you scared of? Did he do the right thing by apologizing?
I'm not scared of anything, Senator.
Then say yes or no. You can say no.
The laws and the Constitution in any particular
Donald
scenario.
Trump asked for the active duty 82nd Airborne to be deployed during that same time. Secretary Esper has written that he convinced him against that decision. If Donald Trump asked you to use the 82nd Airborne in law enforcement roles in Washington, D.C., would you also convince him otherwise?
I'm not going to get ahead of conversations I would have with the president. However, there are laws and processes inside our Constitution that would be followed.
President Trump said in November that he is willing to consider using the active duty military against the, quote, enemy within. Have you been personally involved in discussions of using the U.S. military active duty inside the United States?
Senator, I'm...
Oh, shit. Finally, dude. What the fuck? How is it taking this long to get this question asked? How is it taking this long to get this question asked? Literally every single person should have been asking him about this fucking question, dude. Literally everybody should have been asking. Yeah, so he says he's going to use the military against the enemy from within. Are you going to help him use the military to try to take out left-leaning people? Is that something that you would do?
Fine. I'm glad we finally got to the topic of border security equaling national security, because it's been abdicated and ignored for the last 4 years.
That wasn't my question. I'm just asking, have you been involved? You're about to be the Secretary of Defense, potentially. Have you been involved in discussions about using the active duty military inside the United States?
Senator, I am not yet the Secretary of Defense.
Right. I'm
If
just
confirmed, I would be party to any number of
But you haven't been in
conversations,
any of these
which I would not
conversations.
reveal what I have discussed with the President of the
No,
United States.
just have you been in conversations? Again, you're going to be in charge of 3 million people, the active duty that I know you care about, I believe you care about. So have you been in conversations about using the active duty in any way? Whether it's setting up in detention camps, policing dangerous cities, have you been involved in any of those conversations?
Certainly, I have been involved in conversations relating to doing things this administration has not.
She should have picked up on the other thing that he said, where he's like, saying that, like, thank you for mentioning that border security is national security and blah, blah, blah. I would have been like, wait, so are you saying that you think that, like, Democrats are a danger from within the country and that you would use the military against those people? Did I hear you correctly? Is that what you said?
Which is secure the southern border and not allow floods of illegals to enter our country through an invasion that threatens the American people. And there are ways in which the military is already playing a role in that, to include 5,000 National Guardsmen from Indiana and Texas. We're at the border right now, allowing for border security. So there is plenty of precedent
duty military
for military
to
members
staff
enforcing
detention
our southern
centers?
border.
Our U.S. military is not trained in law enforcement roles. I think you know that, right? We've seen how that mission is difficult for them in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, because that's not the training a uniformed military comes with. Do you support the use of active duty military in supporting detention camps?
Senator, everything we will do would be lawful and under the Constitution, but I recognize that this administration has abdicated its responsibility. President Trump is going to restore order at the border, prevent our enemies from invading, and yes, he is
Sir, I get your filibustering. I get it.
part of what
In
happens.
the spirit of preserving the institution that I think we both care about, legitimately, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. I've heard a couple of different things. One, you said you will not change the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is what governs justice system in the military. Yes or no? You said that earlier.
Those are
I'm just
laws,
confirming.
Senator, set by Congress.
Okay, so you will not go to change it. You will not attempt to change it. You also said that JAG officers are potentially people who put their own interests in their own medals and promotions ahead of the troops. Senator Lindsey Graham was a JAG officer for most of his life. Is that what you believe about those who implement our justice system in the U.S. military?
Senator, I was speaking about particular JAG officers I've had to deal with in my military
Are you going to get
not
involved?
about a member of the United States Senate.
Are you, as Secretary of Defense, going to get involved in the implementation of the U.S. Military Code of Justice?
Senator, ultimately, it will be a big part of my job to evaluate decisions vis-a-vis
Okay, so
the
I'll take
Uniform
that.
Code of
I'll
Military
take that as
Justice.
yes. Have you seen
fairly.
is CQ Brown on your list in the Warrior Boards to be removed from his position?
Senator, every single senior officer will be reviewed based on meritocracy, standards, lethality, and commitment to lawful orders they will be given.
Thank you, Senator Slotkin. I now recognize Senator Shaheen for a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a request from a former general who served 35 years, Dennis.
Damn, dude. That's fucking rough. This is insane. This is insane, dude. These people are actually insane. We have a bunch of fucking elementary school kids taking over our country. This is actually insane. They think they're fucking playing Battleship or like Modern Warfare on their computers, dude.
Leach, who most recently was commander of the 94th Regional Readiness Command at Fort Devens, Mass., who has asked that his letter opposing Mr. Hegseth's nomination be entered into the record.
Is there objection? Without objection, it will be entered. Also, I present a host of letters and op-eds from former co-workers at Vets for Freedom and Concerned Vets for America, as well as Fox News Channel. I also have letters and op-eds from many veterans and Iraqis and Afghanis.
They softballed hard questions. Yes, she was literally being as nice as she could, like, in allowing him to just ramble nonsensically. And still, he ended up having so much trouble with that fucking question. This is ridiculous, dude. These people are actual children.
Who were helped by Mr. Hegseth. I ask unanimous consent to introduce these letters and op-eds. Without objection, is so ordered. Senator Sheehy, you've been very patient.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Entering a support letter in for Mr. Hegseth, submitted by nearly 90 former soldiers who served with Pete in combat. I would like to submit a statement from 86 of them who support his nomination, although they come from different units and ranks. The signatories commend Mr. Hegseth for his selfless leadership, love of his soldiers, and commitment to our country.
2 items.
Sorry, 1 item. I ask unanimous consent to enter this.
Without objection, it will be entered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pete, I'm actually going to ask you questions because I want to hear your answer. How many genders are there? Tough one.
Senator, there are 2 genders.
I know that well. I'm a Sheehy, so I'm on board.
Yeah, this is a dumb virtue signal that all of these losers do. Pretty much everybody believes there's 2 genders. Again, they're like, there's like, you know, a group of people on the far left who think there's more than 2 genders. They're very, very, very small and insignificant group. Nobody thinks anything otherwise, but these people will take like, excuse me, sir, do you, what do you think 1 + 1 is? I think it's 2. Well, thank God that finally us, the smart ones, we're willing to agree on this. You and me, we agree 1 + 1 is 2. And I'm glad we finally have somebody in this position who believes that 1 + 1 is 2. Because, oh man, the amount of people coming in saying that it's other numbers is really disappointing. So, you know, it's really good that we finally have somebody who agrees that 1 + 1 is 2. Thank God for you, sir. You're going to save this country.
What is the diameter of the rifle round fired out of an M4A1 rifle?
That's a 5.56.
How many push-ups can you do?
I did 5 sets of 47 this morning.
What do you think our most important strategic base is in the Pacific?
In the Pacific, Guam is pretty strategically significant.
How many rounds of 5.56 can you fit into the magazine of an M4 rifle?
Depends on the magazine, but standard issue is 30.
And what size round does the M9 Beretta standard issue sidearm for the military fire?
A 9mm.
What kind of batteries do you put in your night vision goggle?
Duracell.
So right there, you're representing qualifications.
That's on the Duracell commercials, is that the military uses Duracell for their night vision goggles.
That show you understand what the warfighter deals with every single day on the battlefield. You understand what happens on the front line, where our troops will be. And what happens, unfortunately, in this country is decisions made in rooms like this, bad decisions, end up in dead 17, 18, 19-year-old Americans. And those Americans rarely come from families that sit in rooms like this. They come from lower middle-income families who sometimes the military is their only way out. And they join because maybe they want to go to college. Maybe they had no other choice. Maybe they love this country. But for whatever reason, they joined and they sat on the dotted line. And when people like us screw up, they don't come home. And that's the one thing that I care about. Is you remember when I shut the door when you came with your entourage, Senator Coleman, I've known for a long time, and you and I sat together, asked you one question. You remember what that question was?
Are you going to have the backs of the warfighters?
Exactly. What is going to be your #1 priority? And I don't care, frankly, what all these letters and articles say. I've been part of a smear campaign too, I get it. I care that you're going to have one thing in mind when you sit in that chair in that 5-sided building, and you told me what that was. So with that, you have my support. I'm sorry you have to go through a process like this, but it is one of the most important jobs in the world. We got to make sure you're ready for it. I thank you for your answers. I got one final question that's very important to me. This is more of a technical question, but I think it's to fix the Army in this country is a 1 or 2 year problem. We can make bullets, we can make rifles. Fix the Air Force might be a 5-year problem. Fix our Navy is a decades-long pursuit. How are you going to fix our national? You don't have all the power. We're not China, unfortunately, you can't snap your fingers. But how are you going to lead an initiative within the DoD to reinvigorate our national shipbuilding industry so we are able to compete with China? Because freedom of navigation is critical to our economy and the global economy. It's going to be a very important task for you to complete.
It's a critical question, Senator, and that's why I'm grateful that President Trump has said definitively to me and publicly that shipbuilding will be one of his absolute top priorities of this administration. So a lot of it does go into pulling things up into the OSD's office, Secretary of Defense's office, to shine a spotlight on it, to make sure the bureaucracy doesn't strangle important initiatives that need to happen. We need to reinvigorate our defense industrial base in this country to include our shipbuilding capacity. Some of it is on the east, some of it's on the west, some of it's on the Great Lakes. The workforce problems that our shipyards are facing are significant, and there's been a big investment from this committee, I know, in a lot of those places because of the shortfalls, manpower issues, everything else. We also see adversaries that have been able to innovate themselves in ways that their shipbuilding capacity is, I won't reveal it at this hearing, multitudes and multitudes beyond our capabilities. So it needs to be a rapid investment, a rapid fielding, and then we need to incentivize outside entities to fill the gap. We talk a lot about UAVs. UAVs are very important, but there's also a future of UUVs, unmanned underwater vehicles, that will be a part of amplifying the impact of our Navy, because this administration has allowed our number of ships to drop below 300. It sets a projection of 340 or 350. We talk a lot about UAVs. UAVs are very important, but there's also a future of UUVs, unmanned underwater vehicles, that will be a part of amplifying the impact of our Navy, because this administration has allowed our number of ships to drop below 300. It sets a projection of 340 or 350, but doesn't create the capacity to actually address it. And so if we're going to defend our interests, our allies, and put America first, we're going to have to be able to project power. That means shipbuilding. It means historic investments in our defense industrial base there. And then also driving innovation and cost savings in ways that only business leaders inside the Pentagon can do.
Well, I'd add, I don't think any board in the world would have hired Steve Jobs or Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg when they founded their companies either. So this country was founded by young people who had a great vision. Thank you for being willing to serve your country again. And thanks for coming here today. I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah, and nobody did hire them until they did something worth hiring them for. So crazy.
Senator Sheehy, you yield back the balance of your time. Mr. Ranking Member, can we agree that you and I will notify members of a specific time until which the record will remain open for submission of questions for the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
That will be a day or two. This concludes today's hearing. I want to thank the witnesses and their families and this.
All right, so he is as crazy as we thought he was. Nice. He is who we thought he was.
We need to talk about this wild, growing conservative infighting that's been happening because it's exposing a lot, and it has a new target, Andrew Tate.
He's an online troll, and he revels in precisely the evils conservatives hate.
Now, obviously, Andrew Tate's been making headlines for years now, and his whole alpha male, anti-woke persona has led to him being lumped into and often embraced in right-wing circles. And recently appeared on Benny Johnson's show alongside one.
My bad. I did not have the call thing up. Whoopsies. Yeah, I see some people called. My bad. If you guys want to call back now, I will answer. The phone number's on the screen, so if anybody wants to call in, if you have any disagreements or something that you want to get into, call the phone number on the screen or join the waiting room in the Discord and we'll pull you on. But yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to ignore y'all's calls. So if you want to try calling back, you can do that now.
Trump's lawyers, where we saw this interaction.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice to meet you. I'm a fan. You're the one saving Trump.
Also, lately, we've seen things like ElonSk sharing Tate's posts and responding positively to posts about him. And that also, notably, coming after Tate has suggested he has political ambitions, running a poll asking, should I enter politics and run for Prime Minister of the UK? And even though that's not quite how electing a PM works over there, the option, yes, Save Britain, spelled incorrectly, did win. And while with that, that post wasn't taken too seriously by non-supporters and it wasn't covered by tons of mainstream outlets, just today, you did have The Guardian publishing an opinion piece saying that while his efforts look like a publicity stunt, it's important not to write off Tate's political ambitions as meaningless attention seeking, adding it's highly unlikely Tate will ever be Prime Minister, sure, but trolls like him already have an oversized role in politics and their influence seems only to be growing, which then brings us to people in conservative media who are taking Tate's influence seriously and they're now pushing back against the right's decision to embrace it. With, for example, Ben Shapiro yesterday posting a video titled "The Right Should Dump Andrew Tate," with Shapiro there listing out the trafficking and assault allegations that have been made against Tate and arguing against the conservative platforming that he's received thus far. Or with him saying that he has no problem with conservative hosts interviewing Andrew Tate, saying there's nothing wrong with that in theory, but in practice, no one is asking him the right questions.
He rips off thousands of people with his Scam Hustlers University. He preaches the virtue of treating women in a way you would never, ever allow anyone to treat your wife or your daughter. No one is saying you can't have Andrew Tate on your show. It's a free country. You should do what you want. What I'm saying is that if you say you're conservative, and then you have someone who truly is disgusting on, and you proceed to tout them, praise them, nod along to everything they say, Cheer them. You're doing more than platforming.
You have Shapiro saying there's a line between having a conversation with someone and becoming a means to spread their propaganda. With him then further arguing that Tate's persona, it doesn't even actually fall in line with conservative ideas, saying that even though Tate is seen as a champion of masculinity
Masculinity has good iterations, and it also has really, really ugly iterations. And the iteration that Andrew Tate pushes is not a responsible masculinity.
with him then adding that just because someone is anti-left, that doesn't make them a sustainable conservative figurehead. And this, as Shapiro noted himself, that he is not the only conservative to call Tate out. And actually, if you go to his comments, you have a lot of people supporting Shapiro's takedown of Tate. But that also doesn't mean that support for him is going anywhere. And we actually saw that today in response to news that a Romanian court had lifted the house arrest Tate has been under since August, which means that he can now leave his house, though he's been placed under judicial control, which means he still cannot leave Romania. He has to check in regularly with police and cannot contact suspects or witnesses tied to an investigation into him. And so with that, while obviously Tate was celebrating the news, he was not alone, right? His supporters were very happy and they were abundant. But that said, this specific Andrew Tate, Ben Shapiro situation, it's not this outlier. In fact, it brings us to more news regarding general conservative infighting. And most of these, they deal less with the influencer space and more with the directly political space. With, for example, just a week until the inauguration, things in Trump world get intense. Where you had VP-elect J.D. Vance causing a bit of a stir over the weekend for comments that he made to Fox News about which people that are serving time for January 6th should receive or should not receive pardons from Trump.
Look, if you protested peacefully on January the 6th and you've had Merrick Garland's Department of Justice treat you like a gang member, you should be pardoned. If you committed violence on that day, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned. And there's a little bit of a gray area there, but we're very much committed to seeing the equal administration of law. And there are a lot of people, we think, in the wake of January the 6th who were prosecuted unfairly. We need to rectify that.
And those remarks from Vance are super significant because they go much further than anything Trump has said when questioned about pardons for violent offenders. Where Trump has kind of long evaded giving a direct answer about who among the 1,500 who have been charged in connection with the insurrection will receive the pardons that he has long promised as one of his first acts in office. Though, in the past, he has said that there might be exceptions if
Mantis.
Hello?
Oof, you're probably really loud. I forgot. The last interview or the hearing was super quiet from Fox News. And so I'm sure this video has been blasting this entire time as well. My bad, guys. Okay, what's up, Mantis?
I just thought I wanted to point out that this is exactly what Ben Shapiro did with Trump. Just FYI, I'm predicting that in like however many months or weeks maybe it takes for him to do a complete about face, he's probably going to end up supporting Tate.
I don't know. I think Andrew Tate's been around long enough, just like Trump, to where he has been against Andrew Tate the entire time.
He was against Trump in terms of politics for
he
when it
was
started.
He was. That's
For
what
a
I'm
long
saying,
time.
though, is I think that he, in the amount of time that he turned on Trump and started supporting Trump, he has still continued to support, or still continued to be against Tate. So I don't know. It could be, because it is weird that like you would be so against Andrew Tate, somebody who is just an online figure and troll, for the things that you're against him for, which are obviously anti-conservative values. But when it comes to Donald Trump, who seems to live that same life and have similar issues, he doesn't have an issue with Trump. But being against Trump seems to affect his channel a lot more, to where he kind of has to support Trump in order to stay in business.
The only reason he wouldn't end up supporting Tate, even if like people in MAGA and shit probably would, or the new like right-wing populist movement that is his audience would, is because he's not Christian enough. It's because because he's like a Muslim. It'll be purely based on religious bullshit.
Well,
where
Ben Shapiro
he thinks
not
that
a
like
Christian.
Muslims are spreading and
He's
Are you there?
Jewish. Yeah, he's Jewish, which is why, the Muslim thing is a bit more relevant here. But Ben Shapiro's Jewish, and is what people feel like he is very what do you call it?
yeah, but I'd say Christian
Anti-Muslim.
as in like he obviously supports more Christian values and Christian bullshit. They're basically the same. I don't give a fuck. I know there's like I know there's distinctions amongst religion, but it's Judeo-Christian shit that he obviously
Judeo-Christian.
supports.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, there's some guy in chat, and people keep doing this, is because like diversity, equity, or whatever it is, and inclusion is like, because it's based on the idea of diversity and inclusion. They keep conflating DEI policies and training courses and things like the things that are implemented to like be more diverse and inclusive now with quotas.
Right.
And they
Yep.
keep saying that DEI is what makes people do quotas.
Yeah, so like there are different types of quotas that can exist in some ways, but for the most part, quotas have been ruled out by as like something that's against our Constitution. If you're targeting certain types of immutable characteristics, it's considered to be unconstitutional. But there are like quotas in some small areas for some things. It's just not as widespread and as common as they think it is. So for the most part, DEI is training to make a place more inclusive. But not that you have to have this many women or this many black people or whatever.
Yeah, because like I know that here at the universities, and I know in Australia in the universities, I think my brother who just graduated, he was a part. He did the program, and he was like they give you sort of, if you do the program and you can be like some kind of a peer support leader. They give you roles and they give you accolades for going through it, and they kind of, it signals to people that, you know, you've taken this course. And I know the right wing is like, oh, that's cringe, that's so gay, I can't believe they make people do this. But yeah, essentially it's like a short little training thing where it basically gets you to just figure out that people from different religions, from different backgrounds, they have different traditions, and it's just, that's it. Like it's like kind of, it's not that fucking insane or difficult. I don't really understand what the big issue is to like put people through a little bit of training to get them to see that they're like, to just be a little bit more accepting of difference. That's like what makes countries like Western countries good, is that we are accepting of more differences than, if you want to live in a country where you're not accepting of differences, you can go to one. There are plenty. So
yep.
I don't know why they need to frame it. I'm always more interested in the framing than like what they're actually saying, because what they're saying is usually like, yeah, it makes sense. We don't want to hire people just based on skin color. Yeah, cool. You're not saying anything interesting, buddy. You're saying people don't want that. They don't like that. Nobody wants that or likes that. It's actually a problem that they even did that in the past, because like affirmative action has caused problems, because now every time a black person gets like a good job, everyone stares at them and thinks, oh, did you just get it because you're black? Like everybody agrees. It's not saying anything interesting.
Yep.
So
yeah,
but the framing, their framing is always quotas and DEI leads to all of this and that. But actually, like, I wonder if they could ever argue what the positives of DEI trainings are. Are there any positives ever?
Yeah.
Or is it just all bad?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I've had one person ever actually come on to argue about DEI, because it seems like everybody even knows that they don't know what it is, which is why they'll never argue about it. They'll never have a conversation about it. They'll never like try to argue that the quotas are there. And yeah, the one person who came on and did that was Ninja, and he kind of admitted that he didn't have any evidence of this, but that he thinks it's obvious that it's happening. But that's just not really evidence of things. There's just a bunch of differences in it. What is the thing again that I keep forgetting the name of it?
Affirmative action.
Yeah, affirmative action. That I think that a lot of them confuse DEI with affirmative action, and they think that they're the same things, and so they conflate affirmative action and DEI when, yeah, affirmative action practices have been ruled to be unconstitutional within our country and are not allowed. And so even if you thought that DEI could lead to affirmative action types of practices, those have already been ruled to be unconstitutional. But then when you say that, they'll say, yeah, that's why they changed the name from affirmative action to DEI. Affirmative action was not ruled to be unconstitutional. It wasn't the name that was made unconstitutional. It was the actions of affirmative action that was made to be unconstitutional. So it's yes, it's just the action.
Yeah, it's just disingenuous.
Yeah, it's the action of targeting immutable characteristics instead of like things that would actually make them good at the job.
I feel like now what's happening is you get a bunch of people and they all have merit. So I think this is the part that people who run around in bad faith talking about this miss, is that you get a bunch of people and they all have merit. And at your company, you have, say, 75 to 80% of your company, yeah, it does happen to be all white. And you get a bunch of like people in a room that all have like the same qualifications, or they're all qualified for the job, and you choose the black person so that you can be more inclusive. That they have an issue with you choosing the black person, but then they argue they want meritocracy. It's like they do have merit, they have the qualifications. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
You're just giving the black guy a fucking chance, the one who has the fucking qualifications. But they always forget that it's inclusion with merit, not just inclusion not because of merit.
Yep. But yeah, like personally, like, yeah, I don't like advocate for DEI. I don't know that everything needs DEI, but it has benefits. Like, it just has benefits. That's it. Like, it's pretty simple to like say it has its benefits.
Yeah, I think it's this thing that we were talking about the other day. It's like malinformation, where they take something that is true, like sort of. I mean, I do think they are disingenuously, like, they are either incorrect or they lie about it. But sometimes they take that, and that is true, and they purposely omit some information and they exaggerate other bits to make it sound as like devious as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I just like, or like to make it sound like it's happening on a much grander scale than it actually is. When in reality, if people found out that was happening at a place, they usually would complain, and it would usually be like forced to stop. Like, it's not a good thing. Most people agree that the way they're framing it, if that was happening, it would be unconstitutional, or it would be incorrect, because it's still like discrimination, and yeah, you can't do that. So it's just like the framing is just so fucking dishonest. And in my opinion, it's boring, because I swear to God, I've been hearing this shit since 2015, dude. It's like 10 years ago. These were the talking points from 10 years ago. And I used to be in those crowds. I used to believe some of the shit that they were saying. I used to agree that this is bad, they're doing this. And I used to run around and be like, this is fucked up, rah, rah, rah. And then I just realized the scale it's not on a huge scale that it is happening. And when it does happen, it is being stopped. It's just like, I just feel like they're brainwashed by the propaganda, and it's like the whole anti-woke movement. And nobody realizes that the woke shit that was happening 10 years ago isn't happening today. Like, most people have gotten pretty fucking reasonable. The window has shifted. Like, people aren't that woke anymore, but they're still stuck in 10 years ago, acting like people are running around, like, asking what the fuck your pronouns are all the time. Like, nobody actually gives a fuck anymore.
Yep. I think that it is kind of like true by consensus. Like I've talked a lot about that. When you see a lot of people saying the same things, it just seems like obviously true, because so many people are saying the same thing. And so when so many people talk about DEI the same ways over and over and over, you just see that there is this consensus that exists, and then yeah, you assume that it's got to be true based on that consensus. But it is that lots of these people either are lying and disingenuous who are putting this information out, or they are all like missing a lot of context around things to where it's it's just it's very misleading to most people.
But it makes sense because, like, especially in America, your politics are just, it's all hyperbole after hyperbole after hyperbole. It's all like catastrophe, and like they buy into this and they think everything's a catastrophe, everything's like hyperbolically happening, and it's just not. Like, it is kind of depressing. And yeah, especially because I fell for it at one time. I used to fall for this shit. And then you just like, then you get smarter and you just start fucking reading more and you start looking at what's actually happening and where these things are happening and how they're happening, and you realize it's like at a scale that is so minimal and like way less destructive. The destructive part is the narrative. It is this like, I don't know if you really should watch the Piers Morgan panel that goes over some of the stuff about the LA fires. Like, the way he frames it, because his mind is still stuck in 2010. I swear to God. Like, when he wrote his anti-woke book, he's been crying about this crap for so long that he still believes it's like happening today. But the way he's crying about it is the problem. That is what is like making people think that it even exists in the first place, because he's just making such a big deal out of nothing. Yeah, I feel like if we were like in 2015, then yeah, you could probably cry about like some trans shit that was like way overboard. People on the left were way more psychotic. Like, yeah, but it's not happening now. So yeah, you should watch the Piers panel, because Piers basically admits he doesn't really understand DEI, and but that, yeah, he just comes across racist as fuck, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, it's like earlier when people were saying, like they literally said over and over, that guy can't be a DEI hire because he's white. And it's like, well, that doesn't that say that like you're making things a bit racist then by calling somebody a DEI hire just because they're a different color? Like, obviously, like DEI, like
Exactly.
diversity means more than just like race or gender or something like that. Like, diversity is like, also religion, also diversity in thought, diversity in politics, diversity in all sorts of things. And yeah, you, like, most places want diversity in a bunch of different things. Lots of times diversity is like a diversity of thought can be represented in things like race and gender, because people who have a different race or a different gender are going to have different experiences in their life, and they're going to have like different ways of viewing things, and so they're likely going to have a diversity of thought just based on those more shallow standards. But yeah, it's likely that those people will have diversity of thought, and that's often what people are actually targeting.
Yeah. Also, Dwight Baldwin, I don't know how many times you have to comment on the fact that I don't live in America. Just so you know, I have a twin sister who does live in America and is married to an American and is now just given birth in America, so she has an American child. I think I follow politics in America a lot closely than some of the fucking retards in your country. I don't have to live in shittown Alabama to have an opinion on American politics. If I, like, why don't you just stop saying the same old fucking boring shit over and over and over again? Just because you disagree with me, you can just say, I don't like what Mantis says, you fucking retard. Just say that next time.
Okay, I'm gonna eat real quick while we finish this video, and then I'll pull up the Piers Morgan panel after that.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye. So yeah, sorry I missed the call. I took the number off the screen so that nobody tried calling in real quick, but I messed up. Sorry. But yeah, I will take calls again in just a little bit. I just got to make sure I eat real quick because I've been on for 6.5 hours now. So, yeah, give me just a little bit and I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my food and I'll let this play.
if, quote, somebody was radical, crazy. But then, just last week, when asked whether he was planning to pardon J6ers charged with violent offenses, Trump responded, "We'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons, yes." And so Vance's latest remarks, they've spurred a good deal of backlash online from Trump supporters, with a seeing, among other things, an ex-account claiming to represent Jake Lang, who is awaiting trial on charges of beating police officers at the Capitol, making a lengthy post and sharing a video message condemning Vance's remarks. With that account writing, the J6 hostages families have been crushed by the mixed messaging coming from the White House on the J6 pardon process recently, and saying, "We are utterly confused," with them then going on to falsely claim that all rioters charged were protesting peacefully but were set up and entrapped by the FBI and had unfair trials in a corrupt justice system. With them adding, how can J6ers be condemned/left behind and some be deemed worthy of leaving this hellhole torture when all have been railroaded in a two-tiered persecution? With them then concluding by calling for everyone charged in the insurrection to be pardoned. With it also being echoed by another user who claimed to be a January 6th survivor who posted, "Telling your own supporters that the election was stolen and then not giving them a pardon or commutation after you sent them into what you call a Fedsurrection and trap is a betrayal. All of the J6 defendants must be saved. JD Vance is wrong, and I hope Trump will save his own supporters." With it then seeming like the backlash got so bad that Vance himself actually responded to a post by the Hodge twins saying that he donated to the January 6th political prisoner fund and has been defending these guys for years. With him then claiming that there were federal informants in the crowd who shouldn't get a pardon and arguing that he wasn't walking back Trump's claim. And adding, "I assure you, we care about people unjustly locked up. Yes, that includes people provoked and it includes people who got a garbage trial." But then also, that wasn't the only recent battle in Trump world, because there's also now a lot of coverage around recent remarks made by Steve Bannon, who of course was one of the architects of Trump's 2016 campaign, who served as a close advisor. And man, we saw Bannon absolutely tearing into Elon Musk in a recent interview with an Italian newspaper and vowing to oust him from Trump's orbit, saying he is a truly evil guy, a very bad guy. I made it my personal thing to take this guy down. With him then adding, "I will have Elon Musk run out of here by Inauguration Day." Also, among the other things he said, Bannon went as far as to say that Musk should go back to South Africa, where he was born, and continuing, "Why do we have South Africans, the most racist people on earth, white South Africans, we have them making any comments at all on what goes on in the United States?" Right? And notably here, these comments come after Bannon and Musk also recently had another high-profile battle.
That is how Bannon views things, though. He views things based on like nationality, race, like everything is about like where you're from, and like you can decide whether or not somebody's racist based on like the individual, not based on where they're from. But Bannon's something else, man.
Battle over a visa program that allows foreigners with technical skills to work in the U.S. for up to 6 years. With Bannon, along with many other anti-immigration Trump supporters, condemning Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, and other so-called tech bros for supporting those visas, arguing that they take jobs away from U.S. workers. With then Musk and Ramaswamy essentially hitting back by arguing that there are not enough good American workers for those jobs. Right? And also with this, I want to say it has been very...
Oh, Doug Dawn, are you gonna call in tonight? You here to have the conversation about the insurrection? You finally grow a backbone? Based. Well, I'm going to eat real quick, and I'm happy to have you call in first. That would be great.
Notable the differences in the ways that media outlets have been reporting on Bannon's latest remarks. Because, on one end of the spectrum, you have more left-leaning outlets kind of painting this as a significant moment of infighting among key Trump allies that represent a broader rift between two different factions of Trump supporters. With outlets like the Washington Post writing, while previous battles were mostly between the old Republican establishment and MAGA, the new ones are largely between various sectors of the MAGA movement jostling for influence. With the New York Times also echoing that and saying that Bannon's remarks reflect broader...
I'll give a phone number in a little bit.
Tension on the right in the United States about the direction of the movement that Mr. Trump has championed, and fears that Mr. Musk could use his influence to sideline powerful figures within that movement to promote his own agenda. But then when you look at kind of more right-leaning outlets, they generally more painted this as a one-off situation between Musk and Bannon rather than a broader issue, with some even trying to paint Bannon as a sort of loose cannon lashing out, and the New York Post publishing a headline that read, "Steve Bannon goes berserk on Elon Musk." But for now, we're gonna have to see how all this plays out on all these different fronts and kind of just more generally. And so with that, I'd love to know your thoughts and opinions in those comments down below. And while you do that, or you just continue listening to me while you're eating your food, let me say welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and reactions to it with new shows every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. And today we've got a lot more news to break down, starting with next up this crazy Mike Beeler and David Wells situation. And don't worry, there's no reason you should know who they are. They're two roommates in their 60s. Well, one day in Washington State back in 2021, they were having dinner in their apartment when David reportedly choked on a piece of steak, with Mike later recalling he fell over a chair. "I thought he was dead then." And so an ambulance rushes David unconscious and not breathing to a hospital in Vancouver. And it turned out that Mike was kind of right, because the staff there put David on life support and then reached out to his family to then present them with the choice of taking him off of it. Except, here's the problem, the reason we're talking about this today. Instead of calling his family, allegedly somewhere along the line, someone made a terrible mistake. They incorrectly identified David as Mike, his roommate. So they reportedly called Mike's sister, Debbie Danielson, who later recalled to KGW News.
They said he's basically brain dead. Do you want us to keep him on life support, or do you want to pull the plug.
So our decision was to tell him to take him off life support.
And so with the consent of Mike's family, the hospital reportedly pulled the plug on David. Meaning David's family doesn't even know that he's now dead, and Mike's family is grieving even though he's completely fine. And then apparently nobody caught this mistake, or at least no one spoke up if they did, as the hospital then reported the death to the county medical examiner, and a local paper ran a death notice for Mike. Meanwhile, the funeral home receives David's body, reportedly believing that it was Mike, and then asked Mike's family about final wishes, cremation, and organ donation. With Mike's brother-in-law recalling, when we went to the funeral director, I was like, don't we need to identify him? No, we'll just take it from here. And so reportedly they're making all these arrangements, mourning their loss, delivering the tragic news to people in their lives for a full week before Mike apparently rose announced dead. And he claims that he didn't actually learn the truth for another 2 years when a reporter reached out to him about the story. And so now Sean, Mike, and Debbie, they're all suing the hospital, the ambulance service, the funeral home, and the medical exam.
no.
So with all of this insanity playing out, I guess they're—
Bro. A bunch of people went to a fucking funeral for a guy that wasn't even dead. And then the guy who actually died, nobody got to go to his funeral. Oh no, dude. Oh man. That is insane, dude.
There is a lesson to be learned. It is not a new lesson, but it's pretty much be skeptical of everything. And then I guess also more specifically, if you think someone is dead, definitely identify the body and or try calling their phone. Worst case scenario, I guess you just hear their voice again on their voicemail. Best case, not actually dead. And then we'll get back to the news in just a moment. But you know, as someone who's always been on the move between meetings, gym sessions, and weekend adventures, finding the perfect all-weather shoe, I mean, it was like finding gold. You know, those rainy, slushy days that usually make you want to stay inside? No, not anymore. Thanks to today's sponsor, Vessi, there's no longer a need for separate shoes for different weather and occasions. One of the coolest parts is I can just step right into puddles. I mean, deliberately, like my inner child loves it. My feet stay completely dry. And especially since I've moved, I've been in surprise downpours. And while everyone else was doing that awkward run and dodge move, I was just strolling through it. I'm kind of feeling a little smug, if I'm being honest. And all of this is they've really nailed both the style and function. I mean, these aren't just rain boots in disguise. They actually look good with everything from jeans to gym shorts. And I mean, as far as the comfort, let's just say I forget I'm wearing them half the time. And for anyone looking to crush their 2025 goals, whether it's daily walks, weekend hikes, or just wanting to look put together in any weather, you need these in your life. So if you're ready to say yes to every adventure this year with their weekend sneaker, head on over to vessi.com/DeFranco and get an automatic 15% off your first order at checkout. Trust me, your feet will thank you. And that's vessi.com/DeFranco. Get them now while they have your size. But then from that, we need to talk about big updates around the LA fires, starting with the fact that the death toll from the fires has risen to 25, and that number, it's still expected to get larger, especially as you have weather conditions now almost as good as they get for existing fires to spread and for new ones to start. And in fact, we saw a new fire breakout near Auto Center Drive in the city of Ventura, which is around 60 miles from downtown LA. But luckily, it does appear the firefighters have that one handled so far, but also it does serve as another unfortunate reminder for just how ripe the conditions are for sparks to fly, especially because, as expected, the winds have been picking up throughout the area, and officials have warned that the risk of new fires forming or existing ones spreading, that'll be especially high for at least today going into tomorrow. With saying LA and Ventura counties remaining under red flag warnings for extreme fire danger, and what's been referred to as two smaller areas under particularly dangerous situation red flag warnings. And the reason I say what's been described as smaller is those smaller areas, we're still talking about areas that are home to roughly 13 million people. And also, when I say particularly dangerous, I'm talking about what the National Weather Service itself has described as the extreme of the extreme fire weather scenarios, with them literally saying, in other words, this setup is about as bad as it gets. Now, you know, with all these fires, understandably, there's been a lot of focus on how big they are, where they could be going, how people can be safe, but also more and more people have been asking, well, how did these fires start? And I do want to be clear here, we do not know for sure yet, especially regarding all the individual fires. But I will say regarding the Palisades fire, one of the leading theories right now is that it was actually a flare-up of a fire that happened on New Year's, with there even being the suspicion that the first fire was caused by people celebrating with fireworks. And then as far as the Eaton fire, well, a lot of people suspect that it could be traced back to some sort of issue with electric utility infrastructure, with a lot of attention specifically being on an electrical transmission tower where some videos and images have been going around suggesting that the fire originally started there. And with that, the authorities have reportedly zeroed in on the site in their investigation. But a big thing I will say with that is they have not yet made any official determination. We've seen experts saying that it is too soon to draw any conclusions. But also, despite that, 4 lawsuits have already been reportedly filed against the company that owns the transmission tower, Southern California Edison, with these lawsuits accusing the power company of sparking the Eaton fire, which is also the deadliest of the ongoing blazes and actually one of the deadliest in California's history. And what we're seeing is that the lawsuits have been filed on behalf of homeowners, renters, business owners, and others with properties destroyed by the fire. And I'll say a big key thing is that these could just be the first of hundreds or even thousands of legal claims that we see getting made in the coming days, weeks, and months. But in any case, besides what's being cited as photos and video evidence, some of the lawsuits have been citing data from an electrical monitoring company by the name of Whisker Labs. And with that, you had their CEO telling NBC News that his company's data shows evidence of many electrical faults in the areas near the fires, including in Eaton Canyon, likely caused by trees hitting power lines, with them then also adding that the homes and communities in the immediate proximity to where the fire started remained power. And the reason that is notable is because, one, SoCal Edison and other power companies claim that they followed official guidelines and preemptively turned power off during the height of the fire. And two, the company claimed to have conducted an analysis showing that there were no interruptions or operational or electrical anomalies around the time the fire started. But with that, you also had the CEO of Edison International admitting in an interview with ABC yesterday that, quote, you can't rule anything out until you get your eyes on the equipment, and saying,
that said,
We have not been able to get up close to the equipment yet because firefighters have not deemed the area safe for entry. So we'll, as soon as we can get close to it, we'll inspect and we'll be transparent with the public.
You know, with all that, another thing that's worth noting is you have places like the New York Times reporting that many of California's most destructive fires have actually been caused by power lines. And in fact, when you look at the numbers, SoCal Edison alone has reportedly paid hundreds of millions of dollars in settlements related to at least 7 wildfires in recent years. With that, including, for example, an $80 million settlement with the federal government after the DOJ filed a lawsuit alleging that the company owned, maintained, and operated power lines that ignited the 2017 Thomas fire. But then also, as everything plays out, we got to talk about one more thing connected to the LA fires that I think a lot of people wish wasn't. Politics. And while we've been seeing that play out everywhere, one specific thing that's been getting a lot of attention are Republicans saying that they want to put conditions on wildfire aid to California. So notably, this isn't coming out of nowhere. I mean, during his campaign, for example, Donald Trump actually threatened to withhold federal aid from California unless the state changed how it approached water management. And now we're seeing Trump among those blaming California Governor Gavin Newsom for an alleged water shortage that they claim had contributed to the fire's devastation. So a very big thing is that water policy experts have disputed claims of water shortage in Southern California, instead saying that these fires are due to a combination of lack of rain and severe wind. And this, as other people and officials have said, that no water system in the world could have kept up with the demand created by these fires. So with that, to be clear, right, that is not the same as saying there is nothing that local or state officials could have done better. Because we're seeing things like, for example, the consensus of experts interviewed by CNN saying, you know, the combination of winds, unseasonably dry conditions, and multiple fires breaking out almost all at once made widespread destruction inevitable. But then they also said that inconsistent vegetation management, aging infrastructure in homes, and a lack of planning likely contributed to the destruction. But in any case, here, right, the idea that democratic policies are at fault and they need to be changed seems to be how the idea of conditioning aid began. Right on Sunday, for example, you had Senator John Barrasso blaming the fire's devastating outcome on what he called the policies of the liberal administration out there, and he supported the idea of conditioning aid on CBS's Face the Nation.
I expect that there will be strings attached to money that is ultimately approved, and it has to do with being ready the next time because this was a gross failure this time.
But then that evening, nearly 24 House Republicans attended a dinner with Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and they reportedly talked about tying wildfire aid to a debt ceiling increase, which, you know, obviously has nothing to do with being ready next time like Barrasso claimed. And then with that yesterday, you had Speaker Mike Johnson confirming that there's been some discussion of tying California wildfire aid to a debt limit increase. So then he also repeated the claim that officials in the Democratic-led state were to blame for mismanaging water resources and forests in the LA area.
It appears to us that state and local leaders were derelict in their duty in many respects. So that's something that has to be factored in. I think there should probably be conditions on that aid. That's my personal view. We'll see what the consensus is.
And it will be interesting to see what that consensus is, especially because, you know, for one, Democrats are pushing back on this idea with, for example, Representative Robert Garcia warning that the move here could set a really dangerous precedent and saying, whether it's wildfires in California or hurricanes and tornadoes in Louisiana, we should never condition aid to disaster victims. You also had House Democratic Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar saying it would be crazy and ridiculous and would completely upend Congress. And then finally, you had Representative Sidney Kamlager-Dove putting it kind of the most bluntly, saying people have lost their lives, homes, and livelihoods. I have zero tolerance for partisan bullshit right now. In all of this, as it's not clear yet whether this idea has the full support among Republicans, which is important because they have a very slim majority. With us seeing GOP Representative Young Kim, for example, telling Axios, if aid is needed, we need to deliver. But then also, we've seen people like Republican Senator Mike Rounds kind of trying to reposition this idea, with him saying that the whole tying the debt limit increase to disaster aid, that it's not meant as some sort of penalty, instead saying, I think it will have to be because we simply can't provide the assistance unless we have the ability to borrow the money to do so. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens there, especially because it's gonna be one of the first real tests of what the state of play is gonna look like in Congress for the next 2 years. And then we'll get back to the news in just a moment, but you know, it's 2025, and I know that you care about accessing free internet safely and keeping your digital life secure, but why do you not have a VPN yet? I mean, do not ignore this. And we can talk about the specific reasons you need a VPN, and also I wanna say thanks to NordVPN, or more specifically, nordvpn.com/Phil, for being a sponsor of the show. Right, and so for starters, one of my favorites is threat protection. And this feature, it safeguards you from malicious sites, downloads, trackers, and intrusive ads, even when you're not connected to the VPN. And for extra protection, turn on CyberSec to block malware hosting websites, annoying ads, and botnet control. And all of this, as I love that Nord keeps all your data safe behind a wall of next-generation encryption. Right, your privacy is a priority, and with strict no-logs policy, they never track, collect, or share your private data, and their kill switch ensures that your data is never exposed. Plus, you and your family can enjoy Nord's ultra-fast connection, so you won't have to sacrifice speed for security. You know, stream your favorite shows with uninterrupted streaming and protect up to 6 devices with just Flash Phil. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. But then, shifting gears, we need to talk about Pete Hegseth, of course, Donald Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense, because he just had his confirmation hearing, and there were fireworks. You know, that was kind of expected, given Pete's background. Pete Hegseth is a former Fox News host and decorated National Guard veteran. He did 2 tours, one in Iraq and one in Afghanistan. And even from the get-go, Hegseth was what the Washington Post called an unconventional pick, considering his relative youth and inexperience managing.
I really like the editing that he has now. This is really seamless, the way that he's able to move from topic to topic. They put the stuff on the screen, so if you want to pause and read it real quick, you can. Otherwise, he just moves right through. This is really it makes it really easy to just like move through stuff really fast.
people at the scale needed for the job. But then also, after being nominated, a whole slew of allegations have come out against him, which called his suitability for the role into question. With this, including a story in the New Yorker, which reported that former employees at 2 veterans groups Hegseth worked with accused him of financial mismanagement, excessive drinking, and sexism. Also, when I say excessive drinking, I mean he's been accused of getting so shit-faced at work events that he had to be carried back to his room. Though with that, he has reportedly promised not to drink the entire time he is serving as secretary, if he is confirmed. But then there's also the payment of an undisclosed amount to a woman who accused him of sexual assault in a police report back in 2017, which Hegseth has acknowledged, though he has maintained his innocence and no criminal charges were ever filed. With his attorney also saying that the payment and the NDA that came with it, they were in response to the woman threatening a lawsuit. Right? And then also, in addition to that, you have people concerned about comments that he's made in the past. With this, including among other things about women in the military having previously said that women simply shouldn't be in combat roles. So with that, some have said that he's walked back those comments since his nomination. Others, including himself, saying that his comments about women have been misconstrued. But, throughout all that, you've had Trump sticking by Hegseth, with him even saying on Truth Social this morning before the hearing that Hegseth has his complete and total support. Beyond that, there have also been several Senate Republicans who have thrown their support behind Hegseth's appointment. However, all weren't initially convinced about him. So with that, he's reportedly spent the last several weeks attending countless meetings with the Republicans on the Armed Services Committee, trying to win them over. And right now, it does seem to have worked, with CBS reporting that many Republicans have rallied around him. And in fact, Senate Majority Leader John Thune reportedly told Trump that he believes Hegseth will have enough votes to be confirmed. And then, as far as the Democrats, you had the Washington Post reporting that Hegseth has declined to meet with any Democrats on the committee except Rhode Island's Jack Reed. Though with that, Reed told the Post that the meeting did not go well, saying, "Today's meeting did not relieve my concerns about Mr. Hegseth's lack of qualifications and raised more questions than answers." And so, unsurprisingly, Reed immediately jumped on those concerns during the hearing today.
A variety of sources, including your own writings, implicate you with disregarding the laws of war, financial mismanagement, racist and sexist remarks about men and women in uniform, alcohol abuse, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and other troubling issues. Indeed, the totality of your own writings and alleged conduct would disqualify any service member from holding any leadership position in the military, much less being confirmed as the Secretary of Defense.
Also, another big moment questioning Hegseth's character came from Senator Tim Kaine, with us seeing Kaine here specifically pointing to allegations that Hegseth cheated on his wife.
And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct?
Senator, I was falsely charged, fully investigated and completely cleared.
So you think you were completely cleared because you committed no crime? That's your definition of cleared? I am shocked that you would stand here and say you're completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you were completely cleared? How is that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, and she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And she was, and you cheated on the mother of that child less than 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false charges.
Well,
It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
We then also saw several senators taking aim at him over his comments about women in the military. Senator,
false charges. I did not get arrested for cheating on my wife. That was a smear campaign where they were trying to get me arrested for cheating on my wife, but I was not. I was not charged. This the thing that I'm watching?
Leadership in California is absolutely accountable for this. They are the ones who are in charge of mitigating these kinds of disasters.
She was rolled out as a woman who's lesbian. The very same for the assistant fire chief who says she won't pull a man out of a fire. We don't have to call them diversity, equity, and inclusion hires. They will do that themselves.
You know?
I think a lot of people voted for her because she was a black woman, not because she's any good at her job.
You're calling someone who was democratically elected a DEI hire.
Let me finish.
Newsom's incompetent in that he doesn't really care about the sort of boring part of politics. He's a liar and he's sociopathic.
You know, I'll say it, Piers. Make California great again, and it ain't going to be Gavin Newsom.
When a politician scolds an opponent for playing politics, it's normally because they don't like where the politics is going for them. Of course, California Governor Gavin Newsom didn't start the wildfires that are devastating Los Angeles. Neither did the small army of local officials.
All right, yeah, Doug, if you're still here, numbers on the screen. Call in when you're ready, and we'll have a chit chat.
And fire chiefs whose records and prior statements are now under the microscope, but they stand plausibly accused of chronic collective mismanagement with appalling and deadly consequences.
I want to know the answers. So I'm the governor of California. I want to know the answer. I've got that question. I can't tell you about how many people, what happened. My own team saying what happened, and I want to get the answers.
Mr. Newsom, you are the governor of California. It's the people who want answers from you. And I'm not sure why they should have to get them from a smirking appearance on what looked like a very calm, unhurried.
Did we hit 10K? Did we hit it, bitches? Let's go. Yes, sir. 10,000 subscribers. Let's fucking go.
Podcast recorded while the biggest city in the state is
Thank you,
literally burning to
you.
the ground. Newsom has scolded President-elect Trump for spreading misinformation during this crisis, but doesn't even seem clear about what that information is.
The reservoirs are completely full, the state reservoirs here in Southern California. That disinformation, I don't think advantages or aids any of us. Responding to Donald Trump's insults, we would spend another month.
Call from
Extremes.
You're on the Tom Foolery Show. How's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. What can I do for you?
So I'm calling the number listed on the YouTube channel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, this is the Tom Foolery Show. What's up? You're on the show.
Oh, okay, man. Sorry, I thought this was one of your moderators. So,
nope.
I just wanted to discuss with you. You had made some comments about DEI.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to have a discussion with you about what is your definition of DEI, and then I'd like to get into, what is that backed by, what's the theoretical backing, and then how you think that's applied in government.
I mean, like DEI, when you say the definition, it's just gonna be like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that's the idea is that they just have like classes and processes to make it to where whatever it is that you're running, whether it's an entire organization, whether it's a part of a business or like a store or something like that, that whatever it is, that they're just going to try to like give you tips on how to make your environment more inclusive for more different types of people so that they are willing to work there. That way, if you want to hire people who are Black or women or whatever, that like they have given you tips on how to make that environment more inclusive for them.
So, I mean, that seems like a very generous definition. If you look into what DEI really is, and I mean, we can go into academic articles if you want, or however you want to do it, but it's so. I think we can both agree, right? DEI is, it's based on critical race theory, correct?
Wait, DEI? No?
Yes.
No?
DEI isn't, yes.
So
if you get in...
Never heard this before. Go ahead.
So DEI is informed by critical race theory. It's an offshoot of critical race theory.
Sure, it's going to be informed by it. There's things within CRT that they probably use, but the fact that it's based off of that, no, I would not say that.
So I think it definitely is, because the foundational aspects are correct, right? So the idea is you have disparities in, let's say, hiring, right? Let's say you have 90% white people. You look at that disparity, and the assumption is there's some sort of racism or an issue like that that should be remedied, correct?
Within which one? Within CRT?
No, so if we're either one. So if you're looking at them, they're both offshoots of the same, principles. So according to those theories, if we go in and look, you have disparities in an organization. Racially, or we can say male, female, however you want to look at it. The argument is that those are foundationally due to some kind of racism, sexism, something like that. Would you agree at least with that?
No. Do you know what critical theory is?
Yes.
Okay. So critical race theory is taking critical theory to examine things historically to try to come to conclusions that would be beneficial today. Then based on those, like whatever conclusions you come to, they try to see if they can use those conclusions to come to prescriptions that would be beneficial in some sort of like workplace environment or whatever you would want to implement it into. The DEI is just taking what it is that we know about people and the types of environments they would like to be in, the types of like complaints that people make about workplace harassment or workplace discrimination or all sorts of things like that, and then you take those like types of complaints that people have and then implement it into your you use it to make changes within your business so that, again, if you wanted to hire somebody who is black or who is a woman, and these are like prospects that you are highly scouting, that they're not going to turn your business down or that they're not going to quit, faster than you would like them to, because of issues with them not feeling welcome. That these are very drastically different things. The fact that they might use some of the prescriptions from CRT to implement into a DEI training program, I'm sure that that's true. But the fact that these are the same things is those are drastically different, even just in goal.
What I'm claiming is that the foundational theory to both come from the same place. You can say one's slightly different because it's implemented in a workplace or something like that, but the theoretical basis of them, it is critical race theory. And critical race theory argues that racial disparities, whether it's in the workplace and government, are usually the result of bad government policy in the past. You can point to slavery, you can look at, women not having rights, and that the goal is to essentially use policy to correct those disparities. And we see that. There are government policies that do try to correct those racial disparities. I know you said earlier that there are no quotas or anything like that, but there are.
Wait, I'm not saying that there are no quotas. I'm saying that there's that quotas are not part of DEI. That like if somebody wants to have quotas, that's like a totally separate thing than whether or not you use DEI. Again, DEI is just about like different classes.
No relationship between the two.
There can be a relationship. They're not the same thing. They're like saying that like you use quotas to try to get more representation of a group, to try to make people feel more welcome within a workplace is very different than saying DEI has quotas. Well, DEI doesn't have quotas, and DEI even in and of itself is going to have like it's mostly like private organizations that are coming up with their own regimen to go into businesses and teach them these things. These private organizations, each one of them can have drastically different prescriptions based on what it is that they think will be beneficial, and then a business that's going to hire them is going.
Would you be able to point to any kind of DEI program that contradicts the components of critical race theory?
I don't think that they can contradict them, nor not contradict them.
But is there any example anywhere of critical race theory and DEI contradicting each other?
I'm saying that I don't think they can, in just the way that I can't have the number one contradict the color blue.
But you have to understand that they're both from the theory. I mean, this is backed up. I mean, we can pull up anything you want as far as academic literature. The people that write the baseline, and you can look at Stanford, any of these schools, they acknowledge that critical race theory is the foundation for DEI.
Again, even when you're talking about this, like DEI is one thing.
But I think it's important for the audience.
Okay, who's in charge of DEI?
Well, it's informed by academic literature.
Well, but yes, but you're saying this as though there is a DEI. There's one DEI, What? So who's in charge of that
Correct.
one
There's
DEI?
one DEI.
Who's in charge of
Yes,
that?
if you want to be a DEI professional, the literature you will learn about in school comes from a handful of schools at the top.
Okay, and
that
I'm
is
saying that
mandated
they're
by
very
academics.
different things, that they like different companies have different regimens, different processes, different prescriptions, and that different companies are going to hire a contractor who will do DEI classes or DEI training based on whether or not they like the processes that they would implement. So they can look at a bunch of different companies who are going to do DEI practices and then say, oh, I like this one better than that one because they have very different regimens and very, very different processes. But you're making it sound like there is one, whereas like, yeah, I'm sure some of these companies probably use some CRT to influence the way that they are going to implement their training courses. That doesn't mean you're making it say, you're saying DEI as though it is this one thing that everybody is doing the same, and they're not.
Well, you can argue that procedurally by degree it's different, but across the board there is no contradiction with the underlying theory. And then that theory is, you mentioned that, there is nothing where, the government's enforcing a quota or something like that. You mentioned that during the Hegseth confirmation video. But that's not true. There is government policy that does mandate that percentages, especially in grants, if you look at grants, the government enforces racial quotas in grants. I mean, that's just not a disputable thing.
The government enforces racial quotas and grants on what?
Any grants. You can look at academic grants. You can look at, down to Department of Transportation grants. So it's called DBE. And what that mandates is that you cannot hire contractors that don't have a certain percentage of minority-owned subcontractors. Even if the price is lower, even if they do a better job, they're disqualified unless they meet racial quotas.
For the Department of Transportation?
Correct.
And what are what contractors is the Department of Transportation getting where they would need a certain amount of...
So they disperse the grant, but the grant has those requirements. So local municipalities are required to only go with contractors that have a certain amount of minority-owned subcontractors.
Right, but again, that makes sense based on whether or not those contractors are actually supplying something that would influence, that would have something, the product would have some sort of influence on race, or even the service would have some sort of influence on race or gender or something like this. But if you're just saying, they're making a tire, I have trouble believing that they're going to need a tire to have black people make it.
You can look it up. It's DBE. It's a requirement in federal grants to local municipalities that requires that. Local municipalities have to file, when they go to get their grant money, they have to include those reports filled out by the contractor. It is a condition of federal grants. Those are usually dispersed through the State Department of Transportation. So let's say you live in Georgia. You apply for the grant, the feds will grant it, and then you have to go through the process with the Georgia Department of Transportation. And that is enforced. And if you violate, say you hire somebody that doesn't meet those quotas, you have to pay back all the money.
Let's see. If your firm is certified as a DBE and you are interested in pursuing opportunities on Georgia.P3 projects, reach out to the P3 Division DBE team today for a personalized consultation. The office's mission is to actively engage, educate, and empower DBE firms by removing barriers and equipping them to effectively compete for opportunities on major transportation programs. If you would like to schedule a one-on-one, contact the P3 Division DBE team. So you're just saying that they'll give a grant for a part of their business to go towards some sort of inclusion.
No, what I'm saying is you cannot get a federal grant as a local municipality without having the subcontractors be a certain percent minority owned. And that if you don't do that, you will lose the grant money. And even if there is, say, a lower bid on that contract, you can't go with it if they don't meet that requirement.
You're saying for all federal grants?
For a majority of transportation grants, and there's academic grants too, but if you look into the requirements for federal Department of Transportation grants, there are DBE requirements that are essentially what you were talking about earlier, racial quotas.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, is that if you're saying for some grants, there's some aspects of it where they would have that like place for just this amount of money. But if you're saying all federal grants, well, then that's something that I would definitely disagree with. But yeah, if you're saying, hey, here's a grant that is specified.
That there is some form of racial quota going on, and that you would disagree with that.
Yeah, if you call it, yeah, I was talking about like actual like individuals for a hiring quota, like saying like you have to have this many black employees working for you. But if you're talking about something that says like, hey, you want to have like you want to be more diverse in the types of people that you're hiring from as vendors or as contractors or something like that, and that they are taking, yes, a very like small portion of the money and in specifying it for something like that, then yeah, sure. Hello?
I don't know if you can still hear me. I think I lost
Yeah,
you.
I hear you. Do you
there we
hear
go.
me? Okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is a racial quota is the idea that you have to hire certain people to do certain jobs based on a minority characteristic, correct?
That's, yeah, generally yeah, that's why I was saying
this
that
would
it's
qualify
different
as
on,
that, right?
I guess, yeah, in some way. Like I said, I earlier when I was talking about quotas, I was saying that they don't have quotas for individuals. Whereas if you're saying they have quotas for like the types of vendors that they use, that they have like some sort of, yeah, that they want it to some of the money to go towards something like that, then yeah, sure. I'm aware that that exists. Yes.
So would you disagree with that? And how would you differentiate, I guess, on a moral ground, the two?
Well, it depends. So it depends on like what it depends on what the money is there, or sorry, what percentage of the money that's going towards something like that. Because like we talk a lot about the fact that it would be kind of stupid to do like reparations, right? That like we think reparations are kind of dumb, and especially this long after everything's happened, like reparations would be kind of ridiculous. But we do know that throughout history, our country has kind of made sure that money has not been invested into minority areas, minority businesses, made sure that they didn't even have the ability to build businesses within certain communities, and making it harder for those people to get jobs in places that are going to be close to them, and then also making it to where they're not able to build wealth either, and especially not generational wealth. So over time, if the government started doing smaller things to try to have like some money targeted towards these communities, to where there is money going in their direction to somewhat make up for this, but we're not like handing them a bunch of cash like a fucking reparation or some bullshit like that, then yeah, these are small ways to kind of like make up those differences.
Okay, so what I want to do is just get definitionally that I don't straw man you, right? I don't want to call on your show and straw man you. So what you're saying is, and this is a central tenet of critical race theory, the disparities in income between whites and blacks are typically due to past racism, and that through the use of government policy, we can mitigate the difference in those. So you would say that you're a proponent of that.
In some way, yeah. I wouldn't say that it's like necessarily due to past racism. I think that that's like a overly simplistic way of of categorizing it. But yeah,
I want to keep it as simple as possible. I don't want us to get out in the weeds on this.
I'm just saying that
simply,
the only reason that I'm saying is that I just don't want it to be used later in the conversation to say that I'm calling all of this stuff racist. But yeah, it's like outside of that, I'm fine with the characterization.
okay, so when we're looking at, then, okay, so that is like we agree that's kind of a critical race theory perspective. And, I think plenty of people that, founded critical race theory, you can look back at Delgado or any of the others that have been doing this for decades, that is their principal argument. And so that then informs DEI. That's what I'm saying, is that this kind of underlying theory informs DEI, and then DEI gives suggestions based on that kind of framework.
I suppose, like, I think that systemic racism is a thing that is kind of like, is a bit different from CRT. Like, CRT is based on like critical theory, whereas like systemic racism is just going to be mostly data that shows like disparities between groups. Like critical race theory didn't even become like a prominent thing within schools until the last like 6 years or so, whereas the
See, I would disagree with that. I mean, it became a buzzword 6 years ago. But I mean, if you look back at the academic stuff, I mean, this has been going on since at least the late 60s, and it's informed a lot of the academic literature on issues regarding race, disparities, and things like that since. It just got politicized and spotlight put on it in the past 6 years. I don't think this is like a new thing that popped out of the woodwork. I mean, you can trace it
No,
back.
it's not it's not a new thing, but its prominence within schools is a new thing. Like, again, critical theory is something that was in law school and was like one of the things that we used to build our legal system over time. So like critical theory has been around for a long time, and it's been used for a bunch of different things over periods of time. But critical race theory is something that became prominent only recently. Whether or not it's been in literature here and there is one thing, but whether or not it was something that was actually like popularized and that people were practicing or that people had an understanding of is totally different.
Well, I think that we're getting ahead of ourselves here. So when you say it's prominent, do you mean just the average person knows about it, or do you mean that policies based on it are being implemented in government?
I was talking about colleges. I was talking about the fact that colleges.
So we can go to colleges too, but
that it was not prominent within
theory much longer than 6 years.
Yes, again, I'm not talking about whether I am agreeing that it has been in schools for more than that. I'm saying it has not been prominent within schools to where it was like a common thing within schools, or that it was that it was like an entire like category of something that you would learn about. But I would say that yes, critical race theory is something that has influenced textbooks within schools for a long time. It's just not, it was not a common thing until recently.
See, I disagree with that. It's been foundational, especially in criminal justice.
Again, that's critical theory.
For decades. I mean,
that's what I said. I said critical theory is something.
Theory. Critical race theory has been prominent in both criminal justice and law, in schools, in the curriculum for decades. I mean, I don't think it's something that just popped into curriculum 6 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think it just popped up into the curriculum again. I think it became prominent within schools within about 6 years ago. Not that it just popped up 6 years ago. I agree that it's been around for a long time. I just don't think that it's been as influential.
But you don't think it was a foundational aspect of criminal justice or law before 6 years ago?
When you say an essential aspect of criminal justice, what does that even mean?
So when the schools are teaching about, let's say, prison reform or anything like that, which is fairly common, you don't think that critical theory or critical race theory was informing those arguments at all before 6 years ago Like, it wasn't prominent.
No,
They didn't really address what that theory
I
was
don't know
concerned.
how many times that I have to repeat this. You've asked that same question 3 times. I want to be clear. And every single time I've said, no, I'm saying that it was not
Okay, well, how about this?
prominent
I will-
until recently,
I can
but that
send
it
you-
has been
I can
around
send
and
you-
has been influential in some ways.
So would you be open to me sending you information on that and you being able to look at it? And then if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If you're wrong, but we acknowledge it. Whether or not it has informed things for decades.
As I said, I agree with the fact that it has informed things for decades. Yes, I do agree with that.
No, informed might not be the correct word, but that it was a key component to curriculum well before 6 years ago.
Yeah, I see, even that is like a little bit too general to where I don't even know if I could agree or disagree. It's more about, again, the category in and of itself just being a prominent thing within schools to where you would learn about that category of theory. Whereas, like, yes, versus there are some things that influence things that became prominent as that one thing that would be very different.
So what I can do, I mean, I see that you have your Twitter account listed. I can shoot you some stuff where the lens of critical race theory has been used to examine, say, criminal justice reform, prison reform, those kind of things for a very long time, and that it is a key component of the curriculum. And I'd be happy to send that to you.
Okay.
If you're good with that, I mean, we don't have to keep rehashing it, because I think at this point we're at a point where we can't really get to a new area without somebody providing some kind of primary source. I think we're kind of disagreeing on this, and there's really not a way for us to just kind of talk our way through it.
Sure. Well, I just, even on the semantics, I don't even know what we're talking about, because it feels like every time you've mentioned it, you've gone back and forth on whether or not it has been prominent within these schools versus now it influences the law versus it influences some aspects of the law versus now, yes, it's now influenced some justice reforms. Like, we've gotten to smaller and smaller portions where these are points where I would agree that yes, it probably has
specific stuff about that. I'm just trying to provide you that kind of information. My whole point, though, we can go back to the beginning. DEI is influenced by CRT, and those kind of things do end up in some form of racial quota through policy. That is my end point.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
That is what I wanted to address when you discussed it earlier, and I'm not trying to catch you in semantics.
Well, I understand, but I don't think that you are. I think that critical race theory in large part is just a lot of bullshit. Like, it's kind of dumb for the most part. But systemic racism is something that obviously exists, and it's mostly going to be found through data, and that based on data that we can come to conclusions on whether or not there is some sort of factor that's driving this disparity in the data. That is something that I would never apply to critical race theory, whereas other people would. But if I think critical race theory in large part is bullshit, yet I still think that systemic racism is a thing. If people are applying systemic racism to critical race theory when there's so many levels of separation there, I would find issue with them saying that I'm pushing critical race theory just by talking about systemic racism, whereas they're going to have a lot of overlap there.
I mean,
it's just not the same
by
thing.
definition, though, you're looking through the lens of critical race theory. If you say, look at data, and you see a disparity, and your conclusion is, okay, that disparity is due to racism, right? And we need to close that because of systemic racism in the past,
But it's only if there
anything like
is
that.
a disparity because of some sort of racism, or it doesn't even have to be because of some person did something racist. It could just be that there is some sort of bias that existed that made it to where nobody was explicitly racist. It just had some sort of negative outcome for people unintentionally. Like, that is, if you come to the conclusion that it is necessarily racist just because there's a disparity, then yeah, that would be like more of a CRT sort of lens. Whereas if you're looking at it and saying, okay, there's a disparity here, I would like to figure out what the reason is for the disparity. And then it turns out that there is some sort of bias or some sort of racism that existed that caused a disparity. That is a very different lens than the one that CRT would use.
Well, I think the issue you're going to have here is when you're looking at the data and all that, you almost have to adopt some sort of lens, because how do you data-wise go back, and diagnose that disparity, 50 years in the past without having a lens to interpret the data? You have to take some sort of leap there where you're evaluating that disparity with some sort of lens. Because we just don't have that kind of data. You can go to certain things, like you can say, the military denying African Americans their GI Bill, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think with that one, you have enough data. But in these other things where people are making leaps and diagnosing it, that is naturally going to be through that lens.
Can you give me an example?
It almost has to be. I'm sorry?
Can you give me an example of something?
You can pull any racial disparity. I mean, you can pull, if you want to go to Baltimore, you can go to Baltimore and pull the disparity in income between Caucasian, African American. Now, how would you go out and diagnose that, right? Well, you would have so many factors, you couldn't point to like a point of data and go, there we go. What you would have to do is have a lens and say, here is my diagnosis, here's a few things that back it. The theory itself is going to give you that form to your argument.
Yeah, but I think the difference is that like critical theory is going to assume that it's racism. Like the disparity has to be racism. And then they say, okay, if we fixed this by targeting racism, how would this actually like influence this disparity? Whereas I'm not doing that. Like I'm saying that we would not assume that it's racism, and that we would find, because it doesn't even have to be in history. Like it doesn't have to be like 40, 50, 100 years ago in order for us to find areas where there's disparities. We can find currently a ton of studies that show that when people fill out applications, if they have black sounding names, they're less likely to get callbacks for interviews. That just shows that regardless of what the reason is, the people who are interviewing or reading the applications, they don't have to be racist in order for that to be the outcome. It could be that there's a bunch of other reasons for this. But what does matter is that black people end up suffering in that case because they don't ever get the ability for any sort of a meritocracy, because they never even get the ability for the interview. And so we're not like assuming that some person is doing something racist, but we would like to try to figure out what the reason is for why they're not being called back. And it turns out that through tons of other studies, through names in similar ways, that it turns out that when we see names of a certain type, we start to assume class, and that names that sound black sound poor and therefore uneducated, not well spoken, and very unlikely capable of working hard or doing the job as well as others who have white sounding names. So like in this case, we're not looking at it and just assuming racism, but we're doing a bunch of studies to try to figure out exactly what the reason is and then trying to target that reason.
No, well, look, that's a fair example. I guess the part that when you're going into that, right, and you're saying the studies show that it's class and not this, how are they determining that?
Through a bunch of most of it's going to have some sort of subjective lens, but if you have a bunch of guys named Bo and Billy Bob and shit like that, and they have the same disparities, that they're not getting callbacks as well, even though those are more white sounding names, the reason for their that it starts to show that like the picture is that, yes, we would look at Bo and Billy Bob and Bubba and think that those are poor people working on a farm somewhere or something, and they also are not well spoken and are unlikely very educated. And so yeah, it's about like aligning data on intersections.
Well, and again, I believe, if we're getting into intersectionality, we're kind of running into we're going back to critical theory.
Well, I wasn't
but
saying
all
intersectionality,
I'm
but I guess
saying,
that would apply in a way to intersectionality, but that wasn't really what I meant. I didn't mean intersectionality. I meant intersections
okay,
of data.
no, you're good, man.
Sorry.
All I'm really trying to say here, and I don't want us to get too far into examples or anything, it's just that in the absence of concrete proof, when you have data with some kind of disparity rate like that, your theoretical lens kind of makes up the gap, which is why you see academics kind of arguing back and forth over the same data and getting different conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
It all kind of comes back to that theoretical framework that they're kind of analyzing that through. But no, I agree with you, though, that you can look at other factors. My only point is if you have a prominent theory, that prominent theory is the lens that people are, analyzing data through, we're going to get some skewed policies at the government level. That's just how I'm trying to link that together to make the argument.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I would have to have like specific examples to be able to kind of understand, because in these cases, yeah, I would look at most of these things and think, yeah, there is a disparity for Black people, but if we know, as I said, like you were talking about criminal justice, if we know that Black people did have times where their communities and their neighborhoods weren't getting as much funding or as much investment because of something like redlining, and then they didn't have as many job opportunities and weren't able to build generational wealth, then over time we know that people who live in poorer neighborhoods are more likely to have higher crime rates. And that
It's very similar to the GI Bill. Them not getting that money has had ripple effects down through, the present. I totally get where you're coming from on that.
Right, and so I'm saying that, yes, so
I
if
don't
over
wanna-
time we would say that like that it's more likely that they're going to have higher crime rates because of things that were allowed during Jim Crow eras and because of discrimination that happened during that time. And so that it would look
Right,
like,
I'm
yes,
fair
there are
if you're kind of
reasons
looking
for
at
this.
it through that lens. That's fair. Now, look, I don't want to bore your audience to death by going over the same thing with this. If you want to get into it deeper, I'm fine. But the only other thing I was going to bring up is, do you think Hegseth is going to get through the nomination process?
I think he probably will, yeah.
Okay, I think we agree on that. I don't think he said anything that was so bad that he would lose the Republican votes that they need. So
yeah,
I think he's good. All right, man. Well, look, thanks for your time. I appreciate the discussion. And, if I see anything else, on your show, I'll be happy to call in and talk to you again.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right, man. Have a good one.
You too. Later. Thak, I was like reading all of your messages. I don't know. I didn't even know what you were responding to or what you were talking about at different times. I didn't even feel like it was on like the same topic sometimes. I'm reading this. DOT is operating administration distributive substantial funds each year to finance construction of projects initiated by state and local governments, public transit, and airport agencies. DOT has the important responsibility of ensuring that firms competing for DOT-assisted contracts for these projects are not disadvantaged by unlawful discrimination. The department's most important tool for meeting this requirement has been its DBE program, which originally began in 1980 as a minority women's business enterprise program established by regulation under the authority of Title 9 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and other non-discrimination statutes that apply to DOT financial assistance programs. The DBE program was reauthorized by I literally don't know what I'm reading right now. To meet stated 8 objective, the DBE program regulation recipients of DOT funds must develop and implement a DBE program that conforms to DOT standards set forth for airport. I'm sorry, I have no idea what I'm supposed to take from any of this. Just want to correct something. You kept saying, and people will jump on. Critical theory isn't started as a law school theory, but by econ and political theory guys. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a bit lost. I don't if I said that, yeah, if I said that law started critical race theory, I don't or that it started at, I think that was when it was first used within like implementing systems and things like that, and became like very common within within any part of our academia, was in law school, but that it was used before that for tons of things. It was okay. Hey.
Okay. So 2 things to correct of the talking about the DM thing I sent you. That was just the DBE stuff. You were going over the stuff on the website, so I just sent you that was from their actual website, and then what they were deriving, where it is, and what we're talking about. Second thing,
right? But what was I supposed to get from it?
Theory as shorthand for critical race theory. Those are 2 separate things.
Hold on. What you cut out? What was I supposed to get from the DBE thing that you sent me?
That's just from their website. The states like goes into what their purpose of when it came about and how they have the criteria that you can go, and they literally have it written out, the criteria of how they assess that program. And all of this is just a program that contractors have to establish themselves. It's pretty much an agreement. You just sign a paper saying we will be trying to help out this way.
And what is this way?
As in to correct disadvantaged business enterprises and all that stuff. So saying so that way they're not awarding funds to contractors that
So they don't have a quota. It's just saying,
yeah, they don't have like a quota. It's just more like a stated objective stuff guideline they do.
Okay.
And then the second thing I was saying, because like you were kind of shorthanding critical theory, and you kept saying critical theory. Critical theory is critical race theory is the law school theory that got adopted and pushed over to them.
Right, but critical theory was used in law before critical theory. That's where critical race theory comes from.
But critical theory does not come from law. It comes from the 30s.
No. Hold on. Stop saying that. You're doing it again. I'm not saying critical theory comes from law. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it was used in law before critical race theory. That critical theory was used in the legal system before critical race theory was a thing.
I don't. It's subjective on that, because like critical theory just comes from the term of critique of thought from Marx, who comes from and critical theory came out from economists and political philosophers like Adorno and Horkheimer, which pretty much they were the first gen. It was just a group of guys in the 30s decide critical theory was just something you were trying to move to a betterment, and not just describing something. So.
Yeah, but Horkheimer used it in his school, and it was
it's not a real school. The Frankfurt School is just a collection of catch-all term for all
Sure,
these
the
guys.
Frankfurt School, right? And that yes, and that was something that was
But they're
eventually
not law
used
guys. They're
in
political
law.
science guys.
Yes, and that was something that was eventually used in law. Obviously, yes.
And then critical race theory was the thing that was picked up in law schools to look through a racial lens.
Okay. Yeah, everything that
That's
I've
what
read
I'm
said
saying.
that like
They kept
critical
saying, like,
theory
critical-
was
you can
used
tell he's
in
getting jump
law
on that shit.
before critical race theory was even a thing. That it was like a way for them to analyze the criminal justice system, and then eventually they had critical race theory, which was to analyze the race through like government legislation, all sorts of other things, but that critical race theory is a very different, like it's not a very different thing, but it is, yes, using critical theory
It's just
to analyze
critical race theory
race
specific. It's
through
just looking
law.
through a racial lens and all that
Right.
stuff and critiquing it and all.
Right. So
But yeah.
here.
But yeah, critical theory can be used. It's just a type of way to describe how you're looking at things, and that's it. It can be used for anything. You can
Yes,
do
it's just
critical
a
theory for
lens to
everything.
look through. Yes, critical legal theory and critical race theory have been used in American law. Both are schools of thought that emerged in the United States in the 1970s. Critical legal studies, CLS, is a school of critical theory that aims to expose the biases in legal systems. So yeah, that was.
But yeah, that's critical legal theory. But again, like critical theory comes from the 30s and all that stuff, and just from these econ and political science guys.
Sure,
and all
I'm
that
saying
stuff.
that critical theory was used in law, and that yes, critical race theory came afterwards, but that yes, critical theory was used in law, and that this is that's what they're calling critical legal studies.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah, because like when people like do the shorthand of critical theory and all that stuff, and it's kind of confusing on like picking up on what exactly you mean and all that stuff. But these guys just want to put the Venn diagram on everything because the Venn diagram can go on everything when you just see the words critical theory. So.
Right. Well, and even the
But,
fact that like
there you
there's the idea that like this critical theory is technically like Marxist in its in its foundation, but even like calling it a Marxist theory at this point seems odd when it does have so many levels of separation at this point, that like when we're calling something Marxist, it's normally going to be through it is normally going to have something to do with like his like worldview, instead of just being like a way to analyze things. And I think that yeah, it's really annoying when people call this stuff Marxist, and that is like one of the reasons that they have such a big stigma on this, is because they call it Marxist, therefore it's something that's going to lead you to be a fucking a communist or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's but yeah, just go and correct that, and just like, or just like give you more insight about where the term critical theory itself came from and all that stuff.
Okay.
It would be all
right,
so
cool.
you go.
Appreciate it. Later.
Bye.
All right.
I'm very familiar with them. Every elected official that he disagrees with, very familiar with them.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that one reservoir.
So is DEI based in CRT? I don't. Again, I don't. I wouldn't disagree that there's probably aspects of it there, but that they're the same thing, or that they're like, that DEI is like. Okay, I wouldn't disagree that DEI probably uses CRT as a way to like analyze things, but then like once you're analyzing things, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble like even explaining this, because it's like I said earlier, I feel like this is talking about whether or not we're using like whether or not like blue is founded in the number 1. Like it's kind of hard for me to even like describe how one is attached to the other, but I had something, let's see. Okay, let me see. Why DEI and CRT should not be confused. After the death of George Floyd, there was an awakening in the United States about issues centered around racism. African Americans became less tolerant and more emboldened to speak out when they identified racism. Many people from other races became more sensitive and wanted to learn, so they would not offend people of color. During this time, there seemed to be a coming together like never before. I remember personally speaking, blah, blah, blah. DEI and CRT are not the same. Colleges and universities started having hard conversations and implementing diversity, equity, and inclusion training. Then the big announcement came. The president issued an executive order banning DEI training in government agencies and nonprofits, stating it combated offensive and anti-American race and sex stereotypes. As a person who was assisting with the training at the institution where I was working, I was totally confused. Suddenly, I began to hear the term critical race theory, and politicians were using diversity, equity, and inclusion terminology to explain it. After some research, I quickly realized that DEI and CRT were not the same. What is diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI? To understand the meaning of diversity, equity, and inclusion, you must define the terms individually. Let's see. McKinsey and Company defines them as: diversity is defined as having a presence and representation of people who are different. This includes, but is not limited to, race, gender, disability, religion, sexual orientation, political affiliation, age, languages, and nationalities. Equity, which is often confused with equality, is defined as the act of implementing processes that are just and fair across the various groups of people. Yeah, so this is, okay. So this is a problem, is that leftists use the word equity to mean what the right wing uses to mean equality. They both use the words in opposite ways. So they would say if two things are equal, that means they're the same. So if something is equality, that means they both have the same outcome. Whereas equity means you just treat both of them the same, but that they do not have the same outcome. You allow them to move forward as you just treat both of them fairly and the same. So when they use equity, because I figured this out a couple of years ago when I was on panels, and I said there was a bunch of leftists, and they're like, what do you think equity is? And I was like, equity means that you have the same outcomes, whereas equality means that people are treated the same. They're like, no, it's the opposite. And I was like, no, it's not. It is not the opposite. And everybody, literally all of the leftists there, all said, yes, it is. It's the opposite. Equality means the same. If you have two numbers that are equal, that means they're the same. That's what equality is. It means that they have the same outcomes. Whereas equity means that you just treat them the same. These are very different. But if you ask somebody on the right what equity is, they say that's where you have the same outcomes. Whereas equality means you're both treated the same. They both use these words as the exact opposite. So obviously, when she says equity, she's saying they're just treated the same. That's it. She's not saying that they're going to have the same outcomes. This is some mental gymnastics, Tom. What do you mean it's mental gymnastics? I just explained my own experience. What do you think mental gymnastics means? What do you think mental gymnastics means? You're gaslighting? What the fuck? I'm gaslighting? I didn't have that experience. That's what you're telling me? It didn't happen, right, Dwight? That didn't happen? You think I'm lying? I just that panel never took place? What do you mean I'm gaslighting? Were you there? Do you remember that panel happening differently? Dwight, do you remember that panel happening very differently? Lay off the baked beans, stinks in here. So were you there, Dwight? Was it a very different panel than the way I'm explaining it? You're mansplaining, yeah. Shit. So when she says equity, she's talking about it. Have you guys ever seen like the picture that people use for the difference between equity and equality? So this is it right here. Equality, everybody gets to stand on the box. Equity, everybody has the same outcome. That like this is where everybody just gets to stand on the box. This isn't really fair, but you both get the same, you all get the same kind of outcome that you're standing on the fucking box. So well done. Whereas equity says, well, we're not as worried about whether or not they all get to stand on the box. We want to make sure that it's actually fair for the people, so everybody actually gets to see over the fence. But how you interpret this is very different, because for lots of people, they would say, oh, well, all of these people have the same outcome. They all get to see over the box. Whereas others would say, no, this is the same outcome. They all get to stand on the same box. So it's hard to describe even with this photo, where everybody thinks this photo explains it perfectly. Once you get into it, well, which one's the fucking outcome? Is it standing on the boxes, or is it seeing over the fence? Which one is the outcome? It's hard for, people to kind of, for people to differentiate these. So yeah, everybody that I've spoken to, like, they have different definitions for these. It's kind of annoying to get into, but obviously it reminds me that, yes, like this person saying equity just means everybody's treated fairly. Then I'm like, oh, that's right. They use these words differently than everybody else. Fuck. Okay. Inclusion is the state in which all groups feel included because they are recognized and receiving beneficial access to programs, systems, and powers, and are not being discouraged due to their personal characteristics. As these three definitions are combined, one can see evidence that DEI is needed. America is a very diverse country. That said, institutions, corporations, and systems need to have something in place to support people from different backgrounds. For example, if colleges and universities do not implement DEI training, imagine the impact this will have on our students. I remember a coworker was in my office working on a project with me. We were trying to think of a word, and I suddenly said, oh my gosh, I'm having a blonde moment. There are stereotypical phrases associated with blondes, such as blondes have more fun and blondes are dumb. When I made that statement, my coworker said, please don't let my wife hear you say that. She would be so offended. My heart was crushed, but I took that as a teachable moment. I didn't come back with, it's just a joke, or is she that sensitive? There was an immediate apology, and to this day, I have never said that again. It had never crossed my mind that using the phrase, a blonde moment, during a time of forgetfulness was offensive. Why would I say that anyways? My hair is black. DEI training encompasses learning about others so we don't commit microaggressions or things that are insensitive about people who are different from us. It has nothing to do with being divisive, but everything to do with learning how to not hurt people. What is the critical race theory? After gaining knowledge about diversity, equity, and inclusion, I began my quest to understand the critical race theory. I remember watching the confirmation hearing of the Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. Judge Brown was questioned by one of the senators about critical race theory. The senators asked her if she believed that critical race theory was taught in K through 12 schools. Judge Brown responded by saying she didn't, and continued to say critical race theory is an academic theory studied at the law school level that examines how race interacts with various institutions. She further explained critical race theory examines policies to ensure discrimination was not embedded. For example, a school that would prohibit someone attending because of the color of their skin. The senator then shared all the books that were taught at a specific school. The books he mentioned were related to how not to be racist. The school was a private school, and the parents were fine with their children learning this information. What confused me was that teaching a child to not be racist has nothing to do with critical race theory. According to the Legal Defense Fund, critical race theory and CRT, an academic and legal framework that denotes that systemic racism is part of society, from education and housing to unemployment and healthcare. Critical race theory recognizes that racism is more than just a result of individual bias and prejudice. It is embedded in laws, policies, and institutions that uphold and reproduce racial inequalities. When comparing this definition with the definitions of DEI, what is the underlying cause of the confusion? Okay, I don't really care about this. Never mind.
That serves the Palisades was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation.
Sorry? You understand what you just said? Now, LA's Mayor Karen Bass, who was 8,000 miles away in Ghana for some inexplicable reason when this inferno took hold, has denied that funding cuts to the fire department have had any impact on its abilities to fight fires. The city's fire chief, whose people are risking their own lives to save others, doesn't agree.
Let me be clear. The $17 million budget cut and the elimination of our civilian positions like our mechanics did and has and will continue to severely impact our ability to repair our apparatus. So with that, we have over 100 fire apparatus out of service, and having these apparatus in the proper amount of mechanics would have helped. And so it did absolutely negatively impact.
Well, someone is lying, and my money's on the politicians. After all, if that fire chief was lying, she'd now be an ex-fire chief. The fire service itself is now facing difficult questions over an apparent obsession with diversity.
I don't think, even if she was lying, that they were going to fire her in the middle of this crisis. I think that would have been... I think that's the last thing they would have done, regardless of whether she's right or wrong. Because she doesn't even have to be lying. She could just be wrong. Like, it could just be that, the fire chief may not be the one who understands the city budget the best. Like, just a guess. I don't know.
This clip of an assistant fire chief released as a promo with DIE policies has aged like sour milk.
DIE?
You want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease.
It's evolving, guys.
Somebody might understand their situation better.
It's now
Is she strong
DIE.
enough to do this, or you
The
couldn't carry my
leftists won't
husband out of
stop
a fire,
changing it.
which might respond.
They try to change language all the time to confuse us. Now they're changing it to DIE so they can change the fucking dictionaries, just like they changed the word woman.
He got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
Well, now hundreds of thousands of people are in the wrong place, and they couldn't give a damn whether the firefighters are black, white, or bright green, let alone their sexuality or anything else. They just want to save their lives and their homes. The comedian and radio presenter Adam Carolla, who I will interview later in the show, gave this testimony before Congress in 2017.
I graduated North Hollywood High with a 1.7 GPA. I could not find a job. I walked to a fire station in North Hollywood. I was 19. I was living in the garage of my family home. My mom was on welfare and food stamps, and I said, can I get a job as a fireman? And they said, no, because you're not black, Hispanic, or a woman. We'll see in about 7 years.
Well, the point about DEI is not that gay, black, or female people are unfit to be firefighters. It's about a systemic misjudgment of priorities. It's about a state that spent $24 billion to end homelessness, ended up with more people living on the streets. It's about a state that suffers dozens of massive fires.
I would bet almost anything they didn't think they were going to end homelessness. Just a feeling. Just a feeling. I would put money on the fact that they probably did not think the amount of money they were spending was going to end homelessness. But, who knows? Maybe they did. Dream big, guys.
Every single year, but leaves its biggest city with empty hydrants in the middle of the worst fire in its history.
He's been saying for years that he has a plan to combat homelessness. Yeah, if you want to say he has a plan to combat homelessness, yeah, I wouldn't have a problem believing that. But combating homelessness is one thing. To say that you're going to end homelessness is something totally different.
In the middle of all this are the people whose lives are being turned upside down, including many of my friends and neighbours. I have a home in Beverly Hills. This crisis is nowhere near over. And when it is, they will expect answers and change. Well, here's a debate. I'm joined by the host of Keeping It Real podcast, Gillian Michaels, by Amala Ekpunobi, who's the host of The Amala Show, by the Night School host, Mark Lamont Hill, and the activist influencer, Michael Mez. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, if I may, Mark Lamont Hill, because you've been getting into it with lots of people about the whole issue of DEI and whether that's had any involvement here or whatever. What's your overview here? I mean, do you think it's played any part? Are you uncomfortable about the advert I just showed with people who are sort of, looks like to me like they're playing the DEI card to justify their position?
Those are two different questions. I'll answer them both, though. The first thing is, do I love the commercial? No, I think the commercial misses the mark for several reasons. And it doesn't get to the heart of why you would want a DEI effort at the fire department. At the end of the day, the most important thing, as is the case whenever you have any kind of intervention like this, is that qualified people are there and that everyone has a fair shake at a high quality job, that no one is underqualified or unqualified for the job. In terms of the fire, which is your first question, I don't think that DEI has anything to do with these fires. I think there's plenty of blame to go around, and a lot of it has to do with Democrats, Democratic mayor, Democratic governor, Democratic councils. I mean, there's a lot of criticism to go around.
DEI caused the fires because they had a bunch of trans people working at the fire department, and all of them were confused as to which bathroom they were supposed to go into. And the only reason that they hired all those trans people is because of DEI. And so now everybody was confused and a bunch of fires were going off and nobody was answering them because they were all arguing over which bathroom to go into. And then they put a pole for them all to slide down to get to their cars faster inside the fucking fire department. And so they're all supposed to slide down the pole. But then the women there started saying that if you guys had gone to your DEI classes, that you would realize that putting a pole inside there for the women to dance on is very offensive. And they were all having a conversation about whether or not they should have poles inside the firehouse because the women think that that's there for them to dance on. So it was, it's all been a big problem with fire departments all over the country. Fires breaking out everywhere because of DEI.
There's a lot of targets here, but DEI to me isn't the issue here. I'm more concerned with how the police were overfunded and the fire departments were underfunded. I'm interested in climate change and having that conversation. We have to have a conversation about kind of homes we have and the kind of homes we build these days. There are lots of things to talk about, but I don't think DEI is the blame here.
Okay, Gillian, you lost a home in a previous fire in LA in 2018. You've had to evacuate your own mother in these fires. I've got to say, my place is in Beverly Hills, which thankfully has not been hit yet, although the next 48 hours will be pretty crucial, I think, as to what happens, because the Santa Ana winds are going to come back with a vengeance, we're told. And if they head northeast, as they did a couple of days ago, and they jump the 405 freeway, then everyone in Los Angeles knows what that means for Bel Air, Beverly Hills, and potentially everywhere else in the city. So these are pretty scary times for everyone who has a property there. What do you feel? I mean, as someone who's watched this play out before and suffered a horrible loss yourself, what do you feel about the blame game, the accountability part?
Well, I think that leadership in California is absolutely accountable for this. They are the ones who are in charge of mitigating these kinds of disasters. And I want to play complete devil's advocate here. Let's go with, we do know that California is prone to wildfires. Santa Ana winds, we all know this. And if I'm not a climate change expert here, but if we play that card, and I'm more than happy to do it, you should have been that much more prepared. And we know for a fact that if we were doing prescribed controlled burns, forestry cleanup, creating fire breaks, if we had the reservoir filled that was uphill from the Palisades, the one closest to the Palisades, we probably could have put that fire out more effectively by getting it done sooner rather than days later. If you manage the state's water more efficiently, and there are so many issues with that, considering how many billions...
Yeah, from everything that I saw, they didn't actually have issues with having water. They just had issues with having water pressure that would actually get water to all of the fire hydrants. So they didn't ever actually run out of water. That's just because the fire hydrants didn't have water coming out of them. Everybody initially assumed that they were out of water, but they weren't out of water. They just didn't have enough water pressure because everybody is using the fucking water right now. So it's It was like impossible for them to use all of that water pressure. There was a massive reservoir that was offline, Tom. Yeah, I'm aware. That's not the same as that's the reason, though. Because if the reservoir was offline, yet they still had water, then it wasn't the being out of water that was the issue. So just saying there's a reservoir that's offline doesn't mean that they didn't have water.
Billions of gallons go to growing shelled nuts. It's like 80% of the state's water, which is 2% of the state's GDP. If you reprioritized where you're putting the state's budget instead of giving homeless people drug kits and maybe invested in desalination plants, I mean, there are so many things that we can talk about in this episode that are grossly negligent and would have had a massive impact on saving lives and saving people's homes.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling, Michael, I'll bring you in here, is having had a home in LA for 15 years and lived and worked there for 20 years, this issue of the fires has been ever present. I mean, the big fear has always been another big earthquake, but everyone's been very aware that there's been a lot of fires and they seem to have been getting more prevalent, not less prevalent. And everyone's been like, well, what's being done to protect everybody? And there was perhaps a false complacency that stuff was being done that meant this stuff we're seeing now couldn't have happened, but it has. And yet, as I say that, I'm mindful of a clip of Joe Rogan that's doing the rounds on social media, which is from last summer, in which he talks about a previous conversation he had with a firefighter. Let's take a listen.
I talked to a fireman once. This was one of the reasons that freaked me out. And he was telling me, he goes, dude, one day, he goes, it's just going to be the right wind and fire's going to start in the right place and it's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean. And there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. I go, really?
And while having this information, he's still running around blaming all sorts of other things for the fire, while knowing that there's guys who told him ahead of time that this would happen, and if it did, there wasn't a thing they could do about it. Interesting. Interesting that he knows that there isn't a thing they could do about it, yet he's acting like there's a lot of things that they can do about it. Strange. Strange.
He goes, yeah, we just get lucky. He goes, we get lucky with the wind. He goes, but if the wind hits the wrong way, it's just going to burn straight through LA, and there's not going to be a thing we can do about it. Because these fires are so big, dude. When they're talking about like thousands of acres that are burning simultaneously with like 40-mile-an-hour winds. And the wind's just blowing embers through the air, and those embers are landing on roofs, and those houses are going up, and they're landing on bushes, and those bushes are going up, and everything's dry. And once it happens in a way where it's so spread out that there's nothing they can do.
Now, I mean, Michael, very prescient there. So people can't claim they didn't think this might happen. Literally, Joe Rogan, the biggest podcast in the world, is openly telling everybody what a firefighter told him was likely to happen, and that was a few months ago. Well, what is your take on what
the people in charge of California should have been watching Joe Rogan then? That's their problem. They didn't watch enough Joe Rogan, because if they did, they would have known that his friend told him one time that this would happen, and then they would have prepared for it.
you think has really been behind all this?
Well, I think that in terms of what actually caused this fire, we're still trying to figure that out. But it's clear that LA is a city that's built in a fire zone. Wildfires are endemic to the land. And we need to take that into account with the way that we govern this city and the way that we budget for emergency services and fire prevention. And I think that the city leaders do need to be held accountable for managing and preventing fires in a realistic way. We only spent $42 million per year on fire prevention. And I think we need to talk about how that budget is being allocated compared to other spending, like billions of dollars going to policing and you know, the repairs on a reservoir that should have taken a week have taken more than a year. I think that those types of things absolutely should be coming under the magnifying glass. But I think that the point that Joe Rogan made in that clip is right, that this type of thing is going to happen. It's impossible to prevent fire devastation in the city of LA, but we can definitely mitigate it, and we need to be doing a really good job at mitigating it. And I think that this fire is showing that there are some gaps in our plan. It's really tragic.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute tragedy. And there is an argument, Amala, that no one could have done anything to stop something quite like this, because it's been a freakish set of circumstances of a Santa Ana wind, which anyone, as I say, if you live in LA long enough, you know all about the Santa Anas. They come like the Mistrals in France, and when they come, you wake up and a lot of howling wind, and your garden's covered in crap, and we're all used to it. What's different here is the winds were at 100 miles an hour. It's hurricane force winds, and it coupled with a fire. And when you have 100 mile an hour winds blowing across a city with a fire, it's a perfect hellish storm. So let me
Okay, All right. I've been trying to do this for a while, guys. We're going to try this, okay? So I have a line going through the middle of this thing. And as long as nobody takes out the line, I should be able... Oh, fuck. Fuck. The very first guy. You got to be kidding me. Damn it. I got a line from wall to wall, and as long as I can make it all the way around to my other line, I would take out half the fucking map. But that right there, dude, as soon as I left my thing, he was right there next to me. Whereas, like, normally, there's not somebody right up against the wall, so hopefully you can just skirt around the edges real quick. But, yeah, as long as nobody... Ah, shit.
Preface this by saying, you know,
it's so hard to get that line from wall to wall to where, like, that's such a rare opportunity to even try it. I've gotten it with, like, much smaller lines before, to where I took, like, I had like 10% of the map and then ended up getting like 25 to 30% of it by doing that. But that would have been like well over 50% of the map just by hitting that.
It may be nothing could have stopped this from doing what it did. However, I think you have a view, contrary to what Mark said, that DEI and wokeness have played a part in the failures here. What do you say about that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot that we're going to learn in the days to come about these fires. As Jillian and I believe Mark mentioned, we're still waiting to see the cause of a lot of these fires. It's totally understandable to me that this is what happens in LA, that we can pretty much imagine that this is going to occur to some extent. But we can also see a department that has, in my opinion, wasted time and resources on these woke agenda pieces like diversity, equity, and inclusion. Where could that time and where could those resources have gone? What could they have been allocated to when it comes to response to these fires? Not only that, I'm seeing reports on social media, I don't know about anybody else, of arsonists, looters, and this is sort of a culture that we've created here in Los Angeles, here in California, with the way that we've been soft on crime, with the different policies that we've pushed forward. So honestly, I think we're at this moment of just waiting for information. But
because of the policies for more arsonists, yeah, that they push for on the left, always pushing for more arsonist policies. Yep, that makes sense. We got to stop with that. I've been saying this for years.
But as Jillian said, you can also see that reservoir that held what should have been 117 million gallons of water was not working. The brush cleanup that should have been happening for decades was not happening. You have Rick Caruso here in Los Angeles, who was running for leadership. He managed to save his land, his properties, and he did so through proper planning and being proactive. So what could we have done in this city? Probably a lot.
Yeah. I mean, Mark Lamont Hill, you know, I saw you shaking your head there. But I'm not quite sure what you're shaking your head about, because anyone who's lived in LA, like I said, it's been clear. Two things have been clear. Newsom has had a lot of rhetoric about being tough on crime and sorting out the homeless problem and so on. And the complete reverse has happened. You know, even in Beverly Hills, where I live, and I go to lots of other parts of the city when I'm in LA, but even in Beverly Hills, the degree of homelessness, the degree of crime, violent crime involving guns, right in the middle of Beverly Hills at lunchtime, shootouts in restaurants and things, that never used to happen, I can tell you. It was never like it is now. So there's no doubt to my mind that when Amala says what she said there about issues like the crime increasing and so on, it's indisputable. If you live there, you know
the arsonist policies.
Right. I mean, if one were not watching this video and only hearing it, they would think that I shook my head when we were talking about crime and homelessness. I didn't.
Well, you
so
seem to.
When I shook my head.
I'm sorry.
What I shook my head to was the issue around the quote-unquote woke policies and DEI policies. Right. That specific is what I'm addressing. So we don't have to guess. I'm telling you what it was. The idea that there's some relationship between the fires and the department's investment in DEI policies. Even Amala herself has said, you know, we're going to find out if that's the case. But why are we beginning from a premise that that is the case? Is anything possible? Sure, but there's no evidence of it. Also, the idea of calling it a wasted effort to me is a bit bizarre. As I'm sure you know, or maybe you don't, I'm talking to the audience, not you two in particular, the department had a significant problem with sexual harassment. The department had a significant problem with racial discrimination. It's acknowledged that. The department had multiple firefighters sued. The department acknowledged that they were overrepresented by white men and underrepresented by other groups. And to be clear, that's a statistical analysis. That's not a subjective assessment. It's not a moral judgment. I'm saying they're overrepresented demographically. So in light of that, my question would be, if you don't think they needed an inclusion or equity initiative, how should they have responded? This is to Amala. How should they have responded to the proven cases of discrimination, sexism, and harassment that were happening in the department? What should they have done instead of having an initiative?
Okay, well, fair enough. Amala?
Yeah. Sure, I can answer that. Yeah, when we're looking at those cases that you've just spoken about, sure, we should hear out every single case of sexual harassment and discrimination, especially if we can prove that it's on the basis of race, or we can prove that there is ill intent within a department. Now, that's not what's being articulated by the LAFD. They are saying that they are looking specifically for people of certain races, of particular gender backgrounds, and we should be moving towards a race-neutral future. If you want people to be judged on the contents of their character, of their abilities, their intelligence, their strength, which is very important when it comes to the fire department, you should do exactly that. It has nothing to do with whether or not you're a woman. It has nothing to do with your race. And as we saw that assistant fire chief state, she's speaking about diversity, equity, and inclusion through a lens of wanting people who look like her to be in the department, wanting to be able to show up to houses of California residents that apparently look like her so she can serve them better. And she's not really speaking to her capabilities. As she even stated in her own video, she'd be incapable of carrying a man out of a fire. So your articulation of diversity, equity, and inclusion is very different from what we're getting. And let's not forget that diversity, equity, and inclusion is based out of critical race theory, which is fundamentally flawed. If we truly want race neutrality and people to be judged based off of their abilities, we should do exactly that.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, Mark, I'll come back to you quickly. Hang on, Mark. I'll come back to you for a quick response, and I'll go to Gillian. But Mark, it's come at the same week that we saw Mark Zuckerberg basically ending all of Meta's DEI programs, along with a complete reversal of everything else you could call woke policy.
You know what I've never tried is I could probably even go all the way around just staying up on the wall and just make it all the way around this entire thing. And then I would have literally the whole map. Huh. I should try that sometime. That would be fucking dope, dude. That would be sick as fuck.
I mean, it seems to me that the wind is blowing. Well, I won't use that phrase because there's obviously a much bigger, more problematic wind blowing. But there is a change in direction from companies that you would say were very liberal skewed, like Meta and others, to just get rid of all DEI programs because they've concluded, and you may have a view about this, that they actually they are wrong. They promote mediocrity. They're not meritocratic in the way that companies should be, in my view. And it's happening quite fast now since the big Trump win over Kamala Harris, who represented all this woke stuff to her bootstraps. What's your response to that?
Well, I think you're right to say that corporate investment in DEI was always cynical. They never cared about diversity, equity, or inclusion. They did it because it was popular. After the uprisings following the murder of George Floyd, it was popular to say you were down with DEI, so they did it. And a lot of those companies never actually even turned in the money. They never actually followed up on the promises that they made. And now that it's no longer popular, they're pulling back. Corporate America does what's good for business, not what's good for people.
Mandis, I think you're going to probably see this in about 5 minutes, but just letting you know that I think you're way behind on the pod.
But I reject your claim that DEI is not meritocratic or it undermines meritocracy. The data contradicts that. The decades of studies contradict that. I also reject Amala's claim that the fire department was doing something systemic in response to something that was individual. You know, she said they should have adjudicated those cases, but not going on this big initiative.
The last 3 chats that you've said, I thought each one of them, I was like, she's responding to something from a while ago, dude. What the hell? And I was gonna tell you the last like 2 times that you said something, and then I kept forgetting. Wow, all of those seemed like they were. I have no idea what you were responding to each time.
To have different hiring practices. I think maybe what you missed was the complaints themselves were about a systemic failure to hire qualified black people, to hire qualified women. So again, when you talk about DEI, it's not about getting unqualified black and brown and women in a room of qualified white men. It's about saying there's 10 qualified people in this room. The first 6 we've hired have been white men. Maybe the next 4 shouldn't be, when demographically there's enough black people here or enough women or whomever.
But hang on, but that's exactly the point, which is when it comes to firefighting, actually no, sorry, I just want the best people for the job. Sorry, I do. If I'm a homeowner in LA, I don't care what color they are, what sexuality they are, what gender they are.
May I ask you a question about that, Pierce?
Hang on, Mark. I don't care about any of it. I just care, are they the best available people to save me from a fire? End.
You're misrepresenting the issue, though. No one is saying that the best qualified people shouldn't be hired. The issue is, again, there are 10 people in a room.
Yeah.
They're going to hire 8 of them. The first 6 they've hired have been white men.
Yeah.
Of the remaining people, there are qualified white men and qualified black men and qualified black women. The issue historically in that department has been, even when the women have been qualified, even when the black men have been qualified, they still have not gotten hired. It's not that black people have gotten not hired and they're unqualified, it's they've been qualified and not hired. And so they're trying to respond to that by being intentional about saying, hey, let's bring in some qualified black people to augment the qualified white men as well. So no one wants an unqualified firefighter. You know what I mean? No one wants an unqualified surgeon. But if you keep not hiring qualified black people, we got to do something about it.
Okay, let me bring Gillian in because obviously the LA mayor, Karen Bass, is a black woman. I've got to say, of all the people in officialdom that I've seen since this disaster started, she seems to me to be the most woefully incompetent. One, when it started, there had already been warnings that there may be a big fire issue coming, and she gets on a plane and she goes all the way to Africa to the inauguration of the new president of Ghana. Now, this is someone who the New York Times has established 2 years ago, actually said on the record while campaigning to be mayor, not only would I, of course, live here, but I wouldn't travel internationally. The only places I would go would be DC, Sacramento, San Francisco, and New York in relation to Los Angeles. And yet there she is at the inauguration of an African president while her city's burning. And when she came back, she was jumped by a very good journalist from Sky News here in the UK, David Blevins. And the response was pathetic. Let's take a look.
Madam Mayor, David Blevins from Sky News in the UK. Fire chiefs say that they're really stretched to the limit and running out of water. What have you got to say to that? Have you no response to that? Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor?
Madam Mayor.
Have you nothing to say today?
I mean, I'm sorry, but Gillian, that was just so pathetic, wasn't it? I mean, she's the mayor of Los Angeles.
Gillian,
say something.
Come on, Gillian.
It's absolutely outrageous. And again, I can't speak to the DEI component because I don't really know the history of who they did or didn't hire. I'm currently under the impression that the fire chief wanted more bodies, no matter what color, what gender, or what sexual orientation. And if I'm wrong about that, please educate me. With that said, Karen Bass is incompetent. I don't care if it's because she's a woman of color. She's just flat out incompetent. When your fire chief writes you a letter in December of 2024, after all of Northern Malibu has just burned down again, and says, do not cut my budget, it will be a catastrophe, you don't cut the budget. I'm absolutely outraged and disgusted. It is gross negligence, period. And then you have nothing to say when you're questioned about it? What are you doing in Ghana? You are a local, you're a mayor. You're not an ambassador.
That's
you don't work
ridiculous.
for the federal government. What is going on?
Yeah,
I mean, we could point to so many of these things. It's just outrageous.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think she's been completely incompetent and exposed as incompetent. In fact, all her public utterances make me cringe. Let me bring Michael back in here.
Completely.
I mean, I want to play a clip, Michael. This is from the fire department chief, Kristen Crowley, who, as things stand, to me, sounds the most credible of all of them when she speaks. Let's take a listen.
Did the city of Los Angeles fail you and your department and our city? It's my job to stand up as a chief and exactly say, justifiably, what the fire department needs to operate to meet the demands of the community. Did they fail you? That is our job, and I tell you, that's why I'm here. So let's get us what we need so our firefighters can do their jobs. Did they fail you? Yes.
I mean, she couldn't be clearer there, and I believe her. You know, I mean, no one has actually refuted what she said, and she hasn't been fired. So, Michael, I'm doing
Wait, yes, they have refuted what she said. That's such bullshit. They have too refuted what she said. They've been pretty clear that they did cut budgets, but they didn't necessarily cut budgets on the amount of people that they were hiring, and that they have gone up in how many people that they hire. So they have refuted this. That is just bullshit.
Mass with my old journalism hat on, and it's coming up pretty well for her and pretty badly for the elected officials.
That's absolutely right. I think she's been amazing during this crisis. I think that she's been honest with the residents of LA. I think that we really trust our fire chief here after all of the appearances she's made. And as it relates to the debate about DEI, I agree with you, Piers. I don't care what color she is, what gender she is. The fact that she's a woman doesn't matter to me. She's doing an incredible job.
Right.
And the fact that she's being called a DEI hire is actually pretty frustrating, and the fact that that's what some people in the media are using to spin it, because she was in the fire department for 22 years. She's incredibly qualified. She's clearly really good at PR, and I think she's really good at her job. So I don't think she's
a DEI hire. I've got to say, Karen Bass.
People are saying that.
Karen Bass, though, is a different matter. She smacks to me of a DEI appointment in the sense of how the hell did someone like that?
She was democratically elected.
Fine, I know.
How does a democratically elected?
I know.
The democratically elected fucking mayor is a DEI hire. What the fuck, dude?
What is democratically elected mayor a DEI hire?
Let me tell you how that
happens
happens in Los Angeles. Because until this fire, actually, and this may change everything for the political dynamic of Los Angeles. If you live in LA, as much as I...
Weren't the budget cuts actually comparing one-time expenditures to the next year, Tom? I don't know. Again, from what I understand is that they did budget cuts, but that it didn't actually limit hiring. That's all I know. I thought that they might have even said that they may have cut budgets on salaries, just not hiring. But yeah, I'm not sure. I just know that they said that they ended up hiring more people, so it's that's all I remember.
I have in the last 20 years, you are living in woke central. You're living in a place where a large number of the electorate literally would vote for people because of their skin color and because of their gender. We've already, just from that thing I read out, established she's an absolute liar when it comes to what she promised in her campaigning and what she then did as mayor in terms of getting on the first plane that came along to Ghana when she said she wouldn't leave America. So to me, the DEI thing runs endemically through some of these places. LA has become a woke...
What makes a DEI...
I'm telling you.
I'm going to be very clear. That
You're
is
not
patently
understanding
racist.
let me be very clear to you first. What I'm saying is there are large...
I'll be clear to both of you.
Let me finish.
A DEI
Let me finish. I'm telling you what I mean by that.
I'm going to be clear.
She won as a democratically elected
more
person.
than
That is
you.
true. She's the mayor. However, I think a lot of people voted for her because she was a black woman, not because she's any good at her job. That's an LA woke problem.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah. Look how incompetent she is.
How many black people have been mayor of LA? You say it's been decades of wokeness and skin color. How many black mayors have been in the history of LA?
And worse and worse.
How many black mayors have there been in the history of LA, Piers?
I'm telling you, in her case, I believe she is woefully incompetent, should never have got the job, and people voted for her because in their head, all they're getting told all day long in places like Los Angeles is DEI, DEI, DEI. All they hear about.
What qualification was she lacking to be mayor?
Have you watched her pronouncements? Have you watched her pronouncements?
I've watched her for 12 years in Congress. I've watched her advance legislation. I've watched her have political experience prior to joining the U.S. Congress.
She's utterly useless.
She's qualified. You may not like...
No, I think she's incompetent. It's worse than that. I don't care if I like her or not.
Her political credentials are pretty strong. I think that her reaction to this crisis has been really bad, and this is the first time a lot of the world is seeing Karen Bass, unfortunately, and it's not good for her.
I agree.
But she was democratically elected.
That doesn't make her a DEI hire.
No, I'm talking about a culture. No, what I'm talking about, and Michael, I'll put this to you. It just seems to me, I have noticed in LA, it's been getting woker and woker and woker and woker. Right from the top of the political sphere right the way down. It's tangible. You feel it. You have a lot of people there that buy into this woke crap. Right? And I just think that it's been insidious to every society where this has happened, anywhere in the world. But LA is like the epicenter of this crap. And I think it's come back to haunt them.
I'll get to that in a second. When it comes to the election of the mayor, we had a decision between Karen Bass and Rick Caruso, who's a billionaire real estate developer. I think that the people of LA made a decision that they wanted a career politician who, sure, is a black woman, but I don't think that's why she got the votes. I think she got the votes because she seemed like the more qualified, well-credentialed candidate compared to a billionaire who's felt very out of touch with the typical working class person in Los Angeles. I think that's why Karen Bass won the election. When it comes to the culture of DEI in Los Angeles, I think a lot of people love to paint Los Angeles the way that they see it. They love to paint the culture of California in a certain way. I don't feel like I'm living in a DEI city. It doesn't feel it doesn't feel that way. I think that diversity is important to people in Los Angeles. It's one of the most diversities in the entire world, and we are proud of that. But that doesn't mean
Did he just say it's one of the diversities in the entire world? Did I hear that correctly? It's one of the diversities in the entire world.
I'm living in a DEI city. It doesn't feel it doesn't feel that way. I think that diversity is important to people in Los Angeles. It's one of the most diversities in the entire world, and we are proud of that.
It's one of the most diversities in the entire world. Oh, diverse cities. Oh, that's what. Okay, diverse cities. Okay. It's one of the most diversities versus diverse city. Yeah. I'm smart. I figured it out.
But that doesn't mean
nothing wrong with being proud of diversity. Listen, I'm as proud of diversity as you are. And
wait, F? Am I down? Am I back? What the fuck? Hello? We good? We back? What is happening? Are we back? What the hell, dude? Okay, are we back? I think we're back. No? What the hell, dude? Why does it keep going back down? I don't know what's going on. We're good? Are we back? Shit. Okay. I think on my screen it's my stuff's like a minute behind now, so everybody kind of take a second to catch up your lives, cuz yeah, my stuff's a good bit behind at this point. That was not me. My stuff was fine the whole time. My connection, everything was perfectly fine on OBS and on my computer, but I was watching it on YouTube just lag the fuck out. That was weird. Yeah, it's my DEI internet.
Mark as everybody else is. Nothing wrong with being proud of diversity.
I don't think you are.
No, well, actually, I am. But what I believe in,
I disagree.
What I believe in everything is that meritocracy should trump mediocrity and should trump woke box ticking. That's what I believe. I believe that.
But you're arguing that somehow she didn't have merit.
I'm arguing
she was more qualified than her opponent.
I'm arguing
a black person can do a bad job, and that's fine. Criticize them for doing a bad. Gavin Newsom's doing a bad job, but no one is addressing his race. He just did a bad job. Karen Bass is doing a bad job. You say, then criticize him for that. But every time.
Yes, and this is a problem, is that like it's only going to be when a black person does a poor job or a trans person does a poor job or something like that. That's the only time that we're going to call it DEI. But a white person does a poor job and it's just, oh, they just did a poor job. That's all. It's kind of fucked up.
A black person does a bad job, if you call them a DEI hire, that becomes nothing more than a dog whistle and a racist slur.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about everybody.
She was hired. She was elected because she was qualified and because the voters wanted her.
But she was elected. But Mark, you're missing my point. You're missing my point. It's not because
I'm not missing your point. I'm disagreeing with your point.
That's fine, and you're perfectly entitled to disagree with it. But don't start talking about dog whistles, because it's entirely down to her.
It's a dog whistle.
No, it's entirely down to her incompetence. And I'm telling you, there are lots of people in LA when confronted with a billionaire candidate.
Yes, but the problem is that yes, you would not call a white person a DEI hire. That's why he's saying it's a dog whistle, is that you would never call a white person a DEI hire. So therefore it's a dog whistle. That is kind of the point. Yeah. Wait, my stream ended? What the hell? What just happened? Is it back? I told you guys it's not me. I don't know what the hell what's going on, but yeah, this is freaking YouTube, dude. This is not me. Cause yeah, my stuff's fine. I think I lost my I think I lost my other stream though. My other stream looks like it's gone. I can't pull it up. He's getting too close to the truth. Come back to us, Tom. Wait, is it... Did they... Is Short Bus gone? Hold on. Is anybody live right now? Does anybody see me right now? Is everyone down? You see me? You see me? Okay, just keep telling people to restart because it looks like people are just unaware that stream is still up. Yeah, everything's up. Short stream's up. Everything's up. So everything's fine. But yeah, people are still complaining that they think I'm gone. So, yeah, just tell people to refresh because it looks like people still think my stream is down.
Or her, we're going to vote for her because of the color of her skin or her gender. I'm telling you, that's what LA's like.
Or because he's a billionaire and we don't.
And I want to tell you that all around the country, people vote for Donald Trump and other people because they're white men. Identity politics plays.
And you would be the first to say that's wrong.
The point here is not that.
You would be the first. You would be the first to say that's wrong.
Calling them a DEI hire is questioning their competence, not their performance, but their fundamental qualification for the job. She was qualified for the job. She just hasn't done a good job. That's fine, but that doesn't make her a DEI.
Yeah, again, my internet is not a problem. My internet is fine. It's just YouTube. So it's not yeah, it's not me. But yeah, it showed up that like the whole stream went down for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with YouTube.
DEI hire. Ben Carson was wholly unqualified to be the head of HUD, right? But no one called him a DEI hire. Why? Because he was on the right. Whether you think he did a good job or bad, he wasn't qualified. But every time he makes a mistake, I wouldn't call him a DEI hire, even though he had no qualifications. He's far less qualified for that job than Karen Bass was to be mayor of LA. You have to understand here, the DEI hire is itself a dog whistle when it's weaponized against black and brown people and women and trans folk and queer folk. Whenever you don't like the job they do, it says they're unqualified.
I hear what you're saying, but you also have to recognize that this relentless woke bullshit has actually turned large numbers of people into people I just don't even recognize as having a brain, where they literally buy into all this stuff. They walk around and their first thought is diversity, equity, inclusion should actually be a priority over any meritocracy. They genuinely believe that.
That's not what anyone has ever argued.
At that point,
Piers,
society starts to fragment.
Piers, that's not true. What I'm saying is,
it's true.
DEI initiatives begin from the premise that people who are qualified are being left and locked out of the room.
I know the premise.
But we advocate for people.
I know the premise,
No,
Mark.
but that's not.
Yeah, but hang on.
I understand
the
you.
premise of being woke. Hang on. You're missing the point. The premise of being
the audience was making it seem as if they weren't operating from that
the premise of being woke, right, was originally that you would raise awareness for social and racial injustice. I agree with that. By that criteria, I'm woke. That is not what woke became. Woke became a form of censorious virtue signaling fascism. And what we're seeing now is the very rapid, actually, disintegration of wokeism because people have woken up to it. And what I hope is that people like the people
They've
of
woken
Los
up
Angeles
to it.
who've seen their city
So
getting
what would you
ravaged
say
by this
those
crap,
people
wake
are
up,
woke?
smell the cappuccino, and vote according to...
Oh boy, this is going to be hard to answer this, but I got it. Wait, no, nobody's calling. Nobody's calling. What the fuck? It doesn't show anyone calling. I have to refresh this, I guess. Try calling again, because yeah, it's not it wasn't showing anybody on my end. So I hit refresh, but as soon as I hit refresh, it just ended the call. But normally if somebody's calling, it'll show me on numerous screens, and it didn't show on any other screens. It just started ringing. And it doesn't show a missed call either. Weird.
Reality
Google's
and not to
screwing
what
up.
they think they should be doing based on things like...
Forget about climate change. Forget about unchecked capitalism.
No, all
Just
those
don't
things
vote
are
for black
important.
people because they'll burn your
Let me
city
bring
down.
in Gillian, who's been shaking her head. Gillian?
Well, here's the reason I think, in particular, people are targeting this issue. There are two quantifiable moments that are pretty outrageous. So the first one is, I believe it was Kristen Larson who said, hey, you're worried about me pulling your husband out of a fire. Well, then he got himself in the wrong place. She should have been swiftly fired for that statement.
Yeah.
Regardless of her color or her gender.
Yeah.
That was an outrageous thing to say. I don't care if she was a white man. If a white man said something like, well, your wife got herself into the wrong place, we would all be outraged. She should have been fired. And now we have to ask ourselves why she wasn't fired. And then the next thing is the lady, I think her name is Janice Quinones, who was in charge of making sure that reservoir in the Palisades was full, was caught in an interview saying that her top priority was DEI.
Yeah.
Legitimately verbatim a quote. And I think that is exactly what Piers is talking about. I can't speak to Karen Bass or
It's a
how qualified
mindset.
she was or she wasn't because I'm no longer a California resident, so I didn't vote for her. I didn't do my homework on her. And I do agree that regardless of DEI, she's doing a crap job, and regardless of Republican or Democrat, Newsom sucks. He is the worst, and he has been the worst forever since 2018, when he got the job in 2019, and how he's run the state since then. He sucks. But there are two very clear examples of what Piers is speaking about.
Yeah, Marlo, I want to play a clip of Gavin Newsom, who keeps smirking. I just don't understand why he keeps smirking. Let's take a look.
We're in this emergency environment and everything else. So I just want to determine the facts, but no one has any patience anymore. In this weaponized, back to the grievance of Trump, everyone else, there's immediacy. And lies travel the proverbial world, and it's hard to get the facts out there unless you have the backing of those facts and you can communicate them soberly. And so that's what we're trying to achieve as relates to this. But I have 10 other things we're doing concurrently as well. I mean, across the board on recovery, on disaster assistance, getting the major disaster declaration, and maybe the first one in U.S. history over text with the White House within literally 36 hours.
And every appearance he's made, Marlo, he can't stop this little supercilious smug smirk. So what are you being smug about?
Right. Yeah. I'm not sure what's actually going on there. And I have seen him smirking in other interviews where he's talking about reimagining LA and the plan that he already has for the city. So we'll see what that actually looks like. And quickly, to the point of DEI, for Mark and Michael, we don't have to call them DEI hires. They call themselves DEI hires. When we got this fire chief rolled out, she wasn't rolled out as a woman with 22 years experience as a firefighter and an engineer. She was rolled out as a woman who's lesbian. The very same for the assistant fire chief who says she won't pull a man out of a fire. The very same for Quinones, who Jillian was just speaking about. We don't have to call them diversity, equity, and inclusion hires. They will do that themselves.
Yeah, and I think, Amada, the point I was trying to make to Mark, well, I'm not quite sure he got.
Yeah, I don't know why they're mad that he was smiling. This is so weird, dude. Like, they're just finding the dumbest fucking shit to complain about now. The fact that he was smiling, like, this is so weird, bro. Like, Piers is one of the smuggest motherfuckers you'll ever meet. And he's complaining about smug right now. He's British. You are born smug, dude. Like, what are you talking about? This is so weird. They're literally complaining that he was smiling. I don't know what he's smiling about. Go ask him. I don't know. Who cares?
Grasp what I was getting at, is that large swathes of the electorate in LA, I think, have been contaminated by this woke virus. And they start to think that DEI has to be the be-all and end-all of everything. And they start to vote accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are seeing a culture that's been created in this city where we're pushing forward these initiatives. If I took 1,000 California residents and I showed them a photo of a white man and a black woman with giving them no qualifications, no idea about their education, and no idea about the job that they'd be going into, they would pick the black woman. Let's be honest about where the culture has been set in the city and look around to see that the city is also on fire.
Okay, let me bring Michael.
Can I just say one?
Yeah.
It just might be worth knowing that for the last 3 decades, there have literally been hundreds of scientific studies that have done the very thing you're talking about, usually through resumes. And what the evidence shows, what the scientific data from conservatives, Republicans, black, white, independent, political, apolitical, whatever, have all said the exact opposite of what you said. There has literally not been one empirical study in which the person has chosen a black person over a white person systematically. Also, when the names are blocked and
you don't think a single person, hang on, you don't think a single person in Los Angeles has ever voted for somebody based on skin color? Are you being funny?
That is a Beacom yoga stretch. There's nothing of what I just said is what you just said.
Yeah, you did.
I just said, I was talking about employer hiring, and you just flipped it and made it seem as if I said no one in LA has ever voted on the basis of race. Everybody votes on the basis of race. Well, not literally everybody. Every country, every state,
so you agree with me then?
People who vote on the basis of race. I guarantee you, old white men in Mississippi voted on the basis of race, and I don't think they voted for Kamala. Black men in New York or black women in New York voted for president on the basis of race, and they didn't vote for Trump. People vote on the basis of race all the time.
So you say, okay.
That is not my point.
Okay.
The point is that
So you accept that Karen Bass could have got a lot of votes based on her skin color? So you accept my premise that Karen Bass in Los Angeles could have got a lot of votes from people based on her skin color because they bought into the whole DEI argument?
No, that's not what I just said.
It is.
I said that everybody does it. The difference is
so you
only seem to think that black people. No. Let me finish the sentence. So we're clear.
He's not making this argument very well, because he should be saying that it's not only based on race, but that yes, you only get mad about it when it is like a black person that's been hired. But yeah, he's not making the argument very well.
You seem to only think that black people voting on the basis of race or brown people voting on the basis of race.
No,
I'm saying
I
black,
said she
white,
got
red, yellow,
her job,
Democrat,
in my
Republican,
opinion.
They all.
No, I'm saying
you have no evidence for your opinion.
You just said everybody votes according to
it.
race, which is also bullshit, by the way. They don't all vote according to race. But the point,
but
you've actually, without realizing
literally everybody,
but Mark, without realizing it, you've confirmed my thesis. Right? Because you basically agreed that there are large numbers of people in Los Angeles who probably voted for Karen Bass because of her skin color. And now she's turned out to be useless.
I want you to hear. I want you to try to attempt to hear what I'm saying. First, I want you to allow for the possibility that I can completely comprehend what you're saying and just disagree. And second, I want you to allow for the possibility that
I'll allow for that possibility.
You see this differently. Thank you. This is what I'm saying. Your premise is Karen Bass was elected partially, at least, because the people who voted for her on the basis of race. And you're saying that I have affirmed that thesis through my statement. What I'm saying as my rejoinder is, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is both candidates And all candidates get votes on the basis of race. A billionaire white man also gets votes on the basis of race. And I am not suggesting, and contrary to what you just suggested, that that the number of votes for her by virtue of race are any more than the votes for him by virtue of race. I never said that, and I don't believe that. So at least, even if you disagree with me, you can at least acknowledge on national television that I did not affirm your thesis. If you comprehend, you understand I didn't affirm your thesis.
I think we're edging towards a greater comprehension of each other's positions, because the point I'm making is that... I
always comprehend it.
Okay, but the point I'm making is that DEI has become such a massive thing in somewhere like LA that inevitably it's spilled over to the electorate when they vote for elected officials. And I think that's what happened with Karen Bass, who has now exposed herself to the world as being utterly useless. That's my point. Let me bring Michael back in. On Gavin Newsom, look, he's a slick operator, no question. He's the kind of guy that if you were building a politician, he'd look and sound like Gavin Newsom, or Barack Obama. They look the part, they sound the part, they're articulate, whatever. I think he's getting found out here. I think there's a supercilious smuggery about him. And particularly when he was asked about Trump going after him about reservoirs, and he started saying, there's nothing wrong with any of the reservoirs. And they said, well, literally, one of the biggest reservoirs, the biggest near Pacific Palisades, was not working. Let's take a look at that.
The reservoirs are completely full. The state reservoirs here in Southern California, that mis and disinformation, I don't think advantages or aids any of us. Responding to Donald Trump's insults, we would spend another month. I'm very familiar with them. Every elected official that he disagrees with, very familiar with them.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that one reservoir that serves the Palisades was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation to understand what was happening with that local reservoir that was not a state system reservoir, which the president-elect was referring to as it relates to the Delta and somehow connecting the Delta smelt to this fire, which is inexcusable because it's inaccurate, also incomprehensible to anyone that understands water policy in the state.
Now, he was squirming and tap dancing around there, Michael, but I mean, to me...
Wait, squirming and tap dancing, he's saying that Trump was referring to one reservoir, but the reservoir that was empty was not the same reservoir that Trump said was empty. That's what he just said. That's not squirming and tap dancing. That's just Trump being wrong on the shit that he's saying. Because if it's a state reservoir, well, he's the governor, so he would have some responsibility there. But when it's not a state reservoir and it's a city reservoir, he's not in charge of that. He can't help that. He can't do anything about that. So he's saying that no, it's not a state reservoir. It's the one that Trump was referring to a state reservoir to blame him, whereas the one that actually was empty is not a state reservoir. That's not tap dancing. That's just showing that Trump's wrong.
He got called out.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I think he did get called out there because one of the reservoirs was empty and it shouldn't have been empty, and it was empty because it fixed to the cover that should have taken a week, ended up taking more than a year and costing way too much. And this is an issue with, I think, the way that we spend money and the way that we manage projects in the state, and that needs to get fixed. But I'm glad that's the focus, because there's so many other things being brought into this conversation that I think are distractions. I think, the fact we're debating whether Karen Bass got elected because she's a black woman is frustrating. I think Gavin Newsom is reasonably frustrated about the smelt and the way that Donald Trump tried to blame the water shortage in California on this endangered species, which is not correct. I think that what we should be talking about is why wasn't the reservoir full? Reservoir full. Thank you. That's hard to say. Why weren't we ready for this fire? And how do we hold our government officials accountable, regardless of their race, regardless of their gender? I don't care, right? Like how do we get better at this? And I think that is a question that we really ought to be talking more about. And I appreciate Jillian for bringing up at the beginning of this conversation the fact that we should be doing controlled burns, the fact that we should be doing brush clearance, the fact that we should be hardening our structures so that wildfires don't spread so quickly in this city, where wildfires are endemic and they are going to happen again.
But here's the point I'd make to you, Michael. Here's the point I'd make back, is that I don't think you can divorce the two things. I don't think you can divorce the politicking that's gone on in the election of certain officials and the incompetence we now see laid bare. You can't divorce that from that, because ultimately these decisions get taken by elected officials. It's all interwoven. You need very, very good people to run a city like Los Angeles. You don't need someone like Karen Bass, in my opinion, as an Angelino half the time.
Well, Gavin Newsom is white and privileged as it gets. He certainly wasn't a DEI hire, and he's the tip of the spear here. And he is responsible for so much of this catastrophe. I could point to specific bills in California that passed the entire state's legislature to manage forestry that he personally vetoed and said, well, I'm worried about the ongoing cost. Well, how much is this going to cost to fix the state? You're going to pass it on to the taxpayers across the country? I mean, we know for a fact that fire breaks work, and I'll give you a perfect example because the fire stopped in northern Malibu where it had already burned. That's why you do controlled burns. We know that it works. It just...
They do control burns in California, though. What are they talking about? They do controlled burns.
Worked in these conditions where it already burned. And there are so many different issues with how water is mismanaged. Why haven't we built any of those new reservoirs that were commissioned in 2014 under Proposition 1? Not one of those reservoirs is complete. And you can point to all of this red tape, but now he says, I'm gonna cut through all of this red tape and make sure all this stuff gets done. Well, why haven't you previously? This is not this guy's first rodeo. We have a fire every single year. And the one where I lost my home in 2018 was catastrophic. And let me say one more thing about that, just to really shine a light on this guy.
Using controlled burns to build community and forest resilience, California launched its strategic plan for expanding the use of beneficial fire to expand the use of prescribed fire and cultural burning to build forest and community resilience. California air districts cannot prohibit prescribed burns, but reasonably regulates these types of burns. MBARD does not plan or ignite and prescribed burn project. So yeah, they have, this is the map. Oh no, this is, wait. Never mind. Those are the laws for where you can have fires. But yeah.
Guy's negligence. PG&E was responsible for that fire. This is a privately owned utility company that had equipment on power lines that was 100 years old. They donated to his gubernatorial campaign in 2018. When he was elected in 2019, he facilitated their ability to walk away scot-free. I cannot tell you how many people died, how many people lost their homes. No infrastructure has been updated. I could go on and on and on about this guy, and he isn't a DEI hire, so I can kind of play both sides of this argument. And this is where I kind of defer back to, let's look at what the hell needs to change, period.
Yeah, I mean, Amala, there's a clip of Donald Trump appearing with Newsom from 2018 in a California forest. Let's take a look at this.
President of Finland, and he said, we have a much different, we're a forest nation. He called it a forest nation. And they spend a lot of time on raking and cleaning and doing things, and they don't have any problem. And when it is, it's a very small problem. So I know everybody's looking at that, to that end, and it's going to work out.
I mean, he was right, wasn't he, Amala?
Yeah, it seems like Donald Trump has been right on several occasions in looking at California and specifically Los Angeles.
They literally just like start blaming shit. They're literally just coming up with reasons. They said earlier they have no idea why this happened or if there's somebody to blame or what the reasoning is. They're like, but now they're like, they all said this at the beginning, and now they're acting like they know what it is. And they're like, yep, see, if they had just listened to Donald Trump, he knew. He knew you gotta do it. It's crazy that they didn't listen to him. So how do you know they didn't do it? Where are you getting this from?
Angeles and sort of predicting what was going to happen here. And what's devastating is that we can find so much evidence of people predicting this exact thing taking place, and yet it seems as though nothing was done. I got the opportunity to go into the Palisades to see what has happened on the other end of these fires. It is absolutely devastating. Yeah. But what's important is that our communities have really come together. I mean, first responders, shout out to every single one of you that has shown up to fight these fires, and the community members, the people who are living in these houses, who stayed to fight and to keep their property and to help others around them. It seems as though our regular citizens and our first responders, people who we would consider lower on the rungs of leadership, have really done better than anybody else in this city. And yeah, as we saw in that clip, the fact that we could have seen this coming and we knew exactly what to do to prevent the devastation that we've seen is just harrowing.
Yeah. Mark, a couple of issues, obviously, which are slightly detached from this, but are going to come into play. One is the talk about things like the Oscars, the Olympics in LA and so on, huge events where LA would be the center of global attention. Some people thinking the Oscars should be put off now, that maybe the Olympics might be jarring with people spending all that money on a huge event like that. I've got to say, I don't agree with that. I think that actually it's a great chance for LA to show its back on its feet and do what they do best. But what do you think?
I think the Olympics is such a big haul.
I heard it. Hillary Clinton's deleted emails. Yep. If they had just listened to Trump and gotten those deleted emails, this never would have happened. I'm pretty sure in those emails was Gavin Newsom saying that he was going to make sure that the fires happened if Donald Trump won the presidency. And yeah, if they had listened to Trump and gotten those emails that she deleted, everybody would have known that he was committing terrorism on his own state. It's sad. Sad. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can do it. Let's fucking go. So far, so good. So far, so good. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go, baby. No! Shit.
It's so lucrative. It's such a big stage. It's such a big spectacle, and it's so unwieldy. I can't imagine relocating it easily. And I think, to your point, it certainly helps the narrative from a state branding, even national branding perspective. It makes a lot of sense for them. The Oscars, you know, I could live with seeing the Oscars in New York. I could live with seeing the Oscars somewhere else once or twice in terms of for the rebuilding of it all. We certainly had to make adjustments during COVID in that way. So I think that's a far more likely switch and a far more manageable switch. But at the end of the day, the last thing I just wanted to say was, again, I think the powerful, the people who benefit the most from environmental abuse, from the negligence that we've seen from the top down, all the people who benefit from us continue to drill, baby drill, as the incoming president is saying, and as we continue to cook the earth, all of these people want us pointing our fingers at each other. They want us focusing on who's what color, who's this, who's that, because as long as we're distracted by the identity politics, they can continue to exploit us, extract from the land, and make money hand over fist while the vulnerable get more and more precarious.
Interesting point. Michael, I want to end on just with climate change quickly, because a lot of debate about whether climate change has played a factor here. I mean, I only know that LA has gone through a lot of periods in its existence. We had very dry periods, then very wet periods, but almost uniquely, in the last 3 years, it had 2 very wet winters. And then this year, it was quite wet and then suddenly incredibly dry. And the theory is that this has led to a lot of extra vegetation, then getting very, very dry, and that acting like a gigantic reinforced tinderbox when this fire came with the Santa Anas. How much of that do you think is connected directly to climate change?
I think that's the direct result of climate change. What climate change does is it makes weather patterns more extreme. So I'm glad you mentioned last winter, because last winter we had an incredible amount of rain. It was actually, we had a hurricane last year. It was the first time I've ever seen a hurricane in LA, and I've been here my entire life. And then we had 8 months of drought. Following that torrential downpour and a hurricane, we had 8 months of drought. So these extremities are being caused by a warming climate that is getting warmer. 2024 was the hottest year on record in human history. So there's no doubt that the drought and the hurricane were both the result of changing weather patterns due to climate change. And what that means is that the weather is getting more extreme, which means that the fact that we have a city in a wildfire zone is becoming a bigger and bigger problem, right? Because this was always going to be a problem, but now it's becoming an emergency level problem. And if we don't get better at preventing wildfires and dealing with them when they happen, this type of thing is going to continue to happen. And it's a huge tragedy now. My heart goes out to everyone who's been affected, but I think it's the responsibility of the residents and especially the officials here in LA to prevent this from being so bad ever again. But the climate change is going to make that an uphill battle.
And finally, Mark, I wanted to ask you one thing about something you said on your YouTube channel. That you said that you raised the idea, the concept that potentially would there have been this kind of global attention on these fires if it wasn't affecting rich white people disproportionately? Ooh. Would it be the same if the fires were ravishing the hood, as you?
Yeah, I don't really like Mark Lamont Hill's kind of. He's kind of annoying like that. He says shit like this that is like, yeah, we wouldn't care if there was a fire if it wasn't happening to rich white people. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Climate change is hilarious, yeah.
You put it.
Oh,
I mean, you got a bit of blowback on that. Do you still think that's a theory you want to put out there?
Well, this is the first blowback I've gotten is right here with you, so I appreciate it. But do
you think you're living in an echo chamber?
Maybe right now I'm literally in an echo chamber, but I love talking to you, and I think that this country has a different response to poor people, black or white, than they do rich people. We simply respond differently. Our response to Katrina versus the response to those fires.
But if 12,000 homes had if 12,000 homes had burned down in South Central LA, for example, there would have still been enormous attention to it. I don't think people would have cared what colour the people were who lived there, or how impoverished it may be in parts of there.
Again, your powers of psychological interpretation are stunning. I mean, you're always saying what other people would care about. I tend to go by data and things like that. No, I go by research studies and data because I feel like science is a better indicator than our journalistic instincts or vibes. And so when you look at national opinion polls, you look at people's responses to, say, Hurricane Katrina, for example, you see that many people actually didn't have the same empathy and sympathy levels. You even had people like Barbara Bush who said, "Oh, this worked out just fine for them." People who got dislocated and moved to Houston permanently. I mean, it's just not true to say that we deal with poor people tragedies the same way we do rich people tragedies. There's no historical precedent where that has ever been the truth. No one has ever said, "Whoa, they're poor, they'll be fine." You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't work that way.
Amala, do you want to just respond to that?
Yeah. Oh, sure. Jillian, you want to say something?
Jillian, you go.
No, you go. You please. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All I will say, I guess, like on some small scale, I can grant exactly what Mark is saying. If we looked at a celebrity house setting on fire and then compare that to a normal middle class or lower class person, of course, the built-in audience and the built-in interest, I think, is going to really expand the view of what's happening. And we can see that play out in the Palisades and the Eaton fire. But I think with
You see how they just let her go instead of the white woman? That's fucking DEI right there for you. That was it. It just happened right in front of everybody. Disgusting. Did you guys see how disgusting that was? Oh. Yeah, I'm disgusted.
Without any doubt, this has been the largest, wildfire in all of LA history, and this was going to get the press that
I can't believe Piers is having DEI on his own show, dude. On his own show. It's gross.
Gotten regardless, but I can't say that we don't have certain people who care more about the rich and famous than they do the lower income and the middle class.
Okay, Jillian, funny you.
Okay. I actually don't really care to watch celebrities' homes burn. And I know this is a terrible thing to say, and I feel very bad for celebrities who've lost their homes. I lost my home in 2018, and you know what? I was fine because I was well insured. I lost some family heirlooms. It was sad. It was, it was very inconvenient. I was fine. The reason this is actually so upsetting is because there are many people who are poor, and many people in Altadena. That's a very diverse community, actually. And those are the people that should be getting the press because these are the people whose lives are going to be financially destroyed. I know one person who doesn't make a ton of money. He's got to pay his $9,000 mortgage. He's got a $100,000 allotment from his insurance company for interim housing. It's going to take 2 years to rebuild minimum. He's got 2 kids. It's going to be financially devastating for people. And I got to be honest, I'm very sad that Paris Hilton lost her house. That's terrible. I'm sad for me. That's terrible. They'll be just fine. I was just fine. I don't really think they deserve a huge amount of sympathy. But I do know for a fact that there are many people that are not wealthy who've lost everything in this fire. And I think that is really what we need to focus on and where we need to deliver help immediately.
Yeah, my view on that, you're not wrong. All I would say is it doesn't matter how rich you are, when it comes to personal possessions involving beloved family members who may no longer be with you and stuff, there's no price you put on that, and it's the same for everybody. So I think it's that stuff is the irreplaceable.
I get it, but Piers,
no, I get your point.
When someone's life is devastated,
I get your point.
You know what I mean? Like
if you
I
have the
lost
means to
family
rebuild
heirlooms.
your life,
I'm sad about
I agree.
that.
If you have the means to build a place over your head again, I get it. Great panel. Thank you all very much. Mark, always a pleasure sparring with you. Thank you to the rest of the panel. Great to see you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piers.
Thank you.
Well, the comedian podcaster and lifelong LA resident.
What is he doing? You're supposed to shut up now, Piers. The interesting people have all left the show. What the fuck? Juke.
President Adam Carolla has made headlines throughout this crisis with a stinging rebuke of the Democrats and their mismanagement of the state. And he joins me now. Adam, great to talk to you. I've been watching your visceral rage pouring out in various ways over the last few days and cheering you on. What is your view? As we sit here now, we're facing another barrage potentially in the next 48 hours. It could make this exponentially worse, this crisis. What is your view of where we are with this in terms of the political dimension?
I should preface this by saying, Piers, that I didn't pick the painting out behind me. I'm at a hotel in Burbank, California. So I
was a bit worried about your taste
for that art. My takes, I lived here my entire life. I lived in Los Angeles my entire life. And I was always, Democrat, sort of left-leaning.
Okay. Well, I don't really have much more to get into. I just want to try a couple more times to go all the way around on this. So,
Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to go over everything. They say the time's supposed to heal you, but I never much me. Hello from the other side. I must have fallen 1,000 times. Tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. When I'm gone, you never seem to be home. Hello from the other side. I must have fallen 1,000 times. Tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. When I'm gone, you never seem to be home.
You gotta try. Gotta try again. Oh, this is sped up. My bad. Waiter fool. Dude, this is all AI. This is actually kind of cool. It's creepy though. These people are creepy. It sounded better, faster, you think? You think the music was made by AI too? Fuck. I think that's the same person who just killed me. Yep, there they are again. What the heck? What the hell? Let's go. 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 Let's fuck. AI titties are the most compelling argument that we are fucked. Yeah. Yep. They have the shape of fake tits, but the bounceability of real tits. That in the, I don't know, what do you call it? Suppleness of the real ones. That, yeah, just can't compete with it. It's always weird, like, because their faces change. Like, the longer you let the scene go on, the more their faces change. Are you gonna do TikTok ban? Oh, that's right. We were supposed to go over the TikTok decision. Huh. Okay. Yeah, let me finish this game and then I'll pull it up. Let's go. Fuck. What the fuck? What was he doing? Why? Ew, he's gooning? It was not gooning. It was fucking... It was... Shit. Dude, I killed 2 of those motherfuckers. Dude kamikazed me? He did. He was just going to kill himself. He wasn't even trying to do anything. He just drove straight into the wall. That was fucking bullshit. I was gonna say let's finish this song, but apparently it's 2.5 hours long, so maybe not. But this video is pretty cool. It's pretty sick. All right.
The Supreme Court is hearing arguments challenging the new law that could result in TikTok being banned from U.S. phones and computers. Right now, the ban is set to go into effect January 19th unless TikTok's parent company, Chinese-based ByteDance, sells the app. I want to bring in now CBS.
Yeah, but this is, again, I mean, Donald Trump, they said the same thing when Donald Trump was president in 2016. They said that they had to sell the app and that if they didn't, that they were gonna ban them. And then they said that they were selling it. Donald Trump said that he helped the sale happen, and he started complaining, saying that he should have gotten a piece of the sale, even though he's literally doing it on behalf of the country. He was saying that, yeah, he should have gotten part of the sale, which was kind of fucking retarded. But yeah, he like they said back then that they were banning TikTok as well, and they apparently didn't. So fuck.
CBS News chief legal correspondent Jan Crawford. Jan, talk to us about what happened in court today, and does TikTok actually have a strong case?
Well, hey, Lena, I mean, I think the clock is ticking for TikTok. I mean, that was really the takeaway from the argument. At most, maybe the justices would enter some kind of brief pause that would give TikTok a little more time to try to find a non-Chinese buyer. But the justices on both sides of the aisle, liberal and conservative, were clearly troubled by what they saw as a national security risk, which, of course, is what drove Congress, bipartisan support, to pass this law. They were very worried that the Chinese government could...
Yeah, this is the other day, Fowl came in here saying that this was racism and xenophobia and shit like that. This is a bipartisan thing. This is not a Republican thing. This is like everybody believes that that TikTok should be banned at this point, and they've seen like enough data to show that there is like a real national security threat, and that TikTok should be banned. So This is not a Republican thing that lots of people are trying to pretend it is. This is a bipartisan issue right now where everybody believes that ByteDance and China are a problem and that they're using TikTok to take people's data, and that yes, this is becoming an issue for America. So this is not a... Dude, I don't even think anybody's killing me. I don't think you can go... I don't think you can go farther than that. I think it's just that you're not allowed to go farther than that. I think once your line gets too long, you just automatically die.
Accumulate data on 170 million American users, and that they could also manipulate the kind of content that we see to maybe sow discord or undermine democracy. The justice is very troubled by those concerns. But also, I will say this, TikTok's lawyers did an excellent
That would be
job
even harder.
emphasizing there are some free speech concerns, and so they were concerned that the government was also regulating speech. And what about the free speech rights of people who use TikTok, who just go in there to look at videos and post content, the influencers who make their money on TikTok? That's why I think there may be an exit strategy for the court. They could enter this brief pause to give President Trump, when he takes office, time to extend this law. That's written into the law. He can extend the law and try to find some kind of deal for a non-Chinese buyer that will keep TikTok up and running for all the people that still like to use it, Lana.
We are here at AZ Taco King Cantina in Glendale that has more than 100,000 followers on TikTok. The owners tell me the app has really helped them turn their mom and pop business into a viral sensation, but they are now coming to terms with the reality that that app that has been so vital for marketing could soon be gone.
It's more of a ramen soup made with our specialty media.
Samuel Sears runs AZ Taco King with his wife and sons, a business that took off during the pandemic and never slowed down, he says, thanks to TikTok.
Just a little small grill, and we're able to grow due to somebody actually posting us on TikTok. And after that, it was just crazy, which kind of helped us get into our restaurants.
Now they have a huge following.
Oh, the video's quiet. Oh, sorry.
Millions of likes and videos
All right, hold on.
racking up tens of thousands of views each.
For us to get to the point now to where it really sounds like it is getting taken away, really, really sucks.
The fate of TikTok in the U.S. now hangs in the balance. The Supreme Court is set to decide the constitutionality of a bipartisan law banning the app unless it divests from its China-based owner ByteDance. That law is set to go into effect on Sunday.
Giving China access to the personal data of millions of Americans is a threat to national security.
Valley attorney and constitutional law expert Robert McWhorter says so far justices seem inclined to hold up the ban.
In terms of the quality of the arguments, the free speech arguments, I think, are really quite weak.
TikTok users are already flocking to other social media sites like RedNote, a Chinese app now topping the download charts. As for Sears, he says it's going to be hard to replicate TikTok's massive reach that has brought him business from all over the world.
We're supposed to be the most free nation in the world, but yet you can come take something that so many people are telling you that we want, that we use, that we actually need. And sometimes it feels like it's just falling on deaf ears.
In Glendale, Emma Lockhart for Arizona's Family.
In another top story, as soon as tomorrow, the Supreme Court could announce its ruling in the case that will decide the future of TikTok in the United States. Unless the court steps in, a national security law will trigger a ban on the app by Sunday. National correspondent Atra Elnashar reports on the effect it's having on users and a last-ditch effort to keep TikTok up and running.
No, it's not the end of the world, but it is the TikTokalypse.
Y'all, we are so indescribably cooked.
This is my income.
I've built a community on here.
The Supreme Court is expected to uphold a federal national security law forcing TikTok to be sold from its Chinese parent company ByteDance by January 19th, this Sunday, or be banned in the U.S. At this point, it's impossible to execute a sale by Sunday. President Biden can extend the deadline if a sale is in progress. Bloomberg reports China.
We are here at AZ Taco King Canteen.
The Supreme Court is hearing arguments challenging the new law that could result in TikTok being banned from U.S. phones and computers. Right now, the ban is set to go into effect January 19th unless TikTok's parent.
For other creators, we're actually seeing some of them consider moving abroad, those with large international audiences.
Welcome to Ms. Mojo. And today, we're breaking down the nail-biting legal saga that could see TikTok banned in the United States, and what that means for you.
In fact, as we speak, Justice Department attorneys are going head-to-head with lawyers from TikTok inside the Supreme Court over a law that will ban the app nationwide.
Who proposed the ban?
This case is urgent with the ban set to start in just a matter of days now. After arguments yesterday, it appears the Supreme Court will uphold the ban.
Owned by Chinese tech company ByteDance, the ubiquitous social network TikTok was met with a negative reception in 2020 by then-President Donald Trump. Trump's successor, Joe Biden, seemingly agreed with Trump. Hey, there's a first time for everything. Biden signed the No TikTok on Government Devices Act at the end.
I actually had a video the other day that was removed from TikTok, and it said that I got a community guideline strike for it. And so I tried to appeal it, and let me check. I don't think that they've even responded to it. I'm pretty sure they haven't even responded to it. And yeah, it still says that they haven't responded to it. 10 days ago. 10 days ago. I'm pretty sure that they're thinking like, yeah, we're about to get banned. So, or, like, why even bother looking at appeals on shit right now when that's going to be a lot of work for nothing. So, yeah, I don't even think that they're looking at appeals right now for content that they've taken down. I know that the last time that they said that they were banning it, they said that they were just banning the download from the App Store. And so people who already had it were able to keep it, but anybody who wanted to download it in the future was not going to be able to on app stores. The problem with that idea is that if they banned it from app stores, TikTok would still be able to create a website where you could download it from there. And that would make it to where you could still download it if you had an Android. Whereas, like, obviously, I think it's Apple phones are like limited on what they can or can't download, but Androids can download anything from anywhere. And so, yeah, I think I was never on TikTok, but it looks fun, so I have fear of missing out now. Yeah, it is nice, but YouTube Shorts are pretty much the same as TikTok. The only difference is that TikTok has a very different community style, and it has a very different culture on it. So there's a lot of politics on there, and there's a lot, actually, I've been talking about doing like TikTok invasions and just going on the panels and debating people. What's the game that you're playing? It's called Paperclip. Maybe I'll do that now. Let me see if I can. Let me see, because yeah, I don't have much longer to try, so I might as well do it now and see if I'm so confused. Sorry. But yeah, I want to go and jump onto panels and and talk to them. It's going to be hard to figure out a way to get the audio to come through correctly. But yeah, we'll give it a shot. All right, here we go. Let's see. Do live. This one has 33 people watching. 14,000. Damn.
He could be though. He could be though because I can't actually see you. You do need to be quiet. It's crazy. Honestly, crazy. I've definitely read what the you know. Would you just call me? You just call me the N-word. You do.
Okay, I think that's British politics. We are in the biggest, let's see, in the beginning of a longest, sad, and most excruciating and unsatisfying I told you so in the history of the world. Yeah, it's going to be hard. I want to go on the ones with like a lot more viewers, but the ones with a lot more viewers are always going to be completely full on panelists. So I'm probably going to have to go on the one with less viewers.
I believe Trump needs something. Say that again.
Let's see.
By the way, this got the tap, but I'm tapping right now. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm pretty sure. I'm on this panel. Pretty rough time. Regardless of our difference in politics, you guys were very nice, very forgiving, also very contrite. So that's why I'm actually here. I need to give you some light right now, and I'm sorry that I forgot. I try my best.
Times, you know, but it is what it is. Thank you, Pam.
Yeah, I voted for Trump. I think I told you that though, but it's because but like I want to. It had nothing to do with a lot of his policies. The only one I cared about was him. He didn't want other countries to take advantage of America anymore for certain trade deficits that we've been in for a long time. And this
Are you talking about the tariffs?
No.
What are you talking about? Can you be more specific?
Sure. Do you know that we get 60% of our oil from Canada?
Oh my goodness. The reason why you voted for Trump, I'm asking you to be more specific on what
I'm trying to
you're
give you an
just
example.
talking about.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you an example. Okay. Do you know we get 60% of our oil from Canada?
These are gonna go up.
Oh,
So good job for voting for Trump. W.
No. It's okay. He could have voted for Trump.
I don't
Let's
think.
not hate people for voting for people.
I don't think you're tracking what I'm saying, Kiss at all. I'm sorry.
What?
I don't think you're tracking what I'm saying.
I can't.
Because actually, I already had this conversation on this live earlier, and while me and host don't agree on a lot, he did agree with me on this. We import too many things from countries like England that rip us off when it comes to like luxury.
Okay. I think you used the word. I think you used the wrong country though.
I don't
But the
want
thing is
to-
too,
Let Kiss Kiss finish her statement. What was that, Kiss Kiss?
What I was saying is that I
Hold on,
wasn't
guys.
here.
Okay, one at a time. When you say something, Bill bosses, Kiss Kiss is gonna talk, and then you talk. It's much better like that. Go ahead, Kiss Kiss.
Sure.
Yeah, I was saying that I wasn't here when you were talking to Lewis earlier today about gas.
I cannot even remember.
Yeah, I don't want to comment on like what Lewis has said. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like at this point, it would just be like me taking your word for it, I guess. And I don't.
I cannot even remember.
Yeah,
you know.
which is why I was trying to explain it to you before you just started saying, "Oh, you voted for Trump." As sarcastic as you could be, but you didn't even know what the premise was that I was arguing. So, good job.
You said that we get our 60% of our oil from Canada.
Yes, and you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. Okay,
and
60% of our oil from Canada. How do you think that's a talking point? What do you think I was going to follow that up with?
Wait, can we stop? Can we stop right quick? Can we just talk and stop hitting on each other? Yeah, you voted for Trump. That was your choice. No arguments about that. Yeah.
So we get 60%.
And
so
what
my point
I was saying was,
my point, I'm trying to educate you.
Trump, I was in the middle of a sentence.
No, she was in the middle of almost to say something, and you guys interrupt her.
So what I said to that was, yeah, and when Trump implements the blanket tariffs, it will make the cost go up.
Have you read his tariff policy?
Tell me where to find it. Give me a website right now.
On his campaign website.
You're talking about Agenda 47?
No, whatever the website's called that has all that was his campaign that literally stated every single policy that he was going to put into place when he was running.
I've read his tariff policy. It doesn't say
Agenda 47
DonaldTrump.com to stop it from making the prices go up. He doesn't actually have anything that actually says what the percentages are going to be, what the pricing is going to be. He doesn't actually show any way that this is going to be non-inflationary.
And does he say
Yeah,
what
you're
country?
correct.
And does he say that?
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking.
Why are you interrupting me?
That's why I'm asking, Mr. Bilbosas.
Lewis, host, you got to be a moderator, bro. She's interrupting me. I was still talking.
Can you tell me where to find the specific website, the source, so that way I can look at the percentages and all of that stuff? Because you said that you read it all.
No, I didn't say I read it all. I asked you if you read it.
No, Kiss. I was saying I read it and that there are no percentages there.
Exactly.
And that they don't explain any
Right,
of
that's
it.
why I asked him if he was referencing Agenda 47 because that's not on there, but he said that he read it. So, okay.
I never said I read it. You're terrible at listening, but you're really good at yapping. You're really good at yapping, terrible at listening.
Mr. Bilbosa, stop.
She's interrupted me 3 times, host.
It doesn't matter, but you don't have to be rude about it. Yeah,
Okay, but
And you continue to talk over her too.
Yeah, just real quick.
She's interrupted me, and you're not calling her out for it. And she's probably
okay. Well, you have to.
Bullshit.
Because you're the one that's offending her. She's not offending you.
Yeah, you were making the argument that this was
Okay.
so that's what I'm asking.
All right, my rules is this: as soon as you curse, you're getting dropped. I don't want to hear nothing, because it's my panel. I understand this is like a dictatorship, right? So you can understand how Trump is going to be a dictator on day one, right? So my panel is about dictatorship. I put people, moderators, they have power, they have abilities, capable to mute, drop, and whatever, okay? So if I allow her to talk by the whole time, it's like the host talking. There you go. Oh, kiss.
Yo, Louis, you're the dictator. You're Trump.
Dictator, bro.
You are Trump in this live.
I just feel like this is pick on
This
Kiss.
is your life. You're president.
No, I know,
Trump right
no,
now.
but yeah, but don't disrespect like that, people. Make sense.
And
Yeah,
I
it-
just
it-
wanted to know where he found his full policy because I can't read it.
my bad.
like-
I remove it. Kiss,
Look,
kiss.
I can't speak
I'm
to the
sorry.
policy, but let me help Bill Bossa out here.
Kiss.
No. Okay, time out, guys. Okay, this is what happened. When you start complaining, cursing, say, "Oh, because it's my panel." Relax. Calm down. You should be saying, "Oh, I was interrupted. I'm sorry." Oh, whatever. Kiss, kiss. Do you guys know the most manageable to talk, to have a cool conversation is kiss? That's why I'm trying to protect her. I know her. As soon as you talk over her, she's not talking anymore. I know her. That's why I'm trying to, balance the thing. Pamela, I won't say anything because she defends herself just screaming at someone. She don't care.
I don't
Or not. Hey, I'm right or wrong. Kiss is more quiet. If you talk, she's gonna be quiet the whole time until you finish it.
Okay.
Right.
Trujillo,
And that's the problem there.
Okay,
So
Trujillo.
so when you talk something, let her talk, and then you talk. She's gonna be cool. Trust me.
Okay, Trujillo, Louis.
Well, I think the person that all of us were disagreeing with is gone now. Is there another
Tengo
person?
sangre latina.
Tú eres mi
Bosa
dictador.
laughed.
Tú eres mi dictador,
I'd like to-
coño, joder.
I'd like to carry the torch on the whole tariff side of it. I mean, think of it as this in the leveraged perspective. Now, do I have Donald Trump's tariff policies right on my hand? No, and I'm on a cell phone, so I don't want to stop and go take a look because then that would just kill the feed. But let's just say, in respects to Canada, Canada receives a lot of money from America in aid, in form, and in military defense spending as well, on part of us. Okay, they also tariff us as well, if I'm not mistaken.
They're going to in return for our tariffs. Yes.
No. Like,
Yes.
Yes, it's going to be retaliatory tariffs. So
All right.
they're saying that they're only going to tariff us
All right.
if we tariff them.
So, in response to the not spending enough in NATO defense spending and making us carry the torch, here the bottom line of what I'm saying is this: if you're the American dollar and you're getting taxed by other countries for their goods, or no, for our goods to them, what makes it right if we don't charge them back?
Can I respond?
Wait.
As a matter of fact,
Can I
hold on.
respond?
When
I'm
you
gonna
are the
respond.
dollar,
Kiss, let me speak. Let me
Just
respond. real quick.
before you respond,
mind.
Kryptonita, I really want to ask him a question.
go ahead.
Okay. Whenever a tax would be placed on the United States by Canada, who is paying that tax?
That would be the brokers and the shippers from that specific country.
Which country?
Whoever's shipping. So, like, if
What
you're
I'm
getting wood
asking
from Canada
is
right
whenever
now,
Canada places a tariff on the United States, which country is paying that tax?
if a country is okay, if a country is
Is
imposing
it
a tariff
Canada
on
or
us,
the United States?
if another country is imposing a
I
tariff
don't
on us,
understand how you're not being able to answer that directly. So when Canada places a tariff on the United States, is Canada paying that tax or is the United States paying that tax?
No, he's answering it
brokers
correctly
and
because it's not
the
yeah,
brokers
yeah.
and the shipper, the broker, the broker's the freight, and the shipper.
Oh my gosh, I can't.
Who has the,
Okay, so the answer to that would be
let me just clear this up real
Canada
quick.
would be
Kiss,
paying
Kiss.
that
He is-
tax.
Kiss, he is answering it. He's saying that because technically when a tariff is placed on a country, so if Donald Trump tariffs Canada, then it is the companies here who pay for the tariff.
That's
But
what
then-
I'm trying to ask
yes,
him,
that's-
but he's
that's what
not
he
giving
means
a
when he's
direct
saying-
answer. He's
that's
not
what he
saying
means.
when he says
No,
That's
okay. So
basically right
here's
down to the
what
minuscule.
it is.
Whatever.
he's saying
So
the
when
Canadian
Canada
companies are the brokers.
places, so whenever Canada places a tariff on the United States, the people in Canada who are purchasing things from the United States, they would be the ones that are paying that tax. The companies from Canada would be paying the tax. That tax would be paid at the ports, right? But we don't get to keep that money. We would just send it back to the Canadian government.
So it's like this. Yeah,
No,
what you're
it's
talking
just
about is
like
the
what I
Canadians.
said.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
can I say
Canadians are
something?
paying. The Canadians are buying are paying the markup on it. The broker and the shipper are paying the tariff on it. See what I'm saying?
Can we just stop it? It's the people, whether they're Canadian people or American people, that are paying the tariffs. Like the government doesn't care. It's not the government, because if I buy a good, it's not the government who's paying that tariff. It's the people from each country. So if I'm come from China and I put a tariff on China, it's the American people, whoever the ports, like you said, what you said, it's the American people. It's not the government.
Yeah, that is what he's
The
saying.
government has nothing to do with tariffs.
When he says the brokers are paying, he's saying the
It's a
companies who
broker.
are being
What?
tariffed.
The government is a
He's
broker?
saying that
No,
they're-
it's the American
Correct.
person that's a broker.
That's what I'm saying. All of us have agreed this entire time that it is the companies that pay the tariff, and then when the companies pay a tariff, they are going to likely mark up those prices so that the consumers pay that back to them, because they're not just going to lose the money. So the consumers are going to pay it back. I think all of us agree on this, that it is going to be the consumers.
The only thing that we pay the government are taxes. Okay, the only thing that supplements the government are the taxes that we pay. That's the only thing. Everything else is Americans paying. So a tariff is paid.
Bro, these people are too drunk. This is gonna drive me crazy.
The tariff, and it marks it up so that we have to pay the taxes. Because like I said before, if Walmart gets something for $2 and all of a sudden it's $5, and then they charge us $10 for it, it's us that are paying that, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, you guys have to understand that the only way that any country gets supplemented is the countries that their people pay for. Like, it's like the dumbest conversation I've ever heard.
No, we all agree on this. Everybody agrees on this. We all agree.
Tom, I know you agree with it.
Hold on.
But my point.
Price controls kind of work the same way too.
But the thing,
No,
that's what I'm saying,
John.
John, the issue is, John, is like the only thing that supplements the government is just taxes that the people of that government pays. Like this whole fake tariff thing. No, the government is not going to steal tariffs from other countries, because Americans or that country has to pay for that. Literally, taxes are that's the only way we supplement a country, is through the taxes they charge us.
Yeah, and John, my point with that is, okay, Canada putting a tariff on us, we wouldn't pay that tariff. Canadians would pay that tariff.
Yeah, and who has the biggest buying power?
What?
Who cares about
power?
Buying power when it's us people that are paying for that us people that have to sacrifice our income to pay that buying power. Like I said before, the only way that a government gets supplemented is through taxes from their own people. And you guys are not understanding how stupid.
I got a question. Does everybody here
Thank you,
understand
Mari.
the reason behind the tariffs?
So the Canadian tariffs would be in retaliation to the United States putting tariffs.
That's not going to work.
Yeah, it's not. It really won't, because the thing is, Canada can't sustain that.
That's you
They
didn't
won't. We can
ask me.
sustain it. They won't.
Wait,
So that's
the
why.
question was not would it work. The question was, do you know why they would do that?
They're not gonna do that because they know they don't have the
You
buying
don't
power that
know.
we do.
It doesn't
That's
matter
why
about
it
buying
goes down to the
power.
negotiation
You guys are not
table.
listening. It doesn't matter
That is
about
the
buying power.
quickest-
They can do what the hell they want.
That is
The
the
people that
quickest way to
supplement
lose a
Canada
trade war.
is their own people. You guys are
Yeah,
not
they
understanding the
can.
concept of economy, how the economy works. The only way that a country gets supplemented is by taxing their own people. You guys are freaking ridiculous with this
What are you
bullshit
talking
with the
about?
tariffs.
We
That's the only way.
I'm sorry.
What happened?
America,
What
the
happens
reason why
is
you have
that-
trillions and trillions of dollars and we can funnel all these fucking wars that you are all scared about is because we're paying for it. It's not terrorists that are paying for
Actually,
it.
the money
Americans
that we
are.
pay for in it, Kryptonian, the money that we're paying into our taxes
the
doesn't
thing
even
with it-
go to it. You
Exactly.
know what it goes
But
to?
John, that's what I'm saying,
The money that we
taxes.
put
But
in,
that-
the money. But hold on, this is actually very important because a lot of people don't know this. All right, even Trumpers don't know this. The money that comes out of our paycheck that goes to the IRS does not go to your wars, your bridges, or your Social Security, or nothing. You know where it goes? It goes to pay down interest on an annual basis to the Federal Reserve.
That's
It
the
pays
plan.
down interest to the Federal Reserve, where the money, the Federal Reserve will
money-
divvy up the money, and you
Hold
get a
on,
new
Exactly.
loan every
look
year.
this up.
That's at least the plan.
No,
is the
he's
plan is for
100%
them
correct.
to lower
That's
the
why, 'cause
deficit.
that's why we owe China trillions and trillions of dollars.
Well, just be
Because of
clear,
that,
China
we-
also owes us billions and billions of dollars.
Yeah,
but
because
that's
it's
at
the
least
same
their
bullshit. It's rich people fuck.
yeah. That's at least their plan is to try to lower the
Okay,
deficit with
so-
the tariffs. But that
And
doesn't.
it-
We don't know.
Tom,
that
that's what I'm saying. It's
actually
rich
what they're
people
time
doing
out.
rich people stuff, and we
Time-
pay for everything.
But the whole
And the
idea-
thing of it is, but hold on, can I say
Because
one
I
thing?
looked
The
it up
thing of it
and
is,
it
these guys
said-
are playing chess when it's human beings. They're on a board playing chess when it's human beings, and they don't give it a second thought.
You know
We're
what's
the
worse?
ones
Trump
It's
keeps
worse
saying
is
that it's
Hey,
not
we're the ones that are
inflationary,
going to
but
be
the
hurt
problem
with all this.
Trump
All
keeps
of
saying
us.
that it's non-inflationary, but it's going to be
I don't want the
impossible for him to have
conversation
this
to
many
keep
tariffs
going.
and it be
Because I
non-inflationary.
looked
Gu-
it up.
guys, wrong at the
I
time.
wanted to see
Wrong
where
at the
actually
time.
was going.
Well, okay.
According to the Treasury.gov, the tax money the federal government collects is placed into the general fund of the Treasury to pay for essential government services.
That's what John just said.
I said I wanted to hold on. I wanted to look it up and see what it actually says because he's not able to provide a source, right? So I don't want to just take anybody's word for things. I want to actually go and do the research. I shouldn't have to explain this.
Okay, so now that you know what he said is
have to
true,
do your homework.
do
She doesn't
you
have to do your homework
understand-
just so you get a better
Marie,
grade.
hold on, I'm speaking.
Marie, I love you, Marie.
I'm sorry, guys. We keep arguing over things that we're all agreeing on, and we're kind of going in circles, agreeing with each other as though we're disagreeing. John,
You know,
what
because
is the- I want
Tom.
to know from John what the actual disagreement is, because it doesn't sound like
I
there
think
is
what
one
the
so
agreement
far.
I think the disagreement is one side doesn't want to do or doesn't know. I'm not okay. Like, how do I word this where it doesn't sound? All right,
Just say
my
it,
perception
John.
of it is the other side is they don't have a plan, or it's more like this: they don't want to. They're not willing to take the risks, whereas the other side's willing to take a risk. And I know in life is you have to take risks, otherwise you will fall behind. Now we have the largest buying power in the world. Countries that produce goods all across the world cannot survive without our buying power. Now the thing is, and this is where the takeaway is, where we're getting screwed is we are being snipped away from our capabilities for being.
He's promising that these are going to be non-inflationary. So, like, while we all
Okay,
agree
you know
that
what?
they will be
He can say
inflationary.
whatever he wants to about it. Okay, they're inflationary. They're not inflationary. But one thing I know is this: yes, inflation is the risk, but it's definitely a whole lot better than doing absolutely zero, zilch, nothing. and that's what we've gotten.
It's okay to be America for it's okay. You see, like I said before, I'm a Democrat. I'm proud of being American. I'm great to be America first.
Exactly. And
I'm
we're
okay.
all
I'm
good.
okay
We
with
gotta
that
be.
bullshit. I'm so okay with this bullshit.
Do-
America first.
do-
But the thing is, the issue is that we have to like there are freaking treaties, and there are things that we promise these freaking people because of certain situations. Like the whole thing with Ukraine, we promised Ukraine, give me all your atomic pew pews, and we will always protect you. And then all of a sudden, Kiss, I'm speaking. I'm sorry. And all of a sudden, because Trump says something, we're not gonna promise what we promised 30 years ago. We have to like America is built on trust. America is built on deciding since 1945. You know, after World War II, we were like, we promise you to do this. We promise you to do this. And then we're like, okay, well, fuck that shit because Trump is in office now. It's like we have to be America. This is the best
but we also
country on the planet.
But when you're in a market with a lot of
that you said,
untrustworthy,
John, please. So you said that no other country would be able to survive without the United States. So everything that I'm looking up, it's saying that China could survive without the United States, but the United States would not be able to survive without the help of China.
I don't think
Can
that's
you
true.
give me a source, John, that states that every other country would not survive without the trade or help from the America?
I'm not going to be able to provide a source while I'm on my cell phone, miss. But what I will say is this: is that whatever
Please
they're
don't tell me
suggesting. I'm sorry.
Kiss,
I'm sorry.
Kiss, as Marie has her hand up, Marie would like to speak.
I don't think he's
All right,
called
I'll
you
speak
miss.
now.
I think he called you Kiss.
Marie would like to speak.
After Kiss, Marie's gonna be next. Oh.
No, she just left.
She left. Now, can I speak?
All right.
Well, I was waiting for John to respond to that because he
I
made
would
the
like to
claim
respond to it. It's
that
just the
all
thing
other
is,
countries would not survive without the United States, but
That-
I'm
that's their
looking it up, and that's not true. So
is that a perception or is that a fact? Is that a perception based off of what the country produces that we can't produce, and why can't we produce it? That's the issue. That's where we are having the conundrum here.
No. Just real quick, just to be clear, the Chinese, China is heavily invested into our economy. They are way more invested into our economy than we are into theirs. Their entire economy would fucking go under without our economy. Like we are
It's
not
also
invested.
a
We have
currency
the
that
largest economy in the world. Okay, they are heavily dependent on us and our economy and our debt as well. So there's a reason why we owe so much money to them and not other countries.
Well, Tom, no shit. When you can get a Tom,
do you know what the BRICS currency
when you
is?
get a doll for $2 instead of $30, of course you're gonna.
And the BRICS nations that are emerging right now
I'm sorry
are
to
nothing.
interrupt you, John,
Kiss,
but
let him
I do
speak.
not like-
Kiss,
no,
you have to
I
let him
just
speak,
do not
Kiss.
like it that you are making claims, but whenever I ask you for a source, you cannot provide one, and then you try to change the goalpost and then switch to a completely different topic. I'm
Again,
still
Kiss,
stuck
if I
on
was,
the whole-
if you want me to provide
I'm
a
still
source, I'd be on my
stuck.
laptop.
Kiss,
that's your problem. You can't just go onto a platform like this and make claims without any sources at all whatsoever. Like you're just up here talking.
The claim
Like,
that we're
everything
America's
that you
foreign
would
power
say,
is.
I would have to take with a grain of salt.
I'm about to leave. I love you, Louis.
All right, brother.
Like, why can't we have our own opinions without sourcing shit? I'm done.
No. It's for
Like
TikTok.
John
Okay,
can have
hold
his
on.
own opinion of
Crypto,
stuff because John is
listen.
Quite crazy.
Okay.
People are talking
You
about
can
it. There's a lot
have
of crazy
you can
people
have
in
your
here.
own. What was that, Trump?
You've got a lot of crazy people in here talking very, very very conflicting things, I'll tell you.
I freaking love you because you sound like Trump right now. But,
We have to, excuse me. Thank you. I'm speaking. Is that familiar?
Go ahead. You can talk, Trump.
Trump.
Trump,
All right.
speak, Trump.
All right. Mute yourself. Go ahead.
These people, why would you mute me? What a nasty thing to do. What a nasty You know, they don't respect us apparently in here. I don't know what's going on, Luis. That's pretty bad. But to be perfectly honest,
I'm sorry, Mr. Trump. I'm sorry.
can I just tell you something? We're
Yes.
gonna win.
Yes, sir.
You know, I call it the weave, right? We call it the weave. We go bing bing bong. We get more points. It's all very nice, right? But you know what? These very nasty people, a lot of nasty people, and especially some nasty people that are talking on another platform on YouTube. Think of it. I can see everybody. I see Bobby over here. Bobby's, you know, we know a guy named Bobby, and I'm friends very well with a guy named Bobby, right? We love this guy. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to make
my God,
America
so-
healthy again, Luis, right? We got Bobby. How do we like Bobby here?
Oh my God, he sounds just like.
All right. Mr. Trump, I got two questions for you, okay?
Go for it.
All right. The first one on, Enemies and Aliens Act from 1798. You're going to deploy military service troops in each city that are conquered. What about us? So it's going to be military deployments everywhere.
Right, and you know what? I think we have to use our great military and especially the wonderful law enforcement who will clean up our cities, clean up our streets. They have to be clean. You've got, 21 million and counting that have come across our southern border because of Border Czar Harris. How do we feel about her? She did a terrible job, right? She did a horrible job. But you know what? We're going to save our country. We're going to save it by securing our southern border, by implementing a very great policy of peace through strength, right? Peace through strength. And we're going to save our country, right? I think, how many people in here voted for me?
I did.
I did.
That's
No,
good.
I did. Definitely not.
That's wonderful. Well, at least we
All
don't
right,
have
all right.
any dopes, right?
So you're going to work on behalf of those who vote for you. What about who do not vote for you?
Well, if you didn't vote for me, I don't know how many people really wouldn't have voted for me because, you look at the numbers, we won in a landslide, all 7 swing states, right? They said, sir, you could win 4 swing states. And I said, no, watch, we're going to win all 7. And we did very well. Millions and millions of votes, right? Millions and millions of votes. And I think, the tomfoolery, he knows a lot about it. He knows a lot about, these votes, how they're fooling around with the votes, right? But I would tell you, I think we're going to have a much greater year. Once we secure our elections, we have to secure our elections with paper ballots, with voter ID, with, the things that, places like Colorado with, Trende Aragua, which is a vicious gang. But places like that are failing. They're failing miserably. They have no voter ID. They have, very failed democratic policies. You look at California. California is on fire. I think it's, it's not looking too well for Mr. Gavin Newsom. But I think we're going to do very well. We're going to do very well over the next 4 years.
Mr. Trump, you just need to grab him by the ballot.
I know. Grab him by the ballot.
Hey, Trump, I got a question for you.
Go for it. Go for it.
Why do you want to use the military whenever you get put into office to start the mass deportation process?
Right away. We have to do it right away. We're going to get it done. We have great legislation that we're going to pass, and especially with the executive orders, You know, I've been hearing a lot about what we're going to do, right, from all these smart people. And they're great people. I'll tell you, Tucker is going to be a big part with the media. And I'm going to make an announcement, you know, very shortly. I don't want to, you know, do anything crazy because I don't want to make a headline. But there's going to be an announcement very shortly with what he's going to be doing with the media. We have to take our media back because there's so much fake news out there. There's so much fake news. So, you know, I've been hearing from a lot of people how we're going to fix that and a lot of how we're going to fix our country, especially with border security and everything. But, you know, if you want me to go in a little detail, we've got a very big problem with the windmills that they're littering our country with these windmills all over. It's so bad. It's so bad. And you got these birds, they're dropping like never seen before. The bird population is going down. And it's so sad. It's so nasty to see what's happening to our country.
Bro, this
We
is
have to
perfect.
fix it. We have to fix it fast.
You literally misunderstood the
Oh,
question.
all right. I'm gonna say this. Hey, I never say. Hey, time out. Okay, time out.
Millions and
I
millions
never,
of birds are
guys.
dying. And so bad.
Mr. Trump, let me do something on behalf of you. I never asked for that. Okay? You know what you're gonna do right now? Those 29 people that are in here, follow this man. He deserves it. Follow it.
Thank
I
you.
don't care who you are. Follow him. He's amazing. I like him.
He's great.
He deserves it. I don't know who you are. If you like Trump, follow this man. If you don't like Trump, follow this man too.
But even if you hate him, you're gonna follow him.
Yeah,
There you go. That's what I'm saying. I don't care.
Please, I don't need any protesters, right? If I go in any other line. I don't need a protest. As long as you're nice, I'll have you. Okay?
I have a question for Trump.
Guys, please. Guys, I want to check who followed. Derry, Luis Casado, Kiss, and Pamela. Where is the rest of the people? Follow this man. I don't care. Please.
Do you think that changing the name of Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America will save
The
us?
Gulf of America, it's beautiful, right? It has a nice ring to it. And, you know, why not? Because we own so much of the coast. We own so much of it. And, you know, they think that they're going to stop me. I don't think so. I don't think so.
You know what, Trump? I don't think that's a bad thing because the majority of the Gulf of Mexico is in America.
Right, it's
So
true.
I don't think it's a bad thing to call it the Gulf of America.
It's true. But, you know, we're going to do very well. And
Just saying.
we have a
Look, everybody's got different maps.
cabinet pick that is going to do a lot of work to get that done. You know, you got a lot of things that have to be done very, very quickly. And we have a lot in the first day, right? 100 of those beautiful executive orders we're going to sign. It's beautiful.
Mr. Trump, I have a question.
It's beautiful.
I freaking love this.
Go for it. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Trump, what is your plan to save this app that we're on right now?
Well, I will say, I think you're gonna like. Well, I don't want to spoil it, right? I don't want to spoil it because it's such a strong, strong view. But if you want to take a look at what we're doing, you can go see. You can go see on the website. We have a nice little website with all the things that we're going to be doing. But we've got a lot of things, in the next coming days to look forward to, like a little love fest, right? We're going to have a love fest. It's going to be so beautiful. And I think you're going to like it on the 19th, right? At the nice, wonderful convention center in D.C. We're going to do so strongly with the people there, right? We're going to have a nice, big, beautiful crowd. They never leave, by the way. They never leave. They don't leave early. But you're going to like it.
Trump, I have a question for you.
Go for it.
What does woke mean, and what are you going to do with all the woke people?
Woke is bullshit. I'll tell you. There's something wrong with these people. They need to have their head examined. with what's happening in our country right now, they're dismantling our country from the inside. It's not okay, and we're not going to stand for it, right? We're not going to stand for it. We're not going to stand for it. We're going to save our country from the radical thugs and the communist dictators that want to destroy the American dream. We will stop it. It will be stopped.
Hey, Trump, can I ask you a quick question too?
Go for it. Go for
Okay.
it.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if it was good wood?
Do you even?
How much wood?
What did he
would
say?
a
I don't
woodchuck
think he
chuck
knows what he said.
if a woodchuck could
This is
chuck
crazy.
wood?
No, Crypto, no.
How much
Crypto,
wood?
why you didn't follow him? What's up?
No, because I don't know how to follow people from like this.
Oh, okay. Do me a favor. Okay, do me a favor. Okay, I'm gonna tell you how. I'm gonna tell you how. Okay,
Click the
you just
arrow.
press his box.
I did it.
When you press his box, it's gonna be his picture right there. When you hit his picture, it's gonna say follow. Boom.
I got it. I think I'm doing it right.
I
I'm just giving him money. I'm just giving him rose. I don't know how to do this.
We got so many strong people. We got Luis over here, Crypto. Oh, look, I'll tell you something about.
I expected him to tell him how like Gavin Newsom could have used woodchucks to stop the fires from happening or some shit. He's asking him the same question again right now.
If a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Oh, well, I would say a lot. I would say a tremendous amount, an unbelievable amount of wood. I'll tell you, you know, Gavin Newsom can't build a dam, but neither can Mark Zuckerberg, right? Neither can Mark Zuckerberg. But, I think we have outstanding people that are going to get California underway. We're going to get that done. We're also going to get the nice and beavers. You got a lot of beavers, right? We're going to save the beavers. We're going to save them. We've got people
save the
coming in.
beavers.
They're eating the beavers. It's so bad. An unbelievable amount of beavers. They're going downhill right now.
Not the beavers.
Hey guys, those who are connecting. Hey guys.
Save the beavers. Save the beavers.
Those who are connecting, I never asked for nothing but follow this man. His account. Yeah, help his account. Don't be afraid. A follow is not gonna cost you anything. Just hit a follow to this
He
guy.
has
That's all.
34,000 followers.
Thank you.
I know,
I would
but
say that we're
he
doing
needs.
well with the numbers, right?
Well, he's a president. He should have more.
Well, you know.
Well, you got to do what you got to do, right?
No, and trust me, you're the president-elect. You're gonna be in the White House. You deserve, even though I don't vote for you, sir. You deserve to be followed because you're amazing in that part.
And you know what? I think we're going to make it to the White House. I think we're going to do that. The whole community, they're rooting for me, and I really do appreciate it. You got a lot of very nasty people on here, but I'll tell you, it's very, very nice.
Oh,
actually.
I have a question for you, Tom. What is it like being so close to Elon in Mar-a-Lago?
Elon, I think Elon's really he's a smart guy. He's a smart cookie, actually, and he talks my ear off actually about about so many rockets and how we're going to go to Mars. But it's okay. I think that's a good idea. We have to do it. We have to do it. We have to do it for the people of our country and to show Russia. Russia. Remember that? Russia. Well, we're going to show them who's boss again, right? With the space race. Mars.
Do you actually do comedy shows?
Of course.
Yeah, he is.
Do I do comedy? I don't know.
All right, guys.
I think I'm real. Very real.
All right. Guys, okay, do me a favor. Go where it says 31. Look for his name. He's the number 9. 8. I get 8, and follow from there. If you don't know how to follow on the box, so hit
All you
over
have
there,
to do is
follow.
touch his name. You just touch his name, his face will come out, touch the face, and then follow.
Thank you.
That's all.
No, you deserve it, brother. You deserve it. You're amazing.
Can I just say something right quick?
John, I don't want to. I want some more questions, actually, but no tough questions, please. No tough questions.
Yeah. Okay, so not a tough question. Okay. Let me think about it.
We need the Jeffrey music.
That was tough. Let me think
Okay.
about it.
Trump. Who moved on up to the east side?
Who moved to the east side?
Who moved on up to
Jeffersons.
the east side?
Who moved on up to the east side?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of rappers that have moved to the east side, right?
Was it specific?
Well, I
There's
don't
something
know.
specific on that.
A specific.
I'm moving on up to the east
Are we
side.
talking about Snoop? Or are we talking about the great Snoop Doggy Dogg?
It's the Jeffersons.
I heard that he's doing very well. Very well.
Just like I'm moving on up to the east side. Who did that? I'm moving on up.
I don't know how to
east
take
side.
that, actually.
I don't know.
It's the
but,
Jeffersons.
I don't know. I
guys.
think
It's
you
the
had a lot
Jeffersons.
more.
It's the Jeffersons.
You know, remember
Come on.
you put it was the Jeffersons. You put that C word on their application. So
We
I
got too
think
many
they
Simmers in here.
Trump was too busy
Nico's
at
saying-
that time. You know, Trump's always out there doing something. He's busy.
I know. Well, you know what? We have a lot in store for that. A lot, actually, in the next week.
You know you do.
We have to. What do we think about? What do we think about that beautiful parade? How are we going to do that parade?
Oh,
You
what
mean the
about
Trump
those
vote?
Trump parties that you're gonna do after you?
Okay. That was funny, but getting annoying. I want to see what he's got on his channel real quick, though.
Hello, TikTok. It is me, the great Trump Quest, and I am here because I'm in TikTok jail for some reason. But I will tell you, I am not misinformation or disinformation. I'm probably one of the greatest sources of comedy in the history of our country. And if you want to go see some of that comedy, go to the wonderful Cameo and go get something requested, because I will give you the greatest birthday message, the greatest anything. We got a lot of things we can do. But let me tell you, we are going to make it so great again. And believe me, it's going to be fantastic. So go and get something from the great Cameo. Go do it right now. Kamala Harris, as you said on the Drew Barrymore show, I did fries and then I did the cashier. Well, just because you did the cashier doesn't mean you worked for McDonald's, I don't think. But if that's what you're saying, go for it. If that's what you're saying. I don't want to get misinformation or disinformation, so I can't take a stance on that. But I will tell you, I have done more than any other president for McDonald's, and I should get a MAGA meal. I see all these other people getting...
Okay. Let's see.
Just another Semitic language.
From Aramaic?
Not Aramaic. There's just a bunch of different Semitic languages, and ancient Hebrew is one of them. Modern Hebrew is not a Semitic language. Modern Hebrew is a hybrid language between Semitic and Indo-European.
Yeah, French. Am I right?
From
How's it going?
So there you
don't-
see.
So I'm guessing you
So
don't.
say again.
You don't go live. I mean, like, just host your own room.
No, I've been I've had it turned on before, but I usually don't turn it on. I usually just get on the chat up here and
What
I
up,
don't-
fellas?
I'll tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. We're working very hard. We got the bailiff here now. We got the bailiff here. Finally, we got the bailiff here. Is she gonna take y'all out those comments? Oh, you gonna be muted up, baby. You gonna be muted up. Pow, pow, pow. We're gonna start hitting you with the boom, muted, boom, boom, boom. Head bailiff here.
It pulls
We'll be out of here faster than
the
a jackrabbit
TikTok
on a
comments up
Sunday
on my
morning.
screen every time I
talk your
keep.
stuff,
I have to X out of
But you
them.
won't last. I promise you that. Go ahead and get rid of this dirt worker guy, Buchanan. Tired of looking at his face. And get rid of Nick too.
All right, I'm gonna head out. We might try this again another time, but yeah, I'm gonna head out. I got other stuff to do, so I'll be back on tomorrow most likely. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. We'll reconvene then. If you haven't yet, make sure you join the Discord. Link is in the description. All of us are going to be hanging out there after stream, and we're planning on doing a movie night probably coming up this weekend. So make sure you join the Discord. We just hit 900 members, which means that we do another movie night. Every time we get another 100 members, we do another movie night, and we're going to be doing another movie night coming up soon because we just hit 900. So make sure you join. We'll get that movie night decided on here fairly shortly, and it's always a lot of fun. Everybody has a lot of fun. Yes, they're tons of fun. So make sure you join the Discord. Link is in the description. Follow me on Twitter. Link is also in the description. And then we'll be back here tomorrow most likely. So, oh, Allie just got on the panel, did she? Crap. Why I guess they had I don't remember what the name was that I was.
Hello there. Hi. So the
Hi.
reason
How's
why
it
he
going?
started the tariffs, like to begin with, if you're talking about his first term, they were targeted tariffs for
She's not
the
there.
universal blanket.
But anyways, yep, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. I don't know why he just invited me. Oh, okay. But yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Nico Pluto says, take care everyone.
Later, Nico.
MW says, because he's a tomfoolery fan.
Yeah.
Ned Flanders,
Everybody knows my
Flandy,
mods.
says, mega milky extra silky.
True.
Alika Tales says, they're trancing my cat. Bodrix
Thanks.
says, Dono for TDS, link. Spartacus
Alright.
says,
Red faces in
Eat
chat.
strong
Sending
Trump
y'all
picks
over
only
to
the best.
Dylan Burns. Lots of red faces in
XX
chat
says,
when you get over there.
didn't realize there were so many. Felix 954 says, GG Tom.
GG.
Alika Tales says,